field goal. I mean, they didn't have the ball a lot. When they did make the most of it. 16 points in the fourth quarter. I mean,
and how much of it was scrambling?
Well, I mean, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it. That's part of his game, and that's a good part of his game.
Yeah, I mean, this is Myles Garrett's team. If they're going to win, they're going to win with defense. So they don't need a ton of production from Deshaun Watson. I understand what you're saying. Of course, there is the background, and it's going to be hard to embrace him. But he did only throw for 213 yards yesterday.
But against the Baltimore defense, I was surprised the score was as high as it was between these two teams.
Yeah, but part of that was the defense scored.
Yeah, that's true.
That's this AFC North. I'm telling you, I understand it feels like a good story now. They're going to beat each other up so much. There's, 8 weeks left in the season? It's going to be really hard for any team to come out of this mess and be dangerous in the playoffs. They're going to be so injured.
What the big injury, offensive tackle, left tackle, Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah.
Now, this is a big one because obviously Baltimore on a really short week playing against who else? The Cincinnati Bengals coming up on Thursday. And Stanley leaves with a knee injury.
Yep.
This is not what you want. What do you think? Are the Ravens still in the driver's seat in the AFC North? I know we got a lot of Browns fans. I know we got a lot of Cincinnati Bengals fans, Pittsburgh Steelers fans in this audience. What do you think? Coming up, Tackle Michigan next.
Chris Brockman here from The Rich Eisen Show. And do you want even more excitement on game day? Yeah, you do. It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. You pick 2 to 6 players. You choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you can win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and it's easy to make your picks with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals. Prize Picks is the place to play. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Watch your entry update in real time and continue the fun by making picks on the second half and fourth quarter stats. And right now, when you go to prizepicks.com/primetime, use code primetime for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909. In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you, your family, and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-3485. Call 800-209-3485. 800-209-3485. That's 800-209-3485.
Sponsored by Patriotic Hearts.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
This is Greg Papa, your voice of 49ers football. Papa and Lund, 10-2, right here
on KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
Your three, Bobby Boucher's best bets for the weekend. Seattle Seahawks -6 against the Washington Commanders.
The Seahawks 29, Washington 26.
The Indianapolis Colts -1.5, -2 against the Patriots out in Germany.
3 seconds. Colts lead 10-6. And Zappi spikes the football.
No, he faked it.
And throws over the middle. And it's intercepted. Rodney Thomas picks it off. And the Indianapolis Colts are going to leave Frankfurt, Germany with a huge win.
We're taking the under in a primetime matchup, Sunday Night Football, under 38 points between the Raiders and the Jets.
The Las Vegas Raiders pick up the win, beating the New York Jets 16-12.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! 49ers in the Jacksonville 23. Fake the stretch left. Going to roll Purdy right. Going to plant, lob, throw, wide open. Use check. Touchdown!
And that should do it.
Oh, that should do it for week 10 of the NFL season. And that should do it for the 49ers losing streak, which finally ended out in Jacksonville earlier this weekend. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back on the leadoff spot this morning with my guy Overnight Dave, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning to the start of the Murph and Mac show. Well, we'll take a look at the 49ers' first victory the first time in nearly 35 days. I know we were doing the countdown last week, 29 days. 30 days, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 days. The 49ers went without securing a victory. But yesterday, as you heard in the show open, the 49ers traveled across the country out to Jacksonville to absolutely dominate Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars 34-3 in what could be their most impressive performance of the season. Now, the last time they lost, those 30 days and 30 nights, was, against the Dallas Cowboys. That was their last victory. They won that ball game 42-10. Really sent a message to the rest of the league that the 49ers weren't here to blank around. Then, the next couple weeks, they blanked around and found out that you can't just show up and win games against guys like Kirk Cousins, who, by the way, Minnesota Vikings still out here winning games with Josh Dobbs. And Joe Burrow, who, by the way, just lost to C.J. Stroud, the hottest commodity in the entire NFL. But after those back-to-back losses, after those 3 straight L's against the Cleveland Browns, after having a bye week to kind of reset, not only physically but mentally, we saw Brock Purdy go out here, ball out, have 3 touchdowns, and really from the opening drive, even on one of the worst throws of Brock Purdy's career, in Kyle Shanahan's honest opinion, the 49ers damn near played a flawless game yesterday. And I guess it really started off before the game even started. Just when the injury news report came out that Trent Williams would be good to go on Sunday. Because leaving the show on Friday, that was a big question mark, with him truly being a questionable tag for this weekend's game in Jacksonville. Now, after the game, Trent Williams admitted that his ankle is at about 80% healthy overall. But getting Trent Williams at 75% is better than 75% of the rest of the left tackles in the NFL. And you saw how big of an impact he had yesterday on multiple Christian McCaffrey chunk plays, whether it's the sweep where you get Trent Williams getting in motion. I mean, it's got to be one of the scariest things in the NFL to see number 71 pulling down the line with a full steam ahead of him. I mean, we literally saw number 31 from the Jacksonville Jaguars turn around and start running the other way. This is a grown-ass man running for his life from Trent Williams. And that was back-to-back plays actually before the end of the half, where the 49ers were able to go out and get a Jake Moody field goal, a field goal that narrowly squeezed in the right upright. Kind of an interesting situation there of him getting iced before the end of the first half, and then some confusion about whether or not teams could call back-to-back timeouts. Whatever. Jake Moody kicked it through the upright, and the 49ers had themselves a nice 13-3 lead at halftime. And those 3 points that the Jacksonville Jaguars scored in the first half were the only points they scored the entire game. This 49er defense held Trevor Lawrence to only 185 yards, 17 completions on 29 attempts. We talked a lot last week about Travis Etienne, how guys like Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch came on the Murphy Mac Morning Show and talked about the similarities between him and a player like Christian McCaffrey. Guess what? This 49er defense, who came out yesterday in a 5-man front, something that we talked about a lot all last week, and even broke it down last Friday with Greg Papa and John Lynch. They decided to go with that 5-man front in that very first series. It slowed down Jacksonville's rushing attack. Travis Etienne only 9 carries for 35 yards. Really didn't get too involved in the screen game either. 2 catches for 9 yards. I thought all around, wall to wall, the 49ers defense looked like the defense that it was the first 5 weeks of the season, with Fred Warner flying around. With this defense winning the turnover battle, Warner getting a pick. They had 2 interceptions, 2 fumble recoveries. Ambry Thomas trying to take that scoop and score all the way down the sideline. That is until, Kyle Shanahan decided to step off the sideline and get on the field for that one. Pretty funny explanation from Kyle. He's like, no, I just wanted an extra opportunity for my offense to go down there and score. Maybe he was looking for an extra opportunity for Christian McCaffrey to get into the end zone. Because I think that's the only negative when you're looking at this 34-3 victory, where Brock Purdy going out here throwing for 3 touchdowns and no interceptions, with the defense not allowing a single touchdown. The only thing that was missing from this 49er performance yesterday was Christian McCaffrey getting into the end zone, because the streak is over. I guess we could talk about the end of the losing streak, but also the end of the consecutive touchdown streak for Christian McCaffrey, who we all know before the bye week tied the NFL record with 17 straight games. Needed 1 more to take sole possession of that record. And I got to give a round of applause to Kyle Shanahan and the entire 49er offense for giving the guy the opportunities. 4th quarter down the stretch, I know there was some talk about whether or not the 49ers were trying to run up the score. I know Kyle talked about how he talked to Doug Peterson after the game. He's like, look, I understand that there is NFL history on the line. So there were the 49ers giving Christian McCaffrey not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different opportunities to get into the end zone. Unfortunately, Christian fell short. But I think the silver lining of Christian McCaffrey not getting into the end zone is the fact that the 49ers still put up 34 points without CMC crossing that white line to get into the end zone. That right there should be extremely encouraging for this offense. For an offense that we saw struggle over the past 3-4 weeks, only averaging 17 points per game. Well, we talked about it at the beginning of this segment. Trent Williams and the impact that he has in the running game. Hell, as a pass blocker also. By the way, shout out Brock Purdy. I thought he did a pretty good job escaping pressure yesterday. There were a few instances where Colton McKivitz got beat on the outside, but hey, we'll talk about that O-line in a little bit. I thought having Trent Williams back in your lineup is obviously a huge impact, but so is Deebo Samuel. And surprise, surprise, once you get Deebo and Trent Williams back into your lineup, here's the 49er offense going Purdy for 30 once again. 34 points. Me and Dave were just talking before the show. I think the stat is when Deebo and Trent Williams play a complete game for the 49ers, they're 6-0. When they don't, they lose those games. Obviously now with the 6-3 record sitting in first place in that NFC West. So whether it was just having the vibes back yesterday of Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel out in front of the team as they're walking out with the boombox. But you know who actually was out in front with Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel was Chase Young. And I feel like I almost got to give myself a slap in my wrist for going 9 minutes this morning in the first segment without talking about Chase Young and the impact that he had yesterday on that defensive line. Whether it was coming out with that five-man front, whether it was Chris Kasarik and Steve Wilkes being down from the sideline, moving him around on that D-line. I saw in the first half they had him standing up in a two-point stance over the middle of that D-line. I thought Steve Wilkes did a great job disguising coverages, making life difficult for Trevor Lawrence, because we talked a lot last week about how he's able to get the ball out so quick, how he's the second fastest in the league, releasing the ball in 2.4 seconds. Well, guess what? On the first drive, there was Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave, who I thought maybe had his best game as a 49er. On the second drive, third down situation, here comes the 49ers once again, taking down Trevor Lawrence. This time it's Hargrave and Bosa. And then, of course, the sack that almost broke the internet yesterday. The Buckeye Bros, the Bash Bros, the Buckeye Bookends, whatever the hell you want to call them. It's Chase Young and Nick Bosa being reunited, not only on the same team, but yesterday in the backfield. Their strip sack on Trevor Lawrence is just a perfect example of what Chase Young brings to the team. Not only his own pass rush ability, but the fact that it creates one-on-one opportunities for someone like Nick Bosa on the other side. Now these offenses got to decide with that extra fifth, sixth man that they're leaving behind the block, who they're going to pick up, who's going to get chipped. Can't block everybody on that D-line, and that's why yesterday they arguably had their best performance of the season with 5 sacks and constant pressure all day long on Trevor Lawrence. Chase Young making a big impact from walking out with the boombox to getting into the backfield and leading to what was one of the best performances for the 49ers yesterday. Of course, final score 34-3. They fly cross-country, get the win, and now they're back home this weekend against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as I believe a 10.5 point favorite. But hey, we'll get to those spreads and we'll get to those bets later on this week. We do got to check in on Bobby Boucher's bets this morning, which you heard in the show open. We went 2-1 this weekend. So, Dave, it's another winning weekend. Now 17-13-1 on the season. Can't go broke taking a profit. So, hey, I'll take all the wins we get. And hopefully, if you're riding with us this weekend, you woke up with a winner with the Indianapolis Colts out in Germany. I told you it was going to be a terrible game. Turns out I was right. Final score 10-6. But hey, we had the Colts as a 2-point favorite. So all they had to do was win by a field goal. They won by 4. And now Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots have one of their worst records since like the year 2000. And now we're talking about a situation where Mac Jones got benched for Bailey Zappi down the final stretch of the game. And I'm sitting there, drinking my coffee, rolling one up, getting ready for the Niners 10 o'clock start, just kind of enjoying one of our first Bobby Boucher best bets that did hit. I'll tell you a bet that didn't hit. The damn Seattle Seahawks. And yes, they ended up winning the game still against the Washington Commanders, but we picked them as a 6-point favorite. And they actually had a touchdown lead in the final minute of the game. But then here comes Sam Howell beating this supposedly Legion of Boom 2.0 defensive backfield for a touchdown down the field. But then here comes Geno Smith connecting with DK Metcalf. That sets up what was one of 5 different game-winning field goals yesterday. Seahawks win, but they don't cover the spread, so that's one of our only losses. But real quick, on this field goal mania yesterday, whether it was the Seahawks getting the walk-off win, whether it was the shootout between Jared Goff and Justin Herbert yesterday down at SoFi Stadium, Lions ended up winning that matchup 41-38. Hopefully you took the over in that one, and hopefully you took the Lions in the 2.5 like we talked about last week also. But how about this game between the Baltimore Ravens and the Cleveland Browns? Browns have a fourth quarter comeback after being down 14 points. End up winning this ball game 33-31. As much as we've talked about the Baltimore Ravens being one of the best teams in football this year, we've seen them do this a few times this year, kind of collapse in the second half. Now, they have been playing phenomenal football the last 3-4 weeks, but in that fourth quarter, Lamar Jackson had a pick six. And then Deshaun Watson all of a sudden started looking like the Deshaun Watson from the Houston Texans. Led the game-winning drive for the Browns. That was one of your second game-winning field goals. How about the Arizona Cardinals with the return of Kyler Murray, a game that we called last week with one of our Wednesday winners. Kyler makes his debut. Cardinals win their second game of the season, snapping their losing streak. They took down the Atlanta Falcons with a walk-off field goal. And then what was the other game, Dave, where there was a field goal winner? Excuse me, I can't even think it off the top of my head. Yeah, Lions and Chargers. I know going back to Thursday Night Football, Bears beat the Panthers by a field goal too. But yeah, for the first time ever, 5 different games decided by a walk-off field goal. So there was a lot of entertaining action yesterday, and it all led up to Sunday Night Football, where the Raiders got the job done by 4 points, even though they were a 2-point underdog. But we told you last Friday, take the under, whether you could get it at 37, 38, 36. Hell, I saw it dropped all the way down to 35.5 points before Sunday night. Didn't matter. There was a total score of 16-12. Quick math, that's 28 total points. So you would have been fine with whatever line you would have got. And now the trend continues, Dave. Primetime unders are now 24-7 on the season. Might be leaning that way tonight with a Monday night matchup between the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos. Bills are a 7-point favorite. 7. You know, I'm never betting on the Denver Broncos, so I got to go with the Buffalo Bills tonight. But I do got to give a shout out to all of our members of the Raider Nation still out here in the Bay Area. 2-game win streak. They're lighting cigars.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Might be lighting a few other things. Shout out my guy Max Crosby in that backwood he had in the locker room last weekend. But hey, it's a celebration. Raiders win, 49ers win. Everybody's feeling good. We got you a couple winners with Bobby Boucher's best bets. The only people who didn't win this weekend were the Golden State Warriors, who lost back-to-back games on Saturday and Sunday against the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Minnesota T-Wolves last night at Chase. But today is all about Chase Young, not Chase Center. So let's get back into the 49ers defense on the other side with some sound from Chase Young talking about celebrating that sack on the sideline with his boy Nick Bosa and Steve Wilkes leaving the booth. Was that the magical kind of adjustment that the 49ers needed? We'll talk 49ers defense and then get you some sound from Christian McCaffrey on the end of his touchdown streak also. It's a 49er Monday. It's a football Monday. It's a Bobby Boucher and leadoff spot Monday on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Third down and 5. Niners have their turbo winner. That's Cleveland Ferrell and Nick Bosa with a Hargrave and Armstead inside. And Trevor Lawrence is going down. Gets sacked back on the 25-yard line. Eric Armstead, 2 weeks ago, had 2 sacks against Joe Burrow. On the third play of the game, he picks up one here. Trevor Lawrence trying to get it blocked up, and he's going to go down right away. Nick Bosa came in untouched. Chase Young was there. The grave digger got there as well. Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time. Play action, Trevor Lawrence to Etienne, moves around the grave digger. He's going to go down, though. Cleveland Ferrell, his teammate at South Carolina, will reel in Trevor Lawrence. Blitz by Lenore. Bosa's got another sack. Timo Lenore, the nickelback, coming on the cat blitz, set it up, and Nick Bosa's having some return game to Florida.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right?
Check with Marcus. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
5 sacks on the day for Nick Bosa, Chase Young, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and the 49er Gold Rush as the Niners snap their losing streak, come back from their bye week, and get the 34-3 victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I'm sure Nick Bosa had himself one hell of a homecoming party, obviously with Nick residing out in Florida. I actually heard over the bye week he bought himself a house out in Los Gatos, so shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about. But Nick, I know during the offseason, stays out in South Florida, so I'm sure this was a nice, easy, quick trip for John Bosa, the entire Bosa brigade. And boy, oh boy, did he show out. Last week we joked about Monday Night Football, Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack putting on a show for the LA Chargers. And I said, wow, this is nice to watch. Now, where's my Bosa? Where's my dynamic pass rushing duo? Well, after 1 game, folks, I think I'm already ready to put Chase Young and Nick Bosa in the conversation for maybe one of the best pass rushing bookend duos in the entire NFL. And you might be thinking, well, Waterboy, that's kind of over-exaggerating after only 1 week of seeing these two play together. Well, I've seen a lot of Nick Bosa in my career. I've seen a lot of Chase Young in my life. That's why I was so hyped up when John Lynch went out and made this trade by sending out a 3rd-round draft pick for a guy that was drafted 2nd overall, for a guy that was just Rookie of the Year 3 years ago. And now this season, he's on pace for, statistically speaking, his best season of his career. And that's why I was hyped to see the man who's now wearing number 92 be reunited with Chase Young. Be reunited with Nick Bosa. And we talked a lot in that first segment about the impact that it did have, about the creativity from Chris Kasarik and Steve Wilks, how they moved him around that defensive line, how they came out in that first opening drive against Trevor Lawrence and the Jags with that 5-man defensive front line. I mean, it's a defensive line that's got 1st-round draft picks of Chase Young, of Nick Bosa, of Cleve Farrell, who you heard in the highlight package. You look at Kinlaw, you look at Armstead. I mean, hell, Javon Hargrave was a 3rd-round draft pick. He might have had the best game out of all the defensive linemen yesterday for the 49ers. Truly was a disrupted force right up the middle. But when you have that much talent, when you bring in Randy Gregory, when you still got Drake Jackson hanging onto this roster by a thread, you can afford to mix and match, get creative, and throw out different schemes and just different looks for Trevor Lawrence. And that's why I think there was a really interesting cut after the game of Trevor saying that he was kind of confused a little bit by Steve Wilks and the 49er defense, how they gave him different looks, how Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw would jump into the A-gap, how they would mix and match and just have these different looks is pretty much what we were asking for all during the bye week, because there was a lot of talk about how much different this defense would look with Steve Wilks coming out of the booth. Well, my big question is, how much is the defensive play call going to change? Because, yeah, the lines of communication opened up. Fred Warner talked how the communication yesterday was flawless between him and the defensive coordinator. But unless you're switching up these schemes, unless you're showing these quarterbacks different disguises and different coverages, then they're still going to pick you apart. Well, yesterday, those schemes and disguises worked. We saw it on the first couple series of the game with the 49ers getting back-to-back 3-and-outs, by taking down Trevor Lawrence. And that's when I kind of knew it was going to be a good sign for this 49er defense. And that's why I think it's a great, great sign of things to come with Chase Young playing opposite of Nick Bosa. Whether it's him lining up on the other side or whether it's him walking out with Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and the boombox to get the team hyped up. Chase Young is already looking like a great fit for this 49er defense. And there is even talk after the game that maybe he was the missing link to this 49er defense, getting back to the defense that they were the first 5 weeks of the season. Here was Fred Warner breaking down the missing link narrative of Chase Young joining this 49er defense.
I think he fit in great. I guess that was the missing link right there to playing dominant defense again. So it was so good having him out there, man. He brings such great energy. He's obviously such a physical and dominant player. So I'll have to watch the tape to see how he truly did. But it felt like his presence was felt.
I mean, you could feel his presence just looking at him in his jersey, to be honest with you. I mean, the guy's a monster. There's not too many people that make Nick Bosa look small, and I'm not like taking shots at the small bear Nick Bosa this morning, but Chase Young's even bigger than him. And that's why I did get so excited about the different ways that you can move him. If you want to move him inside as more of a defensive tackle, get him and Nick stacked up at the same time, I think there's only going to be like way more creative things that Steve Wilks and Chris Kasarik are going to be able to do with these two, and I'm sure they're loving it. I mean, hell, we all saw them on the sideline yesterday, Chase Young putting his head on his shoulder. I mean, it's literally like Robin Big, like let me tell you about my best friend. The two boys from Ohio State are reunited. Here was Chase Young yesterday at his locker talking about his big brother Nick Bosa and how good it felt to meet at the quarterback yesterday with number 97.
Cameras captured a sweet moment on the sideline when you had your head on Nick's shoulder. It looked like it's a renewed romance.
It felt good, man. You know, Nick always been a big brother to me. He always opened the door for me, just for anything that I need from his way, and it always been there. It's crazy that we're together. You know, yeah.
Did it feel like old times out there?
Definitely.
Yeah, it definitely felt like old times. Especially the way that they just kind of sandwiched Trevor Lawrence for that strip sack. Chase got there first. Nick takes the ball away. One of the 49ers' 4 turnovers yesterday, whether it was their 2 fumble recoveries or their 2 interceptions. Like, this is the 49er defense that people were expecting to see week in and week out. Hell, this was the 49er defense that we saw the first 5 weeks of the season. And yesterday, they did it against one of the best teams in football, at least one of the hottest teams in football. Jacksonville was on a 5-game winning streak. During those 5 games, they were averaging nearly 28 points per game. They didn't score a single touchdown. The 49ers had more turnovers than Jacksonville had points yesterday. Think about that for a second. 4 turnovers versus 3 points. This was an absolutely dominant display from one of the best defenses in the NFL. And here was one of their leaders, Nick Bosa, talking about how impressive it was. Not only Chase Young coming in and displaying these skills in his first game, but to be able to do it against a team like the Jacksonville Jaguars, who had, statistically speaking, a top 5 offensive line this year.
Sometimes matchups are work certain ways. Like not a lot of teams have done what we just did to them. So we just have to keep improving, keep taking it one game at a time because we've played really well as a D-line in certain games throughout this year and not so good in other games. But when you have these opportunities, you got to make the most of them.
And boy, oh boy, did Chase Young take advantage of those opportunities. Randy Gregory on a few plays where Nick Bosa actually got up slow. Glad to see that there wasn't any serious injury news yesterday with Nick Bosa. And just glad to see him getting home after the quarterback. After everybody's been complaining all season year with the amount of pressures that he's been getting. Again, you look at the win rate, you look at the PFF grades, if you believe in those or not. Nick Bosa has been having a good season, but yesterday he got the stats, he got the sacks, and that's why he got paid the big sack this offseason. That's why he got the bag so they can go back there and bag up a few quarterbacks. Again, to me, it was an instant impact adding Chase Young to this line, but also seeing the creativity from Steve Wilks and Chris Kasarik, that 5-man front that we talked about so much last week. We talked about it with Greg Papa. We talked about it with John Lynch. The decision to take off somebody like Dre Greenlaw off the field versus Isaiah Oliver and the nickel cornerback. Turns out Isaiah Oliver wasn't playing too much nickel cornerback this weekend. We'll get to that sound in just a few seconds. But here was Kyle Shanahan yesterday talking about the 49ers strategy of coming out with a 5-man defensive front against his Jacksonville offense.
No, I mean, I think we've mixed that in a little bit throughout the year. At times, I think we did it versus Pittsburgh, I want to say, on one of the first couple plays. And I know we did it versus Minnesota, I believe, on Mooney's pick there in the first quarter, I think. So it's something we mix in. And but no, I thought their plan was real good today, and it seemed effective.
Yeah, it obviously was effective. It held the Jacksonville Jaguars to only 59 rushing yards. It held Trevor Lawrence to only throwing for 185 yards. So these were the adjustments that people were looking for with Steve Wilks leaving the booth and joining the sideline. It seemed like yesterday everything worked nearly flawlessly, whether it's the sacks that they got or the turnovers that they created. Hell, a lot of those turnovers were because of guys like Hargrave getting put pressure, because Chase Young was putting pressure on the quarterback. That's what led to the Hufanga and Fred Warner interceptions. But there was also some big plays, and one of them by Ambry Thomas, the scoop and score that should have been a touchdown. But here was Kyle Shanahan and a couple 49er fans coming off the sideline. Here's a funny clip of Kyle breaking down what happened during that play and why he decided to come off the sideline.
I would have been mad at whoever did it. No, I was mad at myself, and I thought the play was over. We couldn't see, and everyone jumped up. And so when that happens, you're getting out there to start to congratulate people coming back, and they're not coming back to congratulate us. They're running back at us. So everyone got it. We know the rule, definitely. We know you can't go on the field. I personally thought the play was over. They ran right by us, and it was very unfortunate because it's a good learning experience for our team. We do show that stuff, but it was short-lived because we ended up scoring. So we can live with it, but good learning example for us.
Yeah, and it was funny hearing Kyle kind of joke at the podium. He's like, yeah, I stepped on the field because I just wanted an extra opportunity for my offense. I said, really, Kyle? Is that the explanation you're going with? And obviously it was a little tongue-in-cheek. He was riffing a little bit. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was looking for an extra opportunity to get Christian McCaffrey into the end zone, because that's the storyline that we haven't dived into this morning, is the consecutive touchdown streak being broken, despite the fact that the 49ers still went out and scored 34 points against one of the better defenses in the NFL. So on the other side, we'll take a look at Christian McCaffrey's performance and Brock Purdy bouncing back with 3 touchdowns and also a couple throws he probably shouldn't have made across his body. We'll hear from Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Christian McCaffrey on the other side. 49ers offense puts up 34 points and wins their first game in over 34 days. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! Purdy even late third quarter takes it down. Here's a flip end around to Debo coming right to left. Big hole. Debo 10. Debo 5. Debo! Touchdown! 49ers in the Jacksonville 23. Fake the stretch left. Going to roll Purdy right. Going to plant. Lob throw wide open. Use check. Touchdown!
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The 49ers get back on track this weekend out in Jacksonville with a 34-3 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. 4 touchdowns, 4 turnovers, and really puts an end to what would have been a 4-game losing streak. Now, fortunately for everybody listening this morning and for anybody who watched the game yesterday, you saw one of the most dominant performances on both sides of the ball from the 49ers. And we just spent a lot of time this morning talking about the defense, talking about Steve Wilks leaving the sideline, Chase Young joining his boy Nick Bosa, and the 49ers pass rush having 5 sacks and 4 turnovers. But now it's time to talk a little Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams. Hell, those aren't even all the guys that scored touchdowns yesterday. Because with those 4 different touchdowns, you had 4 different players getting into the end zone. Whether it was Brandon Ayuk on that first touchdown play of the game, which we got to talk about in just a few seconds, the fantastic throw of Brock Purdy stepping up in a collapsing pocket to hit George Kittle down the sideline for George Kittle's biggest catch of the season, nearly 60 yards getting into the end zone. Or you look at the third touchdown to a guy like Kyle Juszczyk, who probably could have set up a touchdown for Christian McCaffrey, which, of course, ended his consecutive touchdown streak. But that was after Deebo Samuel also got into the end zone. Now, the positive news is the 49ers scored 34 points without Christian McCaffrey getting into the end zone. But before we get into that final sequence of the game in the fourth quarter, we got to start all the way with the 49ers' first drive of the game, where you heard Brock Purdy make an interesting decision to kind of go off script and throw a ball across his body into double coverage over the head of George Kittle into the arms of Brandon Ayuk. Now, obviously, the good news is it was a touchdown, but it's probably a throw that Brock Purdy shouldn't be making. Then again, we've seen Brock Purdy do this a couple of times, whether it was against the Cincinnati Bengals, throwing across his body to George Kittle down at the goal line, or if it's this reoccurring theme of Brock Purdy trying to throw the ball away while he's getting sacked, which leads to either A, intentional grounding calls, or B, situations that would be fumbles. Again, Brock, it's all right to take a sack every once in a while. You don't have to try to make these backyard plays on every single situation. And I think Kyle Shanahan kind of has that same kind of sentiment about his quarterback. Yes, he wants him to make plays, but he also doesn't want him to turn over the ball, which is so important to this 49ers team. Well, yesterday he did both of those things. 3 touchdown passes, 0 interceptions, no turnovers, a pretty flawless game from Brock Purdy, but that even gives Kyle Shanahan the opportunity to kind of criticize that first touchdown pass and probably how he doesn't want to see it from Brock Purdy in the future.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it, but he made a lot of really good plays. And if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but Ayuk made him right.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're looking at the box score, you're like, yeah, Brock Purdy had a perfect game. Well, it wasn't that perfect, but it's also gooder for nitpicking the mistakes that he did have resulted in touchdowns. So again, he got a little lucky in that situation, but as we were just talking about, Brock will do this. He's got a little bit of that gunslinger Brett Favre mentality, where he's going to try to extend and make plays, which I got to say is a huge upgrade over someone like Jimmy Garoppolo, who used to be a statue in that pocket. I thought Brock displayed some great kind of mobility yesterday, escaping pressure. Hell, even on that touchdown pass down the sideline and George Kittle, the fact that he stepped up in the pocket while it's collapsing and still was able to deliver that straight downfield, I think was extremely impressive. But again, you're going to get some of this backyard football with Brock Purdy. I know after the game he said he wasn't too happy with that decision either. But hey, it resulted in a touchdown, and here he was talking about those situations where he does feel like he needs to improvise a little bit and how much he should be doing it, especially when he can either just take a sack, throw the ball away, and live to play another day.
The biggest thing is, I think, just playing within our scheme, how, Shanahan's calling plays, how Greasy's coaching us up with just our reads, our footwork progression, everything, playing within that. And then there's opportunities where if stuff breaks down, all right, now let's go play, some backyard football-esque type of plays. But to say I'm searching for those kind of plays, that's wrong. And so, going into this game, you got to play like that. I still, I play football, and I'm aggressive with what I do and how I throw the ball. And but I still have to learn, times in the game and situations where I got to be smart with the ball. So that's something I got to continue to learn. But at the same time, they do a good job of not just handcuffing me. They let me play quarterback in an aggressive way and get the ball to our guys when they're open.
They let him play quarterback. And this is a kid that played quarterback against a Jacksonville Jaguars defense that we talked about last week is top 10 in the NFL in points per game. Hell, we talked about how they were a top 3 rushing defense, how guys like Josh Allen can get after the quarterback. And yes, Brock Purdy did get taken down twice yesterday. We did see him, Trayvon Walker on the outside beat Colton McKivitz one-on-one. That's why last Friday we were asking John Lynch about Jalen Moore maybe moving the right tackle over Colton McKivitz, but it seems like they're sticking with McKivitz for right now. And of course, if we're talking about offensive linemen, you got to talk about someone like Trent Williams and the impact that he had yesterday. Literally from the first couple series, you got Kyle Shanahan kicking him outside on these sweeps, running downfield, having defensive backs literally turn their back and run away from him. And that's why when I saw a lot of these rushing attacks yesterday, a lot of these plays that were schemed up, I was sitting there eating my popcorn thinking, damn, Christian McCaffrey's got to get into the end zone at some time today, right? Right? Well, turns out we were wrong. Despite the fact that, statistically speaking, he had probably his best game over the last 3-4 weeks, because we talked a lot about without Trent Williams, how this 49er rushing attack has slowed down and how Christian McCaffrey had 4 straight games with 55 or less rushing yards. Well, yesterday he had 16 carries for 95 yards. And that's even with guys like Sam Darnold and Elijah Mitchell coming into the game in the fourth quarter. That was until they got close enough for Christian McCaffrey to come back into the game to try to score that 18th touchdown. If you've been living underneath a rock, maybe you do need an explanation that Christian McCaffrey had 17 straight games with a touchdown. Yesterday, he had a chance to single-handedly break the NFL record. But with that Juszczyk touchdown, with them not getting in after 4 attempts down at the goal line, that streak came to an end. And as we were saying earlier, everybody else scored except for Christian McCaffrey. And even he had to riff on himself at the podium yesterday, talking about how much he sucks because he didn't get into the end zone.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me. No, that means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to get me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
And I actually got to give some credit to Kyle Shanahan for putting Christian McCaffrey back in the game. Because once I saw Sam Darnold and Elijah Mitchell, I got to be honest with you, I was like, all right, I'm going to change the channel. I'm going to go over to Red Zone. I'm going to find out what's happening at the end of this Browns and Baltimore Ravens game. Hell, I got to figure out what's going on with this battle between C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow. What a damn shootout that was. But then here comes number 23 prancing back onto the field. And I said, oh, they're going to give him an opportunity. They're going to give him a chance. Well, here's the thing. Jacksonville knew that as well. They literally had every single player keying on number 23. And I don't think that the 49ers were in a situation where they're going to disrespect the football gods of trying to run up the score or anything. Kyle even talked after the game with Doug Peterson about how they were trying to set an NFL record. You don't get too many of these opportunities. Hell, it's literally an NFL record. And that's why Kyle was trying so hard in that fourth quarter to get Christian into the end zone. Here was Kyle talking about that decision to keep McCaffrey in and whether or not he's going to face any criticism for maybe putting him in a situation where he could have possibly been injured.
I mean, 18 games in a row is a big record. So, I mean, if we had a chance to do that, I was going to try to do it for him. And it's a little nerve-wracking. Last thing I want to do is get him hurt. But once it was big time for Elijah to run the ball like that to get us down there. Brock and I think Ronnie made a huge third down throw, I believe, that gave us a chance. And once we got close, we told him to stay loose because we were going to try. And got close, wish we could have done it for him. But I think that was a pretty big accomplishment just to do it for 17 games straight.
I mean, that was one of the curious things about that drive. The fact that Brock Purdy started it, hit Ronnie Bell over the middle for a big chunk, and then they take him out to put in Sam Darnold. So then you have a lot of the backups in, and Christian McCaffrey comes in. And I don't want to get into these what-if situations. I saw people on Twitter like, oh, this is a bad idea. You could get him injured. Whatever. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That is, unless it restarts this week against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Because if you get to 17, now the next goal is to get to 18. And that's what Brock Purdy said at the podium yesterday. He was a little disappointed he couldn't get Christian McCaffrey into the end zone. But he said, hey, CMC is going to be a Niner for the next couple seasons. He's planning on being also. Maybe there's an opportunity that they restart the record and get back on track this week against the Bucs.
Well, after the touchdown to Juice, I sort of felt bad. I was like, we came off the sideline and guys were talking about it. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, dang it. Like, I was mad, sort of. Obviously scored a touchdown. That's the biggest thing. But, then the next drive, we were like, hey, let's drive for Christian and try to get him a touchdown. This is huge. And so, at the end, man, it's like we all wanted it for him. Every guy on this team wanted it for Christian. And then obviously I think Christian wants it more than anybody. Like, he's a humble guy, wants to win. So he puts the team first, but in that moment, everybody wanted it for Christian. So it hurts, and but at the same time, he's got a long career ahead of him, and I told him we'll be able to do it again.
I told him we'll be able to do it again. Who knows if it starts back up this week? Hey, who knows if the 49ers go on a run like they did last year after their bye week? When they won out and went all the way to the NFC Championship game. 49ers hoping to make it even further than that, and it seems like that expectation is back after seeing one of their most dominant victories of the season, 34-3 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now they're back home this weekend to take on Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as a double-digit 10-point favorite. Shout out to the Bucs who beat Will Levis and the Tennessee Titans this weekend, and shout out to everybody who tailed Bobby Boucher's best bets this past weekend. We told you to take the Colts -2 out in Germany. They got the job done versus New England. Also told you to take the Seahawks -6 against Washington. Man, it was looking good until that final minute of the game. Seahawks were up by a touchdown. They ended up winning the game by 3 after Sam Howell picks apart this defense. Here comes DK Metcalf across the middle, sets up the game-winning field goal. One of 5 game-winning field goals that we saw yesterday. We mentioned them earlier, with teams like Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals getting the win over the Falcons. The shootout at SoFi between the Chargers and the Lions. Jared Goff and the boys got the job done. Gibbs and Montgomery running all over that defense. Of course, we just mentioned the Seahawks and the Commanders. A lot of close games yesterday, but maybe none closer than the Texans and the Bengals. The shootout between Joe Burrow and C.J. Stroud. And maybe this rookie C.J. Stroud is saying, hey, Joe Burrow, hold my Rookie of the Year trophy. I might be going for that MVP award now. Up to 16 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, back-to-back fourth-quarter game-winning drives. And for the majority of the game, Dave, they're actually up by double digits on the Bengals. They're now 1 game back in the AFC South. Maybe the Texans and DeMeco Ryans might be facing off against some of these top dogs in the AFC this year. Or maybe C.J. Stroud will make himself one of the top dogs. They got a shot to make the playoffs, and don't look now, Dave, but so do the Las Vegas Raiders after winning their 2nd consecutive game yesterday. They're now 5-5 on the year, won back-to-back games, undefeated since benching Jimmy Garoppolo and firing Josh McDaniels. Aiden O'Connell and this Raiders defense gets the job done again yesterday. And that's why we told you to always bet on defense and always bet on the unders. The primetime under hits once again. We told you to take the Raiders and the Jets -37. That was a defensive showdown. And Dave, I'm expecting another defensive showdown tonight between the Bills and the Denver Broncos. Primetime unders, 24-7 now on the season. And Bobby Boucher's best bets, now 17-13-1 on the season against the spread. We'll talk to Murph and Mac, see how the Friday football forecast did, and say what's up to my boy Paulie Mack, who's back from seeing Metallica out in Detroit. I'm sure Dave will probably hit us with some Metallica on the rejoin. We'll make the connection with Murph and Mack next. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back for the final seconds of the leadoff spot on a Monday morning, rocking out with a bit of Metallica this morning, Dave, for my guy Paulie Mack, who made his way back from Detroit, saw Metallica this Friday. The boys are back in town, and more importantly, the 49ers are back in the win column with arguably their most dominant win of the season. 34-3 over Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars. They get the job done. They end the 34-day losing streak with a 34-point performance. The 49ers had more turnovers on defense than points allowed by Jacksonville. 4 turnovers, 3 points scored. I'm sure you boys are feeling great on a Monday morning. Murph, what's up, my man?
Woo! Feeling great, buddy. They went wire to wire on the Jaguars.
Ooh,
there you go,
like
buddy. There you go. Right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It's just finally putting a bow on that freaking Jaguar thing we had to deal with all week.
I'm done. It doesn't matter what you want to call them. I call them losers because they took that L this weekend.
I call them roadkill, man. Wow. So here's my hot take. 808 KNBR.
Ooh.
Niners can't win close games. 808
there
KNBR.
It is.
Niners only good in blowouts.
There's always something. There's always something. Yeah.
But wow, you talk about the 30 days, 30 nights. October 8, Dallas. November 12, Jacksonville. 42-10, 34-3 against legit, there's times these guys look so superior and spectacular. And, man, old Brock Purdy looked fantastic. Although one pass, and Kyle called him out.
That first drive.
Dude, I was yelling. That thing was in the air. I was like, no!
I had no idea what the hell he was doing, dude.
Especially because it was, which game did he, it wasn't the Cincinnati game. Was it the Minnesota game? Where he did that?
Oh, no, he did against Cincinnati because I was right there in the end zone. Remember, I had the video of George Kittle down.
So it was the Cincinnati game.
Yeah, it was in the second half.
Which meant that literally 3 of his last 8 passes were those crazy across the body things.
He's going full Brett Favre, just playing a little backyard football.
But man, oh man, Wilkes on the ground. Wilkes on the ground. Everybody's talking about Steve Wilkes on the ground.
Dude,
man. So
Wilkes on the ground and Chase Young bookending Nick Bosa.
And Chase Young grabbing that boombox dance, too.
Dude, how about that?
Right out of the gate. That's when you knew.
Out of the gate.
I honestly thought, no joke, when the boombox, I was like, oh, I think this might... Dude, the swag came back.
See, that's the thing. I got to be honest with you. The last couple of weeks without Debo and Trent Williams, that walkout with the boombox just hasn't felt the same.
Something about the way Debo hits that. Debo's got moves, and he's got rhythm. He might enjoy music more than any man I've seen in recent history.
Debo gets into it, and then you got Trent Williams, big old number 71, leading the way, kind of like he was leading the way on some of those blocks, dude. When you
Poor
get a Trent Williams pulling down the sideline, dude, I'd be like number 31.
Darius Williams is his name.
Run for your life.
Darius Williams.
Oh, yeah, I should have known that because I saw Williams on the back of his jersey running the other way, Murph.
Williams, man, I don't think I've ever seen that. I was watching that play, I'm like, is he running away from him?
He was scared for his life.
And Trent Williams got up there and goes, man, 31 ran away from me. He's like, what's going on? So everything about it was just spectacular, sensational, and bring it on home, baby. Play the Tampa Bay Bucks on Sunday, and you know what? I listened to the whole. I was on the car. I had to drive more youth sports nonsense, but I had to drive to the East Bay yesterday, so I was listening to SiriusXM Sunday NFL Drive, and I got the end of the Seattle-Washington game, and they pulled it out of their nether regions, dude. But I'm just saying, Seahawks cruising for a bruising.
Yeah.
We got to go up there and smack them on Thanksgiving, all right? That's my early call. All right?
I'm down with that, Murph. And yesterday we saw Christian McCaffrey get back on track. 95 rushing yards, did not get into the end zone, ends his streak of consecutive touchdowns.
Quote, I suck.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
McCaffrey sucks because 4 other 49ers got into the end zone. 34 points without CMC scoring.
Here's another
McCaffrey.
Here's another McCaffrey that looked in the mirror this morning and said, I suck. Okay, because if you have a life support system, go ahead and bring it into the studio, hook me up to the wires, pump an IV into me. Murph, you're going to be carrying me like a pharaoh today because I'm dust.
When you know what happened after you left, I got sick as a dog, bro. Friday I played hurt, and Saturday I got really bad. Not that I'm crying about it. Well, actually, I am crying about it.
It's okay.
We just want to make sure you're not sick. You're just on fumes.
As far as I know, I'm just on fumes. I don't think I'm sick. I hope I'm not sick.
I haven't been sick in so long.
What are we talking sick now? What is
just
that? Like
achy, chilly head, cough, sore throat, everything. Basically like a little baby flu.
Well, again, I got to be totally honest with you guys. I do have all those symptoms, but I don't think I'm sick. I just think I haven't slept in 2 days. Yeah.
That's it. I know what symptoms you boys have. It's 49er fever. The 49ers back on track. Win 34 4-3 over Jacksonville this weekend. We'll talk about it all morning long because you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac Show with the return of Paulie Mac starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, everybody's back. The gang's all here. Paulie Mac back from Detroit. Paulie Mac said, I'm not coming back until the Niners drop 5 sacks on Trevor Lawrence.
And then and only then will I return.
Dude, it was, first of all, great to see you again. Second of all, love the tweets from Detroit, dude.
Oh, thanks, man. I was wondering if people, how about that? It's a whole
You
new
tweeted
world.
from the plane where you were watching the Maniscalco
I threw
film.
little horns up. Yeah.
How was the Maniscalco film?
Yeah, Mesa, as I would say. Yeah, it's okay. A couple of moments, yeah.
De Niro in that thing?
Some pretty good Bobby D. It's okay. I give it like a C+, B-. It's
You
good.
also tweeted out a picture of pizza in Detroit, but it wasn't the square pizza.
Well, so, dude, so much. Can I just dive right in and tell you, like, some very interesting things that happened when I was in Detroit?
As long as you relate them to the Niners win.
Let me see how I can do that.
I'm kidding.
Well,
But yeah, go ahead.
I can actually, okay, so the hotel we stayed in was called the Godfrey. Shout out to Godfrey. It's about 1.5 miles from Ford Field. And right across the street, literally, was this just Italian pizza place. But I really wasn't Detroit-style pizza, but it was right there. It was good pie, and I'm not turning down good pie, and I'm not turning down convenience. Now, check this out, Murph. First of all, any Metallica fans listening in, let me tell you, these boys, holy smokes, it was one of the better Metallica shows I've seen. They were on fire, and this was the last stop of the year for these guys. So that was the end of their tour. They played Friday night. That's the gig I saw, and then they played last night. So check this out, Murph. I come back from the show, and keep in mind, the Pistons also had a game that night in town, which is about 1 mile away from Ford Field.
Shout out James Wiseman.
Ford Field's a really nice place, by the way. I was telling our buddy Overnight Dave, he's a Detroit boy.
Paulie, get used. You're going there, buddy.
I know.
The road's going there, buddy. The road is going there.
I did a little recon, and I give it a thumbs up. It's a really nice place.
How are the sightlines for Brock?
Get ready for this.
Because that's where he's going to be, buddy.
You're not going to believe this, dude. So, and then I saw the, I think it's called Little Caesars Arena. That's where the Pistons play. Bro, check this out. So the Pistons had a game that night, the same night of the Metallica show. We leave the stadium. There's probably, I'm not exaggerating, about 70,000 people filing out into the streets. So we had to walk about 1 mile. Then finally we got an Uber. We go back to our hotel. Bro, we go back to the hotel. You ready for this?
Yeah.
There is a scene going on. This is a pretty cool hotel we were staying in. It's like a new hotel. I didn't know this, but it only opened a couple of months ago. So it's kind of swanky. It's kind of like hip and all this.
Yeah.
Bro, we get back to the hotel. I'm walking around. I'm in the lobby, and I'm looking up at, like, these monsters are in the lobby. I'm going, what the hell is going on here? The 76ers were in our hotel. I missed her. They were leaving as we were.
My first thought is Kate Scott.
I know.
Yes.
I thought this, and I'm like,
Did you
my
text
God.
her?
Because there was a bus outside with a barricade set up, and there were like fanboys with like Sharpies and like jerseys and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Metallica's not staying here, because I knew they weren't. They were in a different hotel. And then somebody goes, no, the Sixers are on the way out right now. They had just played the Pistons.
So the Sixers stay at the Godfrey.
Well, now everybody knows, but yes.
76ers 114, Pistons 106.
Bro,
it was the in-season tournament. Embiid went for 33 and 16.
Let me tell you what, the kind of entourage / posse that goes on, like with an NBA team in a hotel, holy smokes, dude, there were hundreds of people.
Dude, Tyrese Maxey, 29, Tobias Harris. Dude, was that where Kelly Oubre got hit by the car? Because do you know Oubre got hit by a car over the weekend, and he's like in danger? Like, yeah. Kelly Oubre's a Sixer, and he got hit by a car over the weekend.
I don't want to make light of this.
You weren't driving.
I have not heard that.
Yeah, that's a true story. He got broken ribs. He's going to be okay.
What the hell?
Yeah. I wonder if that was in Detroit.
I got to say one thing. I'm glad it wasn't me.
I was going to say.
Because I was running across all kinds of streets. By the way, Detroit's a really cool town. Like some of the friendliest people.
Wiseman, 7 minutes that night. He went 3 for 3 from the field.
James got on the floor.
Anyway, well, listen, welcome back, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you.
And you weren't coming back until, I mean, we literally, Waterboy and I signed off Friday saying, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen in this game. I mean, we went through every negative angle going into this game. Man, they're not rushing the passer, and Brock's throwing picks late, and the Jags, I've won 5 in a row, and Doug Peterson's a dude, and Travis Etienne is a dude, and their defense is like top 3.
See, but when that Niner team shows up, they'll go toe-to-toe, if not beat anybody in the NFL. That team we saw yesterday, not the team we'd seen the prior 3 games.
It all started on the first play of the game when they came out with the 5-man front.
Right there.
And they went with
right
the 5 D-line, which is something Marcus was bringing up to John Lynch on Friday.
No kidding.
He's like, where's my 5-man front?
Do I start calling Marcus the Swami? You got a crystal ball, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
How did you know? I don't know how he knew, but yeah,
Swami Marcus.
Yeah, the 5-man front.
He also called out Hufanga to John Lynch, and Hufanga made
Hufanga was making plays. Bro, Marcus, can you say something about my bank
account? You know what happened on Saturday night at the team hotel? Marcus, Lynch got up. He goes, guys, Lynch stood up in front of the team at the team meeting. He said, guys, Waterboy's calling you out. He goes, he needs a 5-man front. He needs a play from Hufanga.
Well, now that I know Marcus can see the future and he's got a crystal ball, the least you could have done was giving Kelly Oubre a warning. I'd be like, dude, don't be running across traffic.
Now that's talent. When I give a guy information within 60 seconds.
I'm just trying to turn something around, yeah.
That's talent, baby.
Trying to turn something around.
Anyway. Oh, geez, sorry.
Now, how are you feeling? Listen to this guy with the cough.
I know, yeah.
What, you got a Burt Young thing
I went down into the... After you left on Thursday, I'll take people into my personal life here.
Please.
I was writing the jock blog, and I was getting you ever get that the achy chill thing? I hate that. I was like, no. And I tried to be in denial. And then by like 6 or 7 o'clock Thursday night, I was like, oh, man, I got the shivers going. I had a sore throat. And everything I was like, oh, man. I was like, do I go to work? I was like, yeah, I go to work.
Oh, thank God. Bro, if you didn't come to work today, I don't know what happened.
I meant Friday. I meant Friday.
Oh.
I was like, should I infect? I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to work. I'm planning to infect Marcus.
A lot of people don't know this. This is the sound of Brian Murphy pulling into the garage on Friday morning.
Then bottomed out Friday, dude. Bottomed out.
I hadn't heard Cheeto in a while.
And then Saturday kind of fought through and then started feeling better yesterday.
Hey, this is good for your head too, Murph. Yeah. So I had to fly back late Saturday night. I had a connecting flight in SLC. Shout out Salt Lake City. I see you guys. Yeah, but anyway, I'm watching I was on the plane. I got to watch a USC game.
Yeah, they backdoor covered my A.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But USC has fallen and they can't get up.
And they play the fallen Bruins this Saturday.
Well, why don't you go ahead and stomp them?
No, dude, don't. I may snap today or tomorrow.
No, don't. You need your health. You need your health.
Warning, there's a snap coming on Chip Kelly. Because, I mean, listen, you guys have known how I felt for 6 years, but now I'm at the point, and I may... Have you noticed, by the way, the door has been kicked down on swearing on TV? Right?
Totally, we've been talking about this.
The Michigan guy on Saturday just took it to the next level.
All bets are off. I don't even know what happened with the Michigan guy.
Michigan beat Penn State. So Harbaugh, by the way, how about the Friday news dump Friday, where the Big Ten suspends Harbaugh late Friday afternoon, and then the Giants announced this really exciting coaching staff at 5 o'clock on Friday, so we can't even talk about it, where Pat Burrell and Matt Williams are coming back, and they're like, yeah, let's dump this so nobody can talk about it. Come on, Giants. You got to be better than that. Anyway, point is that Michigan had to go with an interim coach, their O coordinator, Sharon Moore, I think his name is, and they had a huge win at Penn State. And, dude, the guy takes – you didn't see his post-game interview?
I did not.
Bawling and swearing, I effing love you, Jim Harbaugh. I love the S out of you. He said, I love the S out of you.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Hey,
but
man.
He said it all live on Fox. It was like, they're just kicked down the door.
No beeps, no censoring.
No.
Well, I don't know what's going on anymore because there are FCC regulations.
I know. It's out of control now.
I've
really
been taught, yes.
And then Draymond will do it, too. You have an NBC Sports Bay Area presser, Draymond will be like, it doesn't effing matter. I'll be like, man.
By the way, Draymond, I know.
Did I mention that basketball team? Holy moly.
Yeah, it was a rough going over there last night.
Yeah. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got to put a stamp on this
Let's
thing, man.
go.
Come on, man, because it was so much fun, whether it was Wilkes on the ground, whether it was Chase Young with the boombox with Debo and Trent Williams, whether it's Nick Bosa finally having his game.
There it is.
Or Brock Purdy looking ice cold. By the way, so this is his, Marcus, help. You got to help. This is his, he does the ice water in the veins thing. That's his thing. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I like the ice water in the veins.
Brock Purdy with a little gangster move. See him and Debo doing it? They're like tapping each other up on the floor.
I actually didn't know what that was, though. Is that what that is? That's ice water?
My kid had to explain it to me.
Okay.
He goes, duh, Dad. He's saying he's got ice water. Inject the ice water in the veins. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So it's the ice water in the veins. You got Debo on end arounds. You got Trent Williams. I guess all they needed was Trent and Debo coming back.
I got Kittle shaking tackles and literally walking into the end zone.
It all comes down to Jay. And you know who calls it in? Steve Wilkes. He calls it into Goodell. Goodell said, did I see you on the ground?
Is that you, Silk Wilkes?
He said, why don't you not worry about it? You overpaid corporate mannequin and put it in the books. San Francisco 49ers 34, Jacksonville Jaguars 3.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
There they are, man. It was really fun. It is. And then listen, everybody feels great again. They're 6-3. They're tied with the Seahawks. Guys, and once again, we're just planning the roadmap through Detroit.
Pretty
on
much.
the way to the Super Bowl.
But I love
because
their
the
lines. I can
Lions
tell you that. Did you happen to notice, since you were visiting my new Twitter page, by the way, I'll see you over there at Paulie's Pod. I took a shot of my buddy Eugene and I before we went into the stadium. Yeah. If you look in the background, you can see if you blow it up a little bit, you can see there's a statue of Barry Sanders.
Oh, I didn't see that.
A pretty nice one, actually, too.
We talked about that on the Cooler Content once, I think.
What, the statue?
Yeah. Well, that's cool, man. How's my boy Eugene doing?
He's great. And Detroit, what a great town that is, man.
What were they charging you for a beer at that place?
Oh, God, I don't even remember. $12 maybe, $12.50, something like that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, it's the heartland. They're keeping it reasonable.
They are keeping it reasonable.
Well, different cost of living back there. You know what I mean?
God, all right. How was the weather back there?
Weather was good. Luckily, I didn't catch a cough like Murph did, but I'm glad you're feeling better. Here's what Murph sounded like when I walked in. Yeah.
That's fair. All right, guys, here's the deal. We'll say good morning to Marcus and dive into this game that was so exciting and so much fun and so cathartic for the 49ers on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I wouldn't, Matt.
Saratoga. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Kittle stopped by the post-game show yesterday with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa to talk about the 49ers' 34-3 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sam Darnold takes the last knee, and the 49ers will head to midfield, shake the hands of Doug Peterson. First time the Niners have ever beaten Doug Peterson. He was 2-0 against them as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. He has Jacksonville completely flipped around from a couple of years ago when Urban Meyer was the head coach. Two of the great offensive minds meeting in midfield, Kyle Shanahan and Doug Peterson. The difference was the Niner defense today. Nick Bosa returning to the state of Florida. Boy, was he dominant today.
There it is, Greg Papa, who we talked to on Friday, and then he got on a plane, and man, oh man, did everything go just the way you dreamed. As Marcus said in our face-off, Niners force more turnovers than they allow points. 4 turnovers, 3 points. I mean, that's a Jacksonville team that had the longest win streak in the NFL. They're walking around in a daze today. Doug Peterson calling it a wake-up call. I'm like, wake-up call? You guys have won 5 in a row. What do you mean, dude? So everything great. I mean, really, if you had to nitpick, what, McCaffrey didn't score a touchdown?
Well,
I guess that's number one.
Isn't it? Yes.
And then they did make a change in the secondary, and I'm not sure if it was a flat benching, but certainly reduced Isaiah Oliver's playing time a lot. Moved Demo Lenore to the slot and put Ambry Thomas on the outside.
Another good move.
Which hit and miss. He got beat a couple times, but he defended a play in the end zone and then made that play.
He did.
Crazy play that resulted in him forcing the fumble, scooping the fumble, scoring the touchdown. Only half the Niners sideline was on the field.
Yeah,
so
shout out Will Clark talking to Kyle Shanahan. You got caught, partner.
I know, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Was Wilkes one of them? Because
I'm not sure if he was on the
mentioning
field.
the deep irony that putting Wilkes on the field costing the Niners a touchdown.
You wanted him on the field. You wanted it. You got it. Yeah.
So, anyway, Marcus Waterboy Bichet coming off his Raider win on Sunday night. It was not pretty.
Oh, dude.
It's about as pretty as Aiden O'Connell's whole look with that mustache and everything.
You beat me to the punch on this. We got to get into the whole presentation of Aiden O'Connell.
Though, buddy. You're 2-0.
That's it, boys.
Pierce,
Back-to-back wins.
The Meadowlands sweep, I call that.
That's it. Yeah. It's the New Jersey sweep, Paulie Mac. And I think more importantly was the fact that we not only took the Raiders, but we took the under in the Friday football forecast, filling in for Paulie Mac. So the Waterboy stepping in on short day notice, went 2-0 in the forecast this weekend.
Yeah, and so did Paulie. Mm-hmm. Paulie went 2-0. I was the only guy who went 1-1.
Do you have season numbers in front of you? I've lost my way. Help me out, because I don't know where.
Do I have season numbers? What do you think?
I appreciate it. I don't. So I appreciate it.
I'm still scuffling. Dude, by the way, well, I need to do the NFL. I went in my pool yesterday. I went 10-3 against the spread yesterday.
Tough game.
But
Tough
that's
day
the
too.
Pros.
Yeah.
In college, I went 7-9.
Yeah, it's tough.
College is killing me.
It's a crapshoot. Yeah.
Let me tell you, I'm blaming Cal. I'm blaming Stanford. I'm blaming Georgia. Georgia's up. Georgia covers, doesn't cover. Covers, doesn't cover. Cover. They can't figure them out. There's no patterns, man. It's freaking random. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start doing my college picks randomly.
Ooh.
Randomly. And then I'm going to make my pro pick.
Now, Murph, have you ever thought about changing your name from Saturday Murph to Sunday Murph?
Seriously. Oh, my God. I'm putting a name change.
Nothing wrong with Sunday Murph.
Anyway, I won with Colorado. Remember after that guy, I took Colorado to cover, and some guy texted and he goes, bad pick, Murph. He goes, my cousin's on the team, and Prime has lost the locker room. I'm like, damn, that's
wow,
kind of a random
quick.
text. But Colorado did indeed cover. In fact, they almost won the damn game. They only lost on a last-second field goal, so I got that one. But the Oregon-USC thing. Oregon should have blown them out. It's almost like they got lazy. Like they were bored they were ahead, and then they got lazy and they missed a field goal and then allowed a late touchdown. So anyway, I'm 10-9-1. You, yesterday, you rode the Niners. Nice.
Yeah, I knew they were going to be desperate. Yeah.
And you rode Detroit minus 2.5.
Yeah, okay, good. I was worried about that spread.
You're now 11, 8, and 1.
Oh, I'm doing all right. Okay, I'm above water.
And I'm 10, 9,
thanks,
and 1.
Marcus.
We're both above 500.
Yeah,
and
that's
Marcus
good.
went 2-0. Marcus's picks were the Vegas under, right?
Bobby Boucher's.
Correct. And the other one you gave was the
Colts -2 out in Germany
What a
against
game.
Bill Belichick
What
and
a
the Patriots.
special game that was.
What do we do
I
with
think
the
the Germans
Pats?
have asked us not to return.
Seriously,
by the way.
no,
You know what I
great
mean?
call, dude. Great call. What do we do with the Pats? We might have to move them to the garage when
Dude, you
people
got
come
Kraft
over.
in that big black parka, like looking down. I've never seen Belichick put his hands on his head, ever.
No, he's having
Have
some
you
hard
ever?
times, man. No.
Dude, I've been watching this guy since 90.
Prior to 86, you mean?
Been watching this guy since 86.
He was a D coordinator in 86, yeah.
I think I only noticed him in 90.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever seen that guy ever change expression. He put his hands on his head.
He might keel over at some point because this team is killing him.
You know what's interesting, Marcus? They might get the number 1 pick. They might get the number 1 pick.
Oh no!
And then what?
Please
You know,
don't.
did they get Caleb Williams?
No, come on. I want them to be kind of in
Yeah,
that 10
probably.
to 15 range where they kind of suck for the next couple of years. Like, you don't think they dropped to a worse record than the Carolina Panthers?
Well, right
do
now
they?
they're 2-8. Carolina's 1-8. So it's a race. It's a race to
It's
the
a
bottom.
race to the bottom of the
Race to the
barrel.
bottom.
Yeah.
Plus, Chicago has that 1 pick, which I guess if somebody wants Caleb, they would trade for it, right? And so who's the number 2?
Great
I haven't
call.
even done my boning
Great
up
question.
on that. Who is the number 2 quarterback prospect right now? 2024 NFL quarterbacks. Anyway, congrats. What were you going to say about Aiden O'Connell's look, Paul?
Oh, just his look is just, bro, the first time I got a really close-up look at him, dude, with the wispy little mustache. He's got like a high school mustache.
And-
you know what I mean? Like, it's like one of those little kind of, I'm just starting to do this kind of thing. Chubby cheeks. The whole look is odd.
Oh, Drake May out of North Carolina. People love that guy.
Do they?
They love that guy.
Yeah. Well, they also love the quarterback of the Jets when he was coming out of the draft. Look at him last night.
I will say, did you guys watch the very last play of the game?
I did. I watched the whole thing.
That was a hell of a chuck by Zach
It
Wilson.
was in the end zone. I mean, it was playable. Somebody could have made a play.
First of all, to escape that rush and then to go
Unbelievable.
against
Max
his body.
Crosby. Crosby was running for, he was going hard.
That was one of the better against the body throws I've ever seen,
Right.
really. It was a 60
I agree.
That's basically that guy's talent.
I guess so.
That's his talent right
Escapability.
there.
And
he
by
can
the
throw
way,
you a circus ball, but nothing else.
He demonstrated, our own quarterback, Brock Purdy, demonstrated some great escapability yesterday, getting out of the pocket.
That is maybe one of my
He'll
biggest
duck under,
takeaways
like,
in this game is don't sleep on this guy's escapability.
He's very slippery. Yeah.
It's turning into one of his better qualities.
And I love the stone face of Brock Purdy. Like, there's really not a lot of...
That's what you do when you're putting the ice in the veins, right?
Oh, I see. That's right. Him and Debo. Duh.
Yeah, no, the stone face. And then occasionally he'll let, when Fox does the slow motion of him going, woo, that, you know?
Yeah.
And by the way, what is it about Joe Davis now that I'm finding comforting? Like,
He's like an old friend, even though we just met this guy. I know. Joe Davis is back. Thank God. Yeah.
Hey, Moose Johnson had a great line. Did you see it when on the McCaffrey touchdown thing with the Juszczyk catching that ball?
I like that, yeah.
And Moose said, a true fullback would have gone down on the 1 to let his running back get the touchdown record. That was a pretty funny line, I thought. I like it. I'm comforted by a Moose Johnson, too.
Yeah,
So
I like him, too.
I like those guys on the call.
And I'm glad Juszczyk got in the end zone, too, because he does so much heavy lifting. I love when he gets a little moment of glory.
Well, I felt like from the first snap, the 5-man front.
Yes.
Right? Looked
I'm with
great.
you. Yep.
Kinlaw was in there. No Young. Young did not start.
No.
Then they rolled out, and Fred Warner blitzed Trevor Lawrence, into an incompletion. And then the next one was a little dump down for 5. And then they sacked his Armstead and Hargrave.
You know what the crazy thing is? The door kick, with the jump and the kick.
That's what it is.
I love kicking the door down.
And to see that sack in the first series.
It was like, here we go. We're rolling again. And you can't just say, or at least I feel this way, like you could easily just look at, okay, well, they didn't have Trent. They didn't have Debo. But it was on the defensive side of the ball, too. The tackling was really poor. They were unable to get pressure on the quarterback during that 3-game losing streak. And then yesterday, it was like they went back into the time machine, and they're the team we saw back in September. So this is a curious team, but if they play at that level, Murph, they're going to be awfully tough to beat.
The NFL's a week-to-week league.
Yeah.
I mean, what did we say about the Cincinnati Bengals after last week?
Holy smokes.
That the road to the Super Bowl goes through Cincy. Dude, they lost to C.J. Stroud in the who, by the way,
I know.
They're coming to run the league. D'Amico is coming to run the league.
Yeah.
And this guy, C.J. Stroud, is turning into one of the great stories in recent NFL history, man. Go read his bio. I told you, it's incredible. The story about the dad and all that.
Yeah.
And just how he was not the chosen one all through like the 7-on-7 camps growing up in Southern California. And it wasn't until his junior year that he got his first offer from Colorado.
The chosen one.
Whereas his buddy Bryce Young was getting all the love as a freshman and all that. And
Right.
he and his mom were living in a cramped apartment above a garage because dad's in prison for life. And this kid's got character for days. He's got heart for days. And he's got the kid's hungry. He's hungry and he's talented.
He is, very.
Now, dude, are you ready for a world where the Houston Texans are running things?
I mean, yeah, I'm happy for D'Amico. I'm glad it's working well down there. I don't think a lot of people saw this coming either. Like the Texans being this good this quickly, pretty exciting.
And they got a chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's
like
awesome.
A real chance to make the playoffs.
Last time they were in the playoffs, I think they were kicking your ass, Marcus. No disrespect. But that was when Derek Carr got hurt.
Yeah, the Raiders' third-string quarterback. Their backup quarterback got hurt, too. Shout out,
no
Matt.
excuses, baby. The guy we got out there was the 262nd pick in the draft, all right, buddy?
Yeah, but there was excuses when he lost in the NFC Championship game, but we won't go down that road, boys. We won't go down that road.
Look at
Very
you.
good.
All right.
100%.
Let's get the guest list going. By the way, the other thing, we thought the 10 a.m. East Coast thing was going to hurt them.
Not at all.
Usually, a 10 a.m. East Coast start means you're going to be sluggish. It's the exact opposite. They came out of a cannon.
Yeah.
They came out of a freaking cannon in that game. I was like, whoa, what is this, man? It's like they all had sugar cereal right before they
You know what's crazy? Yesterday, they played so well that even when they made mistakes, they were turned into successful plays. Brock Purdy's first touchdown pass across, however many defense floating this ass over there. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Okay, touchdown. But still, I was holding my breath when that thing was in the air, man.
And it's funny, Paulie, because I actually wanted to hop in with a riff this morning because I was comparing Brock Purdy this morning to Brett Favre and some of those backyard type plays that he makes.
That's legit.
But also, you brought up Aiden O'Connell earlier this morning and the look that he has.
Wow.
Now, out in Raider Nation, a lot of people don't compare him to Brett Favre, but they compare him to Favre from Super Troopers, the guy who drinks the liter of cola. And dude, Paulie Mack, he's got a shirt that he'll wear that says, "Look like Farva, play like Favre."
That's incredible.
That's my guy, Aiden O'Connell.
All right, man. Fair enough.
So
Hey, you
sorry,
got the
boys.
W.
I just wanted to get that riff in
That's
there
the only
this
thing that
morning.
matters. You got
Pretty
the
good.
W.
And did you see, like, when they did his intro on the thing, he was doing this thing where he was, like,
That's
trying to Mad Dog the camera.
I'm like, I'm not buying it,
nodding,
brother.
And then he was like,
I'm not
playing
buying
that.
it.
And I was like,
Yeah,
dude,
he's-
you look like a
he's like
you look like
pointing-
the guy who gets bullied
He's
in
like
the
pointing
hall.
at the
You know what I
camera.
mean?
I'm like,
He's like the DD discount dollar store version of Derek Carr, man. But hey, he's won back-to-back games, all right?
He's like, you want this mustache? I'm coming.
What do you guys have next in your
Oh, dude, don't look now. Next up is the Dolphins and then the Chiefs.
Okay.
Well, that's,
Hey,
you know.
man, bring 'em on,
Go ahead and
baby.
beat the Chiefs for me.
Bring
Beat
them
'em.
on.
All right.
That's what you guys do.
No
That's
problem.
What you guys do.
Bring it on, Raiders. Next two games, Dolphins and Chiefs. But the 49ers' next game is against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But before we get into next week, we got to recap Week 10 of the NFL season. And, of course, your Monday doesn't start until you get your total weekend recap. Hums and Bums coming to you hot and fast this morning in about 20 minutes at 6:50.
Maybe Metallica in Detroit makes Paulie's hum baby.
I would hope so. I really would.
Me finally beating this cold makes my hum babies.
There it is.
Yeah. I haven't been sick in a long time. It sucks.
Yeah, I don't
By the
like
way,
when Murph is
I want
sick.
to shout out NyQuil. I want to shout NyQuil. We love you, you big
giant blanking Q.
Yeah.
I will say this, though. When Murph gets sick, we turn it into a positive, like Brock Purdy turning a near disaster into a positive. Last time Murph had a really serious cough, I said, you know what? I hear something musical in that cough. I turned it into this. Yeah, see, we can use that. Yeah. Always a positive, Marcus.
Very good. All right, so Hums and Bums at 6:50, yes.
Hums and Bums kick off your Monday morning, and then your Monday morning power hour starts 7:35 with T-Rock, Tim Ryan, talking about the 49ers win yesterday.
Yeah, happy T-Rock after a long flight. That's a long flight from Jacksonville home.
Yeah, but a happy flight.
Yeah.
Very happy
And
flight.
they're home this Sunday.
Yeah.
That's it. They're back this weekend taking on Tampa Bay. We'll get to our big hit, our cooler of content. Then at 8:50 this morning, we'll check in with Mike Silver from the San Francisco Chronicle.
I thought, dude, seeing Bosa and Chase Young together, the Buckeye brothers.
Reunited.
The Buckeye brothers, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to be in a big mood because it's big game week. Nobody takes big game more seriously than Mike Silver.
Okay.
He is the number one big game guy
Regardless of-
in the Bay Area. I would defy you to find somebody who cares more.
Okay.
Because I've known Mike forever, and I follow him closely, and these two teams have sucked for so long.
You know who else?
And he treats this thing like the frickin' Super Bowl.
Here's another big game
He really does.
lunatic, because he was like this back in the day. We just had him on the show. Troy Clarity, who works with the Stanford Broadcasting Crew. He's a big game lunatic as well.
I hate to tell them this, but remember I told you guys that story about my boss from Mississippi, from Slim Smith at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, who he came. So I worked at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat covering the Niners, and we got a new sports editor from Mississippi named Slim Smith. You're like, what's a guy from Mississippi doing in Santa Rosa? He's like, he goes, my wife and I always kind of romanticized the West Coast and the wine country. The job was open. We decided to take a life adventure. I'm like, this guy's name is Slim. Guy's name was Slim. Turned out to be one of my great bosses of all time. What's up, Slim? Fist in the air. Love you, buddy.
You got to be really
Anyway,
cool to have a name Slim.
Right?
You
Slim
really
McCaffrey.
do. The only guy I know is the blues guy, Slim Harpo. Outside of that, I got nothing.
Anyway, he told this story back. So he was like, guys, I come from college football. He's like, college football around here is terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, man, I actually tried to defend the big game. I'm like, the big game's kind of cool. I said, listen, I'm not a Cal guy. I'm not a Stanford guy. I'm like, the big game's kind of cool. He goes, really? I goes, I'll check this thing out. He goes to it. He comes back. He writes this column in the Press Democrat.
Oh, no.
He goes, so I grew up in Tupelo, Mississippi, home of Elvis. He goes, and we had a big rock in the middle of town, and we all thought it was an asteroid, and for years and years we had tourists come to check it out, check out the big asteroid Tupelo, the Tupelo asteroid from outer space. He goes, finally we brought an astrologist in or a NASA guy to come in and tell us where it came from, and he did a study and found out it was just a rock. It was not an asteroid. He goes, so and his whole point of the column was, I went to the big game, I went to the big game, I went to the big game. He goes, and you know what? It's just a rock.
Okay, nice. Yeah, pretty good. Not bad.
I was like, damn, touche. We've been beaten. So anyway, I'll tell Mike that story, and that'll get him so pissed off.
Oh, it's good. I would look forward to this.
Dude, you want to talk about
Are you going to do that on the air today?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Oh, good. I'm looking forward to this.
That'll poke him.
Ooh.
That'll poke him.
Okay. This is going to be good.
I want Chip Kelly's head on a... Oh, man.
Yeah, you've had enough. Look at Murphy. It's been a while since you've done this.
Well, because you know what I've done, Paulie?
You've laid way back.
Sublimated. Or I've what do you call it? I've sublimated.
Okay.
I've pushed it down.
Yes.
And what do you do when you push your feelings down?
It's going to explode at some point.
I'm going to swear.
It's going to blow.
I am going to swear on the air.
It's like John Travolta in Pulp Fiction.
Today.
When in Pulp Fiction, John Travolta says that to Sam Jackson, we're cleaning up the bloody car. He goes, listen, man, I'm a race car, and you're putting me in the red. And all I know is that it's bad for a race car to be in the red.
Yeah,
that's Murph right now. Yeah.
Anyway, I've sublimated for years. I told my kids, on my deathbed, hopefully you guys will be there. I said, and when you're there,
yes,
I'm going to say to you, I want 6 years of my life back from Chip effing Kelly.
Marcus,
I want 6 years of my life back.
Murph used to do this a lot. Right. He used to get very upset, but he's been so quiet on the Bruins. I knew at some point he was going to blow.
And then after Mike Silver, Tim Kawakami at 9:15, right?
Nice.
There we go. All right, Hums and Bums next on the Sports Leader.
That's a big game, man.
right, once again, good morning, Paulie Mac. Back in the Bay, happy to be here sitting right alongside Murph, kicking off this week. And this is another chance to talk to Steve Moskowitz. As I say good morning to you, Steve, this is a good opportunity maybe to talk a little bit more about ERC relief for the people that need it right before Thanksgiving. So how are we doing today, Steve? How was your weekend and what's happening?
Doing great because I'm helping your listeners getting the money that the Congress wants them to have. And it's called ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 to employers who employed people during 2020 and 21 that qualify. And for those of you that are saying, hey, your CPA said you didn't qualify, there's two ways to qualify.
Okay.
One way is the easy way. We start out that way too, a certain drop in gross revenue. But shamefully, a lot of companies are stopping there and saying, if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law provides for a second method, a facts and circumstances method. Why isn't everybody doing it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional because it requires analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. So if you were turned down for ERC, do the same thing you would do with a medical doctor. Call us for that free second opinion. You may be entitled to hundreds of thousands of dollars or even more.
That's incredible, Steve. And what a good way to kick this week off. So if you heard Steve's message, you feel like, you know what, maybe I should talk to him about ERC relief, follow that instinct and call Steve toll free at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. And also visit Steve Moskowitz online at moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a normal keeper that we had up. I got the edge. Just felt like I had a lot of time. The smart decision was probably just continue to run, try to get as many yards as I can instead of putting the ball up like I did. But I saw BA in the back of the end zone sort of run space, George as well, and I just put it up towards the back, and BA came down with it. But yeah, I'm not necessarily proud of that play, honestly. I mean, yes, it was a touchdown and everything, great. BA made a great play, but I got to be smart with the ball, and if anything, I should have ran the ball. So
yeah, he's 100% right, and we must have known it was going to be the 49ers' day when that thing landed safely in Brandon Ayuk's arms. It's funny, the 49ers' social media, I think their Instagram, had an angle of that from the end zone. It's really interesting to watch because you're seeing it from Ayuk's perspective.
Yeah.
And there's just, you see Purdy rolling left, and you see him stop, and then you just see this brown oval, or not oval, what am I trying to say? Anyway, you see this brown pigskin heading towards a crowd. You're like, what the heck? And it just miraculously eludes every fingertip and lands in. I mean, ultimately, it's a dime. It's an incredible throw, but this guy, man, just run those. As he rolled left on that, he had so much room to run. And you saw him plant his right foot and move backwards. I'm like, oh, dude, what's he doing? Okay.
Yeah, what's he doing? Yeah.
But usually his decision-making's been so good. Really, that was really the closest thing he had to a pick all day.
No, you're not kidding. And there was very little to kind of pick on yesterday or find a fault in with the Niners. It was a damn near flawless performance by that team. And it was what they really needed. I think all the fans are like taking a deep breath, feel a little bit relaxed now that you can see them playing their best ball again. And Debo back and Trent back and the 5-man front, the changes they made. Like you said on that first series on defense, it was from the start, man. That was the Niners game. I mean, the Jaguars never even really had a pulse.
They played like they don't want to hear it anymore. They played like they were listening to
the Murph and Mac show. Yeah.
And they're like, oh, really? That's
you don't want silkworks on the field? Okay.
Honestly, from the moment that game started, they were like, hold that, haters, pretty much.
Well, it's good to see them respond like that.
Am I allowed to quote Klay Thompson these days?
Hold that, haters? Well, a lot of hitting the rim and stuff,
Oh, boy. We'll
I
get into
love
that in a
Klay,
second.
too, but he's having a hard time.
He and and Wiggins.
Well, I haven't seen Wiggins. I mean, I don't even know where is he?
Hey, Dante Whitner was one of the most critical analysts of the Niners. We'll see what he says today after he joins Papa and Lund at 12:30. All right, maybe the only so much fun was the Christian McCaffrey attempt. Now, there's a little bit of controversy attached to this. One, you're playing McCaffrey in a blowout. What if he turns an ankle or something, right? You don't want that. And then two, are you disrespecting a Doug Peterson up 34-3 trying to punch it in?
Well, that's a good question.
I
To a degree,
that.
yes. If I was on the receiving end of that, I wouldn't have liked it.
If the Jags were doing that to us,
that's what I'm saying.
Levi's,
I would be like, bro, what are you trying to prove here?
I mean, especially when they doubled down and went for it on fourth down.
I know.
I get it the first 3 attempts, but I thought, oh, okay. We're doing this. We're going for it on 4th and goal when you're already up 29 points.
Well, a lot of times you can tell how pissed they are by how brief or long the coaches coming together and shaking hands after the game is. And I don't think I saw Peterson and Shanahan shake hands after the game. Did you? Was it quick?
Where you alluded in your show that Shanahan did have a quote saying he explained it to Peterson?
Yeah, I listened to his full presser yesterday, and he said, we talked to Doug Peterson. He knows we were not trying to run up the score. It was just because it was an NFL record.
I wonder if Doug's like, yeah, blank you.
Yeah, wait. Next time he's going to create a Jacksonville special and use that on us. Yeah.
Anyway, here's McCaffrey. So who scores? Brandon Ayuk scores.
Yes, sir.
George Kittle scores.
Yes.
Debo Samuel scores. Kyle Juszczyk scores. The one guy who didn't. Poor Christian McCaffrey here.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me. No, that means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to get me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
So he goes down the record books tied with Baltimore Colts legend Lenny Moore
from the '60s. Yeah,
and by the way, it just made me realize I need more Lennys in my life, Paulie. I need more Lennys. And can I get a rapid Mount Lenny Moore?
Well, can I start? Lenny Dykstra.
Oh,
yeah.
Because I thought you were going to go Kravitz for
I was going to start with Dykstra. Yeah, with the tobacco.
Well, then we have it then. So we're going to go Dykstra, Moore, Kravitz, and Squiggy.
That's it. There it is.
Mount Lenny Moore.
You wanted it? There it is.
You're forgetting my guy Lenny from Of Mice and Men.
Oh, you know what? Can I get? You know what?
He's making literature drops now. I know. He's talking Steinbeck.
That's the guy who paints himself as a C student who barely got the 2.0 to stay eligible in high school baseball, going Steinbeck on us.
I love it. I love it.
I'm absolutely standing ovation.
And by the way,
Mount Lenny Moore. Who do we kick out for that one?
Well, it's tough to remove. I've kicked. Why don't we get Kravitz out of there because he's made some so-so stuff lately. And then also, what about Lenny Dawson? Are we dropping the ball by not honoring the first number 16?
He mostly went by Len though. He wasn't. I want guys who go by Lenny.
Okay.
Like Waterboy's guy, Lenny. Tough ending for that.
Wait a minute, Murph again.
Look at the rabbits. Look at the rabbits.
Another. No, you're on fire. I hear you. It's amazing.
What was it? Shakespeare last week, Steinbeck this week?
I feel ashamed. I feel like maybe I should just leave the office and go home now because shame on me, shame on you, Lenny and Squiggy.
I did say that.
Oh, you did? My bad. Okay, so hit me again. Hit me again.
That was our Lenny and that was our 4.
Okay, start again for me.
It was Kravitz, Dykstra, Moore, and Squiggy.
All right, so we kick out Kravitz and replace.
Put in Lenny from Mice and Men.
My bad. I think I was too blown away from the Steinbeck call to really hear.
So anyway, guys, there you go, man. It's fun stuff. So Lenny Moore. By the way, all the guys on that list who he's joined, I think it's John Riggins, Lenny Moore, O.J. Simpson, Emmitt Smith were the 4. Those are all Hall of Famers, bro.
Nice.
Is Christian McCaffrey going to the Hall of Fame? I mean, he's on that path, isn't he? And I just read that George Kittle has now 500 receiving yards. It's like his 7th straight season.
He's had a hell of a career,
He
George
becomes
Kittle.
one of only 4 tight ends to ever do that. Is he on a Hall of Fame path?
He's had a hell of a career. Still going, still writing that story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun stuff. Hum babies and bum babies.
Let's
Your
go.
favorite thing of a Monday. Your very favorite thing on a Monday. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I suck.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Murph and Mac's Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Now here's Murph and Mac. Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh, yeah. Paulie Mac back from Metallica. Woo! 49ers back from the dead. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. What a day it was in Jacksonville. I'm sure we'll touch on that during the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies. But there's other things out there, too. My goodness, Paulie.
Oh, okay, what's that?
Any number of things could make the Hums or the Bums. So I'm curious to hear where we going with our 3 bum babies, because that's you this week, buddy.
Right.
You the bums.
Well, I feel like a bum right now because I'm on barely any sleep at all over the past 48 hours. Murph, I'm on fumes. Like the car is running on fumes only at this point. So I'll throw myself on the bum baby list, too, as a guy who really needs sleep in a pretty desperate way. But the first bum baby selection of the day is the guy I saw right in front of my own very tired eyes yesterday morning. He was under center for the Jacksonville Jaguars. His name's Trevor Lawrence. He's a bum baby today. Listen, I like this kid. I dig the way he competes. I like what he went through. He had some hard times early. He's getting much, much better. He's on a pretty good Jacksonville team. But, dude, yesterday, wow. We spent all week worrying about those Jags, trying to figure out, first of all, how do you pronounce Jaguar? Like, I never even thought about that ever in my life. And then it became like a talking point last week. Jaguar, 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 I don't know. Call them the Jags. But call Trevor Lawrence a bum, though, while you're at it.
Thank you, Triple E.
They had a 5-game win streak. There's Doug Peterson's face, which I enjoy. He's got a pleasant face. He's got the blonde tips and the gray back. He's got like a really funky look. Check out his hair, his whole hair thing. Really interesting. It's a gray blonde kind of mishmash. But I dig him, and I liked him when he was with Philly, too. But here he comes, Jacksonville quarterback Trevor Lawrence. He went out and stunk that joint up under very cloudy skies down in Jacksonville. Where's my Florida sunshine? I thought they were the sunshine state, Marcus. No, not yesterday.
Bosa said that the humidity when he got off the plane made him feel good.
I bet. That's like when we get off the plane in the Bay, you're like, the fog, I'm home. This is the best. And by the way, it got pretty cold in Detroit, too. Walking home from that show, a little wind chill kicking in my face.
Low gray skies and cold coming in.
Yee-hoo! Yeah. Anyway, so Trevor Lawrence wasn't all that yesterday. He really did stink it up in his own North Florida home. Here are the numbers. 17 to 29, $185, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks, a passer rating of 48. Yo, Trevor, that ain't going to cut it, brosif. I am a fan, but today you're a bum.
Lawrence flushed out by Bosa. Bosa wraps him up, throws, intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. And he's dropped by Lawrence himself on the Niner 43-yard line. But it was Nick Bosa with the pressure on Trevor Lawrence forcing the bad throw there and the interception. Lawrence back. Hargrave gets in and hits him. Lawrence throws. Intercepted by Fred Warner. Running back the other way, 40's pushed out of bounds. The Grave Digger is having a game.
Sunday.
All day.
Grave Digger.
Got pressure right in Lawrence's face.
You got to feel the pain and embarrassment of today, and that's what it is. It's terrible. You know, one of the worst games I've probably played in my career. So, you know, I feel that, and I take responsibility for that. And yeah, it's just we couldn't do anything right today.
I don't think they're a desperate football team. Don't get me wrong. They're not. It's a good football team. I don't think it's desperation. They know what they're doing, right? And they did it well today. For us, we're still trying to get there, you know, and I told the team, again, you know, we haven't done anything here, and we're trying to be like that. We're trying to have that consistency, and to me, this will be, in some ways, good for our players. A little bit of a wake-up call, quite honestly.
All right, a couple things real quick. There you go. You heard from Trevor Lawrence himself, and then Peterson, Coach Peterson.
Called it the worst game of his career.
He did. Well, listen, that pick he threw to Fred Warner, I mean, that was going to be the easiest interception of Fred Warner's career. He was like literally right to his numbers.
Do you think Jimmy G watching at home did the DiCaprio or the Brad Pitt Once Upon a Time in Hollywood point at the TV?
Whoa, you talking Italian?
Poor Jimmy G. He's got to look at the whiskers of an Aiden O'Connell now. But anyway, no, it was bad down there. Trevor Lawrence did not look good. And a quick side note before I move on to my next bum baby selection. Murph, I'm just now starting to realize, maybe for the first time in our entire career, that when you and I get into a riff or a groove and we say something spontaneous, like, hey, let's put together the greatest Lenny's of all time, It's only now that I'm realizing how deadly serious the audience is taking this. Like, it's just a riff. These guys, ready for this one? How dare you leave Lenny Wilkens? Like, they're yelling at us about guys we left off Mount Lennymore.
How dare you?
I got one. 916, how dare you leave off Lenny Wilkens? They're right next to him. 775, where's Lenny Bruce?
But 916, the funny one is how dare you lead off Lenny Wilkens? He goes, no one under 50 has ever heard of Lenny Moore. I'm like, I got news for you. No one over 50 has ever heard of Lenny Wilkens.
Very good call. Yeah, that's a good call, man. Anyway, just roll with this guy. We're just trying to have some fun. But it's very serious business out there. Murph, on to second bum, baby. Listen, can
Wait, just a little bit more on Jacksonville here for you. They still do lead their division at 6-3, but Houston's only one game behind them. So looking forward to that. And by the way, if they want to get right, they host Tennessee next week. Titans and Will Levis did not get it done yesterday.
No.
That was one of my only misses yesterday. I believed in Will Levis. That was one of my.
I never thought I'd hear you say that.
One of my missteps there.
I believed
yesterday.
in Will Levis.
Tampa Bay smacked them 20-6.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's interesting. All right, anyway, we're going to see them actually real soon. On to my second one. Murph, if you're cool with this, can I stay with the quarterback position in the NFL? Can I go back-to-back QBs on the bum baby list?
Sure.
Because I listen to Marcus.
That's kind of where everybody is in the world, right? We all talk NFL quarterbacks,
How's your
right?
quarterback? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. In New England, not so good.
Yeah, no.
Not so blanking good. I was listening to Marcus driving in today, and he was talking about waking up early, catching all the European football with the Colts and Bill Belichick's Pats. He was like, yeah, my coffee, I'm rolling one up. I go, that's a nice little Sunday morning you got going over there. Maybe.
Coffee and rolling one.
You know what I mean? A little of each.
Oh, it's one hell of a combination, Murph.
Okay.
Oh,
You're relaxing, and you're also getting a little caffeine hit. I feel you. Sounded very appealing. Anyway, the Mac Jones situation and the Patriots in Germany, I'm putting that all under one big umbrella of bumness as I tell you about what happened here. So at this rate for the Pats, I mean, what are you going to say? Honestly, what are you going to say? This is a really bad football team, and it really don't get more depressing than the German loss early in the morning in front of Marcus with his ganja and his coffee. Here's your final score, 10-6. The Colts get that win.
Wow.
Mac Jones throwing his
10-6.
Yeah, no, that's ugly ball, brother. Ugly ball. And Murph, how about this? Mac Jones, remember like during the pandemic, I have vivid memories of sitting on my couch early in the morning, broadcasting from home. The Mac Jones discussions before that draft, it was pretty much like assumed he'd be quarterbacking in San Francisco, and I'm so glad he's not. It's bad out there. Mac Jones threw his league-leading 10th pick yesterday. Then he got benched by Belichick at the very end of the fourth quarter. They go, you know what, sit down. We're putting this other guy in there to take the last series. That didn't go well either. But in any case, Bill Belichick now openly making gestures on the sideline. He can't hide his frustrations. He put his hands on his head. I've never seen that.
That picture's going viral, baby.
But Belichick doing what the hell?
I could have had a V8.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
Nice. Well,
they've driven Belichick to the hands on the head.
And like you say, that's a rare sight. That's not something that we're used to seeing. Belichick that frustrated openly.
Check it out, Paulie.
On the, it's better than I thought, actually. It's the first time I've seen a still shot. Pats are 2-8. Boy, how the mighty have fallen back in Foxborough, man. They're only behind Carolina for the number one pick in next year's draft. Actually, Chicago has Carolina's 2024 pick. But that's bookkeeping, Murph. I appreciate that note. I don't know if they're going for the number one pick, but it's neck and neck.
See Bob Kraft in the big black parka?
Bobby Kraft.
He was pissed. He spoke to the Sun. He spoke before the game. He was like, "This is really disappointing. Hopefully, we reset it today."
Bob Kraft is like, dude, I'm so stressed out that when we fly back to the States, I got to make a pit stop in Kansas City. Made a little rub down.
No, it was Florida.
I got to make a pit stop in Florida.
New England, because that's an important detail.
Yeah.
Because he goes from New England.
I thought it was Kansas City.
No, he's on his way to Kansas City,
is that what it was?
and he swings by Florida. That's the key.
Yeah, like it's on the way.
To
right?
go down to Florida and then over to KC.
By the way, somebody should tell Bob Kraft you could probably get that kind of service anywhere. You don't have to go to Florida
Speaking
for that.
of KC, this Kelsey thing got out of control over the weekend. He's down in Argentina with Taylor Swift.
Well, listen.
And then she changed the lyrics of her song to include him. And now he's out there with her dad?
You're making me laugh.
I mean, is this guy is he going to retire and just like walk around holding her the back of her walk around holding the back of her dress or something? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
nice. Like a princess.
Yeah.
I like that.
Dude, if I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm like, dude, I need you.
Same here.
Down in Argentina eating steaks and macking with her on stage.
All kidding aside, dude, I'm with you on that. By the way, did you see Taylor? She got really pissed off because somebody threw something on stage.
No,
You guys
I
hear
didn't
about
see that? No.
Yeah. Somebody threw something up there. And
that's unusual. Usually the Swifties are well behaved.
Check it out. It's typical Taylor Swift. Everything is perfect fashion. She was like, you guys, really, it'd be nice if you don't throw anything on the stage. because it upsets me, and she goes, one of my dancers could slip and fall, and then she goes, but I love you so much. I love you so much. And then
I was going to say, I didn't know Raider fans started going to Taylor Swift games.
A lot different from the shows I go to, where guys like, dude, if I find out who threw that, I'm coming down there to kick your ass. I've seen guys say that, actually. Taylor Swift handles it differently. Anyway,
back to Kansas City and the Patriots, yes.
They suck. Mac Jones and the Patriots are bum babies.
Oh, no!
Yeah.
We suck again!
2nd and 12, play action fake. Here's the toss, and it's intercepted. Julian Blackmon, the ball went right to him. Whatever receiver Jones was throwing to kept going into the end zone. Patriots out of timeouts at their own 40, first down and 10, and Zappi spikes the football.
No, he faked it.
And throws over the middle, and it's intercepted. Rodney Thomas picks it off. He faked the spike and rifles it over the middle, and Rodney Thomas picks it off.
It was a terrible throw. Practiced it, hit it in practice. Just not a good throw, and I knew where to go. I just didn't do it. Didn't do it right. And there were some things that I was working through, but it doesn't matter. No excuses. I got to do a better job of that, and it's really hard. Out there in the NFL, it's really good defense, but there was a lot of open guys out there that I could have hit. They just told me I was out of the game, so I wasn't playing very good, so I got taken out of the game. I got a lot of faith in myself, but there's just things I got to get fixed and just learn, right? Just keep learning and figure it out.
See you bench Mac Jones this afternoon. Is this the future of Mac Jones in the business, or will you see him returning again 2 weeks time?
Yeah, we'll worry about next week. The game just finished like a half hour ago.
Phil, what made Bailey Zappi the best option at quarterback for them?
Yeah, I just thought it was time for a change.
Phil, was any of that related to injury?
Yeah, look, I made the decision. That's what it was. And we'll deal with next week.
Bill, do you still have faith in Mac Jones as your quarterback?
I have faith in all our players.
Coach, how much does the talk about your job security bother you?
Yeah, I'll just do the best I can every day. I think I'm all disappointed in the season.
Who needs sitcoms when you could just watch a Belichick press conference and laugh your ass off? By the way, Mac Jones, dude, the profound sorrow of a Mac Jones. I feel like throwing an arm around this kid. That poor bastard. You hear how sad he was?
He's already baby-faced, but in situations like that, he looks like he's like a high school freshman.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's just
really tough out there.
And
this is the NFL.
They asked him, "Do you think your coach has faith in you?" He's like, he goes, I don't know. He said,
I don't know, man. Well, it was tough times out there.
They have a bye this week, by the way, after Germany.
This last one's going to pain me a little bit, but I think it's time we have a talk, and it's about Murph's Golden State Warriors.
Woo!
Yeah, can we call this, Murph, a lost weekend?
Hell yeah, you can call it a lost weekend. What the hell?
Well, the Golden State Warriors and their lost weekend are my final Bum Baby selection. I'll explain if you're away for the weekend, like me, but you'll get the feel for why I did this, because they had that 5-2 start, the road start actually, to the season. They were 6-3 overall. Warriors coming home for a nice relaxed homestand that opened Saturday night at Chase Center. They promptly laid an egg against the Cavs at Joe Lacob's Palace. That was a 118-110 ball game. Then they followed it up with a Sunday night affair looking awfully small and a bad loss to the Stifle Tower. Nice.
Oh, that's one of the great nicknames of all time.
No question.
Stifle Tower.
No question.
Rudy Gobert.
Great name.
Yeah.
And, of course, his T-Wolves. That was a 116-110 loss. Actually, they had a chance really, really late to cut it.
Coach came in and started doing his thing. In fact, you could well, go ahead.
Well, no,
we'll talk about it later.
No, it's okay. So it was a rough weekend. It was a lost weekend, as we're calling it. Actually, Saturday night, Draymond got ejected. Sure, you've all seen that. Clapping, making a ruckus, going off the floor. Clay beat himself up for a bad night. And then on Sunday, the Warriors look really small against Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns and a T-Wolves team on the rise, a team that now has won 6 in a row. The Dubs are ice-cold shooting, with the exception of Steph Curry. They went 12 for 43. That's let me do that again. 12 for 43 from 3. And that's 28% shooting. It's miserable. And once again, only Steph could score. You can't play like that. You can't rely on Steph to give you 35 every night. If I may, Murph, that's not a sustainable plan, y'all.
And the final 4 seconds of a game that it started at 5:30. It went 3 hours. And so the Cavs, quality team from the East. The Warriors will not have a lot of time to lament this game because Minnesota tomorrow, 118-110, the final.
Individually, I didn't play very well at all, especially in that first half. So I take a lot of onus for a terrible offense early because I didn't turn the ball over, missing shots, just not my type of game. Luckily, we have a quick turnaround and we can right the ship tomorrow.
We'll do it. There's no need to shoot that. And the Warriors, they have lost 3 in a row. Minnesota moves to 7-2. The Dubs drop to 6-5. They will get the day off and see the same T-Wolves on Tuesday. And the Warriors are looking for the shooting touch to show up at Chase Center.
I'm actually not overly concerned, to be honest with you. I think, the season is filled with ups and downs, and, we're in a little bit of a spell right now, but, it's not like we were the world's greatest team when we were 6-2, and we're not the world's worst team losing the last 3. It's just, this is part of the season.
I think it's organization for sure. We've had moments where, it looks great, so I don't look at it as like, oh, we're still trying to figure it out. We make a bunch of excuses. They don't matter. So we as players have to be better. And that's just what it boils down to.
Boy, again, there's Draymond Green dropping F-bombs in the press conference like Lenny Bruce used to, who we suspiciously left off the greatest Lennys of all time. We can debate that later. Final shout-out to 559. It goes, Paulie Mac, don't forget, shout-out to Sadness of Mac Jones and Metallica, Harvester of Sorrow. 559, I want you to know that was the second song they played.
Really?
Friday night when I was in Detroit seeing Metallica. Great show. Murph, my bum babies are in the books. Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, and the Pats all the way over there in Germany. They bummed it all out over there. And then the Warriors, we're calling it a lost weekend.
One of the things that may benefit the Warriors is I think the West will be really balanced this year. I think teams are going to beat each other up a lot.
Okay.
So 6-5, even though it's only 11 games in, but it still counts.
Yep.
You look around the conference, and I mean, like the Lakers are 5-5. The Thunder are 6-4. The Rockets are 6-3. By the way, I mean, really only the Nuggets and the Mavs, and actually Minnesota are off to a hot start. But the Clippers are 3-6. By the way, the James Harden thing, that was potential bum baby stuff. But anyway, the point is. Dude, it was bad, though. I felt so good about the team coming into the weekend after the road trip.
Right.
And then it's just like they got hit by a frying pan. I know Evan Mobley and Jared Allen were the two bigs for the Cavs. And then, obviously, Karl Anthony Towns and the Stifle Tower for Minnesota. But those guys were around last year and the year before, too. It's just that right now the Warriors have no scoring other than Steph.
It's tough.
This is a huge problem. Only no player has scored more than 20 other than Steph.
I mean, Clay's trying. He's taking his shots. They're just not going in.
Big talk in the chatterverse about Clay and Wiggins. A lot of somber analysis going down.
It is somber. Yeah, they both. And the Warriors really need those guys to step up. So anyway, again, the bums are in the books. But please, by all means, lift us up where we belong.
Yeah, man. All right, there you go. Paulie Mac, way to bring us down. I'm bringing you up. Hum Babies winners next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sunday.
All day.
Grave Digger.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
talk about Marin Health, taking care of you in the North Bay, the beautiful North Bay with a world-class health care program, Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's time for the Hum Babies. Paul and Mac, you got the bums. Boy, I got to tell you, I had a lot of candidates for Hum Babies. Now, CJ Stroud, I made him a Hum Baby last week, so I thought, well, I can't do it 2 weeks in a row. But, man, going into Cincinnati, getting that win. Josh Dobbs again. Oh, my God. Not even knowing which way the locker room was. See that? He got out of the elevator, and the security guy had to point the locker room to him.
Shout out Dobbsy,
He went and got the win again, so he was a candidate.
Nice.
Dude, this kid, Jaden Daniels, the LSU quarterback, did you guys hear about this? LSU quarterback became the first player in Division I history to throw for 350 and rush for 200.
Holy cow.
Throw for 350 and rush for 200. But
I'll applaud that.
I thought, I can't do LSU football.
500 plus yards combined? That's crazy. That's
200
crazy.
on the ground, 350
Think
in the
about
air.
that. That's 500 plus yards for one guy.
And then Michigan football beating back the haters. By the way, did you catch this whole bet thing they were doing? What's this whole thing? Bet. What is this?
I bet, Murph.
I mean, it's like, bro. So, Paulie, Friday when you were rocking out with Eugene and Metallica.
Yeah, horns up, man.
The Big Ten handed out its suspension of Harbaugh, which has caused a huge reaction because, quote unquote, no due process and what do they know and let the NC2A finish their investigation, to which they have a point, quite frankly. But anyway, so the J.J. McCarthy, the Michigan quarterback, you know, now they have this us against the world thing. Like,
Yeah, sure.
So he just sent out a one-word tweet saying, bet. B-E-T, bet. Then Tom Brady, Mr. Michigan Wolverine, retweeted it and wrote, bet.
All right, bet.
So, I mean, Waterbury, bring us into the slang of the 25 and under crowd.
Take us to the streets, Marcus.
Well, it's like,
bet.
It's. I mean, the interpretation is kind of like, you want it, you got it kind of thing.
It's kind of like an really kind of response. Like, oh, really? You don't think I can do this? Oh, bet.
I've heard bet used, though, in like a positive way. Like, I've heard high school kids in my presence, I've heard them say, like, you want to go get a sandwich? Bet.
Totally. Yeah,
and they'll go get a sandwich.
Yeah, it's very common.
But now they're like kind of putting a little edge to it, like, oh, you want to suspend us? Bet. Yeah, it's just,
Well, I mean, like for Marcus, you know
There's
what?
a little like,
Yeah, Marcus got up, rolled one up, had some coffee. All right, bet.
I got to imagine you're going to see maize and blue shirts at the Ohio State game that say bet.
Oh, 100%.
Right?
They're probably selling them, yeah.
Oh, Murph, I'd bet that you are going to see those shirts.
bet. Anyway,
I bet.
They didn't make hum babies.
bet.
Those are all my honorable mentions because I had to give it to the guy. Can I get a little help, Waterboy, from the wrestle guy in Philadelphia about this is who hum baby number 1 is?
Brock Purdy!
Yes, the Wolves were at the door. I saw some nonsense over the weekend. People with bad takes saying it's over for Brock Purdy. And
Before the game, they're saying,
yes.
let him play. Can you play the game first?
They're like, the guy was
before
saying,
you bury him?
if he has a terrible game, is it over? And is it time to make a move in San Francisco? And I was like, wow. So the Wolves were out the door. Outrageous statements were being made. And the kid out of Iowa State sliced, diced, danced, and pranced. Woo. 19 of 26, 296, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks, and a career-best passer rating of 148. Once again, I don't know how they figure out passer rating. It's just like war, but when it can support your argument, you use it. 148. Despite drawing Kyle's wrath for that risky touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk, he looked phenomenal. His escapability, his accuracy, his downfield, the touchdown to Kittle when the pocket was collapsing. Where are the Wolves now, Paulie? Where are the haters now? Give the kid the tractor. Give him a chance to go on the road in a 10 a.m. start in Jacksonville, and I'll make him a hum baby.
Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire! Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Keep feeding the beast on a wheel route in George Kittle's wheels. There is nothing wrong with him.
Roll Purdy right. Get a plant, lob, throw, wide open, use check. Touchdown!
I think he's been playing the same way all this time, and you don't feel it from him at all. That's why I kind of been, I know he's had some turnovers here and there in our losses, but you ask anyone who's watched all those games and stuff, he was one of the best players on the field in those games, and you're always responsible for those turnovers. But Brock, there's none where you're sitting there saying he's taken too many bad decisions. That was one, definitely. It's going to happen with guys, but I love having a guy who isn't thinking about that. He's trying to make the right decisions, letting it rip, and he'll live with the consequences and try to get better when it's not.
Once we're clicking, like today, we felt good. Putting points up on the board, defense getting stops, turning the ball over. It was just really good team football. We felt that today. But still, there's some drives out there that can be made, and we'll learn from it still.
It was one of my favorite Purdy games of them all, man. Just, back against the wall, 10 a.m. start, good opponent.
Yeah.
And he just delivered time and time again. He didn't even throw anything close to, I guess he did the Ayuk touchdown.
I was going to ask you about that real quick.
But nothing resembling a pick.
It was a really nice game for Brock. He was back to the Brock Purdy we saw the first 5 weeks, mistake-free football, essentially, no picks.
And I think his escapability is really starting to come into focus.
Huge element of his game. He's a slippery one in the pocket.
Now, Murph, if we're looking to nitpick, he did it again right before halftime. The intentional grounding call.
That's nitpicking, isn't it?
Him trying to get rid of the ball again instead of just taking the sack.
You are correct about that. That's a demerit for sure. So I need 20 push-ups on that one. He's got to flush that out of his game somehow, some way. Just take a sack, kid.
We'll do it before the playoffs come, too. Straighten that out.
Prior to that, when they went up 10-0, he took a sack prior, and I was okay with it. And people were like, oh, Ayuk was wide open in the back. I was like, dude, he was under heavy duress. And that time I was happy that he took the sack because let Moody slip that thing right through that right upright.
Oh, my gosh, slip is the key word of that sentence.
You ready for
He's going to be sweating in this playoffs?
Yeah.
Like the guy in the airplane with just pouring down? Yeah, when he trots out there.
This guy, he's just, oh boy. Anyway, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Hum baby number 1.
And one of these real quick on the way out. Just an a cappella hit.
I want a Brock! Definitely. Maybe you put that on your new Twitter feed.
I just might.
At Paulie's
Pod. Might. Thank you.
Hum baby number 2. I mean, my man has come under heavy fire, and instead we're going to lift him up and praise him Wilkes on the ground. Wilkes on the ground. Everybody talking about Steve Wilkes on the ground. That's right. Who knew the key to life was Silk Wilkes on the grass?
See?
That was the key to life.
Nice.
I actually put that on Twitter, a campaign, Silk Wilkes on the grass for president 2024.
You can see Murph was a writer with that. That's a great sentence right there.
Dude,
Silk Wilkes on the grass.
I mean, the Wilkes on the ground effect. I mean, yeah, of course, it's not a direct effect. But, guys, something changed because they came out blazing in Jacksonville from the very first play. 5 down linemen forcing that quick incompletion, then a short little pass, and then a sack. You remember those sacks? Do you remember a sack?
It was
Armstead
so good.
and Hargrave, they're kicking up with, then another 3 and out with another Hargrave sack, and then another punt, and then the now famous Chasing Nick Buckeye Boys, Buckeye Bros, Buckeye Bookends, shared sack. And they, by the way, the way they combined on the fumble, like each guy had one arm.
Beautiful.
See that?
Yeah. Like a wishbone with a turkey. You pull one side, I got the other.
It was also familiar, that Niner D. They held Jacksonville to 221 measly yards, forced 4 turnovers, and those sweet, sweet 5 sacks. Let's give Silk Wilkes his moment. Home baby number 2 here.
Hargrave and Armstead inside, and Trevor Lawrence is going down. Gets sacked back on the 25-yard line. Get in my belly. Eric Armstead. Trevor Lawrence trying to get it blocked up, and he's going to go down right away. Nick Bosa came in untouched. Chase Young was there. The grave digger got there as well.
Bringing that sharp shovel today, baby. Burying quarterbacks.
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye crunch.
He looks right. He throws for the end zone to Kirk. Broken up beautifully by Charvarius Ward. Play action, Trevor Lawrence to ETN, moves around the gravedigger. He's going to go down, though. Cleveland Furl. Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up, and they're running back the other way. It was not whistled down. Ambry Thomas down the sideline midfield. 40, 30. Evan Ingram, he stutter steps him, runs by him. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Ambry man can!
What a play by Ambry Thomas! And Lawrence puts his right leg forward in the shotgun. Unusual blitz by Lenore. Bosa's got another sack.
Guess that's the answer right there, huh? It was good. It was good having him down there, and the communication was flawless. And yeah, it was good having him down there.
Felt his energy. He's came up to us, congratulated us on some plays, and that voice of telling us to keep going and don't let up. And so yeah, I definitely felt him on the sideline.
Sometimes matchups are work certain ways, like. Not a lot of teams have done what we just did to them, so we just have to keep improving, keep taking it one game at a time, because we've played really well as a D-line in certain games throughout this year and not so good in other games, but when you have these opportunities, you got to make the most of them.
All right, man. Those were all the beautiful sounds of Eric Armstead, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa. And I got to tell you, even those few times they showed Wilkes talking to the players, I did get a
Same
vibe.
Here. I love seeing him down there with the hair and the whole thing. He's walking around. I'm like, look at Silk Wilkes.
Holly, as your boy out of Freehold, New Jersey might say, give me a little of that human touch.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right
Just
there,
so long
buddy?
as it's not Secret Garden, we're fine.
All right.
Yeah.
So, the Secret Garden was up in the booth.
Nice.
That's
nice.
what it was.
Get him out of there. Yeah.
Wilkes on the ground. Wilkes on the ground. Everybody talking. 5-3 says looking like champs with Wilkes on the ground. Shout out that mid-2000s American Idol. Others say nope, you can't get Wilkes on the ground because now the new phrase is sideline Steve.
Well, listen, if they're going to play like that every Sunday, make sure Wilkes is down there because it works.
Silk Wilkes,
yeah,
baby.
Man.
Hum baby number 2. And then finally, hum baby number 3. I told you all those ones. I thought Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud and Josh Dobbs. But I had to shine a light on these guys because I'm doing this for a reason.
Who?
Because I think we got to start paying attention and planning our January trip because hum baby number 3 is and I mean this
Go ahead.
with all my intention, the ballsy Detroit Lions are hum baby number 3.
I know.
Yet another fourth down gamble from Dan Campbell, or as they call him, Man Campbell. Jerry, I call him Jerry. I still think of Jerry. So I grew up in Marin County when Jerry Goff was the dude, all right? So Jared, to me, will never be Jerry. Jerry Goff, class 82, San Rafael.
Class of 82, okay.
I was a freshman, and I was aware of that stuff.
Just like a legend, right?
Because I, read the sports pages all the time, like, oh, my God, Jerry Goff.
You
San
follow
Rafael.
all the good players.
Yeah, dude, absolutely.
Yeah.
So him, Charles Scott at Terra Linda and Brad Muster at
Nice.
San Marin
I
with
love
the
this.
dudes.
Good.
But Jerry was the guy. Anyway, Jared Goff, 333 yards passing in his second trip back to SoFi since they traded him. Your boy David Montgomery with a 75-yard touchdown run. Your boy Amon-Ra St. Brown, 156 yards receiving. And the reason why I'm doing this is not only Dan Campbell's ballsy fourth down go that secures the win and the winning field goal.
That was a very ballsy
But
call.
I'm sending up a flare because their schedule the rest of the way means these guys are in the hunt for the 1 seed.
Yeah, they are.
Here's where they go. Bears, Packers, at the Saints, at the Bears, Broncos, at the Vikings. Could this happen? Could Detroit become the 1 seed? Anyway, they got there yesterday with a 41-38 win in L.A. over the Chargers. They convert on fourth down to set up a field goal. They're happy.
They're 3 for 4 on fourth down. Goff gets the snap. 4th and 2. Looking, throwing, and it is caught at the 20-yard line. First down, Detroit. Sam Laporta, the rookie tight end again. Wow. You talk about certain body parts made of steel for the win. Good snap. Ball's down. Kick is on the way. It's got the distance. And it is good. The Detroit Lions win it 41-38. And there are a lot of Lion fans in Los Angeles, as you can hear in the background. What a final drive for the Detroit Lions, and what a gutsy call on 4th and 2 for Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson.
Well, this group's been together for the most part for a while. You know, there's really, the new pieces are really, I've seen these guys function. I know how Ben Johnson will call a game if we want to play this way, and I believed it was the right thing to do, and I thought we'd get it.
Every week is different, and you don't know what it's going to take to win the game. We did what we had to do to win the game. That's what good teams do. No matter what, man, I get it. Do not ever feel bad or this or that about a win, man. They're too hard to come by. You earn that win. No matter what you say, you earn that win.
Dude, I saw it up close. Their Lions pride is a real thing back there,
they
man.
are 7-2 now.
Yeah.
The Eagles at 8-1, and they're ahead of the Niners, guys. They are ahead of the Niners, and if the Eagles stumble, Detroit could slip in and get that 1 seed.
Wow.
So there you go. Home baby number 3,
Well done.
Man Campbell and the ballsy Detroit Lions to join Silk Wilkes, Sideline Steve, and number 1, Brock Purdy with a great game. There you go.
Thank you.
Home babies and bum babies in the books. And now, Tim Ryan, our favorite Mondays. Timmy's back after the bye week, and the Niners got a 34-3 win. We talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Buckeye Crunch.
Actually, you know what? I think Trevor Lawrence might be a good candidate for QC Kinetics with the beating he took out there on the field yesterday. And if you're asking what is QC Kinetics, well, it's Paulie Mack, Murph and Max Show. Let me tell you all about it. QC Kinetics, the world leader in regenerative medicine. They help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Face it, like most adults, right? Like when you grow up, you're going to have aches and pains. Maybe you had an injury as a high school athlete, college sports, whatever it might be. But nobody should have to deal with aggravating pain day in, day out. That's why QC Kinetics is offering to give you lasting relief with no surgery, no prescription drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics, trusted by patients all over America. Honestly, that do include guys like Emmett Smith. No joke there. And get started right now so you can live big in 2024 and pain-free. Talk about a great use of your FSA and HSA card. You can actually get to work with both of those and get the relief that you need so badly. Again, regenerative treatments. You get amazing results from this without prescription pills. We all know how dangerous that can be. If this sounds interesting to you and you'd like to take a step towards a pain-free life, check in with the good people over at QC Kinetics locations in Pleasanton and in San Jose. Call them at 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Time for muscles.
Yeah, it's just your standard, chest and tries, back and buys.
Metal.
Ronnie James Dio. I'll go Dio. The last in a line.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan with Murph and Max. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers. And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Wow, what a perfect way to welcome Tim Ryan back from the bye week with an explosion of 49ers football in Jacksonville. Long flight made happier by a 34-3 win. You name it, it came up roses. Brock Purdy, the defense, Steve Wilkes on the grass.
Bosa, Chase Young.
Everything,
Freddie,
Timmy.
everybody.
You back in our mornings on Monday morning. Good morning,
sakes.
dude.
I know.
All right, man.
It's pretty damn good to hear your voices, boys.
Yeah,
it's pretty damn good.
Man, oh
Look,
man, where do you start? Where do you start?
Well, let's start with the off week and getting refueled.
Okay.
I mean, it was obvious this team needed the bye came at absolutely the right time. There was certainly some, some guys that were tired mentally, emotionally, physically. Dre Greenlaw immediately comes to mind with all the bumps and bruises he's been dealing with this year. So I'll start with getting refueled, and then I'll go to getting retooled with Chase Young on defense and making a little switch with Diamondor Lenore going in and playing in the nickel slot and Ambry Thomas out on the perimeter. And they were able to recapture that execution, man. And that's how rush and coverage is supposed to work. Talked about it going into the game. What were the challenges of the defense? Well, the rush and the coverage weren't linking up, obviously, for those 3 games. And really most of the season when you look at the sack production. So that was a big one. And then another big issue, clearly, over the last, 2 or 3 games and losses before this one was the missed tackles. So that came right back into the 49ers wheelhouse, something they've been very good at over the years. So they were able to recapture that. So all in all, it was what they needed. I mean, they needed the off week. They needed to go in and play a very good opponent, the hottest team in pro football in their backyard. I had a good idea they were going to win. I liked the matchup. Jacksonville, as you guys know, also coming off their bye week, so they were rested. But I didn't think it was going to be a dismantling like that on both sides of the ball. I mean, 9 explosive plays on offense, 437 yards of offense, 7-3 a play. Going in, you knew Jacksonville, just watching the tape, they give up a lot of yards in pass defense. But they're very good on third down, and they stiffen up with their backs, down in the strike zone in the red zone. Again, they were good in both of those areas yesterday. In the 49ers, there's work to do. There's still a lot of areas to get better, despite the 34 points and all the yards and what they were able to do. But one thing that Jacksonville had also done is they had not given up explosive plays. They love to keep everything in front of them, come up and tackle. 49ers had 9 plays of 20-plus in this game.
Wow.
That was really the story of the game, and 3 of those being touchdowns. So they throttled them with the big play, and then the defense, when you 4 yards of play, 5 sacks, 4 takeaways, the Buckeye blitz, the Buckeye crunch, I love all of it.
Yeah.
And Chase Young is going to be, excuse the pun, a monster addition, I think, to this defense.
Love it. Love it.
Love this phrase, refueled and retooled.
Yeah,
dude,
man.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
That sounds like
you didn't do
That sounds like the new Metallica song. Yeah.
Refueled.
The Ambry Man can, too. That's another one I came up with.
That's money. I like that, too.
Man. Oh, dude. In fact, why don't we just stay on that for one quick, just maybe the only mishap of the day, if you could just talk us through that. The players going on the field and the coaches to nullify the Ambry Thomas touchdown was one of the weirder things you're going to see, man. It's like, what'd you see?
Yeah.
Well, obviously a great play by the Ambry Man, and tight enough coverage to be in position to make a sure tackle. And then as these guys are taught, front tip rip, back tip rip, get the ball out. if you can. And he was able to wrap up Calvin Ridley and back tip rip, ball goes down. It's the trifecta. It's the tackle, the forced fumble, and the fumble recovery. But then he laid there for a minute, and everybody kind of stopped. Now, a lot of 49, man, there's a lot of red in that stadium, which is always awesome to see. Really, when in games like that, the fourth quarter become home games because there's nothing but red in the stands. But so there was a lot of cheering going on. Clearly, nobody could hear the whistle. There was a lapse in time from when he pounced on it, laid on it, and then realized, man, I haven't gotten touched. And then he got up, and then went the distance about the last 40 yards with a piano on his back, and as Ambry said, brought his old wide receiver running back skills out and gave a little dead leg and got himself in the end zone. So obviously a mistake they're not proud of. I think it comes to a couple of things. Number one, how excited the team is, both offensive coaches, clearly all the defensive players, pulling for this defense to recapture what they are. And that play was a microcosm of really what they did and what they've been looking for out of the defense in a day that was a tremendous performance from start to finish.
Nice.
But the thing I find a little bit humorous about the play is, and it was the biggest play of Ambry's career, no question about it, the best play of his career. And I feel bad for him. I had a nice talk with him on the play. I've always been pulling for Ambo, but those guys will be forever famous. It'll be showed on every clinic tape, every coach's tape around the NFL. This is what you never do on a big play. So that was going down in infamy, boys.
That is true.
Yeah, it's a good call.
In fact, Kyle was even one of the guys on there. So it's funny.
He was.
He may have been 5 yards out on the field.
It's funny. I mean, it's like human nature sometimes supersedes their football knowledge. Like, there was no whistle. Let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, well, that's it.
Anyway, it was really, really interesting. And, yeah, you're right. Something on film now for them to go to a clinic and check that out.
And I think the best thing, the thing that and obviously they're not happy about it, and that'll never happen again. I can promise you that on the what-if list. But the way they were able to then get the ball and march all the way down the field and punch it in on offense kind of put a Band-Aid over that thing.
And that's the drive that ends on the Debo end around, which we need to talk about that. You said early on the refueled and retooled. I mean, I know it's not as simple as saying Trent and Debo were back, but damn, that's a pretty big part of the pie, I'll tell you that. And that play, Timmy, and you saw a little number 31, Darius Williams, running away.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that used to be called, and Deion Sanders used to say, you got to make a business decision, right?
Okay.
Here comes this freight train coming at you.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And by the old rules, those guys used to go down and try to chop the knees and just go through the lower body of the offensive lineman and make a pile. Well, that got outlawed several years ago. So now you got a decision to make. You either take them on up high and try to absorb the freight train on the tracks, or you jump out of the way real quick, try to dip them and get back in on the play. It's called a business decision, right?
That's a good.
Darius Williams said, "I'm closing down the business."
Yeah, we're closed for the day.
No move. I'm running out the back door.
We're shutting down early.
Yeah, we're shutting down early for sure. So it was a great play call. And then I'll say this, Trent Williams, I don't know how close he is to 100%, and I don't think he's 100% with that right ankle that's been chronic for a long time. And there were times when you saw plays in that game that it wasn't the ultra dominant, never get pushed, never get moved around Trent Williams. And I anticipate and expect that the better that ankle gets, the more he will mimic that player that he is, which is the best left tackle in pro football. Clearly, when he's out running, out in front, he looked like there's nothing wrong with him, but that ankle appeared to me to be bothering him when he would try to drop the anchor and try to absorb that power and stop that boat in front of him from pushing. So I give him a lot of credit. The guy is built to the right stuff. He's tough as nails, and he was out there battling with his crew and still played well. Debo, conversely, is clearly 100%. And from the waist down, and you could see it in practice last week after the week off. The juice, the acceleration, the horsepower, the willpower, it's all there, man. And it was on full display yesterday. You try tackling that lower body, forget it. Guys are just going to drip off of him. And not only that, when he gets the ball, he's such a decoy. Kyle and the staff do such a great job of moving them around and getting them the ball in different spots and different, areas of the grid that he's an absolute decoy and he's an absolute, piece of candy. They can't resist half the time knowing he's going to get the ball. So he opens it up, for a lot of guys and to get space. Was not Brock's best game. And still you look at what he was able to achieve, and he's leading the NFL in yards per attempt, which is a huge stat that determines wins and losses in games. 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. There were times when he may have held the ball a little bit too long. The first touchdown was a risky throw, man.
Oh my God!
He threw that up because it was a broken play. It wasn't. Yeah. There was nobody open, and then everyone starts scrambling. Right here comes the scramble drill, and Kittle and BA Brandon Ayuk both kind of faded to the back part of the middle of the end zone. And Brock just threw it up. I'm like, oh no.
I know.
And I think I don't know. I mean, I'm not in the head of Tyson Campbell, the corner that was covering Ayuk, but I'm not so sure he didn't think it was going to Kittle and mistimed his jump and wasn't in the right spot. And clearly it went over his hands, and BA on fire was able to corral it right there and get the touchdown. Risky throw. And a risky decision. The 2nd and 1 throw to Kittle on the 66-yard, out and up was an incredible play by Brock Purdy. I mean, under center, 5-step drop. I think he wanted the end cut, the dagger, the dig route, whatever you want to call it, to Brandon Ayuk. Safety did a good job on that, had that thing covered up. So it wasn't just a pump the out and get ready to throw the up to Kittle. He hitched and was ready to rip it to Ayuk, and then saw the coverage, pulled it back down. Now the pressure is surging in his lap, and off his back foot, he flips it out there to Kittle, and only a spot where George could go get it. And then the rest is history. Incredibly good play. The throw to Kittle, I think, for the 20-plus yarder down the seam to the left side. Purdy is still he's gonna rip it, and there was a lot of examples of that in the game, and his numbers came out fantastic. But I promise you, there's a lot of areas that he knows he can improve on in terms of some of the decision making, and that's only going to get better. I thought offensive line. I thought John Feliciano played his ass off. The thing about John is he started a lot of games for Buffalo, obviously, I think the last year or two. But he can recover when and he doesn't get beat a lot. But a lot of guards in this league are so big, once a guy gets to his edge and gets his hips by him, it's pretty much a wrap. There was 1 or 2 plays where the guy actually got John at the line of scrimmage with a good move, counter move, rip, club, whatever, dipping into the outside edge of John. But he's able to recover. He's able to flip his hips, run his legs, and push the guy by, and does a great job of combo blocking, getting to the second level, being able to hook defenders that are in an alignment where they cannot get hooked. That's job number 1 for those defensive linemen. And Feliciano is able to do that. I really thought the inside trio, Brendel, who was also leading the way on that Debo touchdown, Burford, I thought all of those guys collectively on the interior probably played their best games.
So many great things to talk about. Interesting. But you, 2 weeks ago, when we had you were the one who said, I wouldn't mind seeing Steve Wilks on the grass.
You did, sir.
And we know that it's not everything, but it's something. It happened. And, even the TV shots they showed, it just looked like they were interacting. And, a million things went into this. Chase Young's arrival, the defense being pissed, the rest, the bye, Bosa feeling the Florida humidity, whatever it was. But what'd you think of Wilks on the grass? I guess they're calling him Sideline Steve.
Sideline Steve.
Sideline Steve. Well, first of all, let's clear one thing up. It was just an idea. It was not a suggestion. It was not me saying Wilks got to go to the sideline.
No.
It was us trying to troubleshoot what may help this defense. And clearly they were off the hook good yesterday. To me, it's just about the communication, and I thought Ambry Thomas, talking to him after the game, told me all that I needed to hear when he got the DPI call on Calvin Ridley, and he looked over and looked right at Coach Wilks, and Steve immediately looked back at him and gave him the look and whatever he said, and I don't know if Ambry read his lips or could actually hear him, but he said, "You're all right, man. Just keep going. You're all right." hearing that from the decision maker can be different than hearing it from your position coach. And I didn't see the TV copy. I'm sure there was some illustrations of Steve, because he is a fiery guy. He can get people fired up. He does coach hard, especially back in the secondary. You know what Kasarek's going to do, and he's going to be just, he's all gas, no break all day down on the sideline, what he's doing and how he's acting and how he's, getting guys charged up. But Steve also has those skill sets. So, I don't know. Step one in the process was him going down there, his decision, went down there, wanted better communication. Step two in the process was getting the payoff, and damn it if they didn't get paid off yesterday. The defense was flying around, and we're going to talk about the front, and every guy on the front played his ass off, and certainly had an impact in more ways than one on that game. But to have a little green law and order back in the mix and playing like he can play. And clearly that's a guy who'd been dealing with, bumps and bruises and body not feeling good and unable to practice. And this was really the first week he was able to really practice since he rolled his ankle in the Dallas game. And being out there in practice, even if it's not full speed, and getting, that tactile learning of getting your hands on it, and this is what it looks like, and this is what they're going to do, and this is the route combination, and this is where, and looking at it and seeing it, and the scout team did a great job all week for the defense, is much different than watching it on tape. And then it's not practice, it's theory, and it's hard. And clearly he was able to respond and get healthier, but the guy was everywhere yesterday, anticipating plays that were coming at him. Fierce physical tackling. He really had a hell of a game. Fred Warner wearing the white cleats for the first time.
Nice.
Everywhere.
Okay. Yeah.
Took me one. I think Fred was going to wear them. I think it was the Giants game. And I noticed little things like that.
Yeah.
I saw him at practice. I said, white cleats, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the white cleats are definitely going to make you look faster and more fleet of foot. And he's like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. And I said, you got to wear them, man. Well, come game time, there he was out there with his black, high tops on again, or his red ones, whatever he wore. And then, so he didn't wear them. And I talked to him after the game. I'm like, you didn't go with the white cleats? He goes, I couldn't do it, man. I just did a little superstitious. Well, he had them on yesterday. It took the first play when he body rocked that wide receiver. I go, uh-oh, white cleats, high white socks.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long day for the Jacksonville offense, and the undisputed leader was flying around.
And you said about the front before I let you go. I mean, Chase Young did not start. They gave him a segment, a series to watch, but they come out with the 5 down linemen right out of the gate.
I like that,
and it was incredible. And then Chase got in. I'd love to hear. I mean, heck, he made his impact on the on the broadcasters coming out with the boombox with Trent and Debo. Like the swag was back pregame,
yeah, totally,
with those guys in the tunnel.
Yeah, well,
and you can see it. Yeah,
he knows how to turn up the volume, boys.
Yeah.
I mean, and just like you, Mac Daddy, turn it up, crank it up.
Paulie just got back from Metallica in Detroit, by the way.
No joke. I was at Ford Field, Tim, on Friday night. I saw Metallica play at the Lions Stadium, and those guys delivered.
How was that?
It was insane, man. It was insane. They kick a lot of ass on stage, and these are the final shows of this tour. So I flew out there with an old buddy, and we saw Metallica. So that kind of set the tone for the weekend for me. Flew back late Saturday night, woke up Sunday morning to listen to you and Pops.
To see Chase Young coming out with the boombox.
Yeah, that was great.
So he said he turns up the volume. Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to get your head right.
Yeah, there it is. But I mean, the Buckeye Crunch, the Buckeye Boys, the Buckeye Bros.
Buckeye Crunch.
It's like they each grabbed one of his arms, Trevor Lawrence, and took it apart.
Well, right. And here's the thing. And I think I want to say 4, 5, maybe 6 times they got in the 5-man front. It was at least the first 2 plays of the game, and I know it was sprinkled in at other moments in the game. It's definitely a nice wrinkle for the defense, and they can play, the 5-1 with 5 DBs and play a 51 nickel, 1 linebacker, 5 D linemen, and 5 DBs, or they can get in the traditional 5-man front with 2 linebackers and 4 defensive backs and a base, and in the base defense. And depending on the offensive formation, you've got a lot of options. A, it's hard to run against. B, if they want to do 5- and 6-man protection, you got 4 or at times 5 guys one-on-one, and all of those guys are capable of winning and winning quick. Chase Young is such a big man in terms of, I did not anticipate he was going to be, you look at, I see a lot of guys that are 6'5", 265. It was kind of like when I was in Chicago playing with Dan Hampton. We were listed as the same size and weight, which we were. But you put us next to each other, and you're like, oh, my God, he dwarfs him. Just because Hampton with me, just because he had those big, high shoulders and long arms and long limbs. And Chase is kind of the same way. To me, he looks 6'6", 280, 285. And the thing about him is he's obviously got good get-off in terms, and that's everything for a D lineman, anticipating the snap count. So he knows how to roll off the rock and play the ball. But he's got vision on the quarterback, which you saw on the Buckeye Crunch when that was a three-man rush. And Trevor Lawrence stepped up. They both fell back inside. That's a great eyes rush, keeping your eyes on your target. A lot of rushers are looking at the guy trying to block him. That guy's just in your way. Get your eyes on the target. And they were both able to do that. He had a little swim inside. Then Bosa collapsed, fell back inside. He hits him. Then Nick finishes him, knocks the ball out, recovers the football. But the thing I think is so impressive about Chase is when he does get on the edge of a blocker and he sees that clear path to the quarterback, he can put his foot on the gas pedal. And usually guys that are that big, when they're turning the corner, it's like, the quarterback's going to run away from him. He's going to step up and juke him. He's going to find ways to make the bigger man miss. It's hard to do that with Chase Young because once he gets in that, on that track, when he's by a guy, he can certainly finish. And that's everything in pro football. There's a lot as a rusher. I could get to the edge a lot. Could I finish and roll my hips through on guys and really get to the quarterback? College football, absolutely. Pro football, a much bigger challenge because, as I talked about with Feliciano, those guys can recover if you're just a tick late and getting away from them because you don't have the athleticism. He's got all of that, and you could see it yesterday in that game. Armstead played his ass off. The Hargrave digger brought his sharp shovel yesterday. He was digging. And I think that we talk about rush and coverage and how it works. And I used to say in all the time, pressure, pick, cover, sack. I'd tell my DBs, I get the pressure, you get a pick. You get the coverage, I get a sack. There was several opportunities to see that yesterday. Both interceptions were, in effect, pass rush related. Bosa on the first one to Huff on the tip ball, and Huff played great and out there covering the flat, then reacts to the tip ball off the hands of the running back as Bosa's ripping Trevor Lawrence down to the ground after throwing that rip and running the corner. And then the Fred Warner interception was the Hargrave digger. Great get off on the ball again, running the B gap rip. I said I think he looks like Howie Long running that B gap rip, just dipping the shoulder and going through the B gap right by the left guard, Walker Little, and able to get on Trevor Lawrence and hit him, and he threw up that errant ball, and Fred went up and got it. So the rush and coverage were clearly linked up yesterday.
So many great things. We could go on and on, but we'll listen to you this week with Greg and John on Thursday. We'll get ready for Tampa. Just a quick word on the Bucks coming into town.
Who are these Bucks, Tim?
I don't know what to make of them.
I got one word for you.
Yeah.
Bacon.
Okay. Yeah.
Baker.
The old buddies are back together. Yeah, the old buddies.
Let's go.
Yes.
It's going to be, play your best to get beat in this league. You can say it every week. They will fight. They will get after it. They got good receivers in Mike Evans and Godwin, and they can get the ball to the tight end. And Baker's going to grind for 4 quarters no matter what. They've had challenges running the football on offense, and they've had challenges defending the pass on defense. Pretty good run defense when you look at them. I think they're top 10 or something like that. But they've given up a lot of yards through the air. So this, to me, is another game that the 49ers, it's about the 49ers. Go out and take care of the Bucks and get ready for that short week and the Thanksgiving night game at Seattle, which is going to be a slugfest. But this is going to be a physical football game, and I can't wait to see this offense clean up a few of their mistakes. Hopefully Trent Williams a week healthier, and then defensively just keep building on what they put on tape yesterday.
And are you down with this Brock Purdy celebration of what's he injecting ice water into his veins?
We're shooting it in now.
What's he doing?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what we're doing now?
That's what I
It
heard.
looks like that. Yeah, like an injection of ice water. Yeah.
He and Debo are doing this. This kid's got a little bit of flavor to him.
He does. He's got a quiet flavor, right?
Oh, it's definitely quiet, and it's definitely got a lot of flavor to it. He's got so much respect from his teammates. Again, after going what he's been through with the, being in the concussion protocol and making a couple of rough decisions, trying to press maybe a little bit in the last few games, and having the turnovers critical. One thing you love about him is he's fully accountable in front of the team and knows what he needs to do for this team to go win games. And to be able to respond like he did, as I said, I think he was harvesting jaguars, not corn, yesterday. I love the guy. He got away and got in the combine and got the tractor and went out there and had himself a good time in the upper Midwest, and then went down to the Southeast and was doing the same thing with the football in his
1
hands.
through
So,
53. Yeah, they were awesome yesterday, and so you and in the booth too. You guys were awesome. So
as always,
welcome back home.
Yeah, man.
Welcome back from the bye week. Can't wait for this upcoming one
Great
and
stuff,
another
Tim.
great hit, man. We'll talk to you next Monday. Listen to you this week, buddy.
All right, much love. Good to hear your guys' voices. Enjoy the rest of your day.
There he is, the great Tim Ryan. That was fun, man. Just a celebration today, by the way. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Also want to tell you we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And then, Paulie, one more. Brent Jones going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 3:50. BJ will be happy now.
Oh, yeah.
Because he gets pissed when they lose,
Well, it was a good day for tight ends. It was a good day, really, for all the positions out there, both sides of the ball. And also, shout out to Tim Ryan, one of the great nickname givers I've ever really encountered.
Really, he's got a gift.
I mean, we're talking Hargrave Digger. We're talking Green Law and Order. I love Green Law and Order. That's fantastic.
Ambry Man.
The Ambry Man can. And then he had a second. He followed up with a second one for Ambry. What was
I missed that.
Yeah, he's had two
Speaking
of them
of the
today.
Ambry Man can, you saw who hosted SNL was your boy.
Yo, Chalamet, what up?
You did.
Actually, I haven't seen the episode yet because I was traveling,
And he's got the Wonka movie coming out.
Oh, my God.
That's why I bring up the Ambry Man.
How was Chalamet? I know how to pronounce his name. I'm doing that on purpose.
His monologue in a skit or two.
He's got the curls going. You know, the girls love
He's doing Chalamet.
The girls love him.
As the great CK said when I asked him, I said, how was it? He said, tolerable. That's what he said.
What did he say?
Chris Kelly said, tolerable.
Oh, yeah. Well, if we ever encounter him on the street, we know how to greet him. I take all my cues from Mikey Rapp.
You can't find
Chalamet,
it?
what up? Okay, it's all right.
Don't worry about it.
Thank you, Chalamet.
The big hit, Triple E's back right in the headlines after the OG headline disaster on Friday.
Okay.
And Triple E's headline is, they finally got a blank and win. So they finally got a blank and win. Let's dive into the sound of the 49er win. And 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you guys want to chime in, are you all good now, or is there something still bothering you?
Second one for Ambry.
808 KNBR.
Thank you. 415 helps. The second nickname for Ambry was Ambo, like Rambo. Yeah, then Ambo stepped up.
Well, as you and I both know from the documentary, that's one of the two iconic characters of Sly's life.
Just so long as Sly Stallone's dad isn't
and
around.
Speaking of documentaries, free plug, everybody. I made the family watch it in my sickness Saturday night. I'm like, if I'm going to be under a blanket, you're all coming down here with me. Get off your screens. No more Fortnite. And we watched the Yogi Berra documentary on Netflix. It ain't over.
Nice.
And I would highly recommend it. I would highly recommend everybody, as the movie urges us to do, Control, Alt, Delete, and reboot your take on Yogi Berra's place in baseball history, everybody. You best come correct.
You
And
ain't kidding. No,
by
you
the way,
ain't
they
kidding.
come at you right out of the gate, first scene. I'm not going to spoil it. But first scene, you're like, damn, really? And then take it from there.
How about the amount of games that guy was in the squad? I mean, the guy was a machine.
When you watch it, I just want you to come back to me. I just want you 2 words, baby. Nick Swisher. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. I remember Nick Swisher.
He pops up.
He had the hair going.
He pops up out of nowhere with a crazy cameo.
Okay, Nick Swisher. I haven't seen him in a while.
Anyway, it's on Netflix. They just added it.
Yeah, I saw it on the menu. I saw it.
But you got to cue that up. And I think you and Ken should watch it together. I think you guys really should.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Hey, here we go, guys. The big hit. The Niners finally got a blank and win. Next on the Sports Leader.
Chalamet, what up?
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk. Ayuk is on fire! Trevor Lawrence trying to get it blocked up, and he's going to go down right away. Nick Bosa came in untouched. Chase Young was there. The Gravedigger got there as well.
Bringing that sharp shovel today, baby. Burying quarterbacks.
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye Crunch.
Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Keep feeding the beast on a wheel route in George Kittle's wheels. There is nothing wrong with him.
Lawrence flushed out by Bosa. Bosa wraps him up, throws, intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. And he's dropped by Lawrence himself on the Niner 43-yard line. But it was Nick Bosa with the pressure on Trevor Lawrence. Here's a flip end around to Debo, coming right to left, big hole. Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo. Yeah, baby.
Early right, get a plant, lob, throw, wide open, use check, touchdown! Juice!
All right, let's go, baby. Let's go. The big hit. They finally got a blank and win. Danny Dunn coming in, firing shots at Triple E.
What are you talking about?
See, I'm not even sure I could trust him to get a headline right. I said, ooh, shots fired.
Damn.
Shots fired.
Inner office working.
Speaking of Danny Dunn, he likes it when we call in scores. So Steve Wilkes, a.k.a. Silk Wilkes, a.k.a. Wilkes on the ground, Everybody's talking about my Wilkes on the ground, a.k.a. Sideline Steve, as they're calling him. He's the one who called into Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell said, wait a minute, did I see you on the grass this Sunday? He said, why don't you not worry about it, you overpaid mannequin, and put it in the books. San Francisco 49ers 34, Jacksonville Jaguars 3.
Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah.
All right, here we go, guys. It was fun till your daddy took the Jaguars away.
Look at
I
this
guess.
guy.
I
Look
don't
at
know.
this guy.
That was off the top of my head. I wasn't planning that.
You're all right.
34-3, guys. I love. It's interesting that Tim Ryan said he thought that Brock didn't have his best game by a good decision. I was like, wow.
Well,
I thought he had a great game, but he said, I promise you, if you look at the film, he'll see things he could have done better or cleaned up. He thought he held the ball too long.
I felt like you, though. I thought he played a really solid game overall. I mean, just so long as he's not turning the ball over.
I don't think he came close to turning it over.
And again, no, he really didn't.
Except for the touchdown.
Except for that one where he floated it across all the D-backs, and it did work out. But also, again, what jumped out at me yesterday, Murph, we talked about this a little bit today, is Brock Purdy's ability to be elusive in the pocket. Like when it looks like he's in the clutches, he finds a way to slide away, extend the play, make something happen downfield. So I'm with you. I actually thought Brock played well.
Yeah. Here you go, guys. Brock Purdy, 19 of 26, 296, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He did take 2 sacks. And again, what is passer rating? I'm not sure. But when it supports your argument, you use it. Just like WAR, right, in baseball. And by the way, speaking of baseball, with the Giants dumping that coach news on Friday at 5 o'clock. What was that? I mean, I thought like Pat Burrell and Matt Williams coming back to the fold would be something we'd talk about midweek. They dumped it on Friday at 5. That's when you dump like the shameful stuff like, yeah, our company lost $500 million last year.
We're involved in another lawsuit.
It's Friday at 4:55, so don't worry about it.
Send out the press release at 4:45 on Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, on a Friday is when you do the Harbaugh news dump.
Yeah.
Aha.
I was shocked because this This was, I thought, anyway, I'm getting off topic.
Celebration. No, you're right. That's something to celebrate, but we'll get there.
What is passer rating? It's 148, his career best. So anyway, here's Kyle Shanahan on the decision-making of a Brock Purdy.
I think he's been playing the same way all this time, and you don't feel it from him at all. That's why I kind of been, I know he's had some turnovers here and there on our losses, but you ask anyone who's watched all those games and stuff, he was one of the best players on the field in those games, and you're always responsible for those turnovers. But Brock, there's none where you're sitting there saying he's taken too many bad decisions. That was one, definitely. It's going to happen with guys, but I love having a guy who isn't thinking about that. He's trying to make the right decisions, letting it rip, and he'll live with the consequences and try to get better when it's not.
All right.
I tell you, I thought he was great. I was surprised to hear Shanahan say that about, Tim Ryan say that about Purdy. Yeah. But you said that Purdy had a quote about backyard football. This is that escapability. And the backyard, the first play was actually a little too much. The first touchdown was a little too much backyard football, right? But here he goes talking about playing ball.
The biggest thing is, I think, just playing within our scheme, how, Shanahan's calling plays, how Greasy's coaching us up with just our reads, our footwork progression, everything, playing within that. And then there's opportunities where if stuff breaks down, all right, now let's go play, some backyard football-esque type of plays. But to say I'm searching for those kind of plays, that's wrong. And so, going into this game, you got to play like that. I still, I play football, and I'm aggressive with what I do and how I throw the ball, and I still have to learn, times in the game and situations where I got to be smart with the ball. So that's something that I got to continue to learn. But at the same time, they do a good job of not just handcuffing me. They let me play quarterback in an aggressive way and get the ball to our guys when they're open.
Little backyard ball for Brock, dude.
You were talking about your guy in the booth up there, Jolton Joe Davis, who we all like and all seem like we've been with him for our entire life.
I was like, look at
Jolton Joe Davis.
Buddy,
there he is again. Yeah. He actually said something during the game yesterday to that point about Brock Purdy being kind of a gambler, and he's a risk taker on the field, little backyard ball style. He said he threw over 50 picks when he was in college, to the point of he will roll the dice in the moment. He's going to take some chances. Now, I know Shanahan's going to rip the hair out of his head if he keeps doing stuff like this. But on a day when it all goes well, it feels great. Now, after the 5 picks in the 3 games, I think we're all a little uptight. But the fact that he got out of there clean, it was a dominant performance. But I think, just remember, that's Brock Purdy's nature. He's going to do some risky stuff out there. Like you said, Marcus, kind of like the way Brett Favre used to. A lot of those throws were ill-advised, but a lot of times he would get away with it. So
yeah, and he's got that little bit of a gunslinger mentality.
Exactly.
And I think that's probably my favorite part about Brock. Now, I don't want to take any shots at our guy Jimmy Garoppolo, but the biggest improvement...
What do you mean, our guy? You don't like Jimmy G?
That's my guy. I'm going to give me a silver and black Jimmy Garoppolo jersey.
Where was he, by the way, last night?
Yeah, I didn't even see him at all.
Sitting on the bench. He was doing a couple commercials. No, he wasn't in the game.
Dude, I saw the commercial.
Oh, dude.
That was as bad as the Raiders offering that happy birthday Instagram post after bench.
He's out here doing commercials, but he's on the bench. But my point I was getting to is that Brock Purdy and that mobility, the way he scrambles out of the pocket in those bootlegs, or the way that he extends plays,
it's a big part of his game.
Has been the biggest upgrade to this 49er offense, but he's also got to be careful to not be too aggressive. Those cases we've seen before halftime where he's getting sacked and throwing the ball away, and he's getting called for intentional grounding left and right.
Yeah, man. Hey, by the way, I want to show you this little big hit picture that Triple E put in here. If you can see it on the YouTube stream. This is for my YouTube people.
Triple E gets artistic with these sheets.
And this is for my Twitch people here, too. But look at that picture on the far right of Trent Williams. He's doing the ice water thing.
He's shooting it in.
And then look at what's Brock doing?
It looks like he's doing a guzzle, like he's guzzling a beer.
What's he doing?
That was my thing. I was like, is he just like shotgunning a beer?
What is that? You put that in there. It looks like he's celebrating something.
Well, it looks like he's drinking.
I was going to say, earlier this year when Kyle Juszczyk scored a touchdown, he was doing the drink the juice celebration, but it also looked like he was doing a different hand gesture, if you guys understand what I'm saying.
Well, listen, there's another one with the sniff and all that? That one? Yeah, I don't know. Listen, a lot of gestures.
You're saying Brock was doing that?
Brock did it after Kyle Juszczyk scored a touchdown earlier this season. He did the celebration like he was pretending to drink juice on the sideline.
Oh, I see.
But it was interpreted as he was doing something
else. Who interpreted that? Some lunatic on social media?
Twitter. I'll tell you, the Twitter people, Mark.
People with dirty minds. Shout out Prince.
By the way, other people have talked about the one thing we haven't talked about today. Purdy got horse collared. Nobody called it.
Correct.
Right, do you remember that?
That's correct.
Just want to get that out there. All right.
Okay.
Brock Purdy on how big this game was. 34-3, man. We went. I'm telling you, Paulie, we signed off on Friday at 10. not only was I limping out of the studio with a freaking baby flu.
And sneezing on the air, I heard.
I did, but it
That's
wasn't really,
hilarious.
it wasn't, this flu wasn't really the sweet, it was the ache chill. It was the chill ache.
I don't like anything you're
The
saying
achy
right
chill.
now. I don't
You know
like
what I
any
mean?
description of that at all.
But we gutted it out. Marcus and I had a good time. We had to do it for you, Paulie.
No,
We
I
had to gut
appreciate
through
that.
you,
Thanks for
buddy.
giving me some room. I do.
But anyway, we walked out of here Friday at 10, not sure. And I even tweeted right before the game, like, I really don't know.
What are you talking about? Not sure about what?
What was going to happen in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I truly didn't know.
I think there was some apprehension. Let's be honest. I think that's fair.
I said, there's one way to look at it. That since they last lost, they added Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and Chase Young.
That'll help right there.
I got to think that's a plus.
Those are all
you know
Pro
what I
Bowl
mean?
guys. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, think about this. The last time we saw them, they didn't have Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and Chase Young.
Yep.
The next time we saw them, they had Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and Chase Young.
Well,
oh, wait a minute. One game they lost, and the other one they won.
Well, you said the
math,
swag.
Baby, math. All right.
The swag was there right from the jump
Dude,
yesterday.
I actually, the boombox thing, we've all come to accept it and know it, but there was something about yesterday's that kind of got me.
Yeah.
Maybe it was because I hadn't seen Deebo and Trent in 3 weeks.
It was almost like
seeing old friends.
There was a lot of confidence there, but there was also kind of like, it was like menacing also the way they walked out with the boombox yesterday.
And then that Chase Young was right there with them.
Chase Young, dude.
So anyway, here's Purdy on how big the win was.
Okay.
Yeah, it's huge. When you lose 3 in a row, obviously it's like, man, you want to get back on track. But honestly, we've taken every single game, very seriously, and we come to work. We never got complacent or anything. There's some things that haven't gone our way. A couple plays within the last couple of games, but for this one, came with the right mindset of, backs against the wall in a sense, and let's play like hungry again. So I think that was the mindset. But overall, man, we're just trying to play Niner football.
Yeah, man, Niner football. And Paulie, as we have this big hit chance to unveil a little bit here, how about you pay tribute to the guy? The Wolves are at the door. I got lunatics on my social media feed calling for his head. He goes 19 at 26, 296.
Clear it out, baby. No, it's all good. Clear that ass out of there. Yeah.
God.
My God, Murph is banged up.
Am I a pro? Am I, Jesus.
Well, I'm on life support as it is.
Amateur am I? Jesus.
I know. We're okay. He's still going. By the way, let me help you out. It's time to drop in a Cheetle. This is what it sounds like when Murph turns his mic off. I'm not even kidding. Minus the dramatic music underneath.
19 of 26, 296, 3 touchdowns, 148 passer rating, maybe worthy of a Twisted Sister tribute.
I wanna brag. I wanna brag. I want to brag. Turn the party up. I'm waiting for so long so I can see the red and gold. So let's go. Red and gold. So if you ask me why I like the way he slays it, there's only one thing I can say to you. I wanna brag.
Brock.
I wanna brag.
Brock.
I want to brag.
Brock.
I wanna brag.
Brock.
Brag.
Brock.
Brag.
Brock.
I wanna brag.
I love it. I want to Brock.
How'd that sound?
We all want to Brock. Sounds great.
How'd that
dude.
sound, buddy?
Sounds great.
Well, you know what else sounded good? Having 71 back in your life. Big Trent Williams. And the funny thing is that we heard as late as Saturday he was unlikely to play. In fact, if you pick up your Chronicle newspaper today, the print edition, they have like the Friday, it says Trent Williams unlikely to play. It's the Monday morning paper, dude. It's unbelievable. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. They should just save the paper. Let's just go all digital. Man. I hate to do it. I love to read a paper. I mean, one of my favorite movies coming up at Christmas time is A Christmas Story with the kid, with the you'll shoot your eye out and all that good stuff. And it's a great scene with the dad reading the paper at the breakfast table.
What's the paper, Murph? What is that?
He's like reading and he's reading about the monster. Remember, he goes, the monsters of the Midway, more like he's riffing on the Bears.
Yeah.
And it's like a good shot of when your dad used to read the paper, you know what I mean?
Remember how you look at it over the top? He'd be like this, he'd give you a look over the top of the paper. Yeah. Yeah.
Those days are over. So anyway, the point is Trent Williams played.
Hey, Murph. Do I need to get in there? Should I? Or I'm just asking. I mean, I probably should, right? Should I do something for Trent Williams? musically speaking.
Well, given that there's an entire Twitter feed waiting for your contributions, yes.
They want a Trent thing, because I think I just thought of something. I think I just got a Trent idea.
By the way, at Paulie's Pod took you to Ford Field.
No joke.
Yes, it did.
That took you inside the
Shout out
bowels.
Clint Burton. Rest in peace.
Cliff Burton.
Yeah,
rest in peace, Cliff Burton from the East Bay. Yeah.
Trent Williams on the big win.
I think it was huge. Losing 4 straight would have been, I think a lot of people would have wanted to turn the panic lights on, or, could have had our proverbial back against the wall. So I think coming out, getting this win on the road against a really good team that's been rolling, really good defense, really good players all around the field, to come out here and get a good win, I think it's definitely what we needed.
Good to hear Trent. Here's one more for Trent about why did he play on an ankle that he says is not 100% yet. Said he was going 75-80.
Looked good to me.
And now he's got another week to rest.
Yeah, guys running away from him yesterday out there on the field.
Yeah, here he is.
Yeah, it was important for me to get out there, and I told Coach a week ago if I got to 70%, 75%, I think I was going to give it a shot, And it, like I said, it was tough. I hadn't had any physical contact since Cleveland. So, I've really been on the shelf for the last month, and I still wasn't able to get any physical contact in practice because obviously, we were just wanting to see how it felt to get out and run. So, today, I knew it'd be tough. I knew I'd be rusty because obviously you can't just wake up after a month off and go out there and pick up where you left off.
So, man, this guy, I tell you what, I'm so into this guy. I'm already freaked out about what's going to happen when he retires. I'm like, how are we ever going to play life without Trent Williams?
I don't even want to think about that.
No, they haven't drafted a tackle and high draft pick in forever.
It's been a long time since you brought an old lineman in, yeah. I don't want to think of that way, though.
George Kittle, so I said, it's funny. Again, the game can be boiled down as simple as this. They lost to Cincinnati.
Right.
Then they added Chase Young, Deebo Samuel, and Trent Williams.
Yeah,
that'll
help.
Beat Jacksonville.
That'll make a difference.
So here's George Kittle. Oh, yeah, it says 19-71. That was nice.
What Deebo brings to the table is a lot. Just especially where we line him up. When you can move him and Christian, you interchange them. The defense has to account for a lot of stuff, and then you take in all of our motions and all that stuff. There's a lot going on for the defensive process every single play, and when you have that capability, it just gets the defense kind of on their heels a little bit, and then you can attack them with Deebo. You can throw a route to Christian. So that's huge for our offense, just to have that diversity, whatever you want to call it. And then you go look at Trent Williams, and what Trent does is, besides being, a first ballot Hall of Famer left tackle, still playing at a very high level, his confidence that he brings into the huddle is fantastic. The way he gets guys hyped for before drives, in the middle of drives, is incredibly encouraging. Just when you have a guy like that who's a very vocal leader too in the huddle, it just brings everybody up around him. And then also, Trent doesn't really need chips or anything like that. He just kind of manhandles anybody that he goes against, and it's very fun to play with someone that's probably the best ever to do at his position.
John Lynch traded for Trent Williams.
Dude, John Lynch will bring in some players now. John Lynch bringing in Big Trent, bringing in Chase Young.
23?
Bringing in 23. That's a difference.
John Lynch might be
GM of the year.
I'm saying in the history of Bay Area GMs, who's made bigger acquisitions than Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey?
And by the way, Murph, you're forgetting that he just brought in Chase Young like a week or two ago for a third-round draft pick.
I say in the history of Bay Area GMs, but then again, I forgot, Paulie, about picking up Connor Joe and Mike Reed before opening day.
Look at this. Murph going off the road to take a punch.
Well, bro, you on the clock, my friend. You on the clock.
That's about time.
By the way, my kid who hawks this stuff all the time says, Dad, you see the report show he's going to sign before the winter meetings? I'm like, I didn't see that. He's like, it's everywhere. That's what he said to me.
It's everywhere where?
Have you, Marcus, did you see it?
It's everywhere.
He's going to sign before the winter meetings?
No, I haven't seen
Declan
anything.
Murphy goes, it's everywhere, man.
No, the latest,
you're missing it.
The latest I saw on Shohei is a report that just came out from the New York Mets saying they're not confident that they can land Shohei.
I don't know, man. I'm just
Shohei to the West Coast.
Yeah, Shohei by the Bay, if I may.
Nicky Bosa.
Yeah.
He said he felt the Florida humidity. It's so funny because we talk about getting off the plane in the Bay. We love the air.
Greatest feeling ever.
But Bosa likes getting off the plane in FLA. And
it's home. You know what I mean? That's his home. You always feel that.
And he said, yeah, look what we just did to Jacksonville.
Okay.
Sometimes matchups work certain ways. Like, not a lot of teams have done what we just did to them. So we just have to keep improving, keep taking it one game at a time because we've played really well as a D-line in certain games throughout this year and not so good in other games, but when you have these opportunities, you got to make the most of them.
Not a lot of teams have done to the Jags what we just did. It's all true. And so, Paulie, in honor of this guy, maybe having his first, maybe it took him seeing Chase Young, and a lot of people making a big deal of a little moment caught on camera where Chase puts his head on Nicky's shoulder.
You know, it's like the cutest thing with these two guys. And by the way, they're killers. But when you see them together, they're enjoying each other's company so much.
Paulie Mack and Tony Ryan, put your head on my shoulder.
Murph, that perhaps might be a tad bit dated. That one, it might not win us any favors.
Did you see NBC Sunday Night Football Open last night?
With the Heidi thing,
that was awesome.
That was
but
good.
I was thinking about somebody saying, well, that was 55 years ago.
Right, who's going to know about that? Right.
Okay, Boomer.
I thought, see what happens?
That was, by the way, one of the most well-done things I've ever seen in terms of like NFL Opens. Well, maybe in the cooler of content.
The old lady walking around, Heidi herself.
Oh, she looks good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because she was like only 7 at the time. She's like early 60s, which for Waterboy, for guys like me and Paulie, that ball's in play.
Hey, why do you think I go to my favorite website, early60s.com? One of my favorite destinations.
Paulie, in honor of this guy finally saying that it was Chase Young who made me start my season, the Florida humidity, 1.5, let me give it to you right now.
You do what you got to do.
1.5 sacks, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery, and a pass defense. Let's close out the big hit. This way.
Baker, you good? We got him in the draft round 1-0, you know. Then we drank champagne and we toast our guy Nicky Bosa. You good? B-O-S-A Bosa.
I do have my birthday.
I walked up to him and I threw him a glance. I asked him his name and in the 3-point stance he said a Bosa. You good? A B-O-S-A Bosa. A Bosa. Bosa. You good? Sing it, Murph. Come on, baby.
Back to work.
Thank you.
And that is your big hit for today. Niners got a wet blanket and win. Inject it into your veins, Brock Purdy style. Cooler of content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
For the first time in over a month, the 49ers are flying back to San Francisco victorious after destroying the Jacksonville Jaguars 34-3. So to read all the top takeaways from the 49ers win on the road, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler of Content. Let's dive right in without messing around. This was the funny one from Trent Williams last night about the end around to Debo where he and Charlie Warner pull around and number 31, Darius Williams, And I saw this live. I was like, wait a minute, is that guy running away? Is he running away? We asked Tim Ryan about it earlier. He goes, oh, yeah, it's what Dion used to call a business decision.
Yeah, it was great.
Well, here's Trent Williams. He went to the podium, and he's like, the guy ran away from me.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It's kind of weird because, 31 turned around and ran. I ain't never seen that. So, but yeah, I knew he was close because I could just tell the reaction of the guy in front of me. But anytime I feel so comfortable with 2-3 or 19 out there in the open fields, like I just got to get in the way long enough for them to make a decision. And once 19 gets ahead of steam, it's really tough to bring them down.
So I love it, man. Just 19. Hey, 19.
I've never seen a guy run away from me on the field. These are pros out there now, Murph. I'll do that on the sandlot, not in the pro field, though.
All right, this one we have to play because I told you now, is whether it's Pat McAfee on ESPN or Draymond doing a post-game or swearing is now just like...
Well, all bets are off. You say whatever you want, wherever you want, whenever you want, and however you want. They don't even there's no delete, there's no beeps. There's no censoring. When we went on FM radio, I got a huge lecture about the standards and the FCC regulations and the rules. All bets are off.
So Michigan gets Harbaugh suspended. They do the whole bet thing.
All right, bet. All right, Marcus, bet.
I saw Barstool's already selling the bet T-shirt.
See,
navy blue with the
you got to capitalize on the moment. Yeah,
and so their offensive coordinator Sharon Moore becomes the interim coach. Huge win for them over Penn State, 24-15. I had that cover, by the way, on my pool. I was going to make it one of my radio picks, and I said, no, I should stay west, and wound up getting burned by SC.
Damn.
Anyway, dude, I did not anticipate this from Michigan interim coach Sharon Moore on the field at Happy Valley right after they beat Penn State. This is live on Fox. Here it is.
To win on the road in this environment when there were doubts. Sharon, what does it mean to you?
I want to thank the Lord. I want to thank Coach Harbaugh. I love you, man. I love the shit out of you, man. This is for you. For this university, the president, our AD, we got the best players, best university, best alumni in the country. Love you guys. These guys right here, man. These guys did it. These guys did it, man. Talk to him, man. Love you.
Thank you, Coach.
I got to thank you for playing that, dude. I had not heard that because I was traveling over the weekend, but that was incredible. It was better than you described.
I love the
S out of you.
The low-key winner.
The S out of you.
The low-key winner, that is. Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, no, I love the S out of you.
He started crying.
I don't even think I've never heard that phrase.
I love the S out of you.
Yeah, that's severe.
Coach Harbaugh, I love you, man. Love the shit out of you, man.
Oh. All right, hey, listen, I mean, I don't think those rules apply to the Murph and Rack show, though. I would say we got to stay in our lane as far as language goes.
2 F's and an S and a new phrase. I love the S.
And tears just flowing.
I love the S out of you.
I appreciate the emotion, but still, you got to, I mean, maybe you let one slip out. He backed it up like Lenny Bruce.
Unbelievable.
Once again.
All right. Are you familiar with what's going on with the Clippers and James Harden?
Oh, it's a tire fire, man.
They're now 0-4 with Harden.
Yeah.
I think I heard he's minus 67.
He might need to get the fat suit back on.
His plus minus is minus 67. So this is Mavs pregame, Dallas Mavericks pregame. And I wish I had the name of this gentleman. I can only credit Mavs pregame.
Okay.
Actually, I think I have it for you. I'll get it for you real quick. But listen to this takedown of James Harden in 3 parts.
Ask the producer to pipe this into the Clippers locker room so I can talk to you, James. I hope you're taking notes. I'm telling you in advance, you're welcome for the wisdom I'm about to spew. Because, listen, I get on my knees every night and pray for someone to believe in me like Daryl Morey believed in you. You wanted a certain coach, they brought in Mike D'Antoni. You wanted to play a certain style, they played it. You wanted Dwight Howard, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. You wanted Chris Paul, they brought him in and got rid of him when you were tired of him. They brought in your old friend Russell Westbrook. You wanted to go to Vegas on off days? They looked away. You wanted the team to stay over so you could go out at night? They changed the schedule, and it didn't work.
Okay, so that's the start.
All right.
He's saying this. He goes on to part 2.
Yeah.
This Dallas Mavericks pregame destroying James Harden, saying, you wanted everything. You wanted this coach. You wanted this GM. Where Daryl Morey's taking care of you, and still.
And you know what? You said, I'm going to break up with my whoopee. Not good enough. I see the bright lights in New York. I want to go there. My old pal, Kevin Durant. It's going to work. The big 3. And all after 1 year, you wanted out. You realized, oh my gosh, I took this guy for granted, the guy that believed in me. I went back with Daryl Morey. They traded Ben Simmons for you. How did they pull that off? And you know what? You went there, and you got a partner who got the MVP. He won the MVP. And what did you say afterwards? You said, they didn't hand me the reins. You're the point guard. You were holding the reins. And what did you do when you had the reins? You scored 9 points in Game 7 against Boston. You blew a 3-2 series lead.
Okay, then
Can't argue with those numbers.
Bodying James Harden,
Yeah.
and he's saying everything. He's right about everything.
I like that final
I have
comment,
no
too.
idea what's going on with his beat underneath this, too. I have no idea. But anyway, finally, part 3 of the Dallas Mavericks pregame takedown of James Harden's just sad state.
Okay.
Here, so.
You broke up with your guy, believe in you again. You said, the bright lights of L.A., that's where I want to go. Let's see if that works. Listen, James, have you ever had those friends who had bad roommates? Over and over, they complained about their bad roommates. This guy's terrible. The bad roommate here. They never thought to be self-aware enough that they're the bad roommate. They're the problem. Hey, James, you're the problem. If this doesn't work this year in this system with this team, then you're going to go and point fingers at everybody else, and you're going to go back home and you're going to start swiping right for another team. And there's not going to be anybody left. Because, James, you're not the beard, you're not the system, you're the problem.
Damn, Brian Damaris.
By the way, with that
a
music,
2-minute takedown.
That's almost like a prose, like a spoken word kind of hip hop thing with the bed underneath. Throw that thing on Spotify today. I'll listen to that with the windows down, driving around town.
I don't think. I mean, what's this guy's approval rating right now, James Harden? About 0? 1?
Maybe negative 0.
And then finally, I thought this was really good by NBC. Sunday Night Football, Jets Raiders. Okay, every time you see those helmets, if you know your NFL history, you know that it's the Heidi game. And so I actually had to tell my kid, what's the Heidi game? I said, what's the Heidi game?
You got to learn about the Heidi game.
They bring back the actress, Jennifer Edwards. She was like 8 years old in 1968, so now she's 63. And they got her to do this intro.
She's
to
like
Sunday
walking
Night
through the
Football.
hills and everything, yeah.
So here it is. It starts with a bunch of Jets Raiders highlights and a voice you hear, and then you see her face, and they put her in pigtails, too,
Yeah,
which
that
is
was
really
cool.
cute.
That was cool.
Here it is.
Once upon a time, there were 2 teams who played a game called football that everybody loved. The teams had their own tales of hope and despair, of frustration and faith. And they came together on a Sunday night. Sorry. Too soon?
So then they cut to her. All of a sudden you see, so at first it was just videos of the Jets and the Raiders, and then they cut to the Heidi clip from 1968, black and white movie. And there she is in 2023 with her blonde pigtails. She goes, too soon?
Yeah.
And then they take her into the hills of Southern California, and she's walking around in her Heidi outfit, explaining this 55-year later thing here on NBC.
Hi there. I'm Jennifer Edwards. And 55 years ago, this week, a movie I was in as a little girl kind of, how do I say this, got in the way of football. It was an afternoon in Oakland, and the Jets and Raiders were playing on NBC in an epic game that would go down to the final moments.
Monica to Charlie Smith.
Only America didn't get to see the Raiders come back and win because the network switched off the game to go to my movie, Heidi. The movie, as you might know, is kind of a fairy tale, even if it was a nightmare for NBC.
There were 10,000 phone calls of complaint.
And a lot of football fans.
The fans who missed it could not be consoled.
So tonight, we're going to get it right and show you the whole game. Though if the ending isn't happily ever after for your team, don't blame me.
That was really, really good. Well done by NBC. Well done by Jennifer Edwards. And well
It was a
done
pretty
by the whole
clever
thing.
idea,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah,
It was
yeah.
clever for this generation to get turned on. So you had to tell your kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they slickly did it for the new generation. And Waterboy got the win on top of
you
everything
did.
else. There's your cooler of content.
All right, brother. That's
There's
it.
your power hour. Mike Silver at 8:50 on these sports.
All right, thanks, Marcus. Hey, Paulie Mack saying good morning on a Monday. Hope everybody had a great weekend, feeling good after that Niner win, certainly. But hey, life goes on, right? We all have real life issues in real life time, and we have to try to figure out a lot of them financial too. For me, for you, for all of us. That's what happens in life. Every time you get your head above water, something happens. Man, a tree fell into my garage, or my kid's college tuitions are coming. Whatever it is, how do you raise money fast? You do it with Loan Pronto and their Express Equity Line of Credit. It's an amazing program that actually gets cash out of your home, and they can do it in as fast as 5 days if you're in a pinch, while also leaving your 3% mortgage intact. You don't want to compromise that, and you're not going to have to. Loan Pronto can pull $50K, $100K, even $200,000 out of your record high home value, and then that money is yours. It's yours after all. Do whatever you want with it. If it is home improvement or home repair or medical bills or credit card debt, it's entirely up to you. Rates are so high right now. A lot of people really don't want to move, but again, you can still use that equity by converting it into cash with Loan Pronto and their Express Equity Line of Credit. Let them help you out today. They can raise up a lot of money in a very, very short amount of time. So call today, see how easy it is to get a lot of cash. And again, as I say, about 5 days. It's Loan Pronto's Express Equity Line of Credit. Give them a shout, talk about your situation, and let's get to work here. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com is the website. You can read up on them there, get more information. And again, give them a shout, 415-808-5721. Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3rd down and 5. Niners have their turbo win, and it's Cleveland Ferrell and Nick Bosa with a Hargrave and Armstead inside, and Trevor Lawrence is going down. Gets sacked back on the 25-yard line. Eric Armstead, 2 weeks ago, had 2 sacks against Joe Burrow. On the 3rd play of the game, he picks up one here. Trevor Lawrence trying to get it blocked up, and he's going to go down right away. Nick Bosa came in untouched. Chase Young was there. The Gravedigger got there as well. Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time. Play action, Trevor Lawrence to ETN, moves around the Gravedigger. He's going to go down, though. Cleveland Ferrell, his teammate at South Carolina, will reel in Trevor Lawrence. Blitz by Lenore. Bosa's got another sack. Timo Lenore, the nickelback, coming on the cat blitz, set it up, and Nick Bosa's having some return game to Florida.
Do you guys remember what a sack is? Holy moly, they're back in our lives. 5 of them. It's incredible. We demand sacks from that front 5, or front 4, but they came out as a 5-man front, and they delivered the goods. Hargrave kicking in windows.
Hargrave digger.
Bosa and Chase Young doing the Buckeye Boys thing. Even Cleve Ferrell.
Yes.
Kind of ducked into one. Or
I think you were kind of picking on last week, weren't you? Talking about him
Drake
saying
Jackson.
That was it. It was Drake Jackson.
Dude, you won't see him no more. They put him on the IR.
You know what I mean?
I mean, dude, honestly, that guy was, I hate to say this, but he was like kind of baggage at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a 2nd-round draft pick. Once again, don't give the Niners a 1st or 2nd-round draft pick.
How come?
Because all they hit on is 5th and 6th and 7th rounders.
Yeah. And free agent moves from John Lynch.
Samuel, 2nd-rounder. Brandon Ayuk, 1st-rounder.
See what I mean?
Those are 2 hits.
What about Nick Bosa?
Nick Bosa.
Okay.
That was a good hit,
It's about
too.
as big as it gets. Yeah.
Because there's a lot of... And by the way, a lot of people coming in on the... I didn't realize that Jennifer Edwards is the daughter of Blake Edwards and stepdaughter of Julie Andrews. That's incredible knowledge. Incredible knowledge there. But anyway, that was fun there. And a lot of people are saying they took the Niners off the air yesterday in the 3rd quarter. Not in my Not
What?
market.
No,
I guess out of market because it was non-competitive.
So they did like another updated version of the Heidi game almost on the anniversary
you
of
couldn't
Heidi.
see the McCaffrey record touchdown,
Yeah.
right? Exactly, man. So, I heard that from more than one people. Also, people checking in on that beat that was underneath the Harden.
Hilarious.
Rant was
It
the
was. It
Jay-Z
almost
diss
became
track by Nas called Ether.
Yeah,
Did you guys know that?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, did you guys know that?
No, I didn't know prior to that.
I don't know, man. Yeah, and so that was fun too. All right, guys. So listen, here's the deal.
Yes.
We want to get to Mike Silver.
Yeah.
And then we want to get to Tim Kawakami.
Hey, are you still
those
gonna-
are two titans in the written and spoken word here.
I want to
in the
make
Bay Area.
Are you still going to follow up with Silver on that little thing you said you were going to do, like earlier?
We'll
in the
do it
show?
at the end.
Okay. I'm eager to have this moment happen.
He'll get very riled up, dude. They're
Oh,
talking
God.
about Cal and Stanford fans standing up for a unified standing ovation because we fended off the evil Big Ten. It's like, stop, dude.
See.
You guys stop. You guys are the runts of the litter. You can't handle your own business. And now you're like, oh, a standing ovation to unify against the evil move to the Big Ten.
Murph's not buying it, guy.
Yeah, stop.
No, he ain't
How
buying
about
it.
winning a couple games? How about having a decent
He's tough.
program?
No, Murph can be tough on
You know
these
what I
guys.
mean, dude?
I've seen it.
Listen, I'm tough on my guy.
Listen, no, you
I got
very-
Chip Kelly. Oh,
We're coming close to an eruption.
I'm going to swear on the air.
Marcus wants it too. He's like, give it to me, give it to me.
Anyway,
Okay.
Mike Silver,
All right, man.
I promise not to poke him. We'll just talk Niners next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
The Buckeye Crunch.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's. We love talking about Amici's pizza. It's so good. What do we get to highlight today? We get to talk about the fact that it's a busy schedule. I know it, man. I'm living it. We got like 6 different schedules going on with 4 people. How can that happen? So it's hard to predict when everyone's ready for dinner. And my friends at Amici's have the perfect solution. And I just recently did this, getting the famous thin crust pizzas half-baked. This is really cool. And then it's really convenient because you get a half-baked cheese, a half-baked pepperoni, half-baked New Haven white clam. And then when everybody's finally ready, you slide it in the oven. It's ready in 5 minutes. And then you can slide it back in the box if you want for no dishes. But bottom line is that you have the ready when you are pizza. Half-baked. And we have a deal. If you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at Amici's.com, you get 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, between now and the end of November. Once again, so you order, you order for pickup or delivery from the promotions menu at Amici's.com. You get 20% off any half-baked pizza, any size, between now and the end of November. 2 words, Amici's delivers.
Great job, brother.
digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok at The Sports Leader. We are KNBR.
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together forcing a fumble. And the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye Crunch.
From what I saw there, it seemed like he had a big impact. I know watching him and Nick there on that same play, I'll see when I watch the tape, but just having him out there and allowing our rotation to go, and from what it looked like to me, I thought we rushed collectively the best that I had seen. I'll tell you guys tomorrow after I watched it on the plane, but just watching it live on the sidelines, it seemed collectively our group had their best game yet, and that's the goal.
All good. 49ers 34, Jacksonville 3, and Fox went to commercial blasting this.
Well, not much better than Dickie Betts and the Allman Brothers singing Blue Sky. I mean, that's about as good as music gets.
I think I've seen Paul Mack perform this with the Freestone Peaches.
Hey, since you brought it up, you know what? I'll see all of y'all at Sweetwater in Mill Valley on December 1st. It's a Friday night. Marcus, love to see you come up.
That's a fun show.
If you can. But no,
you should come up.
If you can. I'm only sitting in that night.
If you need a room to crash, buddy, I got one for you.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun.
All right. Hey, here's the deal. Mike Silver knows Blue Sky by the Allman Brothers because he knows his rock and roll. He knows his 49ers.
He does.
Blue Sky for the 49ers, Mikey. How are you, man?
Good. I probably saw Dickie and the Allmans play that about 15 times live. So
Attaboy. Way to get.
Oh, dude, I didn't know your Allmans ran that deep.
Yeah, there was a big revival in the late 80s, 90s.
100%. Yep.
With Warren Haynes,
Yep.
and they were playing a lot, and I always loved them, and the two killer guitarists, among other things. Also the two drummers. So
Yep.
I felt at home as a Deadhead. It was nice.
You know what else, Greg? I would say also, Mike, probably one of the best blues vocalists of all time, in my opinion, Greg Allman on keys. But those vocals, man, of Greg Allman, I mean, tough to beat those.
Well, my buddy Brian Fitzpatrick, who I've referenced before, who is a nice Irish man, went to Cal with, he once said, they have the best singer in rock and roll, and they sound hottest when he doesn't sing.
Wait a minute. Wait, explain that one.
I mean, their jamming is unbelievable.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, they're like jazz
level.
players. Yeah.
So if you go to their show, you probably come home thinking about like that 28-minute whipping post,
nice.
Or nobody knows or something. Anyway,
that's a great line. They have the best singer in rock and roll, and they sound their best when he doesn't sing. That's very funny. Well, we can somehow twist that into the 49ers. They have the best pass rush in the NFL, and they're only best when they let them. I don't know. I tried. I know you wrote right before. You're like, the Niners need a savior. They need something. And there was a lot of worry going into this, Mike. That's what I felt. I want to kind of frame this game in the context of the pregame vibe, which was Jags have won 5 in a row. Niners have lost 3 in a row. They've lost their pass rush. Purdy's thrown picks in the fourth quarter. I mean, how do you frame this win in the context of the pregame storyline?
yeah, it was big. And again, like if that's where like the blown kick. I know it happens, but if you're 6-2 and coming off a couple of rough games and you're playing a hot team, it's a big game, but it's not like, oh my God, what if we lose? But because they had lost the 3, yeah. And I really pointed to the pass rush as the big deal. That's been kind of their identity, the strength of their team. It hasn't been getting there the way it had most of the previous 4 years, and they were getting carved up. They got carved up by Stafford, then Cousins, then Burrow. And so, that to me was a big, big deal. And they just looked angry to me from the beginning. I mean, that first play when Fred Warner, got right after Trevor Lawrence and he had to throw it away. And then Warner smacked the ball carrier on the next play. And then they got a sack on third down. I was like, oh, they're revived. And so, yeah, I think Chase Young, it's cool to have him and it helped, but that didn't seem like that's what was tipping the scales. That seemed like they got some rest, but those were the real 49ers. That was Dre Greenlaw without being so banged up. He has to stay down after every tackle. That was better in the secondary. And look, Ambry Thomas gave him a little bounce. The new nickel is put him on the outside and put Diamador Lenore has been so good into the slot, and Isaiah Oliver not on the field. So I thought that helped too.
I mean, that is interesting. Just to pause on that for a second. Ambry Thomas did have some nice moments yesterday, but putting him back out there is not fail-safe. Like, that has been an issue through the last couple of years. And so if he's going to be the dude now, that's going to be a moment. That's going to be a spot to look at.
Well, that would have been, I know it's come out that they made calls on Patrick Surtain, who I don't think was going to get pride from Denver, and Jalen Johnson we had talked about with Chicago. But the idea was if you could get another corner you really feel good about, and that would be 3, which is a lot, then that allows you to put Demo inside and in nickel, and you're in a great situation. So if you're just looking for the perfect defense, you go get another corner. And they either couldn't do that or felt like it was too costly in terms of draft capital. I think they could have figured out the salary stuff later, because even if it was a high-priced guy, if you like him that much, you just cut somebody else next year, and they could afford it this year. But, what they were able to get Chase Young for very cheap, and there's a reason. And when I tried to explain that reason, because I know a lot, because I've been very involved with the Washington situation the last few years, some people got upset, but basically there's got to be a reason that a guy who is that talented, who went 2 overall, who was the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, is available for a compensatory 3 when you would have just gotten a compensatory 3 anyway if you let him leave as a free agent. And the 49ers similarly will get a compensatory 3 probably if they let him leave as a free agent. But, there's also a reason he went number 2 overall, and there's something to be said for new scenery, and he and Nick Bosa are tight from their college days. And, the idea is to get the best Chase Young you can get, probably as a rental.
Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle joining us. Want to remind you a couple things. One, we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. 2, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And 3, forward teasing, Mikey's buddy Brent Jones joins Tolbert and Coates today at 3:50, right? Speaking of, we'll use that to spring over to the tight end. George Kittle caught a big one yesterday. It was really play of the game. He's not. It's not high frequency, but he seems to be creeping back into Brock Purdy's life a little bit, and that has been a welcome development. They had a huge hookup at the end of last year. It was like the Iowa connection, the Iowa State bonding, and then he kind of went away from it early in this year. And now you start to see him back.
This one was a nice throw.
I don't think that's a thing. I think that's like a UCLA SC bonding concept. I don't think that's a thing. I mean, if you're looking to restore your identity, right? You want Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, those guys to be at the forefront of it. There's just so much physicality, so much attitude, and he's obviously, George Kittle, a great player, and you want him involved anyway. But, that's also a function, I think, of Deebo is one more way for Kyle Shanahan to manipulate opposing defenses with Deebo and McCaffrey together. And Juszczyk, that's a lot of moving parts where you don't know who's doing what, and somebody's going to be uncovered at some point. Obviously, you've got 2 really good receivers, and then you've got Kittle. So I think Purdy is really, really good at finding that person, and I think he's also really good at not settling. In other words, the obvious play here is just check it down here to McCaffrey and take your 4 yards. And there are times where you should do that, but I think Purdy's wired more like, I can get it over to Kittle on the edge. I think if I just, thread it a little bit. So, you take the good with the bad with that. But, for a very young quarterback, he seems to make really good decisions. And obviously he operates better, like all quarterbacks, with a nice lead than when you're desperately trying to come back at the end.
Actually, that'll give me my next one because, with Mikey, he's a hard-bitten reporter. You want to get to the edges and the sniff out the tough storylines here.
Yeah.
Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle with us. That is Josh Dubow of the AP just put out a stat, sort of a trolling stat, saying Brock Purdy has a 121 passer rating when his team is tied or in the lead, second best.
Okay.
When his team is trailing, he has an 82 rating, 17th best.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
So 34-3 means, go ahead.
Well, first of all, it's a small sample size, and that is a testament to, A, how good the 49ers are, and B, Brock Purdy, right? And I mean, listen, I used to say this about Troy Aikman, and it wasn't fair to Troy. You know, he was so good. And I'm like, but I'd love to see Troy just, like, gut one out and bring him from behind when it's desperate. And, you know, he didn't do that much. But in fairness to him, he was so good and his team was so good that they were often not in that position. So, you know, it doesn't mean that can't get better and that you won't have a scenario on your way to what you hope is a Super Bowl where you're going to have to do that. But I would also, again, direct you back to the kicker who came from Josh DuBois' esteemed alma mater.
Yes, I was just going to say.
Missed that kick because that didn't just cost them a game. That cost Brock Purdy a cool comeback moment, gutting out a game where he didn't play great. They didn't play great, but when he had to, he got him down there. So, you know, look, it takes time. I mean, early Brady was also kind of just his dramatic moments were usually like dink and dunk and kick a field goal when it was tied and everybody. And then all of a sudden it was 20. I don't know if you guys knew this, but it was once 28-3 in the Super Bowl against the team whose offensive coordinator is now the 49ers head coach. And then Tom Brady won. So what are you going to say?
I got you. Good stuff with Mike Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle doing his thing here. And we need to just talk about it, the optics of Sideline Steve.
Hey, man.
Steve Wilks. You know, there's a viral clip going around of him and Ambry Thomas having like a heart-to-heart, chest-to-chest, hug-it-up moment. And so, like, in your easy optics playbook, like, look at that.
There he is.
They're bonding. He's coaching.
Yeah.
And it helps when you only allow 3 points.
That certainly does.
What do you think, Mark? What do you think?
So, Murph, I have compared this to a couple of things. I'll do another one that you can probably, you know, that is near and dear to your heart. I honestly think it's like turning over the spread, or it's just one. It's in the playbook. Like, what can we do? Like, well, Kyle Shanahan's not going to give up play calling. That would be really extreme. You know, I don't think they're firing anyone. I know. We'll move Steve Wilks down. And guess what? If Steve Wilks had been down, guess what they would have done? They would have moved him up. And I'm not saying it doesn't help because Kyle obviously has a better idea of his team, and maybe it did. But I just thought it was a shake it up thing. And, of course, because the results were so great, Steve Wilks will never – like if Steve Wilks tried to board an elevator at an NFL stadium, there would be 18 security guards from the 49ers just, like, ready to flex on him. Like, no, you are not allowed to go upstairs. We saw what happened when you were down. You will stay down. And, you know, he got a great view of – his awesome unit kicking butt, but I think Steve Wilks is a really good coach. I didn't think that a lot of this was scheme, you know, to the extent that I understand that. And you know, I had a quote from Tayshaun Gibson that got some traction where he basically said, "We need to make a bad play look good. No one's going to put us in a great position." Yeah, but I mean, to me, like having been the one who he was talking to, I just thought, to me, he was more like, dude, coaches like don't always make killer calls, like, but at some point we're so good, we just need to play better. And so anyway, that's what I think we were talking about, but be that as it may, maybe there was a tinge of something else there, but it went really well against a hot Jaguars team with a quarterback who's played more than Brock Purdy. He's 1 year ahead of him. He was the number one overall pick in the draft, and he looked worse in that game than Brock Purdy has ever looked in the National Football League.
Yeah, it's true. He looked worse in that game than Brock Purdy has ever looked. That's a great point. Mike, last couple minutes here. Is it as simple as this? Last time they played, they lost to the Bengals. Then they added Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, and Chase Young, and they smoked the Jags. Maybe we sum it up that way.
Yeah, in that order, right? I mean, Trent Williams is, you know, the best offensive lineman in the game and one of the greatest offensive linemen of all time. And, you know, you saw him out there on some blocks, and that's a huge difference between him and Jalen Moore, right? Him and anyone, really. But, you know, that's huge. Deebo's huge, and Deebo's huge for the attitude, too. And just the overall vibe, and again, what you can do schematically. And, you know, I don't want to minimize Chase Young. It was cool for me as someone who's kind of watched him a little this year to see him in a 3-point stance because there wasn't a whole lot of that going on in Washington toward the end. I don't know what was going on there, but he was standing up a lot and not really running to piles, and just kind of looked a little ginger. So he looked like he was fully engaged and coached up to do his thing, and that was cool.
And then finally, dude, are you ready to the road to the bowl goes through Detroit, right? I mean, dude, get ready. The Lions schedule and the Eagles schedule and the Niners having 3 losses. There's a forecast out there that says Detroit,
if they handle their business,
they could get the 1 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I don't know if you know what week it is, but it is a week where I would tend to draw attention to the exploits of the quarterback of the Lions, who is a Novato native and attended the greatest academic institution ever on God's earth.
Look at this.
When Cal and Stanford faced an existential threat, stuck together, and ended up signing the ACC deal, which was the least bad of all the options, and the Trader Bruins obviously helped facilitate that. I wrote something heartfelt, and I said, I think we should do a moment of unity before the opening kickoff at Stanford on Saturday. Both red and white, blue and gold, everybody stand up, and just be grateful that we stuck together and survived. And so I still think we should do that. And then I think that the usual thing should happen, which is Cal take over the stadium and hopefully retain the axe. So that's kind of where I'm at with Jared Goff.
Listen, we're in
and the Lions.
We're friends, and I love you to death. And it's like, so I'm not going to really offer a comment on this whole thing.
We should talk next week though, because if Cal can take care of business on Saturday, they're going to need to win that last one to have.
I'm hoping. Don't get me started on my situation. I want Chip Kelly's head on the tallest pike on the West Coast.
That's pretty severe.
I want them to.
Murph, we can help. We can definitely help.
Well, it should be done before that, by the way. But I know, yes, you can. Listen, I'm not going to spoil your little big game. I would just say that little ovation thing. Come on, bro. You guys.
I'm sure it won't happen, and I'm sure.
But also, just like it's the real. We're living in the real world here, man. You guys.
Yeah, we are living in the real world. We're trying to win the ACC West Championship in 2023.
Nice, man. Nice.
And we plan to do it. And we plan to print T-shirts and hats. 2023 ACC West champion.
I can't top that. ACC West. And then you just got to write bet on top of that there, buddy.
Bet. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Bet. All right. Very funny.
Thanks,
enjoy the hell. I know this. I know Saturday means a ton to you. Enjoy the hell out of it, buddy. Go down there and get the axe. All right, kid?
And we're going to try to help you with your situation.
All right. Well, hopefully
we're do our best.
Your situation.
It'll have been settled by then, but thank you for your offer. I sure do appreciate it, man.
You think it'll be settled by then?
No, I have people down. I have boots on the ground then. They're saying the buyout's being negotiated right now. So.
Oh, so who's the interim? We didn't like it.
No. He's he'll play it out. He'll play it out. I don't know. But DeAnton Lynn is the guy. Anthony Lynn's son is the only good coach down there.
Well, I'd rather send Chip out with a bang.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
All right.
Be good, Mikey.
I can't promise anything.
You're the best.
If you've watched college football this year, I can't promise anything.
No, believe me. Trust me. All right, man. Be good.
Mike.
Enjoy
Thanks,
Saturday, dude. All right, there he is, Mike Silver, who is maybe the biggest big game fan in the history. I think Kate Scott looks like she can't keep up.
Shout out Kate Scott, one of the greats.
Yeah.
I crossed paths with her in Detroit. I told you guys I was going back to my hotel. True story, after the Metallica show. Shout out the Godfrey Hotel. The 76ers were leaving the hotel after their Pistons game as I was walking in. It was a scene, Murph, as they say.
But you didn't get to see Kate.
I didn't see her.
Kawakami, another hard-bitten Bay Area journalist speaking the truth.
Okay.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. You guys are Cal, and you'll forever be Cal.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
George Kittle got into the end zone yesterday and then stopped by the postgame show with Tim Ryan and Greg Papa to talk about the 49ers' 34-3 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Dub Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco! Francisco.
Keep feeding the beast on a wheel route in George Kittle's wheels. There is nothing wrong with them.
You know, it's really difficult to get that open. I saw him fall, and I was like, I knew it was man coverage too. I was like, well, I knew the safety went the other way because he's covering someone else. So just, had a little, have some fun going into the end zone. I probably won't ever walk in again because I'm going to get yelled at for that. But, at least I didn't drop the ball before I got in the end zone.
Well, it's party time. 49ers 34, Jags 3. The defense sacks Trevor Lawrence 5 times. They have more turnovers than Jacksonville has points, 4-3. Brock Purdy throws 3 touchdowns against no picks. Steve Wilkes is on the ground. Everything turned around when they needed it most. So let's talk about it with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. He wrote a big column about Brock Purdy and his backyard craziness. Timmy, welcome back to the Murphy Mac Show on the Yuma Guest Line. How you doing? Good morning.
Doing well. I think Purdy called it backyard-esque.
Backyard-esque, yeah.
Proper context for all the wording here. It was a huge moment for 49ers. You could tell they thought it was a big game. They played it like it was a big game. Now, there's other games, there's other moments. We'll see what happens in January. But when they get real focused and real determined and rested and healthy, they can look pretty good.
Yep.
Man, they just came out. We'll talk about the defense in a sec, but on your Purdy column about how, he was kind of that first touchdown to Ayuk where he's kind of wants them to go to the left end of the zone and they didn't. And this kind of just improv, like you call the improv gambit. We're starting to see a little bit more of that with him. It was a little dangerous against Cincy. It worked yesterday. And you're saying this is part of who Purdy is, huh?
Yeah, I think we saw it even in his first games last season. He had a little wiggle to him, right? He can get outside. He can run for first downs. He can gesture for his receivers to go left. Well, he actually was gesturing for them to go left and to go right, and want him to go left on this one. As Hill said, well, thanks, you faked us out too. But I think he's got some of that, and I think actually, Shanahan is known for being very tough on his quarterbacks and wanting them to be very rigorous with to stay in the scheme. But he also kind of liked this too. A little Brett Favre in you. You don't want too much of it. But you want to have the guts to, I'm going to put it somewhere where I know my guy can make a play. The 49ers have spent a lot of money and a lot of draft picks on really talented, playmakers. And you don't want to be so stuck in the system that, wait a minute, defense has moved over there, so I cannot throw it to Deebo Samuel now. No, if Deebo's there and you got a chance to make a play, get it to Deebo, get it to Kittle, get it to Ayuk. We know their players, Christian McCaffrey. I think, again, it's a line. You don't want to do it too often, and Purdy probably went a little bit over the line in the last few fourth quarters when he threw, the 2 picks in both quarters. But some of it is just you got to throw it downfield when you're behind. But you also want some of that. You don't want to be afraid of it. And I think we've heard Shanahan say this, and maybe it doesn't get listened to enough. He kind of wanted Trey Lance to cut it loose sometimes some more. He kind of wanted the ball to get downfield. Now, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo did a little bit too much or did it beyond kind of the extent of his talents.
Right.
But I think they see Purdy push it sometimes. Sometimes go up and have your guys throw, make a play on the ball because they're good players. And I just think we're going to see him go back and forth a little bit on this, and I don't think Shanahan minds it. I think there's going to be some interceptions in this. He's not going to go that huge streak he had not throwing interceptions. He's going to throw some picks, but there's going to be more times when his guys make plays, and I think we saw the bonus part of it yesterday.
Brock Favre. Brett Purdy.
He likes to roll the dice, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
There's more of Favre in him than you think. He's try to play. He's a system quarterback. He's not really – obviously, he succeeds largely because the system's so good. But he also can go outside the system, and I think Shanahan kind of likes that. And he says it. He likes it. Cut it loose. Don't make a mistake.
Right.
You got both things going on. You got two things, the devil on one side and angel on the other. But make sure that you have enough guts that you can try to make the big play. Because they're there in the system, too. Those things are there.
And for him, going in with this negative vibe, he'd lost 3 in a row. He'd thrown 4 picks, I think, in the fourth quarter of 1-score games. For him to show that kind of daring do in that, on the road, under pressure, the Wolves are gathering. That said something about this kid. It was I guess, Tim, the question being the carriage turning into the pumpkin was too convenient for the national narrative, right?
Yeah, I thought that was way too simplified, but I get it. You understand why he wasn't a first-round pick. We know he very much wasn't a first-round pick. I think, and I just know him enough that I think if you've seen him every game, there's something in there that isn't going to get shell shocked. But it could have happened. You could have seen it. We've seen quarterbacks who get shell. I think Trevor Lawrence, who I really like, got shell shocked in like the second series of the game yesterday.
Yeah.
He was not himself in that game. It was pressure, it was all those things. But Purdy was getting pressured. Like this is what defenses want to do. They want to get in his face. You understand it. You always want to do that with a quarterback. He steps in. He did that long pump fake on that Kittle touchdown pass. I mean, that was unbelievable how long that pump fake was with people in his face.
Yep.
And he's basically thrown off his back foot because there's people, falling on him, and throws a rocket to Kittle, 30 yards in the air downfield. Kittle obviously is wide open when he gets it, touchdown. Like, these are things that a grown-up quarterback does. And I think Purdy's played like that almost since he's started with the 49ers. And I didn't have a lot of doubt. Again, physical tools, whatever, we'll see how that all plays out through the length of his career. But I just didn't have a doubt, from early on in his playing days with the 49ers. I really go back to that at Seattle game when he was hurt and he made those plays. I think he's got it. Now we'll see. He sometimes is going to stumble, but all quarterbacks stumble at times. I just think yesterday was the summation of some things I think Shanahan's decided about him and his teammates have decided about him. They knew it was in him, and then we saw it all Sunday on the field.
Good stuff. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. We talked about Brock Purdy for a lot there. And then the other side of the ball, Tim. So the easy optics is Steve Wilks is on the ground and he's hugging Ambry Thomas and all that. But, man, or Chase Young leading out the boombox with Deebo's like, whoa, all of a sudden you have 92 on the team, right?
His swagger was back.
And then the five-man front to start the day, the change at slot and outside corner. What jumped out to you the most about the defense?
Yeah, I think it felt natural. I wrote about this. Like, if Steve Wilks goes down to the field and he starts chest bumping people and he looks like it's all staged, that would be a problem, right? Don't try to fake it.
Yeah.
And I think there was a risk of that. Like, wait a minute now. Like, Kyle doesn't like me in the booth. I better go down and do exactly what Saleh and D'Amico did. And I think that would have been wrong. Again, this is one game, but every shot I saw of him, he just was like calling the game, a little emotional at times. But he's a DB's guy. And he's going to be around his DBs. And I think they're adjusting to that. I think that might be the biggest adjustment. They're used to linebackers, guys, right? Linebackers are in the middle of the field. They're in the middle of everything. It's Fred Warner. It's D'Amico Ryans. He probably could still play, right? He's a linebacker. And the DBs guys tend to be a little more right? They're farther away from the ball. They're more reactive. I think they're getting used to that with Steve Wilks. And some of that was up in the booth, and maybe it changes now that he's down on the field. But I thought it felt natural. And it's hard to describe. I've written in, like, he just didn't feel like he was inside the game those 3 games. Like, he just didn't feel he was reacting. He wasn't, like, flowing with, here's what's going to happen, and I will get the guys right to it. Instead, it was, well, they went left over, so I better go left. And wait a minute, they just went right. That was a problem, and it did not feel like, again, it helps when your defensive line is just absolutely dominating the game. But that was a great mystery of the last 3 games. I think more than anything, even more than the losses, of course, obviously it leads to losses, was that the defensive line did not take over any part of those 3 games. Like, not one part did you go, oh, my God, like, here comes the defensive line. And we're just so used to that with this defensive line. We're so used to this with this 49ers team. We know how much they've invested in it, and they keep adding, right? Randy Gregory, okay, not Randy Gregory, let's try Chase Young.
Yeah.
But they took over this game, and we know they have to take over this games, at least for segments. It doesn't have to be the whole 4 quarters, but it was 4 quarters yesterday. And however they dialed it up, it happened. Maybe it was a great matchup, but that was the mystery of the 3 games. And with Steve Wilks going down to the field, juices it up, makes them feel more connected, then that was the right move. Absolutely. I can't disagree with the results yesterday.
As Tim Ryan told us about 2 hours ago, they looked refueled and retooled. I was like, oh, you're a rhymer there. But, the rest, there was part of that as simple as that, Tim, didn't it? Like, you could tell from just like the gas tank or the spring, the bounce and the springiness that wasn't there in the previous games.
No question. They were flying around like rockets, and like Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and all those guys. Listen, like, it's a long season. You're going to get tired. And you're playing at the end. You're going to be really tired, but those are the games that mean the most. But no question, it's the difference. It's playing a tired team playing against rested teams, which is what they've experienced, right? They've had 2 games against teams coming off their bye. I don't think the 49ers love that it happened that way. you still got to play it. The win counts as a win, loss counts as a loss. But I think they needed this after a lot of kind of short weeks, quick turnarounds, long trips. Now they still got some long trips coming up, right? They're still going to Philadelphia. They're still going to some other other road trips. But I do think they got healthy. Let's say that too, right? Debo Samuel in the game kind of matters.
Yeah.
Trent Williams in the game. I think they're feeling a lot better about running left, and we saw them running left. Get out with Debo's end around was running left.
Right.
We saw some big McCaffrey runs running left. That happens to be where 71 is. But all those things happen in an NFL season. You know, you set it up that way. Then guys get hurt, and then you wait for them to come back, and we'll see who else gets hurt, who doesn't get hurt. But health is an immense thing. This 49ers thing is a bunch of pieces all put together for to add it to something huge, and the pieces weren't all there for the last 3 weeks. Now you get them back, you better play well when you get them back, and they played well with all of those guys.
They sure did, man. They sure did. It'll be interesting to see if they can kind of continue this against Tampa Bay on Sunday, because you'd think they should, but we've seen the lulls before. We'll see if they can bounce back, especially looking ahead to Thanksgiving night at Seattle. Hey, Timmy, before we let you go, your other passion, of course, writing about those Warriors. It was kind of shocking.
They got you speechless.
They got me
Murphy
speechless.
couldn't even get it out.
And the catch is I'm on live radio, which is not good.
No, it's
going to speechless. They can't score the basketball.
Where's Wiggs? Where's Clay?
They can't score the basketball.
And Steph can't
so,
score.
I mean, I know we can talk about height all we want, but Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns were on the Timberwolves last year, too. You know what I mean? And Jared Allen and Evan Mobley were on the Cavs last year, too. This isn't new. What's new is they ain't scoring. And I'm worried. It's not Jordan Poole. I don't want to say it's Jordan Poole. You're not missing his 20, or are you?
A little bit. I mean, someone's got to score, right? I mean, someone other than Steph's got to score. And Clay is struggling. We know it. He's saying it. He is not moving very well, and the ball's not going in, and that's two not great things. And Wiggins is, I don't know. I mean, he is, as I said, his stats are off the cliff. It's 11 games, sort of a small sample size, but sort of not a small sample size. And he cannot score. He cannot put the ball. It's just one of those times. Sometimes you see talented players. It feels like the ball is funny in his hands. You know, it's like the ball slipping out of his hands. And he's trying to take quick shots, and it's because he wants to get the ball up, and he's shooting air balls. Yeah. You could tell it's affecting his confidence. He's terrible at the free throw line, so I think that's affecting whether he wants to take a shot in the lane or not, because he just doesn't want to get fouled. I think it's not just a phase. We'll see. You know, he's not an older player, right? I mean, this is not somebody who you think should be aging out of his, prime. But it's got to be concerning, and I think they got to look at some lineup tweaks. You know, this has gone on for a while now. I mean, and Kerr even said it after kind of knocking down. This starting lineups was so great last season. What's happening? Because it's early. I believe in them. They have a track record. And recently he said, they haven't really looked right, and they certainly didn't look right last night. And maybe some tweaks, you can get Kuminga in there and maybe pull Looney out of there, maybe pull Wiggins out of there, maybe you get Chris Paul in there. I don't know. Those rookies look pretty good. I'm not saying they should be full rotation guys, but maybe a little different energy, just something, it doesn't have to be drastic, but this has gone on for a little while now. And, I don't think it's just like unfixable. I certainly don't think that. And I think Clay and Wiggins are both destined to play better, but they can't go too much longer. This West is tough, right? You go through a bad couple weeks and suddenly you're going to be in the 7th slot, right? Not the 2. And you kind of want to get home court in the playoffs in the West. So I think these are things they're thinking through. We'll see what happens tomorrow. They get the Timberwolves again. And, again, you know me, I'm always arguing against the worries about size. Like, you got Steph Curry. You're kind of pot committed. You're going to play small. He's great when you play small. I think you kind of go with that. And, by the way, last night, Rudy Gobert I thought was very good, but he was a -1 on the court. They outscored the Timberwolves, and Rudy Gobert was on the court. You can beat a big team. You just have to play better small, and they are not playing well small. There might have to be some adjustments. But, yeah, I think, Paul, what you just said, it's Clay and Wiggins. It really is. The championship hopes rely on those two guys snapping out of this, and you kind of got to believe that they will. I mean, other than trying to change everything, I don't think changing everything is going to get them back to title contention. They need it from those two guys. I'm with you. And the one thing you said as we let you go, Tim, is I thought last night they looked like they just kept banging their heads against the wall, and I think
putting Pajemski and TJD in earlier in that fourth quarter. God, they needed legs and they needed different energy. So I think a little bit on Kerr. I think he's got to adjust that a little bit. I think he's got to bring those guys in more. Heck, if you watched all the way to the end, Pajemski almost let it come back there at the end.
That was unbelievable. They could have cut it to 2 points with like 14 seconds left. Yeah, they had a shot.
Yeah, I think Pajemski and I've kind of been resisting this. I understand track records. I think I understand Kerr resisting it. But when you see it on the floor, you kind of go, okay, maybe see some more of this. And I think that might start to happen. I really do.
Yeah,
I mean, you believe in your guys. You believe in the guys who put the pelts on the wall. But after some struggles, you kind of got to take a look at some other things. And I think Pajemski and TJD are two guys that are showing you don't just get gifted minutes for the Warriors. You earn them. You have to show that you deserve them. And they're showing it. I agree with that. I could see them getting 5 minutes here, 5 minutes
and you
there.
can't.
It might start tomorrow.
And Curry's legs. I mean, at this rate, I know he's the one guy who can do it, but man,
it's a lot of mileage.
They're putting so much on him the first 11 games. Just give him a little bit of a break. Give him some young legs.
35-year-old man doing this. It is amazing that he's doing it. It is amazing that he's doing it. And again, we know what it is. It's the studs have to play like studs. It hasn't happened yet, but they can get help. I agree. They've got a deeper lineup. This is not putting Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb in there.
Yes, there you go.
Exactly. These two guys kind of point to a bigger thing, and I could see them getting minutes. I agree with you.
Yeah, we'll see. Fun conversation, Timmy. Good
having
stuff,
you,
man.
Tim. Thanks, man.
Down the road.
Guys. Appreciate it.
There you go, buddy. He's good talking to Tim.
I can't wait to get you home. We got to get my man in
I actually feel great. This is sort of the...
What do you get him, a Ricola? You get him some NyQuil,
This is
something
just
like
sort
that?
of the...
Marcus, will you get...
You don't want to get into the details of this, but like at the end of my cold...
Yeah.
There's sort of a cleanup that goes on.
Well, I've seen
We're sort of in the cleanup phase.
I've seen Murph evacuate his lungs a few times today. Shout out Burt Young from The Sopranos as Bobby Bacala's dad. Right there. That's kind of what it sounds like in here. Every time we go to break, I get one of these.
Which is good because we're on live radio and on YouTube and Twitch.
Well, listen, it's you
maybe
guys.
Marcus in the middle of an Amici's read.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, wait, when did the sneeze come? How was that time?
Sneeze is the least
sneeze
of our worries.
is tough to get out. Now, we all cough on the air, but I don't think I've ever sneezed on the air.
You missed the middle of the Amici's read. Yeah, you were out.
I was in the middle of a read. Oh, geez.
No, it wasn't a sneeze, Paul. It was much worse.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even want to. Okay, we'll talk off the air.
So anyway.
Okay. We got to get Murphy an apron, maybe.
But I got it done. I got it done.
Okay,
got the read
good.
done.
No, I respect the game.
All right. Well, that's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
Totally.
With a little look
There's no
around the
doubt.
league last night. The stories from around the league yesterday you got to hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! Purdy even late third quarter takes it down. Here's a flip end around to Debo coming right to left. Big hole. Debo 10. Debo 5. Debo! Touchdown! 49ers in the Jacksonville 23. Fake the stretch left. Going to roll Purdy right. Going to plant. Lob throw. Wide open. Use check. Touchdown!
It felt good. Like being a month away and just, not getting those wins that we were supposed to get. And just come back here and just see like we went in on all phases, just come out with a big win.
There he is, old Debo Samuel, and of course, Leonard Skinner.
Well, Saturday Night Special, Marcus. We're doing some Southern Fried Rock right here. I dig that on a Monday morning. It's good for my head, especially when I haven't slept in like 2 days and Murph's clearing out his lungs. We got a whole hospital ward thing going on in here today. But Murph said he feels better. He sounds fine.
Much better.
Yeah.
Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund today at 12:30. By the way, we did not get affected by this whole APEC thing. Although I think Marcus
I'm knocking
might.
on wood so far.
Marcus is like, what?
Marcus like, what are you doing?
Well, why are you going to jinx it? It's like day one, Murph. Come on.
There's no jinx here, buddy. It's just facts.
I think Murph's out here putting the mush on me. Like I'm going to hit like 3 hours of traffic trying to get out of here.
Nothing to do with what I say,
That's a
buddy.
great call,
I'm
Marcus.
just telling you what's going on here.
Look at this kid.
Look at this kid.
What's he got there?
He's
it's about the traffic.
Here.
Okay, hold on.
Raymond wants us to tell you this.
Well, Raymond speaks. I listen.
Because there's a game tomorrow night.
Okay.
And he says everything's impacted by the whole situation.
Now, Murph,
So he wants everybody to leave early, plan your trip well in advance. I-80 will have several road and off-ramp closures, including closure of the eastbound I-80 4th Street off-ramp and the westbound I-80 5th Street off-ramp.
Oh, boy.
From Wednesday, November 15th through Friday, November 17th from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Well, actually, you're good. You're good. 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. is when you're on the road. You're good.
Mark is up way before that.
You don't need to worry about this.
Yeah, stop saying that, Murph. You keep saying I'm good is going to make me not good.
See what I mean with the mush once again.
Saying it.
Yeah.
Closure of the far left lane on eastbound I-80 Bay Bridge. Bottom line is, be aware.
Bada bing, bada blip.
Be aware.
Be aware.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Well, you know what it is, Murph? If we could tell everybody about our secret spot when you go to Chase Center, but if I did that, it wouldn't be a secret, and then it'd be a traffic jam over there, too.
I turned the Greek onto that yesterday.
Isn't it one of the greatest things ever known to mankind?
He was very excited.
Doors blown right off when I got turned on. The original G was David Drutz, our old sales manager. He's the guy who turned me on, and then I turned Murph on.
Hey, first rule about the spot.
We don't talk about the spot. Okay, fair enough.
Hey, you guys know what the first rule of the passive-aggressive club is? Yeah, it's fine. Never mind.
I dig that. That's pretty good. That's very Stephen Wright right there. I like that.
Right,
like that style. Yeah.
Hey,
it is a total Stephen Wright.
A little clean joke there for you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Triple E ran in the NFL schedules for the 49ers, the Eagles, and the Lions.
Dude, you believe that? They're in the conversation.
Now, if we're going to start, and I mean, it's only week 11 coming up, so we got many rivers to cross.
Jimmy Cliff.
As Coach Lou's guy, Jimmy Cliff would say, and shout out Coach Lou's indomitable spirit.
Coach Lou, you get well soon, man. I'm so happy you're doing good, man. I'm a big fan of that guy.
Yeah, he is. Hey, he gave you the Jim Carroll poem.
I really appreciated that.
Okay, so for the 49ers, it's Buccaneers, Seahawks, Thursday night. By the way, you ready for Thanksgiving with the Seahawks?
I'm going to have to be ready because I still haven't recovered from the last time. Although it wasn't a Thanksgiving game, I don't think. But when they were, was it? I guess
it was.
It was. Yeah, we're running around with the drumstick.
And Jed sent out the tweet.
That's right.
That was thinking about. Is it time to have Jed back on the Murph and Max show?
It's been literally years, many years. Yes,
I can tell you exactly how many years it's been 9 years.
Well, let's not let it get to 10. Why don't we get him on soon?
That was a well-used laugh track right there.
We'll do a little. I could break out the peace pipe if you know what I'm talking about, Marcus, and we'll calm the waters.
That particular laugh track is unbelievable.
That was like a giggle. But it's this guy. It's the same guy. This is all the same sequence. This is like the old man in Cheech and Chong. And then he just also got that quiet giggle. Yeah, I like that one too. Yeah, that guy's out of his mind. Cheech and Chong, don't sleep on them. They still work. Yeah, I got Murph with this. Marcus, you down with Cheech and Chong?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, Up in Smoke, Nice Dreams. I mean, every single one of them still smoking.
Oh, probably.
They all work.
Born in East LA is one of my favorite movies, Paulie Mac.
Born in East LA.
All right, guys.
Good call,
which
man.
is what they did for the parody of the Bruce Born in the USA. So 49ers go Buccaneers at Seattle on Thanksgiving night, at Philly. I watched the Niners like yesterday, and I'm like, bring on Philly.
Yeah, when
You know
they
what I
play
mean?
like that, they can beat anybody in the NFL. There's no question.
Seattle here at Levi's. Then down in Arizona, where you got to play Kyler Murray. And then the Ravens on Christmas.
That's a big game. That's a big game, man.
5:15 kick.
Yeah.
Then at Washington, D.C. on New Year's Eve. Dude, the Commanders aren't, believe it, even though they traded Montez Sweat and Chase Young, they're not that bad.
I told you that. Yeah,
and
they're
I told
very.
you, Waterboy, we had a dispute on that one. I took the Commanders in the points and got the win on that one.
Now, I don't know if enough
they're
time.
more competitive than you think.
That's what I've been trying
enough.
That's what I've been trying to say. They are. They're sneaky competitive.
Waterboy took the Seahawks and laid the points.
And don't forget that last
you got
time
in bed with Pete Carroll, buddy.
I did, and they had a 7-point lead in the last minute of the
and
game
then they gave up
until
a touchdown to
Sam
Sam
Howell.
because Sam. And Declan's telling me they're calling him Sammy Sosa. Is that his? Do you know about this?
Oh, I do not.
He's like, you got to
Sammy
get to the
Sosa?
bottom of this. They're calling Sam Howell Sammy Sosa.
Murph, did Declan say, Dad, it's everywhere?
That's what he said to me about
Dad, it's
Ohtani.
everywhere, yeah.
Because you heard, he goes, we're driving yesterday on another long youth sporting journey from the East Bay, and we're driving. He goes, so Ohtani's signing before the winter meetings. I'm like, what? He goes, it's everywhere. So
It's everywhere, Dad. Hey,
this kid, honestly, he finds out things before I do. He really does.
Yeah.
He's what do they say, curated his feeds to get the most notifications and updates.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he's like born to do this stuff.
Yeah.
And
Maybe he'll be like an IT guy. He'll be running an IT department when he grows up, something like that.
Triple E ran in to say yesterday was Sammy Sosa's birthday.
Well, hey, we brought him up. I appreciate the intel.
Okay.
How old is he?
Chase Young on Sam Howell. He's
Nice.
I looked it up here. He's that dude. So Chase Young said about Sam Howell, he's that dude. But where's the Sammy Sosa? I don't see that at all.
Right.
Where is he?
No. Here it is.
That's it.
Oh, I see.
That's good,
Chase
man.
Young. I say after the win. Okay. Aditi. Do you guys know this guy's name? Aditi Kinkhabala. It's a heck of a last name.
Kinkhabala.
He said Chase Young and him were giving an interview. He said he's that dude. Chase Young said we know he that dude. We been know he that dude. Sammy Sosa. That's all I can say. Now Fox says or CBS Sports says we don't know why he called him that name, but all three shared a laugh and it was hilarious. So there it is. The kid was right. They're calling him Sammy Sosa.
And this was Chase Young who said it?
Yes.
Is he going to start calling Nick Bosa Nick Sosa?
Nice. Very good. I don't know, but by the way, I went to Wrigley Field for the very first time in 1999, and I saw Sosa run. But then nobody knew Balco or any of that stuff.
Oh, he was a folk hero. He was like one of America's favorite sons back then.
I saw him run out of the dugout to left field carrying an American flag.
Oh, that was after 9/11. Yeah.
No. He did it.
wasn't?
He did it like he just like did it.
I thought that was
maybe he did do it post 9/11.
I think it was post 9/11 when they came back. He ran out with the
maybe
flag.
I blended two stories in my brain.
You remember that? Yeah.
Anyway, I saw him run out, but the whole left field bleachers
exploded. The place went nuts.
I just sent this to you. See if you can roll it in there. Tell Triple E to roll that in. And I just watched. They all do the bow. They all bowed down to him and everything.
Now he's persona non grata, man.
And I wonder, like, if you look back on that, the joy that McGuire and Sosa brought.
Oh my
everybody.
God. They saved baseball in a lot of ways. I mean,
but then we're told.
I know.
But which is true? I mean, they brought joy.
They did tons of joy.
So
that was probably the most riveting stretch of. To be totally honest with you guys, I was working with Tony and Darren Chan at that time, who is the engineer of all the Giant broadcasts. Now we would leave. We were doing a morning show, and Brooksy, Rod Brooks. We would leave work and go rushing to either the nearest bar or one of our apartments to watch either of those two guys play. If there was a day game, it was like the most riveting stretch of baseball in a long time, and it was day in, day out that whole summer. It was really a lot of fun.
Yogi Berra documentary brings you back to when baseball ruled the roost, man. Although it does, and I'm not breaking news here, but get ready, get your Kleenex out for the 1999 Yogi Berra Day.
Oh boy,
when he and Don Larson comes back for the first time in forever. And you know what happens? David Cohn throws
This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about with the Yankees. What the hell? And who writes these scripts for these guys? Like
they brought
Conehead throws a perfect game.
I'm not breaking news. This is all documents, but
that's nuts.
Yogi boycotted Yankee Stadium for 15 years after Steinbrenner didn't even face-to-face him when he fired him. Yogi bore a grudge for 15 years.
Yogi's got a leg to stand on there.
Steinbrenner apologized to him face-to-face on WFAN. And then he brought him back for Yogi Berra Day, and they brought back Don Larson for the perfect game.
You're dropping awesome stuff right now. This is
then Coney throws.
No, again, Conehead throwing the perfect game while Don. What the hell, man, with these Yankees already? What the hell? Although
Jeter
Marcus
says he goes, I do believe there are ghosts at Yankee
there's no
Stadium.
question about that. I mean, with the 27 and counting, Marcus. Although it's been a minute. I mean, 09 now. It's getting farther and farther.
You may have to have some time when you watch
by
this,
your standards. I mean, this is unacceptable.
When you watch this Yogi documentary, you may have to have some time by yourself, buddy.
That doesn't cut it.
No.
Did you roll in the Sam Howell thing? He's got it. Way to go into Triple E.
No, Triple E's hustling right now.
This is Chase Young, the new Niner, saying about his quarterback, Sam Howell, a few weeks ago.
Chase, your second-year quarterback, 3-0, first win on the road, coming out of a 21-3 hole. What can you tell us about him?
It's that dude. We know he that dude. We been knew he was that dude. Sammy Sosa. That's all I can say.
That's the first time. It makes no sense. Sammy Sosa. That's all I can.
Sammy Sosa. That's all I can say.
Okay.
I'm glad we rolled that in. It made me laugh. I mean, you hadn't heard that, Marcus, huh?
No, I had not. I had no idea about the Sam Howell, Sammy Sosa
if you
connection.
had known, you would have taken the Commanders in the points.
Sammy Sosa. That's all I can say.
He's actually having a pretty good year. And the funny thing is, I mocked him because Candace's nieces, all our nieces and nephews are from D.C., and we all met up in Seattle to spread Bush's asses in August. And I was mocking those guys for Sam Howell. I'm like, you guys are rolling with Sam Howell? Come on, man. And listen, they're not winning, but the guy's putting up numbers. All right, that was a fun little segment on the NFL, and let's do this. Let's turn it over to Papa and Lund next.
Okay, buddy. Sammy Sosa. That's all I can say.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Paulie Mack here for Prize Picks. The more Murph talks about this Yogi Berra documentary, the more I think I'm going to go right home and turn that on and then go to bed today because it sounds amazing. But in the meantime, let's talk about Prize Picks. So this is the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. You select 2 or more players. If you have a decent football IQ, you watch the games, you kind of know what's what. You predict on statistics. You pick 2 or more players, and then you think, or you actually predict how you think they'll do that night, whether it's yardage, rushing yardage, completions, interceptions, touchdown scores. Again, it's entirely up to you. You draw out the roadmap at prizepicks.com. You can turn $10 into $250 very quickly and very easily with easy gameplay, with quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options. They're all waiting for you over at prizepicks.com, the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you feel like you're ready to join in, get on over there. Prize Pick community right now with over 7 million football fans who have already signed up, and we're waiting on you. In fact, right now, if you sign up, Prize Picks will match your first deposit up to $100. And again, visit prizepicks.com/leader. As in KNBR is the sports leader. That is the code word that will get you the $100 deposit match. Again, prizepicks.com/leader. Again, it's all waiting for you. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sammy Sosa, that's all I can say.
We just discovered our favorite soundbite of the NFL season, and it was from Chase Young as a commander, talking about Sam Howell.
Sammy Sosa, that's all I can say.
Had you heard that, Greg, where Chase Young called Sam Howell Sammy Sosa? Had you heard that? No, you hadn't.
He doesn't speak English?
No.
Is that what do they mean by Sammy Sosa?
Here it is.
He didn't know his quarterback is?
Sammy Sosa, that's all I can say.
That was Chase Young talking Sam Howell. Sam Howell was trying to do the Lord's work for us up in Seattle yesterday. He was trying. He was chopping that wood, trying to get us that win up in Seattle. He just came
Sammy Howell?
short.
What happened? I lost my Wi-Fi right when it was raging. I know it happened, but I lost the Wi-Fi right when the Chargers tied the game at 38.
Oh, Chargers, yeah.
What a game that
So you
was.
hear
And then
about that,
Seattle
and then
was coming back as well. So how did Seattle get out of that one?
First of all, in the Lions game, the Lions had a 4th and 3.
It went for it.
And it went for
like
it.
the
And made it.
26.
Yes.
Yeah, Goff threw it, too.
Yeah.
And then that
Goff
set
was
up a
on
field goal.
fire.
He had a good game.
His play-action pass game is on point.
Yeah, man.
And then in the
They're
Seattle
tough.
game, it's 26-19, and Howell leads a touchdown drive in the final minute.
Yeah.
It's 52 seconds. They tie
And
it up.
Ron Rivera did not go for 2. He's done that
Riverboat Ron.
twice
Where
this
is
year.
he? Yeah, I don't
Remember in
get that.
Philly when he had Dotson, his time was expiring?
Yes.
He could have gone for 2 there. Riverboat Ron left Charlotte, never went to Washington.
No, I guess so.
Hey, should we change it to Rowboat Ron now?
Or canoe,
he's,
something like yeah.
He's not going to be coaching that football team.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
And
I wouldn't think
neither
so.
will Jack Del Rio.
Jim Harbaugh to Washington?
You got Harbaugh going to every job imaginable.
Harbaugh's going to Vegas. How can he go to
Right
Washington?
now he's going to
I
court.
think.
What a weird scene that was.
How about that whole bet tweet thing with Tom Brady and all that?
You say that, G-Pop? I bet.
I
When
didn't
Tim
see
Ryan
it. I
says
didn't
something, do
see
you go
it.
like, yeah, bet?
What does that mean?
Well,
The Black Entertainment Network? Or what is
no,
it?
I mean, BET.
I don't know.
Okay, all
I don't
right.
know.
G-Pop's got riffs.
Don't make me laugh.
I'm staying away from gambling. Going to get me in trouble. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're employed by the league. You can't do
I
that
have no
stuff.
idea.
So
No,
this-
good call.
Hey, this Lions schedule is daunting. The rest
John
of the way.
has them going 13-4, never losing again.
Well, you ready
so
to
we
go
go to Ford Field
where
and
Paulie
whack
Mack
them.
just saw Metallica.
I sure did. I did a
So
little.
it's full circle.
So are they coming here or are we going there?
No, we're
Well,
going
if
there.
they handle their business, we'll be going there. Because they only.
Yeah, we got three losses. So
I know.
John has them going 13-4. The Niners go 14-3. They coming here.
Well, that'd be better. That's what we prefer.
We'll see. The big thing is, remember the Steph Curry I'm back game in Portland?
yeah.
Totally.
We back.
Yeah, there you go.
Back, not
There it is.
again.
There it is.
Where's Earl Stevens when I need him?
Can't end it any better than that. Paulie, great to have you back from rockin' and rollin'. Triple E, Marcus, see you tomorrow when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The Buckeye Crunch.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me.
Sunday.
All
the
day.
Grave Digger.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire! Now they go empty. 3 left and 2 right. Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye Crunch.
Outside of McKivitz, Ayuk is on that side. Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Keep feeding
the beast. Now he goes right outside the numbers. Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up, and they're running back the other way. It was not whistled down. Ambry Thomas down the sideline midfield. 40, 30. Evan Ingram, he stutter steps him, runs by him. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Ambry man can.
Again, an official took his hat off, which means someone went out of bounds. Here's a flip end around to Debo, coming right to left, big hole. Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo. Yeah, baby.
It felt good. It felt good just having him. I can look to the sideline after I gave up the DPI. You good, you right there. You feel me? Next play it. And it's just little stuff like that just keep your head in the right space while you out there.
That is Ambry Thomas. He was one of the big changes. Steve Wilkes went down to the sidelines, but the D-line wins it 34-3. Brock Purdy is back, although Kyle Shanahan is not entirely happy. The only bad thing, of course, Christian McCaffrey didn't get a touchdown. Remember, it's not who they play, it's how they play, and the 49ers dominate, get back on track. Some Warriors over the weekend, not a great weekend, an 0-for-2 weekend. More news on Shohei, some sad news, a guy we liked, DJ Hayden. We got a ton to get to today, and Jimbo Fisher is paid $77 million not to coach a football team. Good morning, my friend.
How are you, John? You're home. I'm in studio. I'm actually the keynote speaker this week at the APEC conference, so I'm checking out I'm checking out the sound quality before I deliver my keynote. By the way, people, the streets of San Francisco are quiet.
Oh, are they? That's why I avoided it.
Everybody avoids the city.
Yeah, everybody told me it was going to be crazy.
We're good. But you know what?
Great.
We're not quiet with our football team because I was telling Murph and Mac, remember when Steph Curry went up to Portland, had the greatest overtime in the history of the game after an injury, and I'm back. John Lund, we back. Bang, bang, not a gang. Boy, they were fresh. They were focused. They were on fire right from the start. That is the team that a lot of people, including yours truly, when they're playing their best, is the best team in pro football.
Yeah, and look, I saw it coming because I know how this team reacts, and over the last 2 years, that's what they've done. And I think for all the things that we'll talk about today, and text line is wide open, get it started on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'd love to hear from you and your confidence level in the 49ers being back. But as George Kittle told you in the post game, maybe they never left, but the D line, I thought it was easily spearheaded by the defensive line and the turnovers that they forced. They forced 3 of the 4 turnovers, and Ambry Thomas got the other one on that strange play. But it was Chase Young and it was Bosa, and it was those first 2 series where Armstead got the sack and then Hargrave got the sack, and in those times Jacksonville got the ball first. After that 3-and-out touchdown, after the second 3-out sack on 3rd down, field goal, or up 10-0, and something you said last week, play from ahead, and that's what they did, and they set the tone all day long.
And because of that, and I know you think it's all about the Niners and not about the opponents, so that's the way they think inside the shield, inside the circle of 49-49. But I hope it's that easy. I hope if they just play an A game, they can go to Philadelphia and beat them or beat Detroit at Ford Field. I think this was also about the Niners, as we said last week. They played so many of these big games, not only in January, but November, December to get to January. The Jacksonville Jaguars were just overhyped yesterday. Their coaching staff was really disappointed in their play. Their quarterback, who was immensely skilled, he played awful yesterday, got completely fooled by the coverage. Their coaching
staff. But don't you think that was more the 49ers than it was
I think it's Young. He's young. He does not see the field. Joe Burrow doesn't have that kind of problem. He's going to get there. Trevor Lawrence is very skilled. Maybe he'll never see the field like a great elite Super Bowl winning quarterback. I don't know, but he was. They were confused by the coverage. They didn't recognize the 49ers 5-man line. They didn't figure out really that the 49ers realigned the secondary until halftime. I'm like, what are they waiting for to go at Ambry Thomas? They went at him later, and Ambry made some big plays. They obviously wanted to get Kirk going in the slot against Demo. But I think that this was them just not being ready. They're good. They're very skilled. But they got some issues to work out. But the hell with Duval County. It's all about Santa Clara County, as Tim kept pointing out to me yesterday. And just overall, I tell you where it starts, was Trent Williams playing. I did not think he was – well, he told me Wednesday I'm playing, so I thought he's playing. But when I saw him on Thursday, I'm like, you ain't playing, dude. He is barely able to walk. He got out there a little bit Thursday and Friday. Even in the walkthrough, he had a hard time getting out, just simulating screens. I'm like, how's he going to do this? I'm sure he took something to numb the pain. He wasn't great yesterday. He didn't really have his anchor to lock in, but he set the tone, and he's such a good teammate. People, and the reputation that he came here with is so unfounded. And Bruce Allen, my friend, and Bruce has gotten a bad reputation. I reached out. He said he's a great guy. He's a great leader. He just had health issues, and he questioned the management there, and he had a severe situation that could have taken his life. But anyway, just his being out there and being who he is, his disposition, he's just got a glimmer in his eyes. He was doing laps before the game, I think, to let the painkillers kind of settle in a little bit, and he just set the tone. And he's good enough because he's so damn big. And they ran a toss behind him and a screen to McCaffrey, a laser going left. He's the kind of guy you game plan for. Getting Debo back was obvious, and Debo's back to 100%. Chase Young, getting the Gravedigger back, playing the way he played. Everybody on the line, they just dominated. And I thought Ambry Thomas did have his best game, and Brock is Brock. We'll get into the top. I could see where that was a risky throw, but he layered it over the top. I think when Kyle looks at the tape, he'll back off a little bit on his assessment because the ball was not tipped. He got it there. It just looked like it was a crowd.
But it was a lot like the Minnesota play where Bynum went up, the former Cal safety, and if you have that guy there, he maybe picks that. And then are we doing here we go again?
No, he got it over the top. He laid it in there. No one touched the ball.
He did, but I think what Kyle is referencing is he makes that same throw against Minnesota. The guy climbs the ladder and picks it off. And the problem there is...
That was a different play, though.
It was, but it barely got over his hand. And look, I'm cool with it because it ended up that way, but you and I have had 1,000 conversations about a play that ends up well, but it's not a good play.
I've seen him make more reckless throws.
I know, but I think what happened and why he was upset was because they had those turnovers against Cleveland and Minnesota when early in the game. If that ball gets picked, then you had an opportunity to get a touchdown there, and Jacksonville gets some momentum, and they're at home. I think that's what he was nervous about.
I think it just wasn't the way the play was designed. It was a fake stretch right, a boot left, and he's supposed to hit it there and then run. He just didn't do it. When I saw him,
and you're not supposed to go left and throw back.
He did it twice against Cincinnati to bring him back. It wasn't when he opened up his shoulders to this field of play. He made the throw when he had a clean look at it. Anyway, Brock played great. I wasn't all that. We'll see I think he'll back off his assessment about that play. But Brock Purdy was great. But really, and there were so many elements. They really didn't play. Special teams was terrific. Wisnowski getting the punt down to the 1 yard line. But to me, the tone was set. They knew they'd come out of the locker room with the boombox going and Debo would be strutting, but to have Trent Williams out there and be able to play when he was not nearly 100%, the question now is, can he play Sunday against Tampa Bay and come back on Thanksgiving and play in Seattle? That probably is going to be difficult to do. Maybe he can get through it. So
I'd sit him against Tampa.
Well, I think you have to have a conversation with Dr. McAdams and the medical people,
because that game in Seattle's huge.
Yeah, well, we'll see where he's at. He's going to make the decision. It's really a question of Trent. Can you get through both games? And I wasn't sure he was going to be able to get through the game yesterday. Honestly, they were able to pull him out later and get Jalen in, but so many great moments in the game, and I think they are back, but. To have a leader like Trent Williams just put it on the line yesterday and play, I thought really set the whole tone.
All right, give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open, 415-808-5627. The question is, are the 49ers back? Did the 49ers ever leave? George Kittle told you guys that in the postgame. Did we ever leave? They did. It looked like for a few games. But what's your confidence level now? We talked about it on Friday as part of the poll where how many wins you thought the 49ers would get. Now, the faithful were still confident. They were looking at between 12 and 13 wins, so that would be only 1 or 2 losses. So now that they go down to Jacksonville, they dominate 34-3. What is your opinion now? Were you all in always? Did you have a little bit of a doubt? What do you feel now after they get that win? Of course, they got Tampa Bay, and as you said, they turn around quickly against Seattle, so they got to keep the momentum going. Give us your thoughts, favorite moments, thoughts. Give you some questions and comments for Pop as well. Of course, he called the game expertly with Tim Ryan, and we will, because when they win, we do this. we have the audio recap as well, plus we'll give you the rest of the guest hosts. We'll do that next. It's Pop and Lund on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Tim Ryan, explains to Murph and Mac this morning why the 49ers are retooled and refueled and back to their old selves after dismantling the Jags. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here at the KNBR studios in San Francisco. The streets of San Francisco are wide open. If you're worried about traffic, maybe later in the week, but right now it's fine. So get here, go to the North Beach, and get the best pizza in all of the planet Earth. That is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. It is ranked #1 in the entire world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas, and their spicy bucatini, mamma mia. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties is his Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are huge, but they are delectable. And don't forget to save room for the dessert, the super delicious cannoli. I know when they come in from out of town this week, they'll be going there for the cannoli, the best in California, and the tiramisu. You want to get up bright and early this week before the traffic does hit, take a morning stroll through North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his Bakery Toscano Brothers. So Warriors are playing. You got to bounce back tomorrow night against Minnesota. So Tony also has his fast and casual restaurants in the sporting venues like Oracle Park, Levi's Stadium. Got a game against Tampa Bay and Baker on Sunday, and Chase Center as well. So wherever you go throughout the Bay Area, you want to hit Tony's, ranked #1 in the entire world, the best pizza on earth.
truthful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
The Niners are back, George Kittle. The Niners are back in a big way.
Hey, Papa, the Niners
didn't go anywhere. Never left. Never left.
Last couple
back
games,
in the win
last couple
column.
games, man. We've had turnovers and a lot of penalties on first and second down. That makes it hard to stay on the field. When our offense can put together, 8, 12 play drives, that's when you see how good we are, because we're able to keep to the run, get some play action in, and we don't put all the pressure on Purdy to having to make a bunch of throws, by himself. So when you can run the ball and you put the weight of everything on everybody on the offense, it helps a lot, and especially when your defense forces 4 turnovers.
There you go. There's George Kittle talking to you guys post-game with Greg and Tim. You guys did a great call, and we will have the recap as well. We'll give you the rest of the guest list, but give us your thoughts. Text line is open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Are they back? Is your confidence level back? Did they ever leave? Give us your thoughts on the game itself. And, of course, George Kittle with maybe the biggest play, and you guys talked about it right before the half, when you can do that double dip right before the half. You get the 35-yard field goal. They go down after Jacksonville's only successful offensive possession of the day. A lot of missed tackles, quick screens, quick hitters. They go down the field and get their only field goal, but then the 49ers answer that. Then they come out of the locker room, hit George with that 66-yarder. He beats Lloyd down the sideline 20-3, and they never look back.
And that was a play. Kyle does re-script when he comes out for the second half. 8 plays total, 4 runs, 4 passes. That was not one of the ones on the script, but it was a 2nd and 1. It's a play caller's delight, and they went to a special against that linebacker, Devin Lloyd. He's fast. He runs a 4.67, but he makes a lot of mental errors. They actually benched him a little bit last year for a couple of games. He's playing better this year, but they got him isolated on an out and up. Ayuk ran it in. That was the first read, actually, and Brock had it taken away, and so he pumped it, and Brock Purdy got blasted on that play. That's one of the best plays he's ever made. He had the arm strength to get it down the sideline, and George just ran by him and he ran himself open, a lot like when Will Levis threw that touchdown pass a couple of weeks ago to DeAndre Hopkins up against the sideline. The defender just fell off, and Hopkins, and now this time Kittle got back in the field to play, and once he caught it, it was over. But it was a great, great play by Brock Purdy to be able to stand in there. Brock made some big-time throws yesterday. And what George is talking about is the penalties. They only had 2 total penalties yesterday. One, which actually after they scored, touchdown, first drive, field goal, second drive, would set them back, was the offensive pass interference call on Brandon Ayuk. And he did push off against Tyson Campbell right when he came to the top of his route trying to get some separation. And he pushed off. But you kept getting into 1st and 20, 1st and 25, you're backed up, and now you're not able to run out of it. You become one-dimensional. Yesterday, Jacksonville's hard to run on. I did not think they'd be able to run for 144 yards against them in 30 attempts. Wow. Amazing. 4.8 yards a pop, and getting Debo back and his 3 runs and a touchdown, and the steady feet of McCaffrey, who just runs. We don't talk about how violent Christian McCaffrey runs, because he's such a great route runner. He's such a great bouncer and jump cutter. But, man, he runs violently. A couple times he spun out of tackles where he thought he was down, and he got more. He was refreshed. They all were yesterday. But as far as making proclamations about the rest of the year, and this is a week-to-week league. Teams are up. Teams are down. We thought Cincinnati was not going to lose again all the way to Vegas. And they, Tyler Boyd dropped a ball in the end zone yesterday, but they got beat by Houston, who they're hot. Baltimore's hot coming into the game, and they had a 2-touchdown lead a couple of times, including the fourth quarter, and they lost. It happens. You're only as good as your most recent game, and they looked like their dominant selves going back to early in the year. I don't think it was their most complete game. The game against Dallas was, but this was a complete game. They were just outstanding yesterday, but they got to follow it up, against Tampa Bay, and then, get into that meat of the schedule. That short week Thanksgiving game is going to be hard against Seattle. You want to come out of this game Sunday as injury-free as possible. Then you got Seattle, Philly, and Seattle, the 3-game gauntlet we're talking about. So they had some good moments along the way earlier during the 3-game losing streak, but it wasn't good enough. But yesterday they were certainly, in all levels, they played a superb game. And what George is talking about is they didn't make errors. They didn't beat themselves yesterday.
Yeah, the most encouraging thing to me in this whole thing, and why I think they are back, and I think they did leave, but the reason I do think is because this defensive line can do that against just about anybody. I know there's better offensive lines, but Jacksonville is not a horrible offensive line. They were in the middle of the pack as far as Pro Football Focus is concerned. But you saw what a motivated Chase Young can do. Hargrave played his best game. Armstead was really good. They went for they did the 5-man line. They were just absolutely dominant like they were in 2019. I still am concerned about Ambry Thomas. He had a high grade by Pro Football Focus, made a great play on that forced fumble if everybody's not jumping on the field, which I understand. People thought that the play was over, but they did score a touchdown on the drive anyway. Debo gets the 23-yard end round, so it ends up fine. But if this D-line is this D-line, which I think they are because they have all those first-round picks and they have all that talent, if Ambry Thomas somehow, he doesn't even have to be a revelation, just is solid at that other spot, and you move Demo inside. Oliver only had 3 snaps yesterday, and again, I don't think that's just because of the matchup. That's just, he just does not, other than run support, he is just not a guy in the pass game. But to me, that means that the defense is back being dominant, and that's the backbone of what the 49ers do.
Well, they come at you in waves, and to have Nick Bosa play the way he played, and Javon Hargrave and Eric Armstead, and Chase Young is an interesting player. He's just so damn big, and I love when they went to the Buckeye blitz early in the game, and the Gravedigger almost gave it away by jumping off sides, but Jacksonville had a false start, and Steve Wilkes went back to it again. He had both those two guys, Chase Young and Nick Bosa, stand up, and I mean, they're bigger guys inside. Javon Kinlaw's bigger than Chase Young, but as far as just overall mass, you put him over the head of a center, it's just intimidating. And put Bosa right next to him and run a game. And then they had Greenlaw and Fred out on the flanks. The weakness of Jacksonville's offensive line is the middle of their line. Walker Little, guy from Stanford, he's not a very good player right now. They're going to play Ezra Cleveland next week. They made a trade to get him from Minnesota. He's not quite ready with the scheme, but he'll play next week. Plus, he had a toe injury. Brandon Sheriff was a great player for a long time in Washington. He's not that guy anymore at all. He's been playing on a bad ankle all year. And then he resorted to just flat-out kicking Eric Armstead yesterday, which was, what are you doing? And then Luke Fortner, their interior of their line is a weakness. And the 49er, it started with the interior rush, but then having Nick Bosa mix in. Cleveland Ferrell played great. Kinlaw played. The 5-man line, what that does is it gives you individual matchups. Again, unless they bring an extra person in, and they played a lot of double tights and try to chip. But if you're going to play 5 linemen and you have a 5-down line group, it's all one-on-ones there. So you're ensuring that you're able to get one-on-one matchups with your elite pass rushers. I mean, the ultimate thing, and the Niner defensive line looked ferocious. They were fresh. They all played well. But it's going to Philadelphia, John, and dealing with the best offensive line in football. That's going to be a hell of a matchup on December the 3rd.
Matt Barrows is there. I was going to say alongside you, but he wasn't alongside you. Tim Ryan was alongside you. Mike Kohler was alongside you, but he was there, Matt Barrows. His thoughts and his great piece in The Athletic this morning, we'll get into that, his viewpoint on the dominant performance by the 49ers and what's ahead. We'll do it with Matt Barrows from The Athletic next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning to you. Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you're paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk? Of course you would. Or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. They're huge Bay Area sports fans. And the Giants really get Shohei. Call now. There's no cost. There's no obligation. Call them today, 866-496-2300, or visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because as Mr. O'Donnell says, planning is a process, not a product.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
It's a stretch and a boot. Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk. Ayuk is on fire.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here, and it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it, but he made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision, but I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but Ayuk made him right.
That, of course, is Kyle Shanahan after Brock Purdy's first touchdown pass of the game. Gave him a 7-0 lead. They got the 3-0, 10-0 lead, and they were rolling on their way. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-5627. It was a topic of conversation after the game. And by the way, we'll talk to Matt Burrows. So I said 10:30. He's going to join us at 10:50, so we got 15 minutes to get your thoughts in as well. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. What did you think of the Brock throw there? And he did play awesome. He had the 3 touchdown passes, the great one to Kittle, which I don't think nationally they're talking enough about. That was a muddy pocket. He made a hell of a throw. But there's 2 things there. Number one, your Ayuk, your and Tim's Ayuk, and I don't know if we can just
We were ready
play
for that. It's been a long time since we had that one.
That was as synchronized, I think, as that call has ever been.
Yeah.
First of all,
because right before we did it, I grabbed Tim in the arm and I made eye contact and I said, "Here we go," because we talked about he hadn't scored a touchdown since Patrick Peterson in Pittsburgh.
Right.
So we kind of knew that, and I love Kyle. Anybody bring up? I know they did. Did Brock bring up his decision to walk on the damn football field when we were scooping and scoring a touchdown? Coach, what are you talking about? So I understand because he diagrams the play, and it's a boot left, and if it's not there, he should run. But once he opened up his hips and made the throw, he got it over the top. It just wasn't the way it was designed. I mean, how many times has Steve Kerr, no, Steph, don't shoot. Oh, great shot.
That's
Steph.
what I said in the
post.
I think that's what it's going to be, right?
I mean, he got it there. It was not touched. It was laying over the top. I thought he played a brilliant game. But the other side of it is, all we talked about was Steve Wilkes coming down from the booth to the field. Coach, we didn't want you to actually go onto the playing field.
Well, everybody went on the field.
It was Kyle and it was Steve Wilkes.
And it was
D. Winters and it was Jair Brown.
Winters was out there partying.
Well, why are the coaches on the field? Are you out of your mind? There's no situation you should ever go on the field.
Yeah.
What was that?
It was
Dear
crazy.
God.
I agree with you. In terms of, look, Brock played a great game, but you can still, and you taught me this years ago, that you can still have the greatest idea and it can still be a bad play. And so
that one turned out to be a good play.
It did, but the thought process behind it is what Kyle's talking about. That's as angry as I think I've ever seen Kyle.
I think he was
on
kidding
any
too.
plane.
I think he was kidding too.
I don't think he was.
He didn't like the play.
Oh no, he was red-faced. He was Mike Shanahan red-faced.
He was red-faced because of the weather. I saw him. He was Noriega. He was pineapple face.
Yeah,
he
was angry. But
I think when he looks at it back on tape, the throw was never, when it left his hand, I thought it's going to be intercepted. I said he threw into a crowd, but he laid it right over the top. No one laid a finger on it, and it went right to Ayuk, so he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, we can agree to disagree. I think if that gets picked, they're in trouble. But you made the bigger point here. The bigger point is this. I said this in the post game yesterday, which is it's early in the love affair between the two, and Steve used to constantly say yes, no, yes on Steph Curry plays. So he may try to coach some of that out of him, the Farvish kind of a play like that. But the thing is, a guy either has that or he doesn't. And so at some point, I think what Kyle is going to come to the conclusion of, maybe, although he was really angry yesterday, maybe he's going to come to the conclusion of that's just how this guy plays. And if I try to coach that out of him too much, then that's his natural instinct, and he's probably going to make more good plays than bad plays. So while I think he'll continue to do the coaching points, I think he is at some point going to realize Brock is kind of a gambler, and that's the way he's going to play.
He's nowhere near Favre. Let him go.
No, but he does do that, and that's not. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
He didn't turn the ball over at all last year. He had 4 interceptions all year. He had none to begin this year. What do you have, a streak of 288? He knew what he was doing. The thing that got weird is because the passing tree got congested because he got outside to his left, so they go scramble drill. So Kittle and Ayuk are on top of each other. The one thing that Brock has got to kind of clear up was the line, I sort of nodded right, and to Ayuk and Kittle, and they literally went right. What he was trying to do was to let them think that he was going to go right, but he wanted them to go left. What is this, the Shell game from Princess Bride? I mean, what are you talking about? So when he points a direction for a receiver to go, he actually wants him to go the other direction, and there were 2 receivers in the area. So the nonverbal communication between Brock and the hand gestures and Ayuk and Kittle was weird. I've never quite heard that. But as far as he knew he could make the throw, because when he let it left his hand, he put it right over the top of everybody and got it right into the back of the hands of Brandon Ayuk. It was a sea of hands type of release, a great play. So, but he's the furthest thing away.
If that ball's
from,
picked, though, you're pissed today, and it was close.
It wasn't.
I'm just
did anybody
saying.
touch it?
No, but but we've had the conversation on many occasions.
It was first down, too. That was first down.
Even though a good play can be a bad play and a bad play can be a good play. And if you go back to let's go back to Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl, and they could have given him the ball, should have given him the ball, but you know what? They didn't. But the thought was right.
They should not have given him the ball in that play. They had to throw the ball.
Right. What I'm saying is that many people think that was a bad play, but the thought process was right. It didn't turn out right. So, I mean, those things happen all the time where the thought process is good and the play turns out fine, or the thought process is good and it turns out bad, or whatever the case may be. The play is designed a certain way, and the reason why Kyle is pissed is he likes you to run the play the way he wants to run it. The second option off that was for Brock to run, so he's supposed to run, not throw. And that's where I think Kyle's getting pissed, and then he puts him in a position where if that ball's intercepted, and you know what, if it hadn't been the last few weeks where they lose those games and he throws those key interceptions at key times, I don't think he's as pissed.
Yeah, I think we're making way too much out of this play. I think
but the coach freaked out, and that's why we are.
He wasn't.
We're not making a big deal of it. He did.
I think when he looks at it today and he meets the media at 3:00, he will back off a little bit of that because he was able to layer the throw over the top. There is such a thing as a scramble drill in football, and a lot of the plays are made outside of the design of the play. He defies the X's and O's. So it looked like a reckless throw at the time, and it does break some of the rules of quarterbacking, but the ball came out of his hand, and he laid it right to Brandon Ayuk, and it was a perfect situation. I mean, you want a bad throw, go back and watch Trevor Lawrence's throw against the Pittsburgh Steelers in the red zone. He threw it into a crowd of 3 different Steelers in a similar situation, rolling to his right. They did come back and win the football game, but that was a terrible decision because he could not execute the throw. So whatever it was fine. I think, as far as the coaching, and I wonder what Brian Griese actually has to say about that play. I haven't played the position, but I think when it left Brock's hands, he knew he was going to layer that ball right over the top, and it was going to go to Brandon Ayuk.
Give us your thoughts. Text line is open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Anything about the game, and there's a lot of good about the game. Give us your thoughts on that. I'm looking through. A lot of people love the throw. By the way, when we talk about the 49ers being back, it's funny because in watching all the national stuff, everybody was saying how great Brock was. And like I said, if you watch, 90% of the throws probably during the 3-game losing streak, he was really, really good. But now everybody's kind of back on everything. And another thing that came out of yesterday was people are now talking about C.J. Stroud as the MVP. Can we slow that down? I mean, he's really good, but he's not in the MVP talk, right?
What's his touchdown to interception ratio? 15-2?
Yeah, 15-2.
I mean, he's plays the position at an incredible level. I mean, we knew he was a tremendously accurate player, and I've not watched very many of these games. I glanced at him. They have played Jacksonville early in the year, so I watched him this weekend. Andrew Luck was a guy who walked in the league and just played the position perfectly from decision making. So I mean, I don't know whatever the MVP is fine. I think we got a long way to go to see who's going to be the best team in football. But C.J. Stroud, I mean, for them to beat Cincinnati yesterday, and I just kind of glanced at that game, although Tyler Boyd had a touchdown there.
Oh, man.
If he catches that ball in the end zone, John, how does that change the end of the game?
Oh, my God. Yeah, exactly. 100%.
He hit him right in his hands.
Well,
do the Bengals win if he catches that ball?
Yeah, I think. They got to drive down and they got to
Well, what does that do? They had the lead and they were driving to extend their lead.
It would have been 27-24 at that point. So then they would have had to drive down. Would have tied it. I mean, the Texans, I think, could have tied it. But still, yeah, if he makes that catch, it's a totally different game down the stretch. By the way, what was it? 4 game-winning field goals as time expired. You were talking with Murph and Mack about Seattle. I'm just not impressed with them, but they did get it together. 42 seconds left. Washington goes into a prevent the win defense, and Jason Myers gets a field goal, or else.
I think it was 5, wasn't it? It was 5. Browns over the Ravens,
5,
Texans over the Bengals. How'd the Cardinals come back and beat Atlanta? Kyler looks like he's completely healthy, and then the 2 games that really impact us are Detroit, and I was watching a lot of that game. What a shootout.
That was crazy.
It was back and forth, and it tied at 38. Then it lost the Wi-Fi, and Detroit did win 41-38, and then Seattle did win 29-26. So there was 5 game-ending with a game-winning field goal as time expired yesterday, the most in a single day in the history of the NFL. And they've been playing since 33, so that's pretty impressive.
It is, and that boy, I tell you, that kid Sam Howell, he just riddled Seattle. He might be the answer for them at quarterback. He was pretty good in that game, but he couldn't pull it off at the end. They did get that touchdown, and then Seattle, with about 42 seconds, they got the ball and they drove down. So we'll get into the rest of the NFL and how it affected the 49ers later, but let's get to Matt Barrows coming up next. Of course, he was at the game as well, and he and the entire crew, David Lombardi and the guys, and Matt Barrows do a great job with The Athletic. He'll give us his insights. If the 49ers ever left, are they back? What does he think? The Bucs coming up this weekend, then a short week, Thanksgiving against Seattle. We'll get into all those conversations next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Are you considering remodeling your home or designing a new one? You'll most likely want to consider new ways to help your family feel healthier and happier in the spaces they live. Many architects and builders are team up with Golden State Window and Door Designer, experienced in working with many of their vendors, including Marvin. They offer a variety of window and door options that help you achieve long-term performance and energy cost savings, particularly with the diverse weather we have in the Bay Area. Marvin windows are also designed for seamless, eye-catching aesthetics. So take a look at the Windows and Doors page at goldenstate.com. Scroll through the image gallery and select a virtual tour of their showrooms for inspiration. When you get some ideas, contact your architect or designer and schedule an appointment on Golden State's Window and Doors page. Striving to help your builder design with ease. Golden State. Family owned for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now they go empty, 3 left and 2 right. Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye Crunch.
There you go. The defensive line absolutely dominates. 5 sacks, 10 quarterback hits, and they forced 3 of the 4 turnovers. Ambry Thomas got the other one on that crazy play, and that was the first one, of course, the crunch in the middle, as you guys said, where Chase Young got there first, Bosa ripped it out, and then Bosa chased Lawrence later. Ball got tipped by the running back. Huff got it, and then later on after that, you had Hargrave coming up the middle, and one was served up perfectly to Fred Warner. So those were 3 of the 4, and then Ambry got the 4th one. So back to playing 49ers football and back to a dominant defensive line. We'll talk to Matt Barrows about it in just a second. But you were there. What were your impressions of just how dominant they were up front?
I just wanted to see how they were going to use all the new toys, and mainly Chase Young. And Matt Barrows is the guy that knows as well as anybody how Chris Kasarik aligns the D-line with the alphas, the bravos, the turbos, and he did not go right into the alpha. He did. Cleveland Ferrell started the game, but he mixed in right away in the second series. And first of all, they went to a 5-man line, which Tim Ryan was all over. And we've seen this early in the year in the second half of the game against they did it against Pittsburgh early on, and then in the second half of the game in L.A. against the Rams, and they brought in Javon Kinlaw. So right away, you're just looking, how are they going to deploy all of these guys, where you got Bosa and Hargrave and Armstead and Young and Cleveland Ferrell and Javon Kinlaw and Kevin Givens, and it's just Randy Gregory. How are they going to do it? And Matt Barrows does a great job of alpha and bravo and turboing, and we'll break it all down. But I think the 5-man front initially to completely shut down Travis Etienne and their running game, Jacksonville was surprised by that. Trevor Lawrence was surprised, and they changed the coverage behind it, changing up the nickelback and moving Demo to nickelback and Ambry on the outside, which Arvarius not playing Isaiah Oliver as much. But really, it's just the two guys feeding off of each other. And then right away on that second series, John, when they went to the Buckeye Blitz and they brought Chase Young in with Bosa, and they stood him up in 2-point stances right over the head of the center. It is daunting.
Let's get out to Matt Barrows, because does a tremendous job, as do all the guys with The Athletic and covering the 49ers. At Matt Barrows, read all his great stuff in The Athletic. He was in Jacksonville, of course, yesterday. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. First of all, thanks for joining us, and since we're on the topic, let's just start there. The defensive line, it goes back to 2019. It just seemed like those first 2 series where they went 3 and out for Jacksonville, touchdown, 3 and out for Jacksonville, sacks on 3rd down, field goal, they're up 10-0, and they're playing from ahead like they had been doing during the 5-game winning streak, and then we were just talking about the turnover as well. So a lot of things to talk about, but that defensive line, getting Chase Young in there, that kind of led the way, huh?
Yeah, that set the tone for this game, and it was back to 2019. I've been writing about that ever since D Ford got hurt mid-season that year. It seems like the 49ers have been desperately trying to replicate what they had early in that season, that Super Bowl season, and getting Chase Young, I think, really kind of gives them the weaponry. Now, this defensive line was great on that first series, and Chase Young didn't play on it. But you could see where the 49ers are going with this. Greg just mentioned, the two Buckeyes kind of standing up in the middle of the field on that second series. They did that in the third quarter, too. I think it's something that they're going to use just to kind of rattle teams, give interior linemen something to think about, give the quarterback something to think about. And that was the theme of the game. I mean, that was the sharp contrast between Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, and Trevor Lawrence. Kirk Cousins and Joe Burrow were comfortable in the pocket, and they ate the 49ers alive. Trevor Lawrence wasn't comfortable all day. They did well on that series before the half where they were screening the 49ers to death, but that was it. And Lawrence didn't know where to go with the ball on a lot of plays. And when that happened, invariably, Javon Hargrave or Nick Bosa or Chase Young or Eric Armstead was on top of him. So that's the difference. I thought it was a really good game plan by Steve Wilks. Now, whether Wilks could have come up with that game plan in the press box or on the sideline, I'm not sure. But it was a big W for Steve Wilks. It was a big W for the front office and bringing Chase Young aboard. I think it set the tone for the second half of the season.
And as you wrote over the weekend, the more impactful move is not to move Coach Wilks from upstairs to down. It's to put number 92 on Chase Young and let him be a Niner. And he's just different. And I'm with you. I go back to what I call the gold rush in that 2019 pass rush. And, obviously you have an older Bosa, you have an older Armstead. I was watching DeForest Buckner yesterday, the game in Germany, on the bus ride of the game. Man, is he dominant at times in every regard. Javon Hargrave is different. He's not as tall, obviously, shorter guy and more stout. But what a game he had yesterday. But I do want to get your thoughts on Chase Young because he's not D Ford. He's completely different than D Ford. D is just pure speed and technique, the shoulder dip, and where Chase Young does not get off the ball as fast as the other guys, but he's so damn powerful. Even when he gets blocked, he just goes right through people. I mean, what do the 49ers have in Chase Young? Because stylistically, he's very different than D Ford. But you put him standing up next to Bosa, next to Armstead, or next to the Gravedigger. I mean, he's just humongous, Matt.
Yeah, I'm from the D.C. area, so I follow pretty regularly the Commanders. And so I was familiar with Chase Young. I'd watched Chase Young play throughout the last 3 years. When I was in the locker room the other day, and Chase Young's sitting on, his stool, and they're very low-slung stools, and I'm interviewing him, and he eventually gets to his feet. I was just astounded at his size. I mean, he's the most physically impressive defensive end they have.
He looks like a tackle, doesn't he? He looks like Kinlaw.
He looks like a tackle. His nickname is the Predator,
right?
And it's
great movie.
An apt name because he's got the dreads and he's got the profile. He's got the physique of the Predator. So, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's a little bit surprising, shocking when you just kind of see him up close. He is bigger. He's bigger than Bosa, and I thought that his inside move was his move yesterday. And that might be problematic down the line, and we can talk about it when they're about to play the Eagles and a running quarterback, but he gets a step on you to the inside, and he's going to make it to the quarterback, and that's what happened on that sack that he shared with Bosa. He was the first one to Trevor Lawrence on that play, really made that play work, and there were a couple where he was close to the quarterback as well. So that's going to be the interesting part. And Bosa and Young sort of link up their snaps so that Bosa is forcing the quarterback to take a step forward. And when he does, he's taking a step into Chase Young, who's sort of coming on the inside. I think that's going to be something to look for a lot in the second half of the season.
Matt Barrows from The Athletic joined us. Of course, he was in Jacksonville along with Pop and Tim, and we're getting the insight on the 34-3 win over the Jags. We got Tampa coming up this week, and then a short week against Seattle on Thanksgiving. Is Ambry Thomas the answer on the outside? Because yesterday Oliver only plays 3 defensive snaps. Ambry makes the great fumble, force, and recovery. That whole play was weird, and everybody jumps on the field, so he doesn't get the take back, but they do score on the possession anyway. But he sure looked good. He did have a penalty against him. It seems like all the DBs for the Niners are holding and getting a bunch of penalties against him. But if Ambry Thomas can be at least decent, I think that helps everybody, and then you move Demo into the slot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. I mean, you go back a couple of months, and they brought in Anthony Brown, the ex-Cowboy, with the thought, my thinking was that they were hoping Brown would sort of become that third cornerback, that third outside cornerback who comes in the games that they want to play, Diamador, Lenore inside. Brown did not work out. They released him a couple of weeks ago. And so now we're back to Ambry Thomas being that guy. And I forget who it was, but somebody mentioned that he played with confidence. And that to me is always the
Fred Warner
question mark. Yeah, it was Fred Warner, right. Somebody who would know. But that's the question with Ambry Thomas. Can he play with confidence? And I think that confidence has waxed and waned over the last 3 seasons. Sunday was a good step in the right direction. I mean, he had the wildest play of the year. That play ends with Trevor Lawrence taking a shot at the back of his knees, like 3 yards into the end zone. That play had everything.
Should have been a personal foul, Matt. What was the quarterback doing there?
And I'm wondering what would have happened if to me it was the fact that the refs were all over the field and none of them were down there in the end zone at that point to make that penalty call. But if it's offsetting with Shanahan and the gang being on the field and Lawrence also getting a personal foul late hit, I don't know what happens. Do they offset? Does the play move? I don't know what goes on. But there were several missed calls, just non-calls in that game. All 3 of them went against the 49ers, but could have been a even bigger blowout, I think, if they had gone their way.
Yeah, that play was insane. I mean, we talked incessantly all week about Steve Wilks coming from the box down to the field. I didn't think he actually was going to go onto the playing field in the middle of the game. The hell was that? And Kyle Shanahan was on the field.
It's true. I mean, at first glance, you look and you're like, a couple of rookies out there.
Right.
And Jair Brown. Then you look closely. It's Wilks and it's Shanahan. Shanahan's the first.
They're 2 play callers. What are they doing?
So it's going to be a very interesting teaching moment in the film room today. Sometimes Shanahan has a lot of fun with those things. The team-wide breakdown of the game and the victory. I would love to be there to see how he kind of navigates that one, given that he and Wilkes were 2 of the biggest defenders on that play.
Do they have any kind of kangaroo court or anything like that? Because Kyle's got to get fined for that, man, doesn't he?
If I'm Ambry Thomas, I'm pissed.
Yeah, he took a touchdown away from me.
That'll be interesting to see what the fine fallout is from that. And from that game, whether Trevor Lawrence, I mean, imagine if that had happened to Trevor Lawrence, where somebody tackles him,
right?
That deep in an end zone or that far out of bounds. I mean, the league would lose its mind if a quarterback was the victim in that one. But if the quarterback is the offender, they seem to look the other way.
So I thought Ambry played his best game that he's played in the NFL. Not just that play, and he gave up 1 comeback route to Calvin Ridley, but overall the slot fade in the end zone that he covered against Ridley, and they went at Demo a little bit with Christian Kirk in the slot. But this was a matchup thing because they were concerned about Kirk in the slot. They know him from his Arizona days. Now this challenge against Tampa Bay on Sunday could be entirely different. You got Mike Evans, who's an outside receiver. Chris Godwin has been a slot receiver throughout most of his career. He just came back last year after a terrible knee injury. I don't know if he's in the slot as much. I haven't started watching them. They're listing this guy, Trey Palmer, John, this young guy is their slot wide receiver.
Had a great catch yesterday.
But I'm wondering, Matt, if Godwin does go into the slot, that's the kind of guy, because he's so physically imposing, that Isaiah Oliver could wind up getting some snaps. So how do you see this alignment, assuming Charvarius Ward stays over at left corner on the offensive right? How do they rotate the other guys, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good call. A bigger guy in the slot means it's going to be Isaiah Oliver. A shiftier guy like Christian Kirk means it's going to be Diamador Lenore. I would say that Isaiah Oliver's familiarity with the Buccaneers, being in the NFC South.
Oh, good call. Right.
Previous seasons, it also sort of lends itself to a big Isaiah Oliver game. But, I mean, if it is a smaller guy in there, and maybe that's sort of the chess match that the opposing offensive coordinator makes. I mean, I feel like if it is a bigger guy out there and Oliver's on the field and Oliver's comfortable with that guy, that's an advantage for the 49ers because it keeps Demo Lenore on the outside. Maybe the strategic move for some of these offensive coordinators is to give the shiftier, quicker slot receiver more play, so it forces the 49ers to make, what to me is a bigger move because it's involving two other guys, and having Lenore play the slot. I mean, the slot is such an unforgiving position. A nickel cornerback is, and no one is going to bat 1,000 in those games, and you saw Lenore get burned a couple of times by Kirk. Kirk had a big game. But it's just so difficult that, Carlos Rogers and Jimmy Ward will tell you the same thing. The opposing player can go left or right, can go deep, can go anywhere over the field, whereas if you're on the sideline, they're sort of bound by the sideline. You've got more help there. So whoever is long way of saying whoever is playing nickel cornerback is not going to have a fantastic game every week. You just want to keep the damage to a minimum.
Matt Barrows joining us from The Athletic. We're talking about the 49ers' 34-3 dominant victory over the Jags to end that 3-game losing streak. They got Tampa coming up this Sunday. Kyle Shanahan after the game, that's as angry as I've seen him after a game, whether it was a good play, a bad play. I mean, he was he looked like his dad there. He was all red-faced and angry on that throw from Brock. So it turned out well, but Kyle wasn't happy with it. You were there. What did you think?
I wasn't there. David took the Jacksonville trip off my plate. My recompense is that I got to go to Seattle on Thanksgiving.
Bummer.
But I definitely was watching along, and I think Shanahan prefaced it well that Brock had a very good game, so Shanahan felt he had the license to kind of lower the boom on him about that throw. To me, what stood out was that Purdy attempts that throw in Minnesota in the second half when they're trying to kind of make up some ground, and he just can't put enough mustard on it to Ayuk in the middle of the field. That was the one that Ayuk sort of looked like he caught initially, but it actually hit the ground. On this one, he does have a little bit more room to kind of settle his feet and put something on the ball, and comes through with the touchdown. To me, it showed that Brock Purdy wasn't chastened or wasn't overly cautious after the last 3 games. 5 interceptions in 3 games. He didn't change who he was. And to me, that's sort of the bigger takeaway, that Shanahan wants him to be aggressive. Shanahan wants him to let it rip. And maybe Shanahan doesn't want him to make that particular throw, but I think Shanahan wants that mentality more than anything else. I think that was Shanahan's big problem with Jimmy Garoppolo, and the fact that Purdy is so aggressive, knows where to go to the ball, and doesn't overthink things. I think is the overarching thing that Shanahan likes about him, and what will allow him to sort of accept that throw, which, by the way,
was a touchdown.
So not that bad, but I think that there was a lot of layers to those comments.
You mentioned the Seattle game, which is looming now. So Trent Williams on the ankle, and I did not think he was going to play at different times last week, and then he went right up to the day of the game, and he went out there and played. He wasn't 100%. He played okay. I don't think he really had his anchor. But do you think that in light of what he was honest about it, what did he say, 70, 80% on the ankle, but he went out and played. Do you think he can play the entirety of the Tampa Bay game on Sunday, Matt, and then come back and play on Thanksgiving Thursday in Seattle?
Yeah, Thursday in Seattle on an artificial surface. I think that's part of the equation as well. I don't know. I mean, I was a little surprised that he put it at 70 to 75%, because we saw him, leading the way for Christian McCaffrey and for Deebo Samuel, and it certainly didn't affect his speed. But I think you're right. I think it was the power that he normally has. I think it was the anchor. I think that the fact that they're playing at Levi's is good. Maybe the best surface in the league, and that's going to help him a little bit. But it's a great question moving forward. I mean, when is this ankle going to be 100%? And the fact that you've got that awkward 4-day preparation for Seattle is going to play into it. I don't think we can expect it to be 100% coming out of that Tampa game in 6 days.
Do you think they'd ever sit him against Tampa because those games are so close together and Seattle's such a big game?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to, obviously depend on how he's come out of this Jaguars game and how he came out of the flight back. He said he didn't do any further damage to it, and seemed like he was in a nice spot mentally after that game, after a win. So I do think that he'll play against Tampa, but it's a scenario. I don't think he's going to practice on Wednesday. I'll tell you that much. He usually takes Wednesday off anyway, but the Thursday practice, didn't practice very much this past Thursday. I think that will be telling, like it was last week.
And they were able to get him out for largely the fourth quarter and bring Jalen Moore in. And there was a point, Matt, where I thought McCaffrey was done and he was not coming back into the game. And then I don't know if somebody told Kyle about the record or McCaffrey wanted it, but they brought McCaffrey back in to try to get the record. And it's a significant one. Lenny Moore was a tremendous player, and people like O.J. Simpson and Emmitt Smith and John Riggins show up on that list. But to me, it's a little bit of trying to, go against the football gods, and you wind up with an injury there. Was your own personal thought on bringing McCaffrey back into the game, trying to get a touchdown to extend the streak to 18? And where do you think that came from? Was that McCaffrey himself wanting to get that record? Because that's something Kyle Shanahan typically does not do, like Steve Kerr. You do not like to stat chase or record chase.
Yeah, there was. I had no problem with it, and I don't think Christian McCaffrey went up to him on the sideline and reminded him. I think maybe somebody reminded Shanahan about it, which is why they went after the record there. There was still a lot of game to play at that point, so it wasn't like, the Jaguars, backups were in the game. They still had all their starters in. The 49ers had sort of a mismatch of starters and backups, as you noted. No Trent Williams at that point, but the rest of the offensive line was still out there at that point. Brock Purdy had started. I guess he was out at that point.
He got pulled right in the middle of that series. All of a sudden, Darnold was in. I'm like, what's going on?
That's the only thing that kind of, this is all hindsight, of course, but, Sam Darnold's out there. Sam Darnold hasn't taken a throw. Sam Darnold's first, one of his first throws has to be this kind of very precise throw in the corner of the end zone to McCaffrey on that fourth down play.
Right.
And it was just slightly inside. I'm not criticizing poor Sam Darnold. He was put in a tight spot. But if that ball is a foot to the outside, I think McCaffrey probably makes the catch and then is able to kind of spin in to the pylon and get that record. But a very sort of, awkward position for everybody. As you noted, Kyle Shanahan among them, to sort of juggle injury and not just injury, but sort of sportsmanship, pouring on the points and things like that at that stage of the game.
Well, it reminded me of, and I'm sure they weren't talking about it at the time, but when George Kittle got 210 210 yards in the first half, and the record was 214 by Shannon Sharp for most yards by a tight end, and then he didn't get any yards in the second half of that game. And then I remember Kyle afterwards saying, sorry, I wasn't aware. So I don't think Kyle was aware because he's just got too many things going on in the game. But so like you said, I think somebody reminded him, and that is a big record. I mean, Lenny Moore is 89 years old, and so I think he wanted to get it on his own. But if all we could talk about today, even in a 34-3 win, if McCaffrey had gotten hurt, that's all we'd talk about for 4 hours.
Oh, for sure. It would have been an avalanche of criticism. But, I mean, McCaffrey obviously was game for it. It didn't sound like the Jaguars. I think the Jaguars understood what was going on at that point. So, it's not great that he didn't come away with a record. But, like I said, I think it was the right balance of things. They tried for it. They didn't overdo it, and they came up, a yard short.
And actually now, it does remind me of that last game of the year in 2018 in L.A. against the Rams, and the Niners weren't very good, and L.A. beat them badly. When they were trying to get Kittle the overall record as far as most yardage by a tight end that Rob Gronkowski had, and he got to 1377. Travis Kelce has since passed him, but they fed Kittle the ball that day. That's where the Hollywood play first came out, with the pump left, the pump right, and Kittle goes down. That was in that game. So I guess there is some precedent. But that was the last game of the year. They were not going to make the playoffs, but they did try to feed the ball to Kittle in that game to get him the record.
Yeah, that was the purpose of that game. I mean, that was the 18th season, the Jimmy Garoppolo injury season, a lost season. So at that point, last game of the year, that was their Super Bowl, getting Kittle that record. So not quite the same focus in this one, but like I said, I think that they ended up striking the right balance. They almost got it. I don't think that Christian McCaffrey feels shortchanged like maybe Kittle did during that Broncos game back in 18. I think everybody walks away pretty content over how it all played out.
Great stuff. Matty, thanks. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Anytime, guys.
Thank you, Matty.
That is the great Matt Barrows. Again, at Matt Barrows for all your 49ers needs. Make sure you check out all his great stuff in The Athletic, and all those guys do a great job. He mentioned David Lombardi, and I guess David's going to – oh, no. Maddie's going
David
to
will be home having his first Thanksgiving with Margot here in the Bay Area.
Very nice.
Matt,
Very good stuff.
I can't believe they're not going to double down on the Seattle game, though.
It's big. Daryl Moose Johnson is going to join us. He had the call yesterday with Joe Davis on Fox. What did he see? He'll tell us and tell you at the bottom of the hour. It's Pomp and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Uh-oh, the 49ers got their swagger back. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. Elliot may take care of you, so stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple cast in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I suck. Everyone else on the team scored, except for me. No, that means a lot to me for them to keep me in at the end of the game there and try to give me that record. But hey, I'll take a huge win.
17 in a row will have to do. It'll tie Lenny Moore for the all-time record for most consecutive games with a touchdown. That is Christian McCaffrey. John Riggins on that list, as is O.J. Simpson. And we are going to talk to Moose Johnston coming up the bottom of the hour, the former Cowboys fullback, because he had something interesting to say. He said that he was joking, tongue-in-cheek, that Kyle Juszczyk, if he was a true fullback and always protecting his running back, that he would have went down at the 1-yard line and let Christian McCaffrey score. Juice went into the end zone.
He said that on the air, and then right after the game was over, he came into our booth and he yelled it at the top of his lungs. So we do want to talk to Moose. And it's O.J. Simpson, obviously. O.J. had a year, not his 73, 2000 year, but his 75 season when he set the all-time record for touchdowns scored in a single year. And then, as far as Emmitt Smith, who Daryl Johnston blocked for, I wonder if that was on their mind to get to Lenny Moore and John Riggins. And Lenny Moore, we actually brought him up a lot last year because when Deebo Samuel, or actually maybe in 21 more, when they were doing 11 Tyson in Deadpool formation, and Debo was running like a running back as a wide receiver. I was like, who's ever done this? And Frank Gifford, football was different in the 50s and 60s. They would blur the halfback, flanker position. What position did Frank Gifford play? Was he a quarterback? Was he a wide receiver? Was he a running back? He did everything. And for Lenny Moore, he was the ultimate offensive weapon for Johnny Unitas' great teams, where he would be a running back, he would be a wide receiver. But he's a Hall of Fame player and a great player. So the record is of significance that some of the names on that list, and you may not recognize Lenny Moore when you look at O.J. Simpson and Emmitt Smith, but Lenny Moore was that good of a player. And we'll get Moose's thoughts on it. He was talking about Juszczyk should have gone down to the 1 yard line when he caught his. I thought it was a little odd to bring him back into the game, especially when it looked like he was done. We kind of thought they had taken him off the field and he was done for the day. And then when exactly, John, in that drive, all of a sudden Sam Darnold's under center. Brock started that drive, and in the middle of it, they went, let's bring 14 in the game. So I thought the whole thing was interesting. And I just think of Steve Kerr and all the chances the Warriors had to chase records and stats, and they didn't want to screw with the basketball gods. I'm just glad at the end there they got out of there and didn't insult the football gods, and Christian didn't get hurt. Plus, it was going to be hard to score when they know the ball's going to him. Like 5 guys were on his side of the field. I'm like, McCaffrey's great. He is CMC, but what's he going to do, jump over everybody?
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest things ever. We thought we'd seen it all, and everybody knew. It's different in, in basketball or something. You're trying to get a guy a record, you feed it to him, like we've seen it with Clay or Steph trying to get the 3 record or whatever. But when the whole defense knows you're going to get the ball, it's kind of difficult. I didn't have an issue with it. I understood what they were trying to do, and I had heard, and you probably did the same thing, and I think it was talked about in the postgame show, that Kyle did go to Doug Peterson, and the first thing he said to him was, he explained that to him. Doug Peterson was fine with it, but just like we said to Matt Barrows, I have no issue with it. However, if Christian McCaffrey had gotten hurt in that situation, it's all we could talk about today, despite a 34-3 win. So that's how.
Yeah, and you could see when the gun went and the 2 coaches went to midfield. Kyle did talk to Doug Peterson, and I Nick Holtz is on their staff as their passing game coordinator. So I asked him about, were you guys upset about that at all? And they said absolutely not. When you're kicking somebody's ass like that, you can do whatever you want. So Doug Peterson was not concerned about that at all. He's a pro. He's been around. And I just, it's just the whole thing was just interesting to me that Kyle would do that. And the main thing was because it was a 34-3 game with 6 minutes to go in the game. So it clearly was over. I mean, if they got down in the red zone and you wanted to bring him in for a plunge, I could see that. But in that, the ball that Darnold threw him, John, and, Matt Barrows was talking about the ball placement. McCaffrey didn't even run that route in the end zone. He stopped like on the 1 yard line. So even if he had caught that ball, I'm not sure he would have been able to get across the line for a touchdown. So the entire time it was going on, I'm wondering, damn, you are flirting with the football gods here, and it's going to be hard to do because they know 23's getting the ball. That's why he's in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk to Moose Johnson about it because, like you said, not only did he say it on the air, but he told you guys as well. Maybe Juice should have went down so he could have extended that thing and actually gotten the record of 18.
There's no way he's doing
more,
that.
So
There's no way. Fullbacks need touchdowns too.
So we'll talk to Moose about that, and then obviously we'll talk to Moose about the game itself and how impressed he was with the 49ers' 34-3 win. And, of course, the question of the day, are the 49ers all the way back? Did they ever leave? We'll ask Moose that, too. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old friend John Lund here, and I want to talk about my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, which is ridiculous. Some aren't even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're not the other guys. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Now, they've secured over $1 billion, if I didn't make that clear, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
49ers in the Jacksonville 23, fake the stretch left, gonna roll Purdy right, get a plant, lob, throw, wide open, use check, touchdown! Juice!
Juice really wanted me to score unless he could score. Yeah, so no, I'm so happy. I mean, anytime Juice can score, I'm probably the second most excited guy in the field other than him.
What a great line from Christian McCaffrey. He does not score. I know one guy that if he was in that same situation and he was the fullback, the Dallas Cowboys, as he was for Emmitt Smith, he would have went down at the 1 yard line and allowed the glory to go to his running back. But Kyle Juszczyk is not that kind of guy. He is Moose Johnson, Daryl Johnson, of course, who had the call yesterday on Fox with Joe Davis. And Pop, this happens all the time to us, 1988 All-American from the Syracuse University. That is. And Moose doing this courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. So, Pop obviously on the call there, Moose, and he not only did you say on the air what you would have done, but I guess you went.
He
into
came
the booth
in our booth and he was yelling at us that he should have gone down on the 1 yard line. Come on, fullback, are you serious there?
Right? Unbelievable. You got to be forward thinking.
Yeah, you got to protect your back, right? You got to have his back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We had a chance for history. I mean, that's something big. You could be a part of it.
Yeah,
everybody would always remember, oh my God, yeah, Christian McCaffrey, broke Lenny Moore's record, but remember Kyle Juszczyk and just how gracious he was to go down at the 1 yard line to make sure that he did that.
So and he's a Harvard guy. Shouldn't he be smarter? Jeez, come on, man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just a brand.
You guys are tough. Yeah, Syracuse is way smarter. We know that. Our SAT scores are much higher.
Much more practical, much more effective.
Yeah. So what did you think about Christian coming back into the game? Because Tim Ryan and I thought he was done. When the drive started, they pull him out. They bring Elijah Mitchell in. In the middle of the drive, they take Brock off the field and bring Sam Darnold in. And you're thinking, we're just going to run this out. It's like August football. Then they brought McCaffrey back in. Were you concerned they were flirting with the football gods a little bit there, Moose?
No, I loved it. Let Elijah do all the heavy lifting, get it down there, closer to the goal line, and then get Christian back in. I thought Kyle did everything he could to try and get the record, and I thought that I know Doug is not going to bother Doug Peterson. He played the game, he understands the history of the game. The story I shared on air about Reggie White when we had an opportunity to do that in Dallas, and Chris Boniel had tied a national record, a league record with 7 field goals in one game, which obviously since has been broken. But Reggie was furious. I mean, he came to our sideline. He was very upset. And Michael Irvin was there telling him, he goes, listen, Reggie, this is not disrespectful. It's an opportunity to do something, for Christian that's never been done before. For Chris Boniel, the kicker for us at the time, that's only been done once before. So I just think that, once everybody understands, the magnitude of what's at stake, that, you're not trying to run up the score. You're trying to provide an opportunity for somebody to set a new standard in terms to a record.
Daryl Moose Johnson joining us, was on the call yesterday. NFL on Fox as the 49ers beat the Jags 34-3. A lot of what we were talking about today, the defensive line, bringing in Chase Young and just the dominance that they had. What did you think of the way that the defensive line performed for the 49ers?
Well, I don't think just adding Chase Young, but then adding a couple other twists to it as well. We saw some 5-man front. We saw Nick Bosa and Chase Young walked up into the A-gaps in that double mug situation. So I thought that Steve Wilks added some wrinkles to it, not just with the personnel coming off the edges, but just making the offensive line and the tight ends and the running backs think a little bit more in the protection assignments. So I thought that was also a great addition to go along with a team that's going to be concerned. And there was one great play where you've got them both coming off the edge, and you put the running back offset to the left, and he chips Chase on the way out, but here comes Nick from the other side. Making a big play. So I was surprised how much empty they did. That's another area, unless that thing is coming out quick. That I don't think you want to be empty too often against a team that can roll out 2 edge rushers like Nick Bosa and Chase Young. So I think they're going to make offenses think quite a bit. We hear offensive coordinators talk about having that protection plan for a J.J. Watt or an Aaron Donald, but when you've got 2 guys, it's just a completely different thing. The guys have to stand up on their own in one-on-one situations much more frequently during the course of the game.
Yeah, the Niners made several nice defensive wrinkles in the game. The 5-man front was really impactful, and they also changed the way this secondary lines up to specifically match up with Christian Kirk, the great slot wide receiver of the Jags. They put Diamador Lenore in the slot, and they moved Ambry Thomas outside. So when you were in your production meetings, did they tip you off to that pregame? And then you're also on the Tampa game, and I'm thinking of Chris Godwin, who's a different kind of slot wide receiver than Kirk. He's more of a powerful guy. But Jeff Deeney just sent me the moves from Pro Football Focus. Godwin's only lining up in the slot about 32% of the time, so maybe they leave it the way it is. But just give me your thoughts. Might they go back to Isaiah Oliver in the slot at some point, or do you think that they're committed now to Demo Lenore in the slot and Ambry Thomas, the outside corner opposite of Mooney Ward?
Well, I'm going to have to give it to your partner. Tim Ryan gave us that little tidbit of information.
Nice.
Pre-game, just for us to keep an eye on.
Right.
That was very gracious of him because that was not something that we got in our production meetings.
Got it.
I don't know. Tim told us, Isaiah is much better. More is that big nickel guy. For run support and things like that. Where the area that they were concerned was obviously, to your point, that the route running ability, the speed of Christian Kirk. I would stay. I really would. Chris Godwin is a bigger receiver, but in my opinion, he's still a very, very good route runner. I think you're going to want to have that coverage component more than the physicality component. Even though Chris is a bigger wide receiver, I think he's still a great route runner. So I would keep it the way it is. It worked last week against Jacksonville. I know Isaiah's had kind of an up and down season so far, through training camp, and has had some flashes, but it's that consistency. So if they feel more comfortable, with the way they had it structured against Jacksonville, I would keep it there. I don't think you really want to look at the size of Chris Godwin compared to the size of Christian Kirk and think that, that you could bring in a different body there at that point. So it'll be interesting to see what Coach Wilkes does.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Daryl Moose Johnson. He was on the call yesterday in Jacksonville, NFL on Fox. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader, deciphering the 34-3 win. Just as you look at the 49ers as a whole, you get off to the 5-0 start, you lose the 3 straight, and then the dominant game that they had yesterday to move to 6-3. How do you look at them now we're just past the midway point of the season in the NFC?
Well, I said it on air yesterday. I think when they play the way they played against Jacksonville, when they play the way they played against Dallas, I know Kyle wasn't. He could find some things in Pittsburgh against New York. I don't think that he felt that those were the complete games like Jacksonville and Dallas were. I'm sure that Kyle, he looked a little bit frustrated going in at halftime. I'm sure he's going to be able to find some things from that first half that he feels they could be better. But when San Francisco was rolling like they were yesterday, or they were in Week 5 against Dallas, I don't know if there's a team in the NFL that can play with them, and that's Kansas City, that's Philadelphia. I mean, Philadelphia has not gotten back to the level they were at last year. That's why it was so disappointing when Brock got hurt in that game, because I thought that was going to be just, potentially one of the most epic NFC championship games that we've had, because I really felt that those teams were clearly head and shoulders above everybody else, in the NFC, and it was going to be a great game. So the Philadelphia Eagles are not back to that point yet. We've seen some flashes of it, and it's very similar to San Francisco. They've had their issues from time to time, but I really do believe that San Francisco's challenges were based on injuries. Without Trent Williams, without Deebo Samuel, with Christian McCaffrey not at 100%, Dre Greenlaw on the defensive side, has a huge ripple effect throughout that front seven. So I think all those guys getting healthy is what you saw yesterday. I think Philadelphia's issues, if they are issues, are not that easily fixable. I think it's still an adjustment to losing both of their coordinators. There's still kind of that growth, that maturity, getting to know, quarterback offensive coordinator relationship. How are we calling the defense? So I think that there's still some growth with some key hires for Philadelphia that takes a little bit longer to figure out.
Both teams, the Niners and Eagles, have a couple of games to play. The Niners have the one game Sunday against Tampa, and then the Thanksgiving game against Seattle. And then they go to Philadelphia, and likewise for the Eagles off their bye week this week. They come out on Monday Night Football a week from the Night Moose against Kansas City at Arrowhead in a Super Bowl rematch. Then they go to Orchard Park to deal with the Bills. So December the 3rd is going to be the showdown, and I know you guys are going to treat it like the biggest game of the year on Fox. How do you see that game? As long as they stay healthy between now and Week 13, how do you see Niners-Eagles at the Link on December the 3rd?
The way I saw it, expected it to be last season in the NFC Championship game. It's going to be won and lost down inside. I think that's why these two teams have separated themselves because of their offensive and defensive lines. I think the big matchup will be, the San Francisco offensive line against that Philadelphia front. It's what they've been able to accomplish, even losing the guys that they lost last year, it was a plug and play. I mean, Jalen Carter is a unique guy. They as good as they were last year. I think they're getting back towards that level. I mean, that front was amazing last year, the amount of sacks that they had. So yeah, I think that's going to be your tipping point for the game. Brock Purdy could be under pressure a little bit. How is his decision-making process at that time? He talked to us on Saturday and said, I've got to be smarter with the football in situations and in spots on the field where, the play is magnified. I can't give up points. I can't leave points off the board when we're in field goal range. I've got to be smarter and understand the value of the possession. And, I think you saw that. I mean, the first touchdown, it's just classic Brock Purdy, rolling right, throwing right into the middle of the end zone with four people standing there and it caught, and that was one of the great things that Kyle told us on Saturday was, one of the things that he really likes about Brock Purdy is that letter rip mentality. And he throws into, windows. He's got great anticipation and accuracy. And when you play that style, there's a potential for some interceptions. I think the first touchdown is some of the ones that Kyle wants to get out of that style that Brock plays with. The other ones, when, it's thrown in towards the middle of the field, and whether it's Jawan Jennings or Ray McLeod, and maybe that trust and chemistry is not quite there yet, but it'll continue to grow. I think that Kyle's okay with that one. But I think he'll be happy that it was a touchdown to Brandon Ayuk, but I don't think it's one that he's going to want to see again, down the stretch.
It's interesting because you just talked about how you talked to him about it, and then he goes into that first touchdown and makes that throw where we've kind of make it around here like Steph Curry, like no, yes, he makes a 40-footer and you're okay with it, so the result is fine. But as a former player yourself, how much can you coach out? Because, when you guys were playing, like a Favre would do that. I'm not saying Purdy is Favre. He certainly doesn't have the arm strength. But where there is some gunslinger in all quarterbacks, and you want to find that fine line between a guy who's too afraid to do it and a guy who's too reckless about it, right?
Exactly. And, I don't even know if you can say that one is that's just the trust that's been developed between Brock and Brandon. It's just one of those classic ones that you hear all the offensive coaches talk about. Don't roll right, throw back into the middle. Don't roll left, throw back into the middle of the field. That's where all your bad plays can happen. So it is. And Brett Favre, every defensive coordinator we talked to when we played, when we did a Green Bay game and they were playing against Brett Favre, he's going to give us an opportunity. We just have to take advantage of it. And there's a number of times when Brett Favre would make those types of throws and the defense would drop the ball. They couldn't finish the interception. It's you're going to win some, you're going to lose some when you do those. But I think that can be coached out. I really do. It's understanding the big picture. It's understanding the things that Brock talked about. And to your point, he goes right out and does it on the opening drive. And you're in that part of the field, and you are potentially giving up points. And that was one of the big things, in that Cincinnati stretch, that Minnesota stretch. Those were critical interceptions, and a lot of them, in the area where you're going to score points, in the area of the field where you put your defense on a short field. So it's not just a mistake; it's a mistake that costs you points or gives you your defense the potential to give up points.
And Brett Favre really well. You guys had so many great matchups with him when you guys were dominating in the 90s with the Niners. So I'm looking at Emmett's 95 years. So McCaffrey ties Lenny Moore, 17 straight games. The Hall of Famer John Riggins and OJ are there. But Emmett, he scored a touchdown, as you well know, Moose, in 14 consecutive games, all in that 95 year. I mean, it was just an unbelievable year He had 25 total touchdowns. There was only one game where he did not score a touchdown. It was Week 5 at Washington. He came back in 11 in a row, and then his playoff run was insane when he had 6 total touchdowns, including 3 against the Packers in the NFC Championship game. So when 96 started, was there an awareness to continue the touchdown streak for him to get Riggins and OJ and ultimately Lenny Moore, or was that not on your minds then?
No, that was not. I don't think we were as good with statistics as they are today, and especially historical statistics. So that was nothing that we were aware of going into that opener of 96, kind of picking up the record where it had ended the previous year. So, shame on us, because I actually was surprised when the list came up, in our meetings, and we did the graphic, and I saw, Christian and Lenny and John Riggins and OJ Simpson. And I was the same as what you just described. I went back to that 95 season, and I knew he had 25. And I'm like, boy, I would have thought he had one every game that season. And then we went into the playoffs. I wonder why he's not on that list at that number. So, unfortunately for us, it was something that was lost in communication, and nobody, it's not something we talked about during training camp. And it's like, hey, the opening game of the season, let's get another rushing touchdown and keep this thing going here and see if we can get Emmett an opportunity to set a record that's a league record.
Great stuff. Moose, thank you so much. Always enjoy your broadcast with Joe, and we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks.
All right, guys. Thanks.
We'll
Take
see
care.
you
Good luck
Sunday.
here.
See you Sunday, man.
Look forward to it.
Thank you, Moose.
See
He's on the
you
Niners again.
Sunday.
He's on the Niners again, back-to-back
Bucks
games.
and Niners. Great stuff from Moose Johnson. He said a few things that are very interesting there about the rest of the NFC. We'll get into that. If the Niners play that way, he's not sure Philly can beat him. We'll discuss. And also Dante Whitner, especially on the defensive side of the ball. 12:30. You don't want to miss it. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
The lesson there is you got to stay off of regatta, I guess. Greg Papa here doing play-by-play during the NFL season. I have to stay on top of my game. I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I possibly can. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get proven quality sleep I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every single night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. My Sleep Number with the 2 herniated discs is high. I started like 95 and get up to around 100, but I need the firmness. So if you need a little back issue, just crank it up, and I sleep great. And now take advantage during Sleep Number's Veterans Day sale. You'll save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition Smart Bed. It ends today, Monday, November the 13th. It's only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When San Francisco was rolling like they were yesterday, or they were in Week 5 against Dallas, I don't know if there's a team in the NFL that can play with them. And that's Kansas City, that's Philadelphia. I mean, Philadelphia has not gotten back to the level they were at last year. That's why it was so disappointing when Brock got hurt in that game, because I thought that was going to be just, potentially one of the most epic NFC Championship games that we've had.
That was Daryl Moose Johnson. He just joined us. Of course, NFL on Fox, 3-time Super Bowl champion with the Cowboys. If you missed it, like all the interviews on all the shows, just go to KNBR.com. Let us know. Give us your thoughts on what he just said. And by the way, I forgot to mention we have the audio recap coming up in about 5 minutes. You do not want to miss that. We do those on Victory Mondays. So, again, audio recap with you and Tim Pop coming up on the 34-3 win. But what did you think of Moose said there? And it's easy to say after a win like this, of course, they're going to be top. But the point that got me was, here's Philly at 8-1, and he said, not sure that Philly's problems are fixable. And so there's two ways to look at that. They're 8-1, and they're still pretty damn good, or they're 8-1 and they have issues. So how did you kind of take what he said there?
Well, and one thing we got to get away from is building this as a rematch of the NFC Championship game. These are not the same two rosters. These two teams are different, and I think the main thing is the Gravedigger is now a 49er, and he's not a Philadelphia Eagle. And I know they have some young guys on their offensive line, Jalen Carter being one that is, coming into his own. But the Gravedigger is a veteran Javon Hargrave player. So let's just hope and they have to play two more games each. 49ers have to play Sunday at home against Tampa Bay, and then they've got a Thanksgiving night game in Seattle. So, and it's, there's two ways to look at that. Can these guys recover from Sunday to play effectively on Thursday? And, oh, by the way, Seattle won against yesterday, so they have the same record as the 49ers. So the first thing you got to do is win the NFC West. But then it's going to give you 10 days to get ready for the Philadelphia game on December the 3rd. The players will get Thanksgiving weekend off and Black Friday and all of that, but not you would roll right into the coaches aren't going anywhere. They're going to get ready for Philadelphia. And he also said the matchup that is most intriguing to him, I believe he said the 49ers offensive line I think he said the 49ers, whichever line he said, I think it's both lines. I think Philadelphia is regarded to have the best offensive line in football. They had it last year. They lost Sayamalo. But they've got some other guys there. But Mailata and Landon Dickerson, obviously Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson. He is so fast. It looks like he false starts every single play. What a matchup that would be with Nick Bosa or Chase Young or whomever. And then their defensive line against the 49ers offensive line. And they have lost the Gravedigger, but they got Jalen Carter mixing in there. Jordan Davis is playing more. They got the same old guys, Reddick and Fletcher Cox and Josh Sweat, and Zach Cunningham's part of that front, even though he stands up a little bit. And they've, Brandon Graham later and Derek Barnett. And so it's going to be a great matchup. But I love when people say, if the 49ers play the way they played yesterday, well, they won 34-3 yesterday. They rolled up 400 yards to Philadelphia, to Jacksonville's 200. Now, Jacksonville's not Philadelphia. Jacksonville's on the come, and they're an ascending team. But they're inexperienced. They were just overhyped for the game. It was too big for them right now. Now, as they play more games like this, they'll be able to get their legs and figure it out, we think. We'll see if the quarterback can see the field better. But there's a lot of football to go. I just, right now the Niners have 3 losses. They have 1 loss. They've got 2 more games in the interim. Are they going to lose in Kansas City a week from tonight on Monday Night Football? If they do that, and they get their second loss, now the 49ers, even if they beat Buffalo, then they can go in there and beat them and give them a third loss and then win the tiebreaker. So there's a handful of teams. The Lions are there. They're a good team. Obviously, the AFC has a bunch of teams that are very competitive. So I think you can't make proclamations about how it's going to go until we get there. January's going to be fun. But November and December are going to set it up. And, the great John Madden used to say every year, you really don't start playing until after Thanksgiving. And for the Niners, it's going to be on Thanksgiving against Seattle. And then you got the 3-game gauntlet against Seattle, at Philly, home for Seattle, which largely will decide your year. And we'll just see. I mean, it's going to come down to plays and moments in those games that'll decide who ultimately wins.
And they're gone, like you said. I mean, these games that are coming up, they've probably got the toughest 5-game stretch imaginable in the NFL. Like you said, at Kansas City, home against Buffalo, versus the 49ers, at Dallas, at Seattle. Now, if they get through that in good shape, their last 3 games are laughable. New York is horrible, especially with Tommy DeVito at quarterback. Arizona, who looked better with Kyler Murray, and then New York again. So you got to hope that they lose a couple of these games. The thing that would give me hope as a 49ers fan, and I'm not hoping for injury on anyone, but this Jalen Hurts thing is really weird because he is hobbling around, he is banged up, and the thing that tells you everything you need to know is that every time it's brought up, he just gets pissed. And so there's something that's not right there. And I'm not hoping for an injury, but what I'm saying is that this is a long season and something is just not right with him. And if he's not the guy that has the legs to go along with the arm, then he's not nearly what he's going to be. He's not nearly the threat that he's going to be.
Well, we thought that last year when he got his shoulder driven into the ground at Soldier Field by that outside linebacker Gibson. He missed 1 game, but I think they admitted, what did he have, a scapula? But he played pretty well in the Super Bowl, and he gutted through it. And his first pass in the playoff game against the Giants off the bye week, he underthrew Devontae Smith a little bit, but he hit a deep shot right away. He wasn't perfect, but he's tough, and he will still run, and he will still go. He went down on that shoulder. There's something wrong with the knee, and there's been something wrong with the knee since the Miami Sunday night game. You could see him hobbling when he got out to his left, ran out of bounds. And then he played the second half with a knee brace on, and that was more evident in the Dallas game. But he's tough. He's not coming off the field. And what's he going to look like when they come out of the bye? What exactly is wrong with the knee? They're never going to say anything. You're never going to know. It's never going to come out of the NovaCare complex what's wrong with him. But he'll play through it. Will it force him to miss a throw or a run or something here or there? Maybe every once in a while, but it'll be anxious to see, John. A week from tonight, we have a rematch of the Super Bowl.
Huge game.
Yeah, assuming Travis Kelce gets back from Argentina. Where'd he go this weekend?
Yeah, that was, Taylor Swift goes off stage.
She changed Karma's lyrics to honor Travis?
And she runs off, and there he is, and then they embrace with a deep kiss. Very nice, very popular.
Wasn't that deep. It was more like...
Yeah. All right. This is our favorite because we only play these on Victory Mondays. You guys had a great call. Was listening to you guys as I was watching the game, and you guys were great yesterday. As always, here is the audio recap. The 49ers win 34-3 over Jacksonville. Papa and Tim Ryan on the 49ers Radio Network.
Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a normal keeper that we had up. I got the edge. Just felt like I had a lot of time. The smart decision was probably just, continue to run, try to get as many yards as I can instead of, putting the ball up like I did. But I saw BA in the back of the end zone sort of run to space, George as well, and I just put it up towards the back, and BA came down with it. But, yeah, I'm not necessarily proud of that play, honestly. I mean, yes, it was a touchdown and everything, great. BA made a great play. But I got to be smart with the ball, and if anything, I should have ran the ball. So
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye crunch, both of them coming from the outside. Both of them fall back to the inside. Chase Young first from the blind side, and then Bosa from the front side, and that ball comes out, and Bosa's the one that rips it out with his right hand.
Yeah, I mean, having him is such a big threat. I think we play off of each other well, and me and him are really excited to keep going.
Purdy in the shotgun. They move McCaffrey out wide left outside the numbers. Debo to the side of Purdy in the shotgun. Fake the gun run. Screen to McCaffrey. Blocked by Trent Williams. McCaffrey runs for a first down. Into Jacksonville territory. Dropped on their 44-yard line.
Oh, beautiful
Trent
timing.
Williams is back.
It was good having 71 back out there, but I thought all 5 of those guys, the tight ends, Juice, they did a hell of a job all day just sticking with it, sticking with the run game, getting some of those gritty yards, and then, in the second half, start to pop some of them.
Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Keep feeding the beast on a wheel route, and George Kittle's wheels, there is nothing wrong with them.
It's really difficult to get that open. I saw him fall, and I was like, I knew it was man coverage too. I was like, well, I knew the safety went to the other way because he's covering someone else. So I just, had a little, have some fun going into the end zone. I probably won't ever walk in again because I'm going to get yelled at for that. But, at least I didn't drop the ball before I got into the end zone.
Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up.
Honestly, I'm out there playing piss. I felt like last year didn't go for me at all, mentally, physically, on the football, just like outside of football. I felt like it was all bad, and when I get on that field, I feel like I'm playing piss, like I'm still pissed. Like we won, but I know I could did better, and that's just my mentality. Like I don't care who out there, like I'm pissed right now.
Purdy even late third quarter takes it down. Here's a flip end around to Debo, coming right to left, big hole. Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo. Yeah, baby!
No. It's kind of weird because, 31 turned around and ran. I ain't never seen that. So, but yeah, I knew he was close because I could just tell the reaction of the guy in front of me. But anytime I feel so comfortable with 2, 3, or 19 out there in the open fields, like I just got to get in the way long enough for them to make a decision. And once 19 gets ahead of steam, it's really tough to bring them down.
Here's Lawrence back. Hargrave gets in and hits him. Lawrence throws. Intercepted by Fred Warner. Running back the other way. 40's pushed out of bounds. The Grave Digger is having a game.
Sunday.
All day.
Hargrave Digger.
Got pressure right in Lawrence's face.
Yeah, I think as a group, I think we played complementary football. I think obviously up front we got a lot of pressure up front to make his life difficult, and in the back end, using our disguises and being sticky and covered. I think that's what kind of made it a little difficult for Lawrence.
49ers in the Jacksonville 23, fake the stretch left, gonna roll Purdy right, get a plant, lob, throw, wide open, huge check, touchdown!
Juice really wanted me to score unless he could score.
There you go, Papa and Tim Ryan. You heard it right here on KNBR. 34-3. The defensive line dominates. 5 sacks, 10 QB hits, and that pressure up front forced 3 of the 4 turnovers. Nick Bosa making the big plays, a sack and a half, forced fumble, which he recovered. Also, he was the one chasing Trevor Lawrence, and they got the interception off the tip from Huff. Hargrave, 1.5 sacks, forced the Warner interception with his pressure. They won the turnover battle, 4-zip. Brock Awesome, 19-26, 296, 3 touchdowns. Ran the ball for 144, got to that magical 30, stopped Jacksonville on the ground. They only had 59. That 10-0 start, we talked about it last week, getting off to that big start so they could play from ahead. Ambry stepping up with Oliver out. They made that switch as well. Some 5-man fronts. It all equals a 34-3 thrashing.
Nice job, Danny and Walter. We haven't heard that. We haven't had a Victory Monday around here since George Kittle's birthday.
Oh, my gosh.
On October the 9th. That's how long has it been? Remember George used to always go to Panda Express?
Yeah,
and get the orange chicken? Now that he's got this huge contract, is he not? Is he going right to Caviar?
Yeah, that's
Is he still going to Panda?
By the way, can we pull this from the post game? I loved the dig. You didn't let him get away with the tattoo thing without giving him a dig in the post game interview with him. I thought that was great.
Well, he and Tim were just gushing over each other.
I know they were. And you went,
Tim and
I don't know
George
how you
are
brought it
I
up,
think
but it was funny.
I think it's a hair thing. That Kittle and Tim have matching length hair.
Yeah.
So they were going on. I was going to say a butt tat, but I stayed away from that and didn't go to the specific region of the body. But I did mention the a slight reference to C.J. Beathard. What is it, 580 Miller?
Yeah, I think
and
you
the
said
matching,
that's what you said. You
the
said
matching
5.
The matching butt tats with George. And
they did have the warm embrace after the game. He and CJ.
CJ got in the game yesterday.
Yeah, a little garbage time at the end there. So
with his left glove on.
Yeah, very, very cool. All right, bottom of the hour, we're going to get more on the defense from our good friend Dante Whitner. You do not want to miss that breakdown. Text line is wide open, of course, at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Hit us up on that for any questions or comments. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. So jump on there in the conversation. I'm answering some questions on YouTube, so make sure that you hit us up there. Dante in about 10 to talk defense and the 49ers dominance, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways after the 49ers demolished the Jags 34-3 in Jacksonville. They get back in the win column. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
He is on it today. I was going to get on him if he didn't play the laser beam. CLR, it's called custom lens replacement. That's what I had to completely change my eyesight. I had actually had a procedure done before. Didn't work as well, but Pop kept coming into the studio and saying how he could see with the eyes of a much younger man. And I'm like, what'd you do? Get like some sort of a transplant or something? Are you crazy? Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And that's where he went. And eventually that's where I went for my custom lens replacement. It was easy. Guys are so knowledgeable. They do such a great job in informing you exactly, Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling, exactly what's going to happen. It just takes minutes. The procedure is simple. But I also want to tell you about other procedures that they do. They do a great LASIK. They do an EVO ICL. They just want you to get the best procedure for you. Now, mine happened to be custom lens replacement. Papa's happened to be custom lens replacement. It was easy. It was great. It does. I'd say this all the time, and people do come up to me. I swear they do, and they say, dude, come on, you're overdoing it. No, I'm not, because when you can see, it changes your life. That's just what it is. So I had the eye exam to see what kind of a candidate I was, what would work best for me. The advanced vision analysis is what they call it, and it gives their doctors over 1 million data points to see if one of the 5 modern vision correction procedures is right for you. So you don't just go in, and it's not like a car wash where it's like, this is the way that you do it. They got all these different type of things that they can do depending on your eyes. Mine was CLR, custom lens replacement. Yours might be something else. So check them out right now. And I'm telling you, Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, they do a tremendous job, and you're going to be in great hands. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Find out what's going to work best for you. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
You know I love you like a son. You know that.
I know.
You guys done?
I know.
You guys done now?
Not yet.
No, we're
Back
not.
to football?
We're not,
Okay.
Papa. You know, me and Tim, let us have our moment.
You guys don't have matching tattoos, do you? I'd be concerned about
I'm
that.
going with a hand tattoo pretty
Look
soon
at you,
here.
Papa,
Me and
that's
Bruce.
funny.
Outstanding. That might have been the best question of the entirety of your
Meet the
49ers
Millers.
post-game career.
Come right into 580 Miller. You got C.J. Beathard on the couch, Tim Ryan in the recliner, and
Yeah.
George Kittle.
I was
Well,
listening to you
welcome
guys
in.
on the headset when you did that, and I was like, I am so proud of you for getting
George
that one
is
in there.
always fun. George
Very
is
nice.
always
Yeah,
fun.
he's a great guy. By the way, we need to talk more about the game, and people have thoughts on it. Let us know. Questions, comments, thoughts. How was the trip? We haven't talked about the trip at all. Did you just stay in?
It was dreary
Sawgrass
as
or
hell
what?
in Florida.
Yeah.
I did
Weather
not
was
leave.
Not great.
I did not leave the compound at all. My buddy, who I grew up with, is a big mucky muck at the PGA Tour.
Right.
He was actually at some
Beautiful
gala
place,
in
right?
Orlando. Yeah, it was fine. We were there before. It was just the weather was dreary. We landed on Friday night, and you could feel the humidity coming off the onto the tarmac. And then the walkthrough was rain, or not so much rain, but it was kind of spitting. It's just Florida. It was dark. I thought I'd get a little pool time. I was all ready with the flip-flops to go out by the pool, and there was none of that. It was all windy, so I really kind of hunkered down and Just watched a lot of Jacksonville Jaguars and watched a lot of college football. And, boy, there's so many trips to the 2 time zones away. Some are easier than others to get up. Sunday was hard. For some reason, I could not get up on Sunday morning. I mean, I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning East Coast time, which is 3 o'clock in the morning on the West Coast. So for some reason, it was hard to get going. But I never left the ground at TPC Sawgrass. It's a Marriott there. So we hunkered down and really didn't do much but get ready for the game.
No waffles. No Waffle
Did
House?
not have any Waffle House.
Okay.
Did not.
No, you're not missing anything.
No.
All right. Before we get to Dante at the bottom of the hour, we've talked a lot about a lot of different issues here, but some of the changes that we didn't get to, and we talked to Moose about it a little bit. Moose Johnson, we talked to him a little while ago, but 5-man fronts, Ambry Thomas for Oliver. Ambry by far played the majority of the snaps. Oliver only played 3 defensive snaps in this whole thing. And to me, that's the biggest thing is this move, Oliver for Ambry. Do you think this is going to be a permanent thing? Is this going to be week to week? You were talking about Tampa. If they put some bigger receivers in the slot, does that mean then Oliver? How do you think this is all going to work out as far as that position, the outside and inside corners?
I do think it's a week to week, and I think a lot of times you self-scout during the bye week, and but the Cincinnati Bengals and Zach Taylor, their head coach and offensive coordinator, they went at Isaiah Oliver. There's no doubt. They went at him in certain situations where they tried to formation him to pick up first Tyler Boyd, on the one with a bunch formation and the corner route for the first touchdown. The second one to Jamar Chase was actually it's kind of hard to get a clear answer on that, but it was Charvarius Ward's fault partly. It wasn't all Isaiah Oliver. I think they should have traded that off because it was a slot fade. Ward was the outside corner. Oliver was the inside corner. But in any event, a lot of times the opponents tell you what they're thinking, and they move their guys around. Predominantly Tyler Boyd lines up in the slot for them, but Jamar Chase goes in there, and they wanted to attack Isaiah Oliver. For this specific matchup, it was going to be Christian Kirk in the slot. He's 3rd in the NFL in slot receptions. Calvin Ridley goes in there some. They move Evan Ingram in there some, the big tight end. But the guy that predominantly they go to is Kirk, and he's 5'11", 200 pounds, good size, but it's just his in-and-out quickness. He's not the fastest receiver, but he runs a 4.46, and Ridley's faster. And they didn't have Zay Jones in this game as more of their vertical threat. So specifically for this game, the Niners wanted to make that change, where it was going to be Demo Lenore in the slot and Ambry Thomas on the outside and Charvarius Ward on the other side. I thought Jacksonville was slow to pick up on it and did not attack it. I think they had an issue with the 5-man front and identifying that, and Trevor Lawrence wasn't seeing the field, and he did not play well. He was awful. That's one of the worst games he's played this year. Now, for this game, Chris Godwin, who historically has been Tampa Bay's slot wide receiver, but then he had that terrible knee injury a couple of years ago. He came back last year right before the Niner game, and he began to move better. So actually, Jeff Deeney sends us all kinds of information from Pro Football Focus in the morning, but he was listening to us talk about Chris Godwin in the slot, and he gave me the numbers right away. Godwin's slot snaps this year are way down. He's at 32.4% in the slot this year. Last year, 73%. The year before, 70. 65 the year before, 63 the year before. So they have moved him out of the slot, and this guy, John, the rookie, Trey Palmer, is now their slot guy. He has run 58% of his routes from the slot. 154 slot routes run this season, and most of them of over his overall snaps. Devin Tompkins has run 65% of his routes from the slot, 65 total routes, slot routes, but mainly it's Palmer. Now, they also put Mike Evans in there a little bit. Mike Evans is running 29% of his routes from the slot. So he goes in there against Demo. The one thing they attacked with Demo last year, would you do it out of the slot, is the high point ball. So I don't know what they're going to do. I think it's going to be a week specific matchup thing. And Jigba, maybe a bigger guy. You put Isaiah Oliver in the slot against him on Thanksgiving. I don't know, but I think it to some degree worked in this game. although I think Jacksonville kind of figured it out a little bit at halftime when they made their adjustments. They ran a comeback route to Ridley against Ambry. Then the out and up against Demo with Christian Kirk was a big play down the sideline, probably Lawrence's best ball of the day. But I think it was a specific matchup for this past Sunday, and the option is still there to go to Isaiah Oliver certain weeks, John. I just don't know with Godwin not going in the slot if they would do it. We'll ask Dante what he thinks. I would venture to guess against Trey Palmer, they'd leave it the way they did it against Jacksonville.
Yeah. Tompkins, by the way, from the mighty Utah State University, is 5'8", 155. He's just a speed, quick guy. So they're not going to.
And who was Palmer? Who's Trey Palmer?
He made. I saw him yesterday. I watched some of that game, and he made a hell of a diving catch along, I think it was the right sideline. So he looks like he's a pretty nice player too. So yeah, they're going to absolutely face challenges there. By the way, real quick, just because we're bringing Dante on, just to give people a little bit of a snapshot before we start talking some defense with him. So there were 54 defensive snaps yesterday, and remember at the end, because they were so far ahead, they took guys out, but it'll give you just a kind of bit of context. So Warner, Ward, and Gibson played all 54 snaps. Along the defensive line, Hargrave played 37, Bosa 37, Young 35, so he played a lot. Armstead 34, remember he got kicked in the knee. Then Kinlaw 24, Givens 22. Gregory only played 21, so obviously because Young was here, he played a lot less. As far as the DBs were concerned, as I said, Ward played them all. Lenore played 53 of 54. Thomas played 46 of 54, so 81% of the time. And Isaiah Oliver only 3 defensive snaps in that game. So give you a little context of what guys were doing before everybody got pulled, or a lot of guys got pulled out of the game. All right, Dante's going to give us a better snapshot of defensively what he saw. What about the move to Ambry Thomas, the dominance of the defensive line, and can they keep this thing going? We'll get into it with Dante next, only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. They're going to help you out with all your tax issues. And Steve, we've talked ERC for a long time, and maybe some of our listeners have heard about ERC, but there's ERC and then there's the way that you do ERC. It's vastly different.
Thank you, because we go ahead and explore the entire law. ERC is where the federal government is rewarding employers that employed people in 2020 and 21 by giving the employers up to $26,000 for every employee you have. There's 2 ways that qualifies. There's 2 ways to see if you qualify. One way is a certain drop in gross revenue. It's easy. It's math. And we start there too. But as you know, before I was a tax attorney, I was a CPA. There's so many firms that stop there. That's it. And if you didn't have the requisite drop in gross revenue, they say no ERC for you. No, that's not what the law says. The law says either or, that or a facts and circumstances method. Of course, not everybody qualifies under the facts and circumstances method. That's only the scammers. But there's so many people that do qualify that did not have, under the facts and circumstances method, that did not have that drop in gross revenue. We're seeing clients get hundreds of thousands of dollars, and in some cases, even millions. Bottom line, treat this like you would with a medical doctor. Call us for your free second opinion.
Do it right now. Call Steve Moskowitz, because there's ERC, like I said, and then there's ERC with Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. It's 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
they go empty, 3 left and 2 right. Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye Crunch.
We played that just for Dante Whitner, of course. You see him before and after all 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area. He, of course, is a Buckeye as well, and he had to like that site. Ambry Thomas, we got a lot of defense. Only blemish on the defensive record yesterday was, of course, that drive before the half where they give a bunch of quick hitters. So let's get into what Dante thought of the defense and overall thoughts from the 49ers 34-3 win at Jacksonville. Dante joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Doing good. We played that just for you. What did you think? The Buckeye Crunch.
Boy, I don't really like the Buckeye Crunch. Maybe the Buckeye Bunch. Maybe the Buckeye Bunch, right?
It's got to be BB. It's got to be something. I agree.
Well, I tell you what, when you look around the NFL right now, it seems like all the superstars are starting to become former Ohio State Buckeyes.
Here we go.
Wide receiver, maybe. Wide receiver.
The wide receiver.
Quarterback.
C.J. Stroud.
Ooh, that kid's
Quarterback.
good.
Take credit for Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now. So,
I'm with you.
Stars, in New York, we got Garrett and then Olave.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, here we go.
It's a lot of data to back
The best of all, maybe Marvin Harrison Jr.
He'll be out this year.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you are an Ohio State Buckeye. They are the number 1 team in the country. Yet you played for Jim Harbaugh, and Harbaugh, he may not coach that game. Just what are your thoughts on what's going on with your former head coach in Ann Arbor?
Well, whenever you get a competitive advantage that can lead to wins, you should really not have the opportunity to play in the playoffs. I think that they got an unfair advantage, and a lot of times people say, "Oh, well, every team does that." Yeah, you might do it if you hear something on the field as a player, and then you can interpret it and see a combination. You can go back and tell the other defensive backs, right? You might pick up 2 or 3 that the coaching staff might come in and say, "Hey guys, we think this is a combination," but don't really bank on that because they might be trying to fool us. But when you intentionally send somebody off your staff into the other people's arenas and sidelines and take their signals, and you have weeks and months to plan and prep to be able to defend against those things, it's an unfair advantage. And I think that this year they shouldn't be allowed in the Final Four because you have a lot of good teams from Oregon to Florida State to Washington that are deserving of that position. And if you had that information and you gave it to the players and they use it as an advantage in any aspect, I think that you should be disqualified.
Those Angels at Ohio State would never do that, though, right?
No, we would never do that. Our coaching is too good. The university is just pristine. The athletes that they recruit, they don't just get the athletes, they get the student athletes.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, good call.
Brains and brawn.
The Buckeye bookends. The bookends. I like that. The Buckeye blitz. So I remember when Chase Young was coming out. And you strongly advocated the Niners, and at that time they traded. Remember, they traded DeForest Buckner. You wanted to trade up and get Chase Young, and he wound up going number 2. And I'm like, you're insane. They're never going to be able to get him. Well, they got him now. So, and how about the first snap he comes in the second series? His first snap as a Niner, they do go to the Buckeye blitz and not the Buckeye bookends because they put Bosa and Chase Young right together, standing up in the A-gap, side by side. It was daunting. So just give me your thoughts on where we go from here with Nick Bosa and Chase Young on the same defensive line.
Well, you only ascend from here. You remember when Christian McCaffrey came over after the blockbuster trade with the Carolina Panthers, the 49ers offense instantly ascended. Everybody got better. And I think that Chase Young is going to do the same thing. And not just getting after the passer, but he looks like a man out there. I'm just talking about the way that he puts his hands on offensive tackles and able to move them around, bull rush. So even if he doesn't get to the quarterback, he's flushing the quarterback out of the pocket towards Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, or Hargrave. And I think that internally on the defensive line, the guy that had the best game was Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead used his length. He used his get off and the ability to detach with those long arms, and he caused a lot of havoc in the inside and Hargrave. But I think Young will get more and more accustomed to the 49ers defense, and he's going to consistently provide the pressure. And that's why they had those improvements yesterday. It was the variety and not being so predictable up front, putting the linebackers in the A-gaps, moving Fred Warner to the outside sometime, and Dre Greenlaw, forcing that offensive line to have to think for once. And then, once they bailed out or brought the blitz, it was just too much because they just compressed the pocket. And if they can continue to do that, the 49ers defense is going to be back number one in the NFL.
Talking to our good friend Dante Whitner, of course, 34-3, the 49ers dismantled the Jaguars in Jacksonville. What did you think of the move outside where Ambry Thomas played about 80% of the snaps? Isaiah Oliver was down to 3 snaps on the day, and they moved Demo inside essentially to take on Christian Kirk.
I loved it, and it came out well for the 49ers. And Ambry Thomas, I see, was the highest graded coverage player for the 49ers, only allowing 14 yards, 0 touchdowns. He had the slot fade that he played very well in the red zone. For once, he's starting to get his hands on receivers and redirect their routes and throw up the timing. And then the phenomenal tackle that he had for a forced fumble recovery, and a great moment in the game when the Jacksonville Jaguars were driving. That happened in the red zone. And in the past, we've seen Ambry Thomas come up, possibly miss that tackle. We see him not attack it with enough aggressiveness. We saw everything that they wanted from Ambry Thomas when they drafted him out of Michigan on that one play. And if he can continue to hold up on the outside, I like how Deommodore Lenoir held up on the inside. There were some physical plays out there. Jacksonville was a physical offense, and he stepped up in there. He reacted to the running game, was what I was worried about. He reacted to the running game, and he held up. I think the 49ers have figured out their formula for the secondary right now. And they got Hufanga back in position.
Yeah.
The first few games, he wasn't in position. He was playing a lot of free safety. He wasn't lurking. They weren't using his instincts. Well, they used his instincts this week. They buzzed him down. He was able to come away with the big interception. You keep him around the line. Great things happen.
And they got Dre Greenlaw back. His health. He was just not himself with the shoulder and the ankle injury the last few games. And over on offense, obviously getting Deebo Samuel back at 100% Deebo. But Trent Williams played, Dante, and he was not right. He had some days of practice last week where it looked like he's not going to be able to go. He said he was about 75%, but he played. And now we'll see if he can play on Sunday against Tampa and come back on Thanksgiving and play on the short week against Seattle. But I just feel like his leadership to go out there and play, the team needed him. He said, we're not going to let this go to a 4-game losing streak. And when you think of leaders on this team, some guys are more outspoken than others. Trent does it in every way. He speaks when he's asked a question, but he is a leader. And let's face it, of all the guys that are on this team, he's the one that's a first ballot Hall of Famer. You were a teammate of his your last year in the NFL, Trent's 7th year in the NFL in Washington. Can you speak a little bit about, and he was a younger guy then, and things in Washington weren't always great, about his leadership? Because I think clearly he is one of the significant leaders on this football team.
And there's certain players when you line up amongst them and beside them on the field that you don't want to let down, and he's one of those type of players. And when you think about Trent, he's just a all-pro and a pro in every sense of the word, and he's always been like that. He's always been a man amongst boys, and it's not really just his physical attributes, it's the mental part of the game. A lot of times when you see offensive linemen land on the ground, it's because he's so unique in the way that he executes his techniques that a lot of times he's snatching these guys to the ground, and the refs can't really even see it. Right, this is how good he is at his job, and he unlocked the 49ers running game and screen game. If you're not athletic enough to be able to pull, get out to defensive backs or linebackers in space and not only get blocks, get positional blocking so that Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel have alleys in the screen game, you can't execute it. How often do we see the 49ers run that type of screen to the right? We don't really see it. We see it to Trent Williams' side. And then what do they do when they want to go with the reverses? What type of tackle do they want to get out in front? It's Trent Williams. So the running game gets unlocked when you bring Trent Williams back, and then along with Deebo Samuel, the divergence that he brings unlocks the internal running games, which is why all their pieces work in such a unique way, but you need them all to ascend on offense.
Yeah, he's one of those tackles where you actually game plan for him. The toss sweep to McCaffrey you're talking about, 19 toss or 19 Zorro. The screen right behind it to McCaffrey, the laser screen going left. And I remember watching him when he was in Washington, when Deshaun Jackson was on that team, and you were there in 16 with them, and they ran that screen, that quick laser screen out to G-Jax to the left, and it was like, look at Trent Williams. The reason you run that play is Deshaun's like a broken field punt returner, but look at the left tackle, the big cat, get out in space and run, and yesterday Darius Williams got crap number 31 for turning the way. What are you going to do with Trent Williams? You can't cut him anymore. You might as well get out of the way. But he's one of those left tackles. When you played with him, with Jackson, they could game plan for him, and you don't see that very often from a tackle.
No, you don't really see that very often, but you have to be so precise when you're a left tackle, especially when you have guys like Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel that want to attack the edge very quickly. So he has to be able, in his first 10 yards, he has to be able to probably run a 1.1 in
10 yards, you mean? Yeah.
10-yard dash. He has to be able to face Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel to get outside and loop outside of George Kittle or Juszczyk, and then have an aiming point, have the balance, have the strength to be able to position block on a DB or a linebacker, and he makes it go. Think about how this works. They're also interchangeable, and Trent Williams on that left side can get out so quickly and with so much power and force that they can align Deebo Samuel at number 1 or Christian McCaffrey. They can bring one of them in the motion and sweep, so you have to play the run to keep everybody right there still, and then you're executing Trent Williams getting out fast to the outside. That's why the 49ers offense is so interchangeable and works when all these guys are really out there together.
And Dante Whitner joining us. Let's big picture this whole thing. They win 5, they lose 3, they dismantle Jacksonville. Who are the real 49ers? This version?
Yeah, this is the real version, and there's just a few tweaks, minor tweaks here and there. Did you see Dre Greenlaw run back and take away the deep over route Christian Kirk?
On cover 3, the one that he gave it up to Jordan Addison in Minnesota. Yep, on the 3rd and 2. Yep.
He knew exactly what route was coming. He knew where to go, but did he execute in that moment? He did it. So it's just about executing. And yesterday, did you see them tackle better?
Yeah.
I saw them tackle better.
Other than the field goal drive, they did. That was the only drive where they didn't.
The screen, the running back screen still giving him a problem.
Yeah, but they didn't tackle well that drive.
They'll fix that, but you want to make 85 to 90% of your tackles, which means they're professionals. They're going to make some guys miss. But it's about how you miss and limiting the yards after you miss. It's going to happen, right? So they can clean that up. I think that there were some minor tweaks that they made to some plays that Cleveland, Minnesota all copied, and we talk about a copycat league. The 49ers finally solved it. It's a tight end trap. When they bring the tight end back inside, they allow the defensive tackle upfield. He was penetrating too much. He wasn't restricting space. Well, the first time they ran that with Eric Armstead and Givens, it looked like they've been running it perfectly all year long. And that's when Fred Warner stepped up in there and made the statement tackle. You guys know which one I'm talking about?
Yep, yeah, 100%.
Yep.
That was a play that they was having trouble with for 3 consecutive weeks, and then they finally woke up like, hey, we know how to play this. So it's all about execution in the moment, communication, the front taking the pressure off of the secondary, and then they don't have any problems.
All right, Tampa Bay on Sunday, and I know you were looking at him a little bit for your post-game show. Baker Mayfield is just a gamer, that guy. He's been on a different team, it seems, so many ever since he left Cleveland. They got the wide receivers, obviously, Evans and Goodwin, and they got the front with Shaq Barrett. What do you see from Tampa Bay in the challenge on Sunday, Dante?
Well, it's always going to come down to stopping the run, and Tampa's going to come in here. They're going to try to run the football. Baker Mayfield is going to try to utilize the play-action game to get the ball downfield to Mike Evans and a lot of his playmakers, and it's all about the 49ers. If they play the way and take the field with the focus like they did versus Jacksonville, I don't really see anything that they have to worry about. I think that they match up well in the secondary. The 49ers secondary is playing, I don't know many that's playing better than them right now, especially with the tweaks that they've made. I think this is going to be a game that's going to come down to being able to run the ball like they were able to on first and second down last week versus Jacksonville, and then Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was phenomenal, guys. I mean, the first and second down, the game plan, it was play action, misdirection, and, throw the football downfield on first and second down. And then a lot of the movement that, he was able to evade defenders in the pocket. But what people aren't talking about is Jacksonville really forced a lot of quarterbacks into turnovers this year. And specifically what they would do is put a lot of defenders at the line of scrimmage, and then they would pop them out, making you think that the ball is coming out, force the quarterback to force it into coverage and intercept them. Well, there were some plays in the game where Brock needs to be given credit for the balls that he didn't throw and took a sack on, because the read tells you to throw the ball to Christian McCaffrey inside on the angle route if these guys are penetrating. Well, they were doing something unique in Jacksonville. They had the linebackers off the ball. They were showing like a surprise zero blitz where they're going to hit the gaps. They would take steps up, and then they would back out trying to force him into interceptions like 3 times. And they were in the red zone, and he didn't throw the football. So he needs to be given credit for not throwing those balls and tricking to those turnovers.
Well, the first touchdown pass, Kyle was pissed about it, even though it worked. What was your viewpoint of that first touchdown pass from Purdy to Ayuk?
I think that, it's always good when it works, and it's always a bonehead decision when it doesn't work. But I thought he did everything properly except for, throwing the ball back across field. I don't know if you can consistently live in that world. It's hard to tell the depth of where that receiver actually is. But, Brock is living on the edge a little bit, and it's working for the 49ers. So I love that one. And I also love the one to George Kittle where he stood in the pocket. It was compressed around him. And he didn't have to throw a perfect ball. He didn't have to try to be perfect with it. He just had to throw a ball to where George Kittle could get back inside and cover up the defender, and that's why it was a 66-yard touchdown. So he needs a lot of credit for that one as well.
Now, he had to pump. His first look was over the middle to Ayuk, and the safety came down and took it away, and he pumped it and pulled it back out, and he got blasted. He stood right in there. But you're right about Jacksonville disguising, just mugging up in the A-gap and bailing, although I thought they blitzed more yesterday than they have with Mike Caldwell, which leads to the interesting thing we're getting into now, and we saw it, early in the year against Dan Quinn in Dallas. He's going to start to face defensive coordinators and head coaches in Todd Bowles' case that saw him last year. And remember, Brock's first start last year was against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they blitzed a safety on the first play, and they ear-holed him. How do you think Todd Bowles is known as a blitzer? You think he just brings the Buccaneer blitz and goes at Brock, or he tries to vary the coverage a little bit more and vary the rush?
I think he'll try to vary it, and I think on first and second down be limited, being that the 49ers like to live in like a 12 with 2 tight ends out there, 2 backs, and 2 receivers. And the 49ers will give them problems if they want to live in a man blitz world, being that so many guys are interchangeable. So I think that he'll go more blitz on third and medium, second and long, maybe third and long situations, but we've seen Brock be able to handle that with Wink Martindale. And even though they're not winning in New York, he still has an elaborate blitz scheme over there. But I think the Todd Bowles will go into it like all the other defensive coordinators, saying that they have to take Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey away in the run game. They have to take the screen game away. And then they have to take the first and second down play action, misdirection, pass game away. So they'll go into it like everybody else, but it'll be about execution for the 49ers, varying who gets the football, making the Tampa Bay Buccaneers cover every bit of grass laterally and vertically like they did Jacksonville. They look so good when Ayuk is getting the ball vertically. You get Jennings on a big third down, and they're catching the football and possessing it. Swing pass here to Deebo, swing pass here to Christian McCaffrey, get the ball out on the screen. The variety gives defenses trouble. It's just about execution with the 49ers.
I don't care who they play. It's how they play. I'm not afraid of Tampa. I wasn't afraid of Jacksonville. To me, it's all about the 49ers.
This is an exciting style of football, guys. This is why Kyle Shanahan has just modernized the 49ers so much, is because this is what college teams are trying to do right now, is what Kyle Shanahan is doing with the motion shifts, the interchangeable players. It's almost like a video game out there.
By the way, take us into the locker room. So if you're Ambry and you picked that ball up, now D. Winters was out on the field. Everybody thought the play was over. Jair Brown was out on the field. Steve Wilkes was out on the field. But Kyle Shanahan's got to know better. So is there some kind of kangaroo court that, like, you cost me a touchdown, Kyle's got to put $100 in the jar? Or how exactly does that work? Because the coach clearly, there was other guys, but the coach clearly screwed that one up.
No, I think that if I'm thinking as a player, when he's down right there, I think that they thought that he called him down. They was coming out to celebrate with him.
Right.
So I don't think that it was, malicious in any sort. It couldn't have been. But it was just a great play by Ambry Thomas. I thought that it was a play that they should have let stay. But it's difficult. One thing about the fine system is Harbaugh used to have a cool fine system here, so I give him credit for this. Anytime you come late for a meeting or whatever, you're supposed to send it to the NFL. Harbaugh wouldn't do that. He would just fine you probably half of what the league would fine you in the years. They would take the entire pot and then give it to a charity. So I thought that was cool.
Oh, nice.
That is cool.
Not a team party or anything?
No, not a team party. It was a charity. So
that's nice.
All the mishaps, right, throughout the year, whatever that accumulated to, he would donate it to a charity.
That's cool, man.
You were
really
never late for a meeting, were you?
No, here and
Hell
there.
no.
Things happen. A little traffic.
Especially here.
Maybe a late night party or something.
You were out shopping, maybe.
Hey, I forgot that you're the perfect guy to ask this question. So, look, I'm not the fashionista that you are, but Brock's got to change, right? I mean, he's got the khakis and like the Tommy Bahama shirt and the. I mean, what's going on with his attire before games, man? Can't you help him?
Well, I'm starting to believe that that's truly his personality. Right? At first, I thought it was like
a young Kirk Cousins.
But once you start to become like the franchise quarterback, and you're still, and I saw that he was on the farm, his girlfriend's father's farm.
Yeah.
During bye week, that might just be who he is.
All right.
Totally.
Right.
What do you want him to be, John? You want him to dress like Garoppolo?
Come on, man. He's dressing like Harbaugh. He's too young. He's 23.
He's exactly who he is. Let him be Brock.
23, man.
Go on your
Step
corn
it up.
picker and wear your khakis. Do your thing.
Man.
Many of these companies that want to partner with Brock and really dress him, so they probably should reach out to him.
You should. Man,
yeah,
23 wearing khakis and a Kohl's shirt to the game. Let's go.
Dante, can you believe John Lund is giving fashion advice to anybody?
That's why I'm asking
How old
Dante.
Are you? You're 53 and you dress like crap.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Let him live.
That's why I'm asking Dante,
Do your thing,
man.
dude. Just throw touchdowns on Sunday.
You're representing the 49ers.
Playing like he's playing, and he gets us all to Vegas pop.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
And then we'll all be dressing good.
What does Nick Bosa wear in the games?
Yeah.
We're going to the Sphere.
Better than that.
We're going to Vegas.
We're going to the Sphere? Wow, you're getting ahead of yourself. What happened to 1 week at a time?
Hell with that, man.
Come on.
That's for the players right there, Pop.
They're listed in WIP in Philadelphia.
I can look forward. That's for the players. They got to
Well, you know what?
I'm with you,
We're
bro.
going to Vegas either way. We'd like to bring the Niners with us.
Exactly.
It'd
That's
be a
kind
lot
of our
more fun.
opinion. Yeah.
Especially the home of the
Drag them.
Raiders. How fun would that be?
Oh, it'd be so amazing. Wonder if they'd let you stand on the sidelines then. Probably. All right, Dante, you're the best, man. Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Talk to you next week.
Thank you, brother.
He is the best. That is Dante Whitner, not only with defense, but the entire scope. Great stuff from Dante. All right, we got your foreplay coming up at the top of the hour. A couple of Kyle Shanahan cuts in there. You'll hear from Trent Williams. We got Brock in there as well. We'll give you that at the top of the hour. You cannot miss it. Remember, text line is wide open, so give us your thoughts on what you think of the 49ers. What were the things that jumped out at you in this whole game as well? We'll get into that conversation a little bit more. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways after the 49ers demolished the Jags 34-3 in Jacksonville. They get back in the win column. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, Greg Papa here. We got a Monday Night Football game from Buffalo, Denver, and the Broncos tonight. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Monday night. So get ready for an elevated game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season now into the second half of the year. So what are you waiting for? It's time to tackle your indoor and still outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of helpful advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games in the NFL, up from 16 for a long, long time. So help Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. So support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. 49ers win 34-3. I'm sure you probably knew that, but let's hear from the principals. By the way, 1:15, we will, if we get through this, which we shall, we'll actually look back at the Warriors weekend, which we have not done. We've stayed on 49ers for good reason after the 34-3 win. Pop, let's start out with a little Kyle Shanahan. We talked all week about Chase Young. The defensive line was great, 5 sacks. Bunch of forced turnovers. 3 of the 4 were a directly result of the defensive line, whether it be the sack that Bosa stole the ball away or a couple of pressures that led to interceptions by Hufanga and by Fred Warner. Here is Kyle Shanahan on the impact of Chase Young.
From what I saw there, it seemed like he had a big impact. I know watching him and Nick there on that same play, I mean, I'll see when I watch the tape, but just having him out there and allowing our rotation to go, and from what it looked like to me, I thought we rushed collectively the best that I had seen. You know, I'll tell you guys tomorrow after I watched it on the plane, but just watching it live on the sidelines, it seemed collectively our group had their best game yet, and that's the goal.
I don't know if we have to go back and watch the tape. I thought that was the most dominant by far that the D-line had been all season long.
Well, we actually fired up the All-22. Tim was so excited about the Buckeye bookends, the Buckeye Blitz, that we watched it on the way home, and just some of the games that they played. First of all, going to the 5-man front on the first 2 snaps and having Kinlaw in with Furl and Nick and the Gravedigger and Armstead. And then we knew that Buckeye Blitz was coming, but we didn't know that's Chase Young, his first plays in the NFL when he came in from the sideline. And he actually ran on the field late. And he went right in and stood up. He went in his 2-point stance, and he stood up next to Bosa. And that was the Buckeye Blitz over the head of the center. And they had Greenlaw and Warner on the outside. Javon Hargrave jumped, and I thought he gave it away because he jumped off sides. It wound up being a false start on them, on Jacksonville, and then they stayed with that same front, even though they just saw it, and they ran it anyway. And so they were going 5-man front without, and some would chase in, but it started with Kinlaw in, and then they went Buckeye Blitz where they both stood up over the head of the center in a 2-point, and then this play where they sacked Trevor Lawrence almost simultaneously, and Nick got the strip sack and the fumble recovery. That was a 3-man front. And Jacksonville doubled, and the third guy came over to block the Gravedigger. So you've got, it's just the optionality is the term in sports. Farhan loves his optionality, and Steve Kerr, and so does Chris Kasarik and Darryl Tapp, the things they can do with this defensive line, because you're so deep, you're so big, you're so talented, and it all revolves around Bosa. But Armstead was great yesterday, and the Gravedigger, I think, had his best game as a Niner, back to what he was early in the year. And Chase Young just gives you a weapon to deal with because he is so damn big.
It'll be interesting to see, speaking of watching tape, what Kyle Shanahan thinks after he watches the tape of the first Brock Purdy touchdown, if he changes his opinion. But he was as steamed as I think I've ever seen Kyle Shanahan, whether it's a good play or a bad play. Here he is talking about Brock Purdy's first touchdown pass to give the 49ers a 7-zip lead.
Yeah, that was honestly one of, I can say this because he played well, but that was like one of his worst decisions I think he's made since he's been here. And it took me a while to get over it. I thanked him for the touchdown, but that was not a good decision, and he was fortunate with it. But he made a lot of really good plays, and if you are going to make a bad decision and it's still a touchdown, in the grand scheme of things, he can tell me it was a real good decision. But I know we can't. He knows that. He knows what he did wrong, but Ayuk made him right.
All right, so there you go. Result of the play good. Kyle Shanahan didn't like the thought process.
I honestly, because he opened up his hips so much back to the field of play, he was not throwing across his body. He was aligned in that direction. The one was the hand signals to Ayuk and Kittle were a little weird. So if he tells you to go left, you should actually go right so the defense goes left. I mean, that's the nonverbal they got to clean up. I don't know. And he did say, because he played so well, sometimes in a really bad play and the media presses Kyle, he will deflect it and he won't answer. The fact that he was so forthcoming with that on the play, I'm sure it bothered him fundamentally because it's not the way the play really was designed. But if he was really pissed at Brock for that play, I don't think he'd tell the whole world that much about it.
Yeah, I just think it's a big picture item, like we were talking about. I think it's, again, these guys are still getting to know each other, even though they know each other well, and it's, to me, very similar to Steve Kerr when Steph Curry used to shoot early in his career. No, 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 yes. And Brock Purdy has got some gunslinger in him. There's just no question about it. And you coach some of it out of him, but you're not going to coach all of it out of him, because in the moment he's going to try to make those plays. That time it worked out. Earlier this year they didn't. But I think that's kind of, it's a big picture item. It worked out. He thinks maybe in the long run or at critical times it may not. But I'm okay with it, because we've talked so many times about guys who were too conservative. Maybe Alex Smith was too conservative, as good as he was at times here. I don't mind Brock Purdy being a little bit edgy, and hopefully more times than not it works out. I think that's what Kyle's looking at, is the big picture there.
He executed the throw perfectly. Maybe fundamentally it wasn't the best idea, but he when it left his hand, I thought it's going to get picked, because he threw into a gaggle of, and they were both Jacksonville guys wearing teal and guys wearing white with gold helmets. I thought it's going somewhere here, but he put it right over the top. No one touched it by except Ayuk. It was towards the back line of the end zone. I think it was a quality throw, and it shows off his arm strength and his ability to rip it. And as far as Steve Kerr and Steph, I remember the game. It was an ABC Sunday afternoon game, March the 8th against the Clippers. Remember, Steph did like the figure 8 dribble. He started in, he came back out. Right. He went all the way to the three-point line, and then he shot a 3 over Chris Paul. You're like, what are you doing? And it was no. Oh, Steph Curry's insanely
And that was the
good.
beginning of it, because that's what he was going to do, and Steve doesn't get so
he made
fired
the shot.
up about it.
He made the shot.
That's what it is. Here is Brock Purdy himself, not about that throw, but he's mad at himself. He actually takes responsibility that Christian McCaffrey didn't extend his touchdown streak to 18. Here's what he said.
Well, after the touchdown to Juice, I sort of felt bad. I was like, we came off the sideline and guys were talking about it. I'm like, oh, man. I'm like, dang it. Like, I was mad, sort of. Obviously scored a touchdown. That's the biggest thing. But, then the next drive, we were like, hey, let's drive for Christian and try to get him a touchdown. This is huge. And so, at the end, man, it's like we all wanted it for him. Every guy on this team wanted it for Christian. And then, obviously, I think Christian wants it more than anybody. Like, he's a humble guy, wants to win. So he puts the team first, but in that moment, everybody wanted it for Christian. So it hurts, and but at the same time, he's got a long career ahead of him, and I told him we'll be able to do it again.
The old sage second-year quarterback. Well, you got a long career ahead of you. Christian didn't seem bothered by it. He said it was about the team, and he does tie Lenny Moore for 17. So there you go.
What are you supposed to do there? Be picky on who to throw the ball to? It's not that easy. Juszczyk was completely wide open.
Should have taken
over the middle. Where was Juszczyk? Where was Christian on that play? Juszczyk was completely wide open.
Plus, he's got to go in. Daryl Johnson's doing it tongue-in-cheek and having fun. You got to go down for your running back, but he gets the touchdown there. And then at the end, it was kind of weird putting him back into the game. Everybody knows he's getting the ball. I don't think I've ever seen that before, and I'm glad he didn't get hurt, because that's all we talk about. If 34-3 win, it's dominant. It's Victory Monday. But if McCaffrey gets hurt in that situation, that's all we talk about today.
Forget what we're talking about. The season to be canceled if McCaffrey gets hurt.
Yeah,
don't get him hurt. I mean, they can win without him, but dear God, don't let that happen.
All right, finally, the big picture of this whole thing, the dominant performance, and the 49ers off that 5-0 start. They're going to the Super Bowl. 0-3, they're terrible. They win yesterday, back on track. Here's Trent Williams on how big the win in Jacksonville was.
I think it was huge. Losing 4 straight would have been, I think a lot of people would have wanted to turn the panic lights on, or, could have had our proverbial back against the wall. So I think coming out, getting this win on the road against a really good team that's been rolling, really good defense, really good players all around the field, to come out here and get a good win, I think it's definitely what we needed.
You expect that this gets them rolling again?
Well, again, this is a week-to-week league. I mean, they just look at the league. It's up and down and all around. Yesterday we saw what they're capable of doing when they're playing their best against a team that was overmatched. The Jacksonville Jaguars, the game was just too big for them. They got overwhelmed. Their naivete, their youthful exuberance came out. They were overhyped. The Niners were properly hyped. And I think the key thing was Trent just going out and playing on an ankle that clearly was not 100%. So I'll be anxious to see. He said after, I don't think it got any worse, but it didn't get any better. I'll be anxious to see what his availability is for this week, because now you got to make a call. Can he play Sunday against Tampa Bay, then come back and play Thanksgiving night in Seattle on short rest? It may be tough to ask him to play both of those games, so I just want to hear how he came out of it. But he knew the importance of this game. He needed to play this game on Sunday, and that's what true leadership shows. He's that guy. He's an impressive player in every way. Not only is he a great player, but in his own way, he is a great leader.
Yeah, he is. There's no doubt about it. There you go. That is your foreplay, a couple from Kyle Shanahan, one from Brock Purdy on the McCaffrey, no touchdown, and then there's Trent Williams on how big of a win this was. Coming up next, we're going to take a quick detour to the Warriors. They have an 0-for weekend, and they got a problem as far as getting some scoring around Steph. We'll get into that conversation, and then bottom of the hour, if you missed the audio recap with Greg and Tim, we'll play that for you at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
3 takeaways after the 49ers demolished the Jags 34-3 in Jacksonville. They get back in the win column. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, your old friend John Lund here, and I want to talk about my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, which is ridiculous. Some aren't even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're not the other guys. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. Now, they've secured over $1 billion, if I didn't make that clear, $1 billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And here's the best part. You pay nothing up front. Nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Steph's putting up dynamic numbers, MVP numbers. He needs to his teammates to find their rhythm and their flow. To me, it's not just the starters or the subs. I think Steve Kerr has to look at sprinkling in a few different lineups, and not necessarily changing the starting lineup, but within the game, maybe getting some youth and athleticism around some of those vets.
And, of course, is our good friend Chris Mullin, Mully the Hall of Famer. You can see him before and after all Warriors games on NBC Sports Bay Area. Steph getting some help, and that was certainly the case this weekend. They lose both games over the weekend to Cleveland and Minnesota, 118-110 Saturday night, 116-110 last night. And rotation players around Steph, so Clay, Wiggs, Paul, Green, Kamiga, Moody, and Saric, they combined for 40 of 115 from the floor. That's 34.7%, and 17 of 63, 26.9% from three. So that was just the two games over the weekend. And Clay specifically, 10 for 32, 5 of 15. Wiggins continues to be in a milk carton, 9 of 19, 1 of 6 over the weekend. Chris Paul struggled shooting the basketball. Is this just something that's going to come around?
Well, let's take it through the whole weekend. And so they lost the last game of the road trip in Denver. And Draymond Green had a personal situation. He wasn't with the team in Denver. He came home, which is fine. And they also didn't have Gary Payton II, so you dropped the final game of a good road trip. You wound up losing in Cleveland. And then you come back and you play the same Cavalier team on Saturday night, and now you lose the game. Not because of a Draymond Green personal situation, but Draymond Green's personality. And this is what he did with Donovan Mitchell was amazing. And the fact that how they uncovered it on replay review was really interesting. He already had one technical in the game. It's just his way. Once he gets that technical, he does not back off. I've never seen a player like him in my life where he gets more agitated. And then he starts motioning to the crowd, whether he's on the road or in Sacramento at Golden One or at home. He makes it all about him. And then he commits a blatant cheap shot against Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell's driving in on an offensive play, and Draymond just gives him a forearm in the back and spills him over the baseline. It would have been undetected. No one saw it in transition, except Donovan Mitchell went for a beeline right at Draymond Green and got into him. And the next play and committed a blatant foul. And they were wondering, is it going to be a flagrant or a flagrant one, or is it going to be a take foul? What's going on here? But then when you looked at it, it was obvious that Draymond precipitated the action. So he winds up, and I've never seen this before in replay review, they lay a second technical on Draymond Green and kick him out of the game. So, I mean, Draymond, and I know, he's going to shoot back, and that's who I am. That's who you are. And it already cost you one championship years ago. And then, you got Durant because of it, and just on and on. I mean, how many times have we seen him behave like this? And they're just tired of dealing with it. I don't know how they deal with him. But that was so frustrating. And then he gets the crowd all riled up. He just got kicked out of the game. Why would you applaud that? Does he have any remorse for it? And so that
no, on social media he went out and actually doubled down and said, quit telling me to be somebody else.
Then I'm not telling you to be somebody else, but if I'm your teammate, I'm not going to like your behavior, and you indirectly cost us a game. Did that help us win that game on Saturday? Are we better with you on the floor or off? What are you doing? And it was a blatant cheap shot on Donovan Mitchell. Then he got into Donovan's face. It's just He's done this. I mean, I've lost track of how many times he's done this in his career, but that's Draymond. And then last night, and
can we just hit this real quick, and then we'll move on to the next game. The thing that I don't understand with Draymond is in just his response on social media. We all go through this in our daily life, and as we get older, it's not even a sports issue. It's you can grow, you can still be you and grow and change, and it doesn't change who you are. So that when he says this kind of stuff, because you and I have had this debate a million times. Can he not play with an edge without going over it? You don't have to be. This is not a black and white issue. You can play in the gray, can you not?
Not him. I mean, how many mistakes does he have to make? He teabags LeBron, and I really think that looking, I was sitting right there courtside, 10 feet away or 50 feet away, whatever it was. I didn't think he did anything wrong, but the league did, and it cost you a championship that year when he was suspended for Game 5. He's done it so many times in games. And then he did it last year in training camp. The video got up, and it blew up an entire season. A teammate got traded. And now you're talking about why they don't score enough? You traded away a guy that scores 20 points a game. And I know he's a flawed player in some regard, but he's going to calm down over time. Jordan Poole's a wonderful offensive player. And because of that action, he got traded, and the whole thing blew up. And now you're here, and right now you're struggling offensively, which you thought the Warriors would never be in this situation with their offense and ball movement, but they are. And what Mully is saying is, and the whole talk about when Chris Paul arrived is, do you have to change the starting lineup, and should he come off the bench, should he start? Now you're in a real quandary where you're starting Draymond Green and Kevon Looney, and to say they're non-offensive players is not correct. They help you offensively in different ways. And Draymond is shooting the ball better, and specifically this year shooting the ball from three-point range, but they can sag off of them. And I never thought Minnesota, when they traded for Rudy Gobert and gave up all those picks, I thought, boy, that's the NBA in the 80s and 90s. You're going to play two big guys, and Catman don't guard, and you got Gobert to cover him up. I thought the league would run them off the floor. It's not that way. Rudy Gobert is a force, and although the Warriors have picked on him throughout his career, it works. And you got Mike Conley and Edwards and McDaniels, and they're a good team, and they're a good defensive team. And in any event, now you're in a weird situation where you play back-to-back at home. You lose them both to two different teams. Now the Timberwolves are hanging around. You're playing them tomorrow night, and they suffocated you last night. It was a close game, but you had chances to make shots and get in. So to Mully's point, I do wonder if you do need to change the starting lineup. To play Looney and Draymond, when they've had offensive problems before, they broke them up and just didn't play them simultaneously. Now, the problem is Minnesota ain't changing. Chris Finch is going to run out, the French rejection, the Stifle Tower with the Kathmandu. They're not changing. So do you want to go smaller against their big lineup and just run them off the floor? That Mully would probably say go smaller. Nelly would say that. Steve Kerr's got that in him. I don't know. But what you're saying is you're getting off to bad starts now in this, number one efficient lineup in the league. And last night you actually led after one quarter. I don't know what the answer is. Part of me thought to put Paul in the starting lineup or maybe Šarić and bring Looney off the bench to more stretch them out. I don't know. But I never thought the Warriors would have an offensive problem. I think a lot of it is their guys just are not shooting straight. Klay Thompson's missing open shots. He did it Saturday, came back. He missed a Klay up late in last night's game, which reverts back to his young days. And then Paul, as well as he orchestrates for everybody else, you can't be someone they sag off of like Draymond and Kevon, and they just don't guard. So right now, a little bit of a mini, after getting off to a good start, a little bit of a mini losing streak. But it starts with Draymond Green's behavior. I don't know when he's ever going to learn. He's old enough now. He's not going to. That's what you accept, and you keep giving him 4-year deals at $100 million, and Draymond is who he is. But is there any remorse for getting kicked out of the game when your teammates needed you? And he obviously initiated the whole thing with Donovan Mitchell. He shoved him off the baseline, John. He already had a technical. He knew what the situation. He knew that if anybody sees that he's going to get run from the game. And he's just one of the smartest players that's ever played. Why does he get himself into these traps over and over again with his temper, his anger management?
Yeah, I agree. And then he doubles down on social media on it that he's not going to change. I think what would also help, and I think it will come around, and we've talked about it for a long time, Andrew Wiggins, Klay Thompson, I mean, they need them to play their roles. They need to score. I know that Wiggs does more things than score, but he has opportunities to score, and Klay Thompson's, he looks like he did last year in the playoffs against the Lakers. He's got to get it going. I think those will solve a lot of things too. But I agree with you on Draymond. I don't know why you can't. I don't know why you can't play with an edge, but at that point, then just kind of rein it in. And he always says he can, but there have been situations in which he hasn't. He always will tweet out something like, when it counts, I won't lose it. But he has lost it in those situations.
Periodically, he stomps on Sabonis to get suspended for a playoff game. Right. He walked the technical tightrope for a long time, then he went over it. I thought as a young player, he paid the ultimate penalty. The greatest regular season team in the history of the league did not win a championship that year. And him getting suspended for Game 5, and there were a lot of events that happened with injuries and Cleveland peaking, and Steph was dealing with the knee, but they needed to close them out in 5. They would have won that championship in 5 if he does not get suspended after Game 4. You'd think after paying the ultimate penalty, you would try to change your behavior, but obviously he cannot change his behavior. There's been too many situations as he's grown older. He's not going to change one bit, and the guys around him can't stop him. They know. They don't even try to go pull him out of it anymore. They just know he's going to be Draymond.
Yeah, even Steve Kerr is like, look, you just accept it with him, and that's kind of what it is. All right, the Warriors, for the weekend, they get a night off, and then, the tournament. We'll see the court on Tuesday, so there you go. All right, we'll get back to the 49ers. If you missed the audio recap, you are in luck. Tim and Greg, Papa and Ryan, I should say, because you don't like when you're called Greg in that.
We're going to do it
right?
again?
Oh, yeah, people love it.
We're going to do it a second time?
People love that stuff. So we'll play the audio recap for you. We'll give you a few things that you may have missed, like the Giants' new coaches, which happened over the weekend. We told you about it weeks ago. Bob Melvin. But how about that? So we haven't even gotten to those things. Lots of rumors around Major League Baseball. Still a ton to come, including the recap up until the top of the hour. And then, of course, it's Tolbert and Copes to recap everything over the weekend at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hey, man, great to be here. Got to win today, man. Appreciate you, all the faithful, for welcoming me in, man. Let's do it.
That's Chase Young. Great first game for Chase Young. Not going to give him all the credit up front, but I think he changed attitudes, and also he got that great sack when they did the Buckeye, whatever we're calling it. Did Dante say he didn't like Buckeye Crunch? But whatever it was.
Yeah, it's got to be BB. Buckeye Blitz,
Something.
Buckeye Bookends.
Yeah.
Buckeye Bash.
Yeah, so there's that. By the way, we'll play the recap in just a second. One quick thing. So during the break, I went, because we're almost out of Halloween candy, and I went into the bowl to grab something. Are you looking at your camera right now? Look at your camera real quick.
I'm watching the feed from Orchard Park, New York. The Bills are about to play a football game.
Look at this
What do you
tiny
got?
little
Snickers?
Snickers. Like this is like a third of a fun size. Okay, so you got your fun size. If you give away the tiny, this is a Snickers, I guess. If you give away this, and I know my hands are massive, so it makes any candy bar look very small in my hand. That's
Big
actually
hands long.
Yeah, that's actually a full size candy bar. But you give away those, seriously, you should be beaten with a rubber hose. I mean, that's like a third of a fun size. Come on. How cheap
How
you
about
gotta
giving
be?
to small kids, John?
Whatever.
Beaten with a rubber hose? Seriously?
I'm just saying.
Why? Where did you get those?
No, I just pulled. We're completely out of candy, I thought, and I was going to throw away the
That was
rest of the
Halloween
stuff.
like a month ago?
Yeah, we still have some lingering around, and so I just grabbed a tiny Snickers, which are great.
That
out
was
of
the day
freezer.
they traded for Chase Young.
Yeah, right.
He's already made the 49ers Hall of Fame. It's so long ago. It's like 2 weeks ago. You still got candy there?
Oh, by the way,
We're into Thanksgiving now. Thanksgiving's a week from Thursday.
I just saw the. I know Mahomes is on tonight. If we're gonna watch
On
that
the
thing,
Manning
I saw-
cast?
Yeah,
To critique Josh Allen?
Let me see here. What
And
else?
Russell Wilson?
It's Patrick Mahomes 1, Lindsey Vaughn 2, and
Skier from Colorado. Nice.
and former
no one
girlfriend
from
of
Buffalo at
Tiger
all?
Woods. And no, is Kyle Brandt from Buffalo? Kyle
No,
Brandt.
he's from Chicago.
Good Morning Football.
He
So
loves Buffalo, but he's from Chicago.
So there it is. So that's what's going to be on Omaha Productions and the Manning Cast tonight. I want to watch Patrick Mahomes. So there you go. Over under on questions about Travis Kelce and his love interest. We'll see. But anyway. All right. Did you? By the way, I wanted to ask you this when we played this the first time, and I forgot to. Do you have each week? I mean, it's like your kids. Are they all the same, or do you have a favorite call from yesterday? Did you do that? Do you have favorite calls?
No, I don't remember.
Really? Nothing?
Well,
The Juice one was a great call.
I don't know.
You guys, we'll play this, but you've never, I said this before, you've never been more in sync with Tim on Ayuk is on fire.
Because we
I don't
grabbed
think
each
so.
other, we physically touched each other and made eye contact before. Because I knew he forgot. He was
Oh,
looking the
did?
other way.
It's been so long that he
Yeah.
forgot.
I don't really gauge the good calls. I gauge the calls that I kicked that were awful.
Oh.
I can't.
What was your worst call yesterday?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm trying to
I don't
think.
remember.
I listened to the whole thing while I was watching. I can't recall
I don't
any of
remember.
those. But
Maybe when I opened the broadcast by saying Duval, Tim didn't like that.
Was he
so
dirty
so
looking
I
yet?
had to go to the great Robert Duvall.
Oh, okay. Oh, very nice. Very good actor. Yes, very good.
Consigliere. He'll never be a consigliere, John. Tom Clemens, because he's not Italian.
Well, I'm not sure what my favorite is.
What's Robert Duvall's best character? The Great Santini?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to look that one up.
It's got to be
There's
from
a lot of good
It got to be from Godfather.
Probably.
right?
Yeah, I would think so. All right, let's play a recap for you. And before we get out of here at the top of the hour, the coaches for the Giants, that is very cool. We told you a couple of weeks ago about it, so we'll do that right afterwards. But here is your audio recap with Papa and Tim Ryan.
Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a normal keeper that we had up. I got the edge. Just felt like I had a lot of time. The smart decision was probably just, continue to run, try to get as many yards as I can instead of, putting the ball up like I did. But I saw BA in the back of the end zone sort of run to space, George as well, and I just put it up towards the back, and BA came down with it. But yeah, I'm not necessarily proud of that play, honestly. I mean, yes, it was a touchdown and everything, great. BA made a great play. But I got to be smart with the ball, and if anything, I should have ran the ball. So
Lawrence out of the shotgun. There's Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Young and Bosa arrive together at the same time on Trevor Lawrence.
The Buckeye crunch, both of them coming from the outside. Both of them fall back to the inside. Chase Young first from the blind side, and then Bosa from the front side, and that ball comes out, and Bosa's the one that rips it out with his right hand.
Yeah, I mean, having him is such a big threat. I think we play off of each other well, and me and him are really excited to keep going.
Purdy in the shotgun. They move McCaffrey out wide left outside the numbers. Debo to the side of Purdy in the shotgun. Fake the gun run. Screen to McCaffrey. Blocked by Trent Williams. McCaffrey runs for a first down into Jacksonville territory. Dropped on their 44-yard line.
Oh, beautiful
Trent
timing.
Williams is back.
It was good having 71 back out there, but I thought all 5 of those guys, the tight ends, Juice, they did a hell of a job all day just sticking with it, sticking with the run game, getting some of those gritty yards, and then, in the second half, start to pop some of them.
Purdy under center, a 5-step drop. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle! He's got it, and he's gone! Touchdown! San Francisco!
Keep feeding the beast on a wheel route, and George Kittle's wheels, there is nothing wrong with them.
It's really difficult to get that open. I saw him fall, and I was like, I knew it was man coverage too. I was like, well, I knew the safety went to the other way because he's covering someone else. So I just, had a little, have some fun going into the end zone. I probably won't ever walk in again because I'm going to get yelled at for that. But, at least I didn't drop the ball before I got in the end zone.
Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up.
Honestly, I'm out there playing piss. I felt like last year didn't go for me at all, mentally, physically, on the football, just like outside of football. I felt like it was all bad, and when I get on that field, I feel like I'm playing piss, like I'm still pissed. Like we won, but I know I could did better, and that's just my mentality. Like I don't care who out there, like I'm pissed right now.
Purdy even late third quarter takes it down. Here's a flip end around to Debo, coming right to left, big hole. Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo. Yeah, baby!
No, it's kind of weird because 31 turned around and ran. I ain't never seen that. So, but yeah, I knew he was close because I could just tell the reaction of the guy in front of me. But anytime I feel so comfortable with 2-3 or 19 out there in the open fields, like I just got to get in the way long enough for them to make a decision. And once 19 gets ahead of steam, it's really tough to bring them down.
Here's Lawrence back. Hargrave gets in and hits him. Lawrence throws. Intercepted by Fred Warner. Running back the other way. 40's pushed out of bounds. The Grave Digger is having a game.
Sunday.
All day.
Grave Digger.
Got pressure right in Lawrence's face.
Yeah, I think as a group, I think we played complementary football. I think obviously up front, we got a lot of pressure up front to make his life difficult. And in the back end, using our disguises and being sticky and covered, I think that's what kind of made it a little difficult for Lawrence.
49ers in the Jacksonville 23. Fake the stretch left. Gonna roll Purdy right. Gonna plant. Lob throw. Wide open. Huge check. Touchdown!
Juice really wanted me to score unless he could score.
That is outstanding work because not only the great calls from you and Tim, but Ambry Thomas saying how pissed he is. You got Christian McCaffrey there at the end saying Juice, would like me to score except for he'd like to score himself. Good stuff, man.
How about Tim breaking out the Embry Man can? Who can take a sunrise?
He was waiting for the Sammy Davis Jr.
Sammy
line.
Davis Jr.
Yeah, very
Where'd
nice.
that come from?
Very nice. He's been holding that one. He gives you a lot of them, but then he holds a few.
Are they as excited in Columbus, Ohio as we are here over Bosa and Young being reunited? What do we got? Buckeye Bonanza. Buckeye Bros, Buckeye Blast. I like the Buckeye Bookends, except when they both line up together in the A-gap. Then they're not bookends. Then it's the Buckeye Blitz.
There you go.
We got to have a Danny's Emergency Big Poll. What's the nickname?
That's a good idea.
For Chase Young and Nick Bosa.
Yeah, they look good, especially on the one where Chase got there and Bosa ripped it out around midfield. It was very cool. So there you go. Tremendous recap. Good job by you guys. You guys sounded great yesterday. We will give you the two of the three coaches certainly are going to hit home for the Giants. What we've heard so far. We told you about Matt Williams. There's another one as well. And because that guy was hired, we get to play a great piece of audio. You don't want to miss that coming up next. And then top of the hour, you got Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Uh-oh, the 49ers got their swagger back. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, let's go. Where are we going? You know, Modesto Toyota. We're going to grab the keys to your new Toyota. Let's do it today. Great savings, end-of-the-year deals, no dealer markup, and every day, cars, SUVs, and trucks are arriving, and now is the time to get yours. So here's what I did when I got my RAV4 Hybrid, which is awesome. It's white. It's got the black wheels on it. Very cool looking. I checked out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com like you can. You pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles to it, all the things that you need to have. It is that simple. There's a huge selection of hybrids like mine, or you can check out the fully electric BZ4X. The BZ4X is at a great price right now, and there's special lease deals. And it's time to save big on high gas prices. Let's do away with those. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965, so you know they're going to be there. And they've grown every year. Why? Because they take care of you, the customer, of course. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and great customer service. So let's go and grab the keys. I'll wait for you. And let's go to Modesto Toyota on that new car so you can check them out. Car, SUV, or truck you want, and the time is perfect. No dealer markup, and a great deal on your next Toyota. Plus, you can check them all out at ModestoToyota.com, where I get my Toyotas, my son's Toyotas. In fact, we're contractually obligated. We love them that much. Kevin and the entire crew at Modesto Toyota will take care of you. Check them out online at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, they probably think that it's cruel to do. Whoa! Hey!
What?
What was that?
What was what?
What was that? Time out.
The Dubs comment? What? What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
All right, that's just mean. That can ruin people's careers right there.
What happened?
Did you people at home see that? Did you guys see that? This is what I saw. Look in the background. What is that? What is that?
That guy? That's the machine.
The machine?
He lives next door. He doesn't say much.
I mean, where's the red ball?
I don't know. I'm not into that gig. He comes over for sugar every once in a while, and well, we don't talk much, so I just give him the sugar.
Tell him hi for us, here at the Cheap Seats. Why not?
I sure will.
Okay. Where do we go after that? That's a wonderful question.
That's Brian Wilson on with Chris Rose. The machine in the background was, of course, Pat Burrell, and he is what else? I mean, what else would you want your hitting coach to be a nickname but the machine? So the machine is
Pat
the hitting
the
coach.
Bat.
Yeah, that's right. Pat
Would you
the
like
Bat.
to pat the bat?
The machine, Pat the Bat, is your hitting coach, our friend. And we had Matt on numerous times, the former Giant. Then, of course, Matt Williams.
Pat Burrell.
Yeah. And Matt Williams, who was a bad secret, but Bob Melvin kind of told us without telling us when we had him on the day he was hired that Matt Williams would be the third base coach. That is awesome. Ryan Christensen, bench coach. Listen, Nacken is back as well, so they're starting to get this thing. And by the way, Mark Hallberg goes from third base to first base, so he's not out. He's just moving over to first base with Matt Williams in. So
and Justin Veely stays as hitting coach.
Yeah.
They're going to keep that. There was a lot of conjecture about changing that up, but Pat. I mean, if that's what Pat Burrell wants to do, that's a lot of work. That was the only question of whether or not he wanted this. That's a full-time commitment. He's done it in a roving minor league way, but he'll be a great major league hitting coach. We kind of knew Matt Williams would come back home. How great is that going to be to look at third base and see Matt Williams coaching third for Bob Melvin? And Ryan Christensen, I knew was an A's player years ago, and he's a very respected coach with the A's. And now Bo Mel had him in San Diego, and now he'll be with the Giants. So the real question now, John, and I think Brian Price is going to be involved in some capacity, but Brian's been around for a while.
He's respected too. Yeah.
Would he be the pitching coach, or would he be more in the Bannister role? So they did not name Ryan Vogelsong. So what are we hearing about who the Giant pitching coach is going to be?
The only thing I've heard is that Andrew Bailey's in New York talking to the Yankees, so it doesn't sound like it's going to be him.
He's not coming back.
Yeah,
he wants to be on the East Coast.
Right. So he's talking to the Yankees today. So, I haven't heard. We did hear, like you said, and Bob didn't say anything like this, but we did hear rumors that it was going to be Vogelsong. So haven't heard. Don't know.
Well, that's a commitment. That's the one thing you had to see. Would Pat do it? And Pat's got a new bride, and, he's changed his life a little bit. Does he want to do it full time? And obviously, yes, that's a tremendous commitment. And he's not going to make the kind of money he made as a player, but he'll make more than he made as a roving hitting coach in their development system the last 4 years. So now the question would be, would it be Ryan Vogelsong who would be the pitching coach? And then what pitchers are they going to buy? I mean, now's the time. We're full into it. Last week was the lining up of interviews, but starting last Thursday, you could start to actually sign players. And the word over the weekend is that Shohei Ohtani's going to make a decision sooner rather than later, and he may not wait for the winter meetings in Nashville.
I think that would help everybody because he's the domino that needs to fall. And I've said this in the past as far as the Giants. The bummer about last year was you were so focused on Aaron Judge and Correa, and then when those both fell through for different reasons, then you were kind of left to pick up the pieces, and it was difficult because other guys had signed. So that's good news. I did hear driving around, and I did find the audio. So we'll get more into baseball as the week goes. Obviously, on Mondays we do a lot of 49ers. But Jim Bowden over the weekend on MLB Network, and I was listening, said that he expects the Giants to make the biggest offer. Now, that doesn't mean that that's what Shohei's going to take. But he also said that even if they didn't get Shohei, and I've seen a couple of pieces about this written both in The Athletic, New York Post, all the guys that are the insiders, they expect the Giants to be the most aggressive team in the market. Again, they can be and haven't gotten guys, but it sounds to me like maybe the purse strings are going to be loosened and they're going to get really aggressive. So we shall see.
I would think not between now and Thanksgiving, but maybe when we come back from the Thanksgiving holiday before we get into December, because the winter meetings are typically when a lot of this is going to happen, but the word over the weekend is Shohei may move earlier and have it done before the winter meetings go to the land of Bochy in Nashville.
Well, and that's 1 through 4 of December, so it's only a couple of weeks, so that's good news. So we'll keep you up to date on everything. There's
Thanksgiving's early this year,
right? 23rd, right? So we'll get you a ton of baseball stuff as the week progresses and as needed. And we also will do some more Warriors. Only did a little bit more, but they got the Timberwolves tomorrow. A couple of quick notes. Sad note, and we hope that Kelly Oubre Jr. is okay. Of course, now with the 76ers, broken ribs, an assortment of bruises and cuts to his body after being struck by a car in Philadelphia on Saturday night.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did avoid more serious injuries, but is going to miss time. And then this is just a bummer because I remember when this happened, when you and I, in very much a different life before, the radio station we were with got the rights to the Raiders. We had this big party, and they had a big draft party, and they traded down from 3 to 12. And they took DJ Hayden, who had already survived a heart condition, almost died on a football field at the University of Houston. And then, unfortunately, over the weekend, he was a passenger in a car that got hit. The car ran a red light, ran a red light, and DJ was in the car and unfortunately passed away. So rest in peace, DJ Hayden. What a bummer.
Another heartbreak for the Raiders. And he also played for Jacksonville, so they were honoring him yesterday when they had their alumni weekend. I remember DJ Hayden well when he was drafted. He was specifically brought in to be a slot corner. And a lot of guys, usually you were an outside corner, you'd make the transition to go inside. Nnamdi Asomugha was still there, but that was he had some good moments. He had some rough moments as well, but the Raider family has just had so many heartbreaks with contemporary players losing their lives and players right after their career ended, losing George Atkinson's son. Still breaks my heart to think about that. But DJ, way too young to lose his life. Just a terrible tragedy at age 33. So Raiders did have a nice win, or awkward transition last night over the New York Jets.
They almost got that Hail Mary, man. Wilson went up high for that thing. If his own tight end doesn't tip it away, he might get that.
And now we got Bills and Broncos tonight. Yeah. So can the Bills turn around their season tonight? They got to beat the Broncos.
Thanks as always. Great show today. Thanks to Matt Barrows and Moose Johnston, and we had the great audio recap, and of course Dante Whitner as well. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. Danny and Walter doing a tremendous job as always. Pop, I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. The boys are coming up next to discuss all about the Niners and more. Tolbert and Copes right now.
You ducked me one more time, Greg, all right?
I didn't duck you. I'm right here. What are you talking about? I don't deal well with upper management. And you and I were co-workers.
We
were hanging with you.
Yeah.
I'm not hanging with bosses.
Hey,
no way.
Hey, how about this, John?
My agent, my people will be in touch with your people.
This is great.
I'm not dealing with you anymore.
As we signed off yesterday, Greg, you had a great line. It made me laugh out loud as we were waiting to get the postgame show yesterday after the Niners 34-3 win. Greg goes, all right, we'll send it back to the studio to the great John Lund. Adam Copeland, he's our boss now, which is just weird. Because he's just weird.
It is weird.
Made me laugh out loud.
Are you technically my boss? Technically you're my boss?
I guess technically, but clean it up.
No, you should have said, no, Greg.
Is that why you've been coming in? Is that why you've been coming in?
Yeah, but who's your daddy? I mean, that's what we want.
Pedro Martinez is my daddy.
Who's your daddy?
All right, man. They are coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the Sports Leader.
ED tossing to PD.
Station.
What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Gonna keep it light today. Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko. Take some phone calls, get into some Niners. One of the biggest wins of the season. High quality opponent. A really fun game to watch in a fun environment. What a win by Arizona over Duke this weekend. Really
nicely done.
really, I was proud of the Cats.
It's a quality win.
Yeah, I never got a chance to play in Cameron, so to go to Cameron and beat them, that was awesome. You want to know real quick why we didn't get a chance to play in Cameron? Because Coach K wanted us to play in Cameron, and then for the return game, he said he'd play in Phoenix. Lute told him to kindly kick rocks because Lute didn't curse.
Whoa, you mean like they wouldn't come to Tucson to play the game? They would go to play
in McHale.
They play at the Suns Arena.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted to play a neutral site game for the return game, and we play in Cameron.
That's not how that really works, Kay.
Yeah, exactly. Lute's like, yeah, buddy.
God, so Coach K ripped us out of that great Duke against Arizona era rivalry, or a back-to-back in each year where you'd have two teams that were likely in the Sweet 16 at the very least.
Yep. Now that might have been a little later on in the tenure.
Oh, that was later on.
We got a chance. We got a chance to play them in Tucson because they played in the Fiesta Bowl Classic. We weren't going. We won both of our games, and so we ended up playing championship.
The Fiesta Bowl
game.
Classic was a basketball tournament.
Yeah, exactly. How great is this tournament? Michigan State, Florida, Duke, and us. You don't get those type of tournaments.
What is it, the Carrier Classic? What do we...
I don't know what it is now.
No, the Carrier Classic was...
that was no one would ever do that anymore. But we beat them, I think, 91-85. So I've got 1-0 against Duke, which is nice to keep in my back pocket.
I like that, dude.
Anyway.
I like that. I like going to Cameron and getting a W. Good for you guys.
Exactly. But yeah, that was a fun game to watch for me, and it was a really high-quality basketball game. So, no, of course, I'm talking about the Niners 34-3 dismantling.
An ass kicking, huh? That was a that was a good old-fashioned ass kicking that you needed.
Just a comprehensive dismantling. That's what I thought when I was watching. I'm like, they're just dismantling this team. Like, everything they do, they're just like snuffing it. Just like, you run the ball, nope. Pass the ball, nope. You're gonna stop us, nope. Just everything. And I don't know. I just thought of this, so I would have looked it up. Trust me. I don't know if there's another team that has two better victories on their resume than Dallas and Jacksonville, and over two quality football teams, and just hammered them. Not one, hammered
76-13 is
unbelievable. That says something. It was awesome because they were on it from the get-go. The defense came out on fire, and that's what I've been saying last week. Like, this is what the tip of the spear is. It's their defense that they feed everything on this football team, and specifically the defensive line. Defensive line, fantastic. Defense as a whole, flying around, hitting whatever they saw. Hufanga up near the line of scrimmage, making plays.
Hufanga was all over the place, man.
It was awesome. It was like, that's the team. Like, it helps they're healthy, absolutely. But the guys they were missing, Greenlaw was a little dinged up, but they had most of the guys on defense, and they're missing guys on offense. But that was like, when I think 49er football, that's what I think. Yesterday's game is what I think from a defensive standpoint. Getting to the quarterback, 5 sacks. Making Lawrence hurry and make rush decisions. Can't run the ball early. I love the fact they went to 5-man fronts occasionally. Threw that up there. Chase Young was incredible. That was a really, really cool. That was a cool moment. Him and Bosa got the strip sack together.
That was sick. Bosa had a hell of a game, dude.
Yeah, Bosa was awesome. That was like, okay, that's the guy. Like, that's the guy. And maybe, look, I know how many times everybody kept telling me, well, look, he's great now, really high, this and that. And I'm sure he was. But he didn't pop like that. Like, that's what we got used to seeing last year. Maybe not every week, but damn near. Like, a lot of the time, that's who you saw. That's the guy. It's like, oh, jeez. What are you going to do with this dude? Like, you can't. And I didn't feel that way the last 3 games. Yesterday, you did not want to be Lawrence. You did not want to be the right tackle. It was a rough go yesterday if you're that Jacksonville offense. So, like, when I think of a team, like, we're talking about best team in football, Super Bowl, all that kind of stuff, that's that team. That is that team. I don't know that anybody could beat that team. Like, that team was legit. And I don't know if anybody can beat the team that showed up against Dallas. Can you continue to do that? Probably not at that level. You can't expect a team to do that. Like, they're not going to beat everybody 34-3. It's just not going to happen. It's not possible. But like, that's the team. When they need an effort, that's the effort they gave. That's the effort they got. And Jacksonville just had no chance, none chance in that game.
49er fans, we do want to hear from you. I know you're hearing from us right now. We are streaming YouTube. We are streaming on twitch.tv/thesportsleader. We're streaming on the KNBR app and KNBR.com, as well as your good old-fashioned radio, KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader. But we want to hear from you at 2:50. What were your concerns heading into yesterday? Did you have concerns, and did yesterday's absolute beatdown of the Jags change anything for you? Because I think, Tom, where you and I are, and I'm gonna sort of, I think we're on the same page in this, in that if they had lost yesterday's game, kind of in any fashion, I would have been like 4 in a row is bad. After starting 5-0, 1 seed maybe off the table at this point. We said 6-3 wasn't good enough. You can still go 7-2 and win that game, but you're now not in a position to come back and tie Philadelphia if you play them December 3rd. You need more help before and probably after that, even though they're in the midst of a tough run. My thought going into this weekend was, if they can get back into form, I think they're the team that we thought they were. Now we've seen them do this 6 times, right? We saw 3 straight weeks of stuff that was a little funky, and I'm really nothing changed for me. I thought they were still a Super Bowl caliber team heading into the bye. I thought there was some stuff that had to be corrected. And Kyle said after the game yesterday, we didn't play perfect football, but we gave ourselves an opportunity to bounce back from some of the mistakes we made, which are things we did not see over the first 3 weeks. Or excuse me, the last 3 weeks. It's been a month since they won. It's a great point by you, though. We'd have to look it up. But is there anybody who's had 2 wins in the caliber the Niners have had it over the Jags and the Cowboys? I'd say absolutely not.
As dominant.
I mean, again, 76-13 is how they outscored.
Yeah, those were thumpings. And, one was on the road, one was at home. So it's not like they were both at home. To answer the question, was I concerned? No, I wasn't concerned. But I am with you. Like, you don't think of Super Bowl champion and 4 straight losses. Like, those two don't go together.
Usually 3 straight, you don't think of that.
Yeah, probably not.
It's kind of fun.
Maybe in the 17-game format's a little bit different. I'm not sure. But, yeah, this one I just thought was really, really important. And I don't know if I expected that. I expected them to be as sharp as they were, because I figured, okay, they're going to be focused up, losing 3 in a row, having to sit on that during a bye week. I mean, that's just not who they are. But that's who they were for 3 games. But yesterday it was like, okay, yeah, now I remember. That was the team that played Dallas right before the 3-game losing streak. And that was, and look, the 3-game losing streak wasn't like they were playing just awful football. They lost. They could have won in Cleveland, last-second field goal. They were very close to winning in Minnesota. Couldn't quite get it done on the last drive, throw the pick. Cincinnati kind of got away from them early, but, they were 6 yards away from tying that game up in the second half and making it a really competitive game. Then it just kind of got away from them after that. So it wasn't like they were that far off, but it felt that far off compared to what they were the first 5 games. Like, you lose 3 in a row, but you're close. You're like right there, but that's still not who they are. Like, we're watching this and we're like, where's the team that played Dallas? Where's the team that was from the first 5 weeks of the season? Like, I understand they were had some injuries, but still, there was some stuff that happened. You're like, God, that's just not the same.
That's not what they didn't do that.
That was that team. Like that was like, I bet you a bunch of people watching football around the country are like, ooh, yeah, yeah. Yep, that's that team. That's that team. That's, to me, the best team in football when they're healthy. And I can't say playing like that, because, of course, they're the best team in football when they're playing like that. That was incredible. But I just think when they're healthy, they're the best team in football, the deepest team in football, the fewest holes in football, the fewest exploitable matchups in football. It's tough. And these guys are, again, Find me a team that's won 2 games against that quality of opponent and with that margin. I mean, it's hard to get margin against really good teams in the NFL, and it was a wide margin. Both times those games were over heading into the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Done. Over. Can't come back. Done.
Brock Purdy was sharp yesterday. He goes for 296, 3 touchdowns in the game. Everybody scored except Christian McCaffrey. We'll talk about that a little bit later and how funky that was for the 49ers. We will take your calls at 250, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Did yesterday's victory calm any concerns you had for the 49ers? And did yesterday's win make you feel like the 49ers fixed any problems that plagued them throughout the 3-game losing streak? We'll talk about that next. We'll take your calls at 2:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
From the chill.
49ers got off the schneid in a big way, beating down the Jacksonville Jaguars 34-3. There's plenty more on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
41 yards away. Snap. Hold. Jake has it away. He has the distance, and it is no good. Purdy steps up, gets to his right, throws middle. It is intercepted by Bynum. The 49ers lose again. Purdy pulls it. Purdy going to scramble and throw. Ball got tipped, intercepted.
It's not acceptable. I get every excuse, but we got 3.5 hours to not be tired.
Purdy coming left. He's got room to run. Purdy now going to backpedal and throw for the end zone into a crowd. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Chase Young from behind along with Bosa. And there are your Buckeyes together, forcing a fumble, and the 49ers have the ball. Now going to pump and throw down the sideline. Kittle, he's got it, and he's gone. Touchdown! San Francisco! Lawrence flushed out by Bosa. Bosa wraps him up, throws, intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. There's a flip end around to Debo, coming right to left, big hole. Debo 10, Debo 5, Debo, touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo. Yeah, baby!
The sounds of the Niner beatdown. Dude, I kind of like the music with it. What do you think, Tom?
Oh,
so bobbing the whole time?
Little stink fist. One of the great.
It's a hell of a name.
That's the name of that's the name of the song.
I think I've seen his stuff. I think I've seen his videos. Yeah, I think I've seen his things.
No, I know
his work.
Yeah, the Tool videos are freaky. They're freaky videos.
Oh, man.
Stinkfist, very one of my favorites. Well, I mean the song.
Thank you. Thinking of speaking of stink, it's Tolbert and Coast with you on a Monday. Speaking of stink, I used to say, "Grandma, it smells in here." My grandma's from Birmingham, from Jim Crow South. She go, "Boy, that's your top lip." I don't smell in here. That's your top lip, boy. Shout out, Grandma. Anyway, Niners 34-3, just an ass kicking of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Did yesterday make you feel like they're still in like? After the 3-game losing streak, I really was kind of the mindset. I don't know that this team is going to be able to climb out of this hole to be the 1 seed because the Eagles have just kind of been steady as she goes. I know they've made some mistakes. I know Jalen Hurts isn't 100%, and we'll talk more about that as we work our way through the season and see how he plays coming out of the bye in Kansas City next Monday. But did you think that this game showed you enough to let you believe that, okay, because I'm with you, this was the 49er team that when they're at their best, this is what we should be getting? Everybody trying to sort of downplay Chase Young. I'm not ready to downplay him. I think the impact is going to be massive based on what we saw against a really good team yesterday. Did it make you think they're still in the running for the 1 seed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because of Philly's schedule. Philly is got. We went over it last week.
Yeah.
A couple of times that it's
Kansas City,
rugged.
the Niners. It's at Seattle.
Dallas.
It's again. I think it's
Bills.
at Dallas, at KC, and at the Niners.
Yep.
Or at home for the Niners. Then they play the Bills. Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Then they go an easy road at the end. They go Giants, Cardinals.
Exactly.
Giants, right?
But that's about as rough a month as you can have. Like that maybe mix in Baltimore. Speaking of Baltimore, somebody texted in that their 2 victories over Seattle and Detroit were as impressive as the Niners. And I would agree. I'd probably give the Niners a little higher grade just because one of them
crap out of Seattle bad.
Yeah, one of them was on the road. Baltimore did their damage at home, both games. But yeah, I mean that's a good call that I didn't think of.
Good call by that texter. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about that one. But yeah, I do. I believe it's there because you play him. If they didn't play him, I would say probably not going to happen. But the fact that you get to play him, that's one game you can take care of yourself right there. So now all you're looking for is another game to pick up somewhere. And look, it's not going to be easy for the Niners. They got some tough games coming up as well. But yeah, absolutely. I believe that is absolutely in play. I don't know, maybe, like I said, maybe Detroit's a team that could sneak in there too, because they're going to have an easier schedule. They play in the North, so that's they're going to have an easier schedule just on that fact alone. I'll have to look at their schedule again, but they could. I mean, they might sneak in there. Now
They've got a great. I'll read off their schedule for you right now, because they had a great game last night. Lions over the Chargers 41-38 in a shootout. So they go at home against the Bears this Sunday. They go home against the Packers. They go at the Saints, who are kind of a mess. Tim said yesterday, we were watching that game, as Jameis Winston, again, despite his best attempts, he couldn't throw a third interception.
Jameis.
I said, if he wants to get to 30, he's really going to have to pick things up. We just can't figure them out. But the Lions, I think, are a far better team than the Saints. Lions are then at the Bears. So they still get the Bears twice, Saints once, Packers. They're home against the Broncos, at the Vikings, at the Cowboys, and then home against the Vikings. So their final three are tough. Because the Vikings aren't a gimme. The Vikings are a team that I don't want to have to see. Like after the Niners beat them, but they're almost like, without Kirk Cousins, I don't know if they're more dangerous. I do think that they're kind of rolling the bones and they're playing with house money, and they're just it's a team you don't want to have to see. Danielle Hunter's out here picking up incentives. What did he pick up, like a 6-figure incentive yesterday, picking up a sack? I'm like, this is incredible. Like they're not giving in. So they're kind of fun to watch right now. So I'm with you. The Lions are have as good of a shot as anybody right now, based on what their schedule is.
Yeah, so it'll be a race. Now you can't. Here's the thing: 5-0 gave you some room for error.
Yeah.
In 3 games, you took that all away. Like, it's gone now. There's your error. You'd like to spread it out throughout the course of the season, but they just said, now let's concentrate it right here in this little window right here. We lose all these games, and you've kind of taken away. Maybe you have room for one more, but I think 13-4 is about as low as you can go if you want to get the 1 seed. So you may have room for one more dud, but it's got to only be one more. It can't be a couple more.
And if they play like this on both sides of the ball, I'm not sure you're going to see 2 more duds. What was the most impressive part to you about this victory? For me, I mean, number one, I think it has to start with the defensive line and getting to the quarterback. That's where I go, because the offense, I think everybody assumed was going to come back around, which says a lot about confidence in Brock. Not everybody, but I'm thinking, I don't think anybody thought the sky would. I didn't get the impression a lot of people thought the sky was falling on Brock. The defense was the far bigger concern. The downplay of Chase Young, that was the most impressive on my part.
I agree with you 100%. That we've talked about, that's who they are. That's their identity, is the defensive line, and it really hasn't been as noticeable as we know it can be, as we've seen it before. Again, that was it. When you watch an Niner football game, you think, God, they're nasty, they're physical. We haven't seen that in 3 games. We saw it yesterday, and it starts with the defensive line. It starts with getting to the quarterback. It starts with being disruptive. The interception by Hufanga was a direct result of Bosa chasing down Lawrence, and Lawrence throwing on the run and a little bit high, and it skips off. I don't know if it was Etienne's hands, but it was running back's hands and right into Hufanga's lap. So, I mean, yeah, the defensive line everybody was great. They were awesome.
5 sacks they all ate, and the other interception to Fred Warner was a direct result of Hargrave creating pressure on Trevor Lawrence. Niners put 5 sacks, created 4 turnovers. They only scored off of 2 of them, too. They didn't score off the first 2. Brock Purdy, 296, 3 touchdowns, no turnovers, and the longest touchdown pass of his career. We do want to hear from you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We'll get to your calls in about 15 minutes here. What was the most impressive part of the Niner victory? Do you still believe they can go get the 1 seed? Is this more the team that we saw yesterday, or are you still concerned about any of the struggles that you saw over the 3-game losing streak? We will get into all of that, and we'll take your calls. 415-808-5627. 808-KNBR is the number to call and to text. We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch. By the way, somebody says, damn, can Chase Young get in there? It's Acacia Avenue here on the on the YouTube stream says, can Chase Young play right guard or right tackle? I had to tell you, I thought the offensive line played pretty well yesterday. Let's get into that a little bit on the other side. Is your full confidence back in this team in every facet of the game? I thought O-line played pretty well. They were up the field moving, especially on the Debo touchdown. You had Brock Purdy playing extremely well. Debo looked great. Ayuk looked pretty good. George Kittle's out there doing his thing. It was all fantastic. Is your full confidence back in this team? And then your calls at 250-808 KNBR. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Niners are back, George Kittle. The Niners are back in a big way.
Hey, Papa, the Niners
didn't go anywhere.
Never left. Never left.
Last couple
back
games,
in the win
last couple
column.
games, man, we've had turnovers and a lot of penalties on first and second down. That makes it hard to stay on the field. When our offense can put together, 8, 12 play drives, that's when you see how good we are, because we're able to keep to the run, get some play action in, and we don't put all the pressure on Purdy to having to make a bunch of throws, by himself. So when you can run the ball and you put the weight of everything on everybody on the offense, it helps a lot, and especially when your defense forces 4 turnovers.
As 49ers tight end George Kittle had a 66-yard touchdown reception as part of his big day yesterday, and Brock Purdy's 3 touchdown passes, no turnovers, 296 in the game. He was fantastic on third down as well. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Following a Niner 34-3 win over the Jacksonville Jaguars. We will be taking your calls in about 10 minutes or so. 415-808, KNBR 808-5627 is the number to call. Did the Niners convince you that they fixed the problems that were plaguing them during the 3-game losing streak? We both said that the most impressive thing was the 5 sacks. Everybody getting to the quarterback on that defensive line yesterday, including didn't Clee Farrell get back there too? And then Clee had a sack as well. So that was something that Tim Ryan made a point to us about on Friday. Was that one, Chase Young's way bigger. He said, "Oh, bro, he's way bigger than I thought. He's big, bro, and he's fast." And then he said that the depth is immediately impacted, because what that does is it allows all the other guys to play in specific spots that you need them to play in. I mean, their goal for a long time under Chris Kasarik was to go with 75% snaps for that defensive line, and they kind of got away from that because they didn't have the depth there this year. We talked about the concern with that. I'm excited about what this means for Nick Bosa, what this means for the interior. Armstead looked good yesterday, got banged up, and then came on back. So that was George Kittle, though. He says, we never left the 49ers. After yesterday's game, how much confidence do you have in them now? And did your confidence, it never wavered for me. I did, mostly because of Steve Young. Mostly because of how Steve Young spoke about Brock Purdy. I think that's where my confidence lied in him, in that nothing he did seemed like it was, oh boy, this is big time rookie mistake stuff that is not correctable, or it's a trend with him of something that's going to continue. It seemed like it was just more because we saw such great spurts of success in between the interceptions. It seemed to me that it was more kind of pressure situations and what Steve talks about, artistic in the red zone.
Yeah, no, that was, that first touchdown was something. It was, look, Kyle said it was one of the worst decisions he's ever made since he's been here. It was a much worse decision than his other picks.
The first touchdown he threw yesterday?
Yeah. Maybe the Pratt interception from Cincinnati was a worse decision. Maybe that was a worse decision because, again, we've talked about it. He couldn't have thrown it anyway. He was going to get they're going to get a legal man downfield, so he just kind of forgot what the play was. That was probably the worst one. This was an awful decision that turned out well, but here's the thing. I looked at it from a little different angle in that, whoever was watching the game, as soon as you saw Purdy throw that, and then you saw the everybody come into picture, you're like, whoa, what? And then it went over everybody, and
just barely, out of a.
Oh, that was easy. So yeah, go ahead, Tim. Go and play the sound.
You got lucky there.
Yep, it was luck.
Oh, dude, Mikey's stacking up the chips, dude, around us. Yeah, he's like, no. I was like, dude,
got lucky there.
Hey, then he baits him though. You're still down from that last time on
the to continue. So that was, that was a good decision. Call. But here's the way I looked at it. That took guts. And that's like, you got to like a little bit of that in your quarterback. You don't want a quarterback that's always going to play it safe, that's always going to check down. Those type of quarterbacks don't score a lot in the red zone. Because as Steve says, you got to be able to see stuff. And that's where the art kind of comes in. You see stuff, and you got to envision it and throw it to a spot, know a guy's going to be there. It's not just numbers when it comes to the red zone. So you got to have some of that. That was probably painting outside the lines a little too much.
Yep.
Like you're not going to make a living off of that because if the DB gets a better read on it or is able to jump, I think he kind of had his hand on Kittle and really couldn't jump as high as he would have liked to, so he couldn't get to it. But I like a little bit of a riverboat gambler.
A little Brett Favre, it was that throw, which kind of brings us back to Steve, and we talked about it on the postgame with Dennis Brown yesterday. That Steve, I keep quoting this: between the 20s is math homework and a science project. Yep. It's art when you get into the red zone. He says they were running the same stuff the Green Bay Packers were with Brett Favre, and I'm looking at them going, he's throwing touchdowns and these guys aren't open. I run those plays. This guy's not open. And he said, then I realized nobody's open. Actually, Steve said, how's he doing this? He said, that guy's not open.
How's he doing
I was like, I run these plays. This guy's not open. And I realized nobody's open in the red zone. You got to throw them open.
Yeah.
It's their art project.
I'm with it.
It's my Steve Young.
I'm with it.
But he said it's an art project, and that's kind of, I mean, again, that was a bad decision, but how many times, and John Lund yesterday, I think, compared it to Steph Curry in the early years with Steve Kerr going, don't shoot that, don't shoot that, don't shoot that, and then it goes in, and you're like, you kind of had to train yourself with Brett Favre to understand that's how that was going to go. I don't think that Purdy's there yet. Again, we keep making these comps, but to me, that's the kind of stuff you're talking about, is throwing a guy open. He wasn't open, really. But you flipped it just over. I mean, again, if he throws a pick there in the end zone, we're all talking about that opening drive. Again, and now it's the first drive all year where the Jags have given up an opening drive touchdown. So, I don't know whether or not to be impressed or nervous about it, but he's got some of that in him.
To me, it's for me, I thought it was encouraging, and I like that in a quarterback, because when it kicking field goals, Steve always says this too, and I totally agree with him. Every field goal you kick gets you further away from winning. You got to score touchdowns. You can't just kick field goals.
You got to score touchdowns.
And expect to win games.
you got to score.
So I'm good. I'm good with that. Now, if you have a couple instances where you're throwing picks, then you dial it back. Those are the limitations. Like I can't do that. I can't do this. But again, he's still really young, so he's like learning. What can I do? What can I not do?
Right.
Can I get away with? What can I not get away with? But the fact that he thinks about that and goes about it that way, he's willing to take a risk like that and not say, you know what, I'll just play it safe. I'll just throw it away or run it out of bounds, which is a prudent play. And look, I'm not saying that's a bad play. Sometimes that's a really good play. So when he finds that balance between risk and reward and all that, which he's still learning, absolutely. He made that throw, although that was the worst decision. It was a good throw. Best throw he made was the one to Kittle. Like, I can't believe when he let that go that got
that was
right
a
on the
seed. That was unbelievable.
Right on the money, because it was like a wave just cresting over, and right before the wave smashed down on the rocks, which was him, he let it go, and it just went. It was up in the air like whew. And he was under the wave, and all of a sudden the ball landed, and it hit Kittle right in stride, touchdown. That throw was incredible. The fact that he hung in there and put it right exactly where it needed to be while under heavy duress, that throw was awesome. I don't care who throws that. That's an incredible throw.
I thought it was beautiful. George Kittle, 66 yards to the end zone. First of all, he ran out of stuff to do. You see that? He high stepped to the end zone, and then he got there. He's like, I guess I'll literally walk in for the touchdown.
He's bored. Nobody's with him.
It was so funny, dude. Just absolutely burned him. So we got a few people checking in here on the phone lines. We will take your calls when we come on back. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's the number to call. To text if you want to check in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Appreciate the people who like the Steve Young impression. I've been working on it off air. Look, guys, Thanksgiving is just Christmas, okay? Play your Thanksgiving music and put up your Thanksgiving lights. You all irritated with us?
It's one and the same, Tom.
It's one and the same.
How many times I got to
Halloween is made up. That's not a thing. Okay, it's not a thing.
Did you go get a donut?
By the way, Steve Young joins us every Wednesday in the 5 o'clock hour. It's the best half hour in radio. By the way, Danny Dunn, who does the board for Papa and Lund, he runs our Niner games too. He was telling me a couple weeks ago when Tim and I were down at Levi's doing the game. He's back here at the studio, and Tim Ryan was waiting. He does a pregame hit with us right before we throw it to the guys, kind of like when we do our talk back with John Miller or Dave Fleming before a Giants game. So we're waiting to talk to Tim Ryan, and I guess I was throwing to a little clip of Steve Young, and I said he's the best half hour in radio. And on the other end, Tim Ryan went, "Oh, thanks." Because he joins us, and he joins Papa Lund for the Bull Rush Hour.
What do you say there, rubber duck?
Every Thursday. So let's go out to the phone lines here. Let's talk to Jay. Jay is in Gilroy. Jay, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up, dude?
I kind of look at it. I kind of look at it like this. I say, the Niners are, they're if they go to the Super Bowl, what do they got to look like, to win a Super Bowl? They got to go up probably against Mahomes or another great quarterback. They didn't get the job done last time they won against Mahomes or when they won against Philadelphia. It's like, they're one of arguably the greatest team that ever was was playing was like New England, and that New York Giants team had a great pass rush. And otherwise, New England would have been 19-0. And the other team that beat Mahomes was Tampa Bay. And they did it with a very staunch frontline defense. And then their linebacking came in and won the MVP. I think it was David that won the MVP. And so when I look at this Niners defense and I see this ensemble of great defensive ends, pass rush, and then linebackers to be able to clean it up, that's the kind of picture that I would like to see them go in there nice and healthy and play at Philadelphia. I'm very interested in them playing Seattle, but we're more interested in seeing what they're going to look like with a fast-moving quarterback.
Yeah, Jay, I appreciate the call, man. I am too, and it's so funny because it seems like over the last couple of years, that's become a thing where people are like, oh, man, the Niners struggle with the mobile quarterbacks. I'm like, dude, everybody struggles with mobile quarterbacks. That's the problem, is mobile quarterbacks are good. What I will say is the way teams are built now, and I think it's kind of like the cause and effect of how you defend something, or you find an elixir for something, or the game evolves and you got to figure out a way to stop it. 3-point shooting in basketball became a big thing. So you had to start getting power forwards and wings who could get out there and not just shoot, but were rangy, right? The game just, it evolved and changed. I think with the evolution of everything being about the quarterback and not just your run game and playing defense, it's tough to play defense. The defensive end is the next highest paid position, right? You've got to have those guys cashed out. Those guys are not just big, fat linemen, right? It's not like 1950 or 1960. Guys on the outside can get after the quarterback, and the 49ers are as equipped as any team in the league now with Chase Young and with Nick Bosa on the outside and with Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner to be able to stop mobile quarterbacks. So I as the pressure comes up front and guys have to move out of the pocket, I have more confidence than I did entering this week because of what we saw from Chase Young in the D-line.
Yeah, you never know what and not to say he wasn't motivated, but I'll say re-energized when you're playing for a team that has championship aspirations. That'll re-energize you. He probably feels like he's back at Ohio State chasing a championship with his buddy Nick Bosa. So that's all good, and you can tell when he's good, and that's going to be. I don't envy quarterbacks going up against that because that's a rough one. Hargrave looked more explosive yesterday than he had in a little while. Same with Armstead. The whole D line was ferocious, and that's going to be a tough ask to keep your quarterback clean with those guys coming at you.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627 is the number to call. You can check in on the phone lines. You can check in on our YouTube stream, on the Twitch stream, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, or on the KNBR app on KNBR.com as well. People are checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 707 Tom says, we've seen that play before, by the way, the touchdown to George Kittle. Jimmy just always overthrew him. I was like, yeah, dude, remember how many times we see Juszczyk streaking up the sideline chasing a football that's going out of bounds? Once a week, at least, right? Juszczyk got a touchdown.
Snipe shots. Yes. He's not even here anymore.
No, he's not even really playing in Vegas. He's sitting on the bench.
No, he's not.
Had a commercial last night. I was like, this is a tough deal for Jim G. Was that ass-kicking of the Jags the elixir you needed, or do you still have concerns following the 3-game losing streak? Niners snap it with a 34-3 victory over the Jaguars. 808 KNBR, we'll take in your calls and your texts next. How you feeling about this team after the win yesterday? It's Holbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Give me a call right now.
Warriors have dropped 3 in a row with 2 losses to the Cavaliers and the Minnesota Timberwolves back-to-back over the weekend. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And your calls.
Oh, what? Hello?
It's time for cheers.
Hell yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, no.
And beers.
Hooray, beer. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon following a 49er 34-3 victory. Tom, the 650 texter here, thinks we are very negative. Says, you guys even from the Bay? Tom's not. He goes,
but what, negative what?
He goes, even in victory, you guys talk about the negative side? I was like, I was just asking if you guys thought if there was any more concerns after the victory.
Hey, dopey. What's your definition of negative? Like, what are you talking about? Negative.
Like, I thought we spent the first half hour saying, I think they still have a shot at the 1 seed.
I thought I was too positive.
Yeah, I know. I was like, damn, I think these DNs are going to chase down these quarterbacks that are mobile.
Maybe I should tone it down a bit. Come up with some of the things that went wrong. Not much.
Because, I was down south over the weekend.
During that game.
He says, I was down south over the weekend. The announcers actually pump up and cheered for the home team. And I said, well, the announcers are paid by the team.
Well, bro, that's not us. Okay.
Yeah.
This isn't 4 hours of propaganda.
I can talk like the announcer of the 49ers.
If you want propaganda, you can go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You're not getting propaganda here. When they play like crap, we say it. When they play good, say it. So I did that. But I'm not even sure. Like, I wish I could even say, like, I can't even come up with something like negative that we said.
They kicked the crap out of They should give up one long drive. We'll see what the listeners think. If there's something that they can pick out, they go.
I mean, not that I care.
No, not the.
But I'd like to at least go, God, what did I?
To acknowledge, you know what I mean? I don't know. What do you guys think?
You know what? Here's don't try to get into the minds of the listeners. Okay, we got a lot of smart listeners, but there's also dopies out there. So you try to crawl into that mind. It's like a labyrinth. You could be in there for days and get lost and come out stupider than ever. So, yeah, just sometimes it's better just to keep it moving.
I'm going to crawl into the mind of Steve, though. Steve is in San Bruno.
Steve,
do. We'll ask you guys, 808 KNBR, was there anything from the game? 650, maybe sit this one out. Not all of you guys, just this one guy thinks we were being negative. But was there anything after the game that you're still like, I'd still like to see more of this, or I need more consistency in this element of the game? We haven't even talked about the switch in the secondary of Ambry Thomas and Diameter Lenore. I thought that was fantastic yesterday. Anyway, Steve's in San Bruno. Steve, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, listen here. Well, one thing is that people talking about what we got to do to win the Super Bowl. We got to just talk about what we got to do to win our next game. Hey, yesterday, the negative part of the game yesterday is our defense is great. So let's talk about what we need help in. Our offensive line, I think, is the weakest part of our game right now. And all the money spent on the defensive line, which is great. I'm glad they're doing it. But we have to improve our offensive line. Even though the quarterback was able to make those plays, it wasn't so much because of the offensive line. He got rid of the ball. He should have been sacked about at least 2 times. So, offensive line. And as far as the Shanahan, he's right. He never should have made that pass. That he had a play design that was easier and it was wide open, and he took a higher risk shot. So when everybody's talking about it's okay if you don't know, Shanahan made his point very clear. When we have a play, that's what we want you to do. And it proved that he had the right play call.
Steve, we appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I would agree that still probably the weakest element of the team is the offensive line. It's not to the level of, like, yesterday it looked considerably better with Trent Williams there. And I actually thought Jake Brendel on the Deebo Samuel play, he was out in front pushing too. There was a really funny, actually one of the texters came in on this. On the Deebo Samuel touchdown, Trent Williams was so far out in front of the play that when Deebo ran by him, he patted him on the back as he went into the end zone, which cracked me up. And if you see, while Trent is moving, somebody texted this in, 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says, my favorite part of the game was number 31 of the Jags, making a business decision to run away from an unblocked full sprint Trent Williams on the McCaffrey. Oh, that's the McCaffrey sweep and the Deebo end around. This morning, Tim Ryan was saying that to Mervyn Mack. He said, yeah, Deion Sanders said sometimes on a play like that where there's a big old lineman running at you and you're in the secondary, you have to make a business decision and kind of veer out of the way instead of going into him. But, yeah, Trent Williams was, I mean, I don't know how much it affected him on the line. He was moving pretty good, I thought.
Dude, that's like a buffalo coming at you, man.
It's crazy.
Just like, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and move out of the way of this because I don't have much to offer here. I'm gonna be like a gnat on a windshield, and I am not gonna be the windshield. I will be the gnat. So, yeah, and look, in regards to the offensive line, sure, yeah. I mean, hell, what else do you want? You want every position? I mean, every position group can't be nails. All right, they got one of the best wide receiver groups in the league, one of the best tight ends in the league, maybe the best running back in the league, a young quarterback, maybe the best defensive line in the league, maybe the best linebacker core in the league. Safety's really good, and the corners aren't going to rank up there, but everything can't be the best. You can't say, all right, let's go and get some better this, get better this, get better that. I mean, it's not how teams are built. They have a salary cap for a reason, so you can't have to. It's like college. You don't go out and recruit these guys. So, yeah, I mean, you could all say, yeah, I'd like to have this, I'd like to have that. But, again, I'll say it if this isn't too negative, of course. They're the best team in football when they're healthy. I don't know. Maybe you want the greatest team of all time. I don't know. But they're the best team in football when they're healthy, in my opinion. But let's put it this way. Offensive line isn't going to – I don't think the offensive line is such a concern that you say that's going to keep them from winning a Super Bowl. I think it's more than good enough to do that. I don't think there's any doubt about that in my mind. But, yeah, I mean – would you love to have every position, you'd like to have all pros at every position. Doesn't work that way.
808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. If you want to get involved, Alex is in San Francisco. Alex, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
I agree, Tom. We got to make sacrifices at certain positions. And you know what, this year with the offensive line, the questions we had in the preseason, rookie kicker from Gould, they've done a pretty good job. Had a few mistakes here and there. We're still down a starter on the offensive line. I think they've done a great job this season.
Alex, appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I that's the other thing is the way the roster's been constructed. I mean, I thought John Feliciano did a really nice job yesterday, and I don't know how long they'll be without Aaron Banks, but he's right. They're down a starter on the offensive line. They were down a starter over the last couple of weeks with Trent Williams, who got hurt in the Browns game. And he's, again, we talked about 2 players that had to perform this year, not just perform, that you needed. It would be detrimental to the success long-term of the team. It was those 2 guys, Bosa and Trent Williams. Bosa wasn't putting up numbers, and Trent Williams had missed a few games. So I wonder how healthy he is. I hope he's healthy. We'll see what the ramifications of this game were, but I do wonder if the Niners had won that game against Cincinnati, if he would have been out there yesterday.
Yeah, well, look, he's got another week of rest. He doesn't really have to practice, just get treatment. And then we'll see how he responds next week because you got the short week after that. And it's interesting because you look again, and I if I said the 49ers were the best wide receiver group, what I said, at least I thought I said, is one of the best. I think the best is probably Hill and Waddle. That's probably your best wide receiver group. Yeah. Smith and Brown are really good, but I would put Debo and Ayuk with Smith and Brown kind of right there. But I think Waddle and Hill are probably the best. But they're certainly right there in the top handful of best. Chase and Higgins, probably, if Higgins could ever stay healthy. And by the way, if anybody watched the end of that game, we'll probably get into this a little bit later, kind of run around the league, little recap. But if you saw those interceptions Burrow threw at the end of the game, like, it happens. He's one of the best quarterbacks. How about
Lamar
game.
Jackson? Now, if you
I know Lamar
picks.
Jackson. I know people get like, oh my God, how could Purdy do that? Like that? It does. It just happens. It doesn't happen a lot. And it was all concentrated with Purdy in like 3 games, but it does happen. Like that last pick that Burrow threw, I was like, bro, what? Like right in the end zone, like right to a Texan. Like I don't even know who he was, but I guarantee you this, he wasn't wearing a stripe helmet. And but yet it does. It happens to all of them. All these guys make like head-scratching decisions occasionally, even the best of them. And that guy's been in the league a few years now, and he's been to a Super Bowl. So it just that's why I'm saying, even with Purdy, you got to like deep breath. Okay, you know what happens. You don't want it to happen, and I know you're wondering if it's going to continue to happen because he's young. But I think at this point he's shown enough. Like if you have questions with him, I don't have any questions anymore with him. I don't know what his ceiling is. I know his floor is pretty damn high, and I think his ceiling's pretty damn high too. But I don't think we're going to know that for another year or so. That you got to keep stacking wins and performances like you've done this year for a number of games, if not a couple years or so. But anybody that questions him and thinks he could hold them back, I don't know what you're seeing anymore. I don't know what you need to see anymore. This guy seems to have whatever it is. He seems to have it.
408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, can't believe Niner fans are wishing for a better O-line. You just ran the ball down the Jags' throats. I mean, I wish DMX was alive, but here we are. It's a hell of a text from the 408. Let's go to Jake. Jake, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader. Let's talk about the Niners seeding and their likelihood. What do you think, Jake?
Hey, guys, I like the way they look. The Brock Stars playing well, not turning over yesterday. That was an encouraging sign. But, man, have they dug themselves too much of a hole? I mean, if they're probably going to be a 3 seed, winning at home versus Seattle, then going to Detroit, and then going to Philly, that's going to be tough. And I just think I'd like to see them run the ball even better. I mean, they ran all right yesterday, but that worries me because I think on the road they're really going to need that run game to work because I think Philly's O-line will smoke them.
Appreciate the call, Jake. Philly's O-line is that the best O-line in football? I mean, they're up there. They're damn good.
They're up there.
I mean, the push, the brotherly shove, that thing's unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know. It's harder to grade offensive lines than it is look at a receiver.
Let me dive into some tape. I'll let you guys know at the end of the week.
Yeah, go break it down for us.
I'll watch 5 teams a day. By the end of the week, I should be pretty well versed.
Yeah, you should do that. Yeah. You should break down all. I think Detroit's is generally guarded as one of the best ones. I would think, but yeah, Philly has got to be right there near the top. So that's going to be a fun game, man. That's just around the corner, about a month away. We're starting to get into it now. Where you get Philly, Baltimore, still got 2 with Seattle. It was kind of fun. Yesterday was fun because it felt like, when you're playing a team like Cincinnati, they lost that one. But you play a team like a really good team, those games are just fun. I mean, obviously they're meaningful, but they're fun. I say that all the time with the Warriors. It's like it's a long NBA season. But when they play really good teams and you match them up, those are just fun games. Yeah. It gets tedious. The NBA anyway, not so much the NFL because only 17 games. But when you get a matchup like of 2 really good teams, it's like, man, this is like, yeah, I'm in for this. Whether it even involves the 49ers, might not even involve the 49ers, just 2 really good teams playing each other. Man, you just want to get in front of a TV and sit down and watch it. And we're going to get a bunch of those games from the Niners. 4 in the next probably a month and a half, I guess. 2 Seattles, a Baltimore, a Philadelphia. Those are like, let me sit down, grab a beer, and don't bother me for a few hours.
When that caller Jake was on, it reminded me of that Billy Madison line where he's like, man, first and second grade were easy, but social studies division, this is going to be tough. Because that caller was basically like, man, the New York Giants and the Jacksonville Jaguars were easy, but Baltimore, Philadelphia, it's going to be tough. Tolbert and Copes, 808 KNBR is the number to call. Paul is in Santa Cruz. Paul, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just wanted to touch on what Jake was talking about the seeding. You know, I do think it's going to be tough to find ourselves challenging for that number 1 seed, but I don't want to look past the Phillies' upcoming schedule. I know they've got some tough games coming up, but one takeaway from the game yesterday, I really liked the change-up of Ambry Thomas going outside and Lenore to the slot. I thought, playing as a nickel, I thought Lenore played much better and maybe plays more aggressively there, stopping the run, which I think next week will be huge against Tampa Bay as well. So I'd like to see that trend continue. But thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate you checking in, man. The secondary yesterday was fantastic. And again, I never can tell if the secondary is playing great or if it's the D-line that's playing great and the secondary is getting the brunt, not the brunt of it. They're like benefiting from it. And I think that is what happened. That's why you saw a couple of turnovers there yesterday. But there was a switch that happened in the secondary, and I do wonder, as a texter asked, how big of a deal that move was relative to. I don't think Steve Wilkes going to the sideline was a major deal, but it may have played a factor, may have played a role. I thought secondary played really well, though.
I thought everybody played well.
Everybody did. There's nothing to crap on about this game. Yeah.
It's funny because when you say, I don't know who it's is it because the defensive line? Is it because the secondary? To me, it doesn't. Like, who cares? It's like I don't need to know that. You know, the coaches can know that. What's that movie clip we always play? Green jacket, gold jacket. Who gives it? Defensive line, defensive secondary. Who gives it?
Gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a
Exactly.
Defensive line, secondary. Who gives it? Beautiful, Tom. Nailed it.
I don't care. It's like, are they getting it done? Yeah, they got it done yesterday. They both made plays. It starts with the defensive line. I think it always does. But I mean, if your secondary is really good, then your defensive line doesn't have to get home as quickly. If they're both working in concert, the defensive line gets home, kind of, it starts the surge, and you don't got to cover for as long. That's why you have that defensive line that can get to the quarterback, and that's why the Niners invest so much in it, because they know that's where it all starts. But for me, it's hard for me to tell the difference. Like, you notice the plays where the Niners defensive line are disruptive. You notice when Bosa's getting to the backfield. You notice when him and Chase Young, that was one of my favorite moments of the game too. Two former teammates meeting at the quarterback, forcing a fumble.
That was so cool, dude.
That was beautiful. First game, Hargrave getting to the quarterback. You saw that explosion. Those things are easy, right? Those things are easy to see. What's harder to see is like when they're getting kind of pressure, but not as much. How does that affect the secondary, and how are they covering? I know Coach Shanahan said last week that there were times they were getting home, but the backfield, they just weren't covering. Guys were wide open. They were running free, and that didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen much at all. So, that was whatever. They were both getting it done. Warner kind of had a couple pops, too. That was fun to see. Again, now the only way I can put it is, and I've already stated this, but the only way I can put it is that I know what this team looks like when they're rolling. Like, when they're playing good football, when I think 49ers in my head, who are the 49ers? That was them. Like, watching that game yesterday, that was them. And it all starts with the defense. And when they play like that, and that defense leads the way, that's why I say that's the best team in football, when they're doing that. And then it gives them opportunities offensively. They would be awfully tough to handle. They're not going to be the only one that's awfully tough to handle, but they're going to be right there with anybody else.
Let's go to Chris. Chris is on the 5, wants to talk about what concerns him still about this team. Chris, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. The one thing that concerns me most, the one player that could ruin this all is Jake Moody. It's not his fault, but he terrifies me. He terrifies me on extra points. He terrifies me on 40-yard field goals.
I'm with you.
Wait a minute. You don't like him skimming the right hand upright, trying to sneak it right in there?
I'm kind of with my boy Chris on this one. He's not the most. It's like when Rob Nen would pitch the ninth, Chris. It's not the most comfortable ninth inning or field goal attempt. You know what I mean?
I had more confidence in Rob Nen.
Yeah, 300.
So much more confidence in Rob Nen than Jake Moody. I just think it cost him one game. It could cost him another game. It could cost him a bye. And do you want him? I don't want him hitting from 30-yard field goal in the playoffs to win a game. 50-50. I can't stand it. And he looks scared. Look at his eyes.
Dude, we gotta go continue. He looks scared. The look in his eyes is going, we're at T. Now he's acting like it's Melanson out there. You know, I'm not ready to go that far yet. But anyway, Tim goes, if you're looking for one downside of this game, 7 penalties, 90 yards. I'm like, yeah, okay, the penalties do have to get cleaned up for sure. But that is one thing that Ambry Thomas, I think that Tim Ryan made note of, that Ambry, in seeing Steve Wilkes on the sideline, had a moment after that DPI where Steve Wilkes said to him, like, you're okay. That's different to hear from a guy like that than from your position coaches, what Tim Ryan was saying. Let's go on one more here. Novak's out in Sacramento. Novak, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call, guys. I don't see the big concern with the offensive line when you're top 5 in rushing and Brock Purdy's yards per attempt is number 1 in the league. I don't really know how you can say you have a bad offensive line. And as far as the number 1 seed, I think it's very plausible that they still get that number 1 seed. They take care of business in Philadelphia, and to be honest, I think they're going to win out, and they're going to win the Super Bowl against the Ravens. That's going to happen.
Boy, hell of a take there, Novak. Appreciate the call, man. I like the take. I like somebody calling with just a hot take. Just like, yeah, I think they're going to win. I don't understand the concern. I think they're going to win out, and I think they're going to beat the Ravens in the Super Bowl. He picked the AFC team, too. I like that.
I'm kind of with him on the offensive line. That's not really a worry of mine.
I just was like, if you had to pick one, I guess.
Yeah, I get the Moody. I get Moody because even making him yesterday, it was like, oh boy, that must have just barely got in there. The one, it looked like it went over.
It went over the upright, yeah.
Which is that's a good field goal if it's over it. But I mean, you got to be down the middle on some of these. It looked like it's the one thing I don't like. And the one thing I like about Gold, the one thing you didn't like about Gold, didn't have a big leg. You couldn't ask him to kick like 55-yarders. It just 52 and in, good.
He wouldn't even try. Just say no.
Yeah, 45 and in. Gold was like, you didn't even look. No. He was like, that's good. Now he missed a couple, but you just felt like it was good. But his ball flight was the same, over and over and over. Little cut, just boop, little cut, little cut, little cut, little cut. With Moody so far this year, I've seen some straight. I've seen some that had a draw. I've seen some that had a slice. Like yesterday, the first one he hit was a slice.
He does it all, folks. Yeah.
And he sliced it in there. The problem is people tell me when I'm playing golf, they're like, yeah, you can get your ball to move. I'm like, yeah, but I can't do it on command. That's a problem. Like if I want it to hook and it slices, that's an issue. Now I'm 3 fairways over.
You're like, yeah,
you can't be 3 fairways over. No. You can't, as Steve Young said, you can't miss the net. You can miss a kick.
You can't miss the net, bro.
You can't miss the net.
You can miss the
net. So
yeah,
he's a little. I would just like to see a couple games from him where everything's like, boom, right down the middle. Whether it's a draw or a cut, doesn't matter. Just boom, 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 boom. Not. Oh, ooh, ooh. It's like, stop squeezing him in there. Was that a little, yeah, maybe, I'm sorry. It's not Friday, is it?
No, not yet. But you know what it is? It is football.
Did I wake Harmony up?
No, you did. She's not even here, dude. She's
oh, okay, she's out? She's on a call?
She's going to go back to Hoboken to get fixed up by
She's
Brucey.
on a call.
Derek says she wanted for murder after what happened with Brucey.
She's on the lam?
You can do it, Bruce. Yeah, she's on the lam. We'll get it cleared up by Friday, though. I'm sure she'll. I'm sure she'll say, officer.
Oh, God.
Officer, I'm sure we can work something out, as I'm sure what Harmony would say. So join us for Harmony on Friday. And even though it's a football Friday always, it's a football Monday today, too. Victory Monday for the Niners. The football talk continues. We'll do it all day long. We got Matt Mayoko joining us. We got Brent Jones, who's going to join us for his weekly conversation at 3:50. We'll recap what happened over the weekend with him, and we'll recap what happened over the football weekend with you as the show rolls on. Tolbert and Copes, 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. And you can stream us on YouTube and Twitch, only here on the Sports Leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader. Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Menlo Park's sports leader.
Tim Ryan joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed how the bye week retooled and refueled the 49ers in their 34-3 win over the Jags this weekend. More on that story, and that podcast is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Handoff to Blake Corum. Corum through the line. Now running for the front corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan.
Cannon shot down the middle. It's a touchdown, Odunze.
Dix, back shoulder throw. He's got it. It's Tez Johnson. Tez Johnson. Colin Johnson. Touchdown.
Hell of a weekend in football across the board. Started on Saturday, rolled into Sunday, and had a great NFL slate. We'll get into that in just a minute. But we talked about how some of the standings could change across the CFP among the top 7 or 8 teams, really, 7 teams among the top CFP teams. And there was a lot of really fun stuff to get into from over the weekend. Michigan runs all over Penn State, 24-15. No Jim Harbaugh. That was maybe the story of the weekend, certainly the soundbite of the weekend. We'll get to that a little bit later. Alabama beats up on Kentucky. The world famous. Milrow, fantastic. No, we're not to Ohio State yet. You got Washington. They stay undefeated. They beat Utah 35-28. Georgia routs Ole Miss 52-17. Texas barely survives, beating TCU 29-26. Oregon doesn't score 40 on USC's defense, but they win. They didn't cover, though. How about that? 36-27, 9-point win. And Arizona becomes just the latest team. Just another also ran to beat Colorado at 34-31. What game stands out to you the most? Michigan? Is that the number one for you this weekend? Not quality, but like what stands out the most,
Yeah, I think, the fact that the Michigan ran the last 32 plays, they had running plays. 32 straight runs in a row. I don't know that I've ever seen anything quite like that. I don't know if anything ever like that has ever happened, unless you're talking about Service Academy. I mean, they just ran the ball.
Yeah,
just ran it. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, Navy. I mean, yeah, the Service Academy, sure, but not a school like that. The first thing that jumped into my mind after that game was, thank God I don't have to watch Penn State anymore. I watched them against Ohio State and Michigan, and it ain't happening again. They got me twice, but it ain't they're just not they're not close to that level. Like, they're good, they're kind of in between. And everybody kept saying how good Drew Aller is and the type of season he's having. It's all propaganda. Like, step up in class. It ain't happening. He is not ready for prime time. Not this year. He's young, so maybe next year. But I think I was sold the bill there. Like that early in the season before I watched Penn State play. I was like, oh, I watch this guy play. He wasn't very good against Ohio State, but hey, it's at home now against Mittennap. Same deal. Michigan is. I mean, they're good. That was their first challenge. They met it. Their offense wasn't great. McCarthy wasn't great, but they controlled the game. Like, you never felt like Michigan was going to lose that game. It always felt like they had it in control. The Alabama game, you go down there, get him against Kentucky, and again, Milrow, I'm looking at his numbers right now, 15 for 22, 234, and ran for 36. Not huge numbers, but very efficient.
Super effective, right?
This team is starting to remind me, and it has for a little while now, it started to remind me of the Saban teams in like 2011, 12, 13, before they just said, you know what, screw it, let's do what everybody else is doing. Get some quarterbacks in here, receivers, spread offense, up-tempo. Defense isn't going to be as good, but this is the way college football is going. They're nastier on defense than they have been in a while. They run the ball more effectively than they do. And they have a quarterback that's not going to just fling it around the field 40 times a game. He's going to run it when he has to. Hand it off, throw it. He's got a big arm. He can throw it deep, but Milrow's just getting better and better. And Prentice and Bond and William, I mean, these guys are becoming legit receivers, like reliable guys. So they got a couple running backs that can run the ball really well. McClellan is one of them. So that was impressive. Like, I think we're on a collision course for Georgia, Alabama, which I think is going to be a really good game. And speaking of Georgia, there have been 2 games this year. I won't count the Mizzou game because I never really felt like people were talking about Mizzou going in there and winning that game. But there were 2 games where you felt like, okay, Kentucky. I think Kentucky may have been undefeated at the time they played them, and then this one, Mississippi. That people thought, hey, if Georgia doesn't, like the 2 times Georgia had to get their hackles up, it was a beatdown. absolute beatdown. Like when they have to, they beat them down. Like Missouri's a good team. So Missouri may be the second best team they played this year. I think they're better than Kentucky. But it's like when Georgia has to rise to the level, it's like they do rise to the level. They're like, okay. Oh, people are saying we could actually lose this game? Okay. I mean, they stomped Kiffin's squad. It wasn't even close.
It's got to feel good, too, beating Lane Kiffin. I feel like that probably, there's some coaches that as a coach or a team, and as a kid coming up, you got to feel better. Like, did you have any of those in college basketball? Like a guy that you like, beating a guy like that had to feel good. You're like, this guy's just a jackhole.
Not a guy, a team.
A team, maybe.
A team. Like when we beat UCLA, I was like, that was.
Screw you. Yeah,
that was awesome to be able to beat. Yeah, I love beating UCLA. That was fun.
Some of it's rivalry, sure. Yeah. You beat Murph, you make him. Yeah, it's got to feel good. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. ASU was like kind of whatever because that didn't even feel all that great because they were so bad.
It stinks. Some rivalries don't matter.
40.
Right.
I mean, I bet you we averaged in the 2 years we played them. I bet you we averaged beating them by 30. Like I mean, we just stomped them. Sorry, Kerry. Stomped them.
Harvard of the Southwest, as Kerry calls it. Arizona State,
I mean, so UCLA was that team. But yeah, I'm sure there are coaches like, God, this guy's just irritating. It's
probably more in football. College football, I think it happens more. Yeah,
probably.
Beating Harbaugh, I bet feels pretty good.
Oh, I bet it does too.
Ooh, I bet beating Harbaugh feels so good. It's probably one of the best.
Warm feeling.
It's that warm feeling inside.
Warm feeling inside. USC Oregon. That was a good game. I felt fortunate. One of my wins this weekend was USC, and I felt like. It wasn't any fun watching it. Let's put it that way. Because I was like, "Oh, this is gonna slip away at any point. And then they just kept fighting and coming back and fighting. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that again because that wasn't. No, I'm not gonna go against Oregon. I don't think. But like, Bo Nix is really good. Their running backs are really good. Franklin is a hell of a wide receiver, and they can get to the. Quarterback. Before I finish up, let me ask you this because we might have talked about this, but I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. I think Caleb Williams is the consensus #1 quarterback next year, and everybody keeps saying how great he is, like best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck, possibly. Drake May's there too, and Drake May's really good, and maybe Drake May goes #1, but I think Caleb Williams is the guy. Every time I watch him play, is like. Now, it almost seems like he's Josh Allen, right? Like it's a one-man band. He's got to do a lot of it himself.
That's why he does a lot of picks at the end. And
yeah, but he's like but I get the feeling like he runs around a lot when he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't get in the pocket and just deliver. Like he likes doing that crazy stuff. And he fumbled one time, kind of doing his whirling dervish in the pocket. Sometimes he runs into sacks, like huge 13, 14-yard losses. Like his amazing plays are amazing. Like nobody can rival that kind of electricity on a football field in college football. It's like not even close. Some of the stuff that he pulls off, it's like, wow. But are you going to be able to pull that off in the NFL? That's the question. Like these are college athletes. NFL, like they're all like really high quality athletes. So I'm not sure you're going to be running around doing all that stuff at the NFL. I don't think that's going to work, but how do you look at him? Do you just go like, hey, he won't do that in the NFL? Like that won't be a problem, or that's kind of part of his game? You're gonna have to teach that out of him and get that out of him when he gets to the NFL because he does make spectacular plays. There is no doubt about that. But a lot of times I think he opts for the spectacular play without maybe really needing to.
Yeah, I think he's a special talent. And what's funny is I think he's a more gunslinger version of what Deshaun Watson was when he came in than he is more like Josh Allen. Like, I know he's kind of a one-man band, but I don't think they're going to use him in the same way that Josh Allen's being used. I know he's big, and I know he's kind of burly, but he can, what you're talking about is, I think, a problem, and we've heard Steve Young talk about this. He joins us every Wednesday in the 5 o'clock hour. Yep. But what you're talking about is, like, mobile quarterbacks who have that ability. I think that's the problem, is they have the clock, and their clock just breaks quickly because they go, oh, okay, somebody's not open, I'm going to go. They don't go through the progression. So I think that's the process he's going to have to get through. Look at what C.J. Stroud's capable of. I think he ran more in college than he runs now. Would you agree? I think he played more. Maybe not runs. Let me say this.
He wasn't a runner, even in college.
I think he played more out of the pocket than he plays now.
Maybe.
I think that's my feeling. Because I felt like he made a lot of throws on the run. I felt like Justin Fields was the same kind of thing, right? He was a lot of
Justin Fields more so. Justin Fields ran and scrambled more so than Stroud.
But he's got, I think, the clock problem that is what's going to be an issue with Caleb Williams. I think that's what I fear, is that unless he can make the adjustment to commit to being in the pocket, what you're saying is going to be a tough transition for him. C.J. Stroud, because he's more pocket-based, is now got MVP odds that are rocketing up the boards that we can talk about later. But, I'm with you. I think there's a lot of variance in his game that he's going to try to play a lot of hero ball when things break down.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm with you.
I'm sure there's going to be a highlight we play from the Utah-Washington game at some point this week. So, guess what? The battle for the axes this weekend, and nobody cares. Stanford taking on Cal.
I'll be there, me and Tim.
Oh, that's right.
You got a kickoff time for us?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Sorry. Do I have a kickoff time for you? Actually, I do have a kickoff time for you. It is... I was looking at the Cal score. Cal won. They beat Washington State last week, which was I didn't watch it. I was just kind of following.
I thought I misread
along.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was following along on.
By the way, while you get the score ready or the kick time ready, and we'll have that game for you, Cal and Stanford over on KNBR 1050. I'll be on the pregame, and we'll tell you what time as soon as Tom gets it. 3:30. What time are we on, Sam? 1:30. 12:30. How about that? A 12:30 pregame for you on KNBR 1050 as we get you ready for the battle for the axe. We're also going to get you ready for our hit with Brent Jones. He joins us coming up at 2:50 for his weekly conversation at 3:50. Thank you.
I was like, damn, we missed him.
We missed him, dude. Damn. Apparently earlier, Derek told me I said the Vikings lost to the Niners, too. I don't remember that. I remember saying it, and I don't remember it happening that way either.
My God.
I forgot that one.
I must have blew through it. Brent Jones at 3:50, Matt Mayoko at 4:50. When we come on back, though, how about what happened around the NFL? We did a little whip around college. Week 10 was a wild one in the NFL. Some big upsets. We could talk about some of those. What was the bigger victory yesterday? Was the Cleveland Browns or was the Houston Texans? Let's get into some of that from Week 10 in the NFL. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Cleveland Browns down 31-30. Here's the snap. It's a good one. The hold is good. The kick is on its way, end over end, and it is good. The Browns have won it 33-31.
Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. Plenty of leg, and it's good. The Texans walk off with a win. Yes! Cincinnati. They take it 30-27.
The snap's good. The ball's down. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And the Cardinals win it.
41-yard field goal attempt. Hash mark left side. It is up, and it is good. He got it. That's a victory for the Lions on the final play of the game. 41-38 victory for the Lions.
Jason Myers between the hash marks from 43. The kick is going to be long enough, and the kick is good. Jason Myers wins it on the last play of the game.
Some great sounds from across the NFL in Week 10. Great package there put together by Derek. 5 games this weekend resulted in game-winning kicks that led to wins with no time remaining in regulation. That's the most in one day in NFL history. How about that?
Crazy.
And we're going to get 4 of them right here on NFL Red Zone. That's what Scott Hansen was hyping all afternoon. Yeah,
we didn't have a miss.
That's my point. Is all 5 went for game winners as time expired. Which
crazy.
Is wild,
usually have a miss or two.
Some we get like 4 for 5 misses.
There's better sound when it's a miss. Although the one guy, the Texans color guy, yes, or he was hyped. Boom, boom, boom. Not
Nothing messed with the depth of your sounds.
What?
Power and the kisser. Yeah. So there's the walk-off kicks. 5 as time expired with in regulation. That's the most in NFL history. No more 6:30 a.m. games this year. Thank goodness. This one was a dud. It was such a bad schedule.
Is Mac Jones trying to get Hoodie to stroke out?
Oh, man. I'm like, I was thinking even, like, remember last week we kind of came down on the who stepped in it? Because we're like, some of these aren't really stepped in it. They're just, like, kind of bad. I sort of thought, like, maybe Mac Jones did step in it. Like, he had bench for the throw.
He did yesterday.
Once you get bench for the throw, I was like, he's maybe on the table. You're going to show up in the who stepped in. How about this one? This is the one I want to talk to you about. These 2 games here. Houston and Baltimore. Cincinnati. And the Browns coming back down 24-9. To beat the Ravens 33-31. Deshaun Watson's getting the ankle looked at because he was out there gimping around. He left the game at one point, and P.J. Walker came in. He heaved that ball to the end zone, didn't even reach the end zone from like midfield. Yep. And I nudged Tim when we were watching the game. I nudged him. I went, we lost to that guy. Just sort of shook our heads or something. Niners lost that guy. We lost that guy. I was like, tough deal for us. Anyway, what'd you think of that game? First, let's start with the Browns and the Ravens. That was a hell of a game. Deshaun Watson runs in that 2-point conversion. He's gimping on one leg, leaves the game at one point, comes back in. Lamar Jackson with a couple of big interceptions, especially the one late that results in a pick 6. Just your takeaways from a game where, and again, division games like that, anything can happen. That was not an upset that shocked me whatsoever. The Browns are a tough defense, but they're also they're a team that could be a problem. They get into the playoffs in the AFC. It's going to be a team that can score a little bit. Deshaun, if healthy, can make some plays, and the defense is one of the best, if not the best, in football.
It's funny because I agree in that their defense is really, really good, and when you look around the league, you're like, maybe it's the best in football. They gave up over 30 points to the not only the Ravens. I think they gave up over 30 to the Colts, which is hard to believe. You give up over 30 to the Colts.
38 says Derek.
What's 30? Yeah, they've had some gains where the defense kind of melted down a little bit, but yeah, that was a really good game, and Lamar Jackson just made some throws that I'm sure he'll say I just can't make those throws. Now, give the defense some credit because it's a really good defense, and going into that game, people were saying Baltimore is the best team in football. They're playing the best in football. They were playing really good. There's no doubt about it. But division games get a little tricky sometimes. Deshaun Watson wasn't great. He was okay. Defense was really good. Gave him some good field position, but he made some plays with his feet, with his arm when he needed to, and that was a really good win. And that division it's tough. I mean, that division is tough.
That's like AFC North football. Like, it's funny because the Ravens aren't the hard-hitting team, though their defense is it was pretty good. I know they blew out the Seahawks, but 2 weeks ago, I think their defense got stuffed a little bit because they've been really, really good this year against the run. But they're not the traditional, as you said this year, the traditional sort of Steelers-Ravens hard-hitting 2000s defense that we became accustomed to. But that division is still it's cool that it still has that identity. It's hard-hitting AFC North. Even the Bengals are a tough team. Their defense in the secondary, they beat up on the Niners a little bit, I thought. So,
no doubt.
Yeah, I thought that was a fun game. I thought that was a hard game.
Yeah, it was fun
You think any differently of the Ravens after that game?
No.
It's a division game.
You can't win you're not going to win every game. Yeah. And you didn't get blown out. Lamar Jackson has played much better than that this year. It's one of those games. You have them. And, there's a reason for it. It's a really good defense they're facing. So those kind of things can happen. You give them another 24-9 lead against this team, probably not going to blow that one. This just happened to be the one they did, and at home. Was it surprising? Yeah. Yeah, it was surprising. But they're both really good teams, as is Cincinnati, who also lost at home. I think it was, what they say, Joe Burrow's second loss in 15 games or something like that at home. It was some kind of stat where he's really good at home, but he had a bad game. He made a couple throws yesterday. You're like, what was that? You just don't expect to see that from Joe Burrow. And C.J. Stroud is just, you thought maybe he might have a bounce off that record-setting performance last week? Nope. And that's a good defense. They get to the quarterback. They make good second-half adjustments. He did his thing. He's really there's your rookie of the year right there, unless something crazy happens. I know the big fella Carter for Philadelphia is going to get strong consideration too, the defensive lineman. But look, quarterbacks get it, and if they go over 500,
I think they're offensive and defensive.
Oh, you know what? You might be right.
One of each. So I think you're going to get.
I think you're probably right.
Because both got defensive rookie, right?
They both could win. Okay. So that's why football's a little different that way. So I like him a lot. He's maybe because I have my fantasy team, but he's just fun to watch. He throws a really, really nice ball, and last week's one thing, right? You're at home, a little more comfortable. The opponent you're playing isn't quite as good as Cincinnati. Well, this one, you got to go on the road against the Bengals. Don't lose at home. And need a field goal at the end. Just drives him down the field. Calmly drives him down the field. I mean, part of it was a missed tackle, and Noah Brown went for about 30 extra yards when maybe he shouldn't have. But be that as it may, he still drove him down the field. Got him in field goal range, and they won the game. They can make the damn playoffs. I look at this team, I'm like, I thought Atlanta would be the team in the AFC South. I'm like, that division's no good. Maybe they're the team. Maybe they're not the team. Maybe Houston.
Maybe nobody makes the playoffs out of the South. The NFC South. Yeah, Houston out of the AFC South is a really, really fun team with a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback right now for the Texans. Just one more thought from you on the Detroit Lions, 41-38. I saw they put up 500 yards in a game for the first time in 8 years or something since 2015 or something.
And by the way, that's the NFC. I screwed that one up.
Yeah, I know you said it. I tried to cover it for you. I didn't want Derek to cover it.
No, you don't got to cover for me. When I screw it up, I got to say I screwed it up. I can. Because as soon as I said it, I go, they're not even in the same league.
That's why I said, you're talking NFC, you meant AFC.
Conference AFC, yes.
We all got it. We're good.
My apologies to the listening folk.
We're good. So just to the NFC real quick, though. Josh Dobbs continues to roll with the Vikings winning 27-19. They're on a 5-game winning streak now. They looked pretty like a dangerous team yesterday. Kyler Murray returns to bring the Cardinals back after they had the lead, then blew it to the Falcons. They kick a field goal to win 25-23 as time expires. Cowboys just destroy Tommy DeVito. And the New York Giants and the Seahawks keep pace with the Niners game-winning field goal over the Commanders. But the Lions game is what I want to ask you about. It's just thoughts on the Lions. We keep mentioning them because as Mike Tirico a few weeks back called them the JV 49ers when he was talking to us. And I don't know that they're quite there, but that run game is insane right now for them, and they can put up points. I want to end up going to Detroit. I really don't. That's not a game that I don't think is a comfortable one in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get a chance to watch the second half of that game because I was on the way to the Dubs game last night.
That's right.
But they Gibbs. It's almost like a blessing that Montgomery missed a few games because that got Gibbs into the lineup, and now when he was out, Gibbs kind of caught fire. And now they're both kind of caught fire. It seems like Montgomery had that big long touchdown run,
75-yard run. Yeah.
Yeah, they got two really, really good. I mean, the running backs are really good. You got Amon-Ra, St. Brown, Goff. It's funny because everybody kind of left Goff for dead when he left Los Angeles. Can't get it done here. One of the reasons they didn't win the Super Bowl, Goff. They bring Stafford in, and then they win, so it's kind of almost solidified, like, oh, yeah, that's what they were missing. So if they would have, okay, get it. Everybody forgot about him because it's Detroit. Nobody even thinks about Detroit until this year.
They have an identity. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, he's going to go to Detroit. He'll kind of be whatever, but it's not that big a deal. And now you're saying, oh, okay. Campbell has a plan, which I if we had him on, I'd apologize for thinking what I thought of him after the press conference. I think everyone did. The whole biting the kneecap thing, I'm like, oh, this isn't going to end well. This is going to end poorly. Well, come to find out, he's a lot smarter than, I'll just speak for myself.
Mom was wrong again. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And that team's tough. They're physical. And Goff fits right in, right? Northern California kid. You thought, okay, fits in Southern California, flip-flops. You're just kind of hanging out, California guy. How's he going to do in Detroit? A little colder, a little grittier, working class. It's just different. He seems to fit right in Detroit. So, yeah, it's pretty amazing. That's one of the cooler stories of the year. And they came out of the gate that way. Came out of the gate, beat Kansas City. It's like, we're here. It's like, oh, damn. Guess we got to pay attention to Detroit, because after last year they finished strong, barely missed the playoffs. You thought, okay, you kind of snuck. Now show me this year. Well, they're showing people this year that they're pretty damn good and pretty physical and pretty tough and pretty mentally tough too, to win that game when the Chargers kept coming back at them, and then finally able to put them away at the end. That was a big time win for them. Absolutely.
Tolbert and Copes with you. We are going to catch up here with Brent Jones, who joins us every Monday following Niner games. We'll do that when we come on back. Just real quick, going back to something you said before, Tom, before we get out here for Brent Jones. You said Jalen Carter would probably win it on the defensive side of things, defensive rookie of the year.
Yep.
Just so everybody knows what we're working with here, Derek then in my ear goes, well, it could be Devin Witherspoon potentially over Jalen Carter. I was like, oh, okay, didn't miss a beat. Tim pops in, he goes, what about Jake Moody? You're not allowed to talk to me during the show anymore. When we come on back, Brent Jones, number 84, former 49er tight end. He joins us for his weekly conference. Don't do it. Don't talk to me. Brent Jones next on the Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Papa and Lund today and discussed how the addition of Chase Young impacted the defense. That podcast and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, it's time to talk to our favorite tight end. It's a Monday, so you know it's Brent Jones time. Number 84, number 1 in our hearts, Brent Jones.
My God.
Hey, guys, it's nice to be back after a big win. It's the way we can play.
Isn't that, I was saying, Brent, that's when if I close my eyes and envision what 49er football looks like the score was obviously, dominant. But just the way they looked, the defensive line, the physicality, the things that you associate with 49er football over the last 4 years, that was it. Watching that game yesterday, I said that's what I think of when I think of a really good 49er performance. Just that game. That was Exhibit A.
It's funny you say that because I was thinking the same thing, and I thought, this is the way that we started this season, and then for whatever reason, we went dormant for 3 weeks, and we didn't have that same intensity. We weren't flying around, and I started thinking about it, and maybe it's just this defense just feeds off of each other's momentum and big plays, and they just get fired up, and then it's coming from everywhere. You just can't stop it. But guys were flying around, rallying to the ball, swarming, getting penetration. We controlled the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball right out of the gate, and that's what we had been missing. And for whatever reason, we're never going to be able to put our finger exactly on the reason, but this was 49er football. It's what we're used to the last couple years, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and then certainly in the last year and a half offensively. And it was just so I was going to say fun, but it was confirming. I was starting to lose my mind. Did we all of a sudden become a bad team overnight? Are we the Raiders or are? Well, that wasn't overnight. That's been decades.
That's been slow erosion.
Exactly. But no, it felt good. It's funny how much better you feel when they play well. It's kind of a strange phenomenon that you're mad, you're grumpy when they don't play well. Call my parents, they're mad. 49ers aren't playing. It's somehow it affects your mood, but it's all good. A good week. And hey, we hadn't had the chance because it happened right after our last show. We hadn't talked about the Chase Young trade, and you guys maybe you talked about it obviously last week. But I'm gonna say something, and I hadn't really thought a whole lot about it, but I started thinking about it right after that happened. Jed York has been the most aggressive owner in football for the last 2 or 3 years, and he has put his money where his mouth is. And so we don't always talk about owners, but we really need to commend him because he's going for it. He's going after it. He wants to win badly, and he has spent exactly like he wants to win a Super Bowl. And I've been around a lot of owners, and I've seen some of the things that have happened, and most owners want to give you the illusion that they want to win, but in all reality, they're trying to make the most money. Jed's going for it. And so whether it was McCaffrey last year, whether it was Hargrave in free agency, whether it's Chase Young, that is stepping up to the plate as an owner. And it's just great to see. And, I hadn't talked to Jed, for a couple years, but good for him because that Chase Young move, that instilled confidence in me. Okay, now who are they going to block? There's no way that they can keep our defensive line from getting sacks now. So that was a guts move, and it's just great to see because that's the type of team we have. In Dallas, they didn't make one move, and they needed 2 or 3 moves, and they didn't do a darn thing. Philadelphia didn't do anything. It's we talk big, but we're not going to make any serious moves at the deadline, and we did, and I think it speaks volumes.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, I would say Philly got Bayard, the safety. That was a decent sized move for them.
Okay,
but
I'll give you a decent size.
I get you. I'm glad you brought up that point because I didn't think much of it, and I bring it up occasionally with Joe Lacob of the Warriors, like because he always says if we have a chance to win, I'll spend. Like I'm going to spend, and I love owners that spend because I think all owners should spend. If you go in this trying to be frugal or trying to like make money, you've already made your money.
Yeah.
And this is supposed to be fun time. This is supposed to be win a championship, and I'm going to figure out how to win a championship no matter what it takes. So I'm glad you brought it up because we haven't brought it up, and it should be brought up that he's willing to spend that money. Like he wants to win. He's not a guy sitting around like some of these owners going, well, I kind of want to win, but we still want to make some money, and we don't want to lose too much. As somebody once said, we'd like to break even. That's kind of what we want to do, break even. That's not nobody wants to hear. They want to hear, I want to win. And whatever it takes to win, I want to win. I always said Al Davis wasn't great at his decisions the last maybe 15 years or so, but I don't fault him. He wanted to win. Like his decisions weren't great. Give me somebody who wants to win and spends like it, and Jed York is doing exactly that. Like he wants to win. Lynch isn't afraid to go out there and find these guys and make moves. So I'm glad you brought that up because I think that has to be factored in because you think of the teams you were on back in the 80s, and of course a different era, no salary caps, all that stuff, but money was no object. It was like, what do we need to make this team better? Go get it. What do we need? How much is going to cost? That'll come later. Let me handle that. But if you need it, go get it. And you can't do that exactly today. But that's kind of what the mindset should be. What do we need to win a Super Bowl? Let's find a way to get it done. And I think for the most part, Jed is on board with that.
I think he is. And you know what? We have to say this. Hey, I don't really give a crap 4 or 5 years from now if we have to have a fire sale and we're way over the cap and we got to have some. I don't care. I want to win a Super Bowl or two with this squad right now. So that's commendable. And it's most owners are not that. And so, of course, in our day, Eddie was all in all the time. Yeah. And I don't know if I've ever come across somebody not on the field that wanted to win more than him.
Talking to Brent Jones, we do it every Monday following Niner wins. Former San Francisco 49er, of course. Nice win for the Niners, 34-3 over the Jags yesterday out in Jacksonville. What did you think about I thought it was uncharacteristic, and I'm still trying to I don't know what I feel about it. I don't know if it was a bad idea. I didn't care so much at the time. Putting Christian McCaffrey back out there to try to break the consecutive games touchdown record. Like I'm asking people here on our YouTube stream, Brent, and some people are saying I kind of liked it that McCaffrey, that Shanahan was all in for his guy, which is what he said after the game. Like it's a big record. It's a historic thing. I wanted him to be able to get it. And then other people, to your point, in saying I don't care about 2 years from now, I want to win this Super Bowl. Say, McCaffrey, because of some people would say overusage, but he was the number one guy in Carolina and took a beating. He did get hurt for a handful of years. What was your thought on it, and what's your take in general?
So you know what? Being a player, I kind of was enthusiastic about it. And yeah, hey, if he gets injured, then there's going to be a million Monday morning quarterbacks. But the reality is it's a special record. He's a special player. And to have a coach say, hey, boys, we're all in behind our guy. I mean, that lets you know as a player that, hey, your coach is paying attention. Yeah, our stats the most important thing like that during the course of a game? No. But when you're talking a record and something like that, I applauded it. I loved it. It might not be the right answer. I know a lot of people think the other way, but as a player, man, yeah, I absolutely think everybody was on board with it. So I thought it was cool from that perspective.
I think it's difficult from a coach's standpoint because, if the players want it, it's kind of hard to say no. I don't like it just from this standpoint that I think records mean more when they come in the flow of the game. I always hate in an NBA game when guys are chasing records in a 20-point game. It just seems like it's wrong. It's like, look, the game's over. You're chasing records now, and that's me personally, and maybe it's different. Like I'm not someone who is chasing records myself, so I wouldn't know from firsthand knowledge. I just know from watching a lot of sports. I think it means more when it's coming in the flow of the game. You're not trying to force it at the end of the game. It'd be like if you had 14, and I've talked to Steve Kerr about this too, like Clay, one night had like 14 threes and had a chance to break the all-time record, or maybe it was 13 at the time in Chicago. And he's like, okay, I'm going to give you to the end of the third quarter because it was like a 30-point game. He goes, I'm not playing in the fourth. He goes, we're not going to be out here just feeding you the ball and have you shoot threes till you get the record. He goes, ridiculous. So he gave him like another minute or so at the end of the third and then took him out of the game. And I said, I think that's probably reasonable. I think it would have been reasonable if they'd have done it earlier in the game. But for me, Brent, like when you drive all the way down the field without him and then you get to the goal line, then put him in to try to get the touchdown, I wasn't – I get it.
Yeah.
I didn't hate it, like because they liked it. Peterson, nobody cared. It wasn't like anybody was offended. I just didn't love it. Hey, we don't want to get you hurt. Oh, let's put you back in to get the touchdown thing. So I don't know. It just for me, I didn't love it.
I get that from a purist perspective. I always remember the most embarrassing Michael Strahan, Brett Favre lay down sack that was
for the record.
So
it was the worst.
Bogus. That was so bogus. So I think this is not that, but it's somewhere in between, and I get it. I get it from a purist standpoint, and certainly wasn't in the flow of the game. I just meant from supporting your guy.
I get that.
In the end, it's all about what you're telling the guys on the field and what you're communicating to them. And when you're a coach, you really don't give a crap about the fans or whatever else. You're trying to motivate your team to be the best and get to the Super Bowl, and you want your players fighting for you. And I think Kyle absolutely showed that yesterday. No doubt. Christian didn't get it. There's nuances to a way coaches make decisions sometimes, and sometimes it's reflective of, hey, I want you guys to know I'm in your corner, I'm behind you, and guys respond to that. And so, it's just better than blowing it off or too bad. But there's definitely the 50 guys on the team fighting and the coaching staff, and then there's everybody else, and then the purist side. So maybe it's different when you're on the court.
We're just trying to reconnect with Brett here. He sounds like he's underwater a little bit. We're trying to reconnect. I'm with him though. I mean, I hear what he's saying about the McCaffrey decision as well. Though we haven't talked much about that. I'll get your thoughts.
Yeah.
What did you think? Well, I thought it was just uncharacteristic. I was kind of surprised. I was like, Kyle usually does not do things that. It to me spoke to what he felt about the volume or the magnitude of that record, and what he felt about his guy, who really wanted that.
Yeah, kind of being behind his guy. Like, I get it from a coaching standpoint. Sure. It's difficult.
And I get the fans' frustration with it. I get that too.
Again, I've talked to Steve about this stuff. Like, there have been times where his team has had a chance to go. Remember when the who was it? The Warriors or the Rockets at one game was like going. I think it was
we got Brent back, by the way. Sorry.
Yeah, the Warriors were going for a 3-point record against the Rockets, and it was like a 20-point game, and they had like 20-something. I'm like,
just kept shooting them.
That's enough. Again, that's just me. Is that I don't care for that kind of stuff. And if I was, I tell you what, and I don't know if Brent's back. I don't know if Brent would agree. If I was Jacksonville, I'd have put all 11 guys on McCaffrey and just said, "Hey, if you want to embarrass yourself, embarrass yourself. But you can let anybody. We're going to let anybody else score here. If you want to let him score, go ahead and score. That guy's not. I would have. If he would have split out wide, I would have put 11 guys out there just to say, to point out. That would have been. But I was also worried, like. They know what you're doing. It's like Princess Bride. If you know that I know that you know, so more guys are going to be focused on McCaffrey. He may take a big hit. You'd hate to see something happen. I know you can't. The football players don't live that way, even though it's a more dangerous sport. I don't think football players think about injury about as much as basketball players do. It's like you just don't. As an athlete, you go out there and play. But again, it wasn't one of those things I was like, oh, that's the worst thing in the world, because nobody cared. Jacksonville didn't care. They were like, whatever. But I just, again, I guess it is kind of from a purist standpoint that it just hit me a little wrong. But whatever, it's not a huge deal.
Yep. In the end, it only matters to McCaffrey and what Kyle wanted to convey to him and to the rest of the team. And from a team perspective, guys that think that's cool, and it's certainly debatable outside of that. But I see your point. I feel strongly both ways.
What? Is that even possible? Can you do that? I'm not even sure that's possible.
Two things can be equally true.
yeah, but not they can't be completely contradictory. You can't go, oh man, this mug I'm holding is like the hottest thing I've ever held and the coldest thing. They can't be both.
Well, I mean, maybe
you can't do
That's
both.
The beauty of the comment, Tom. Come on, you gotta roll with the comment.
It's icy hot, Tom. It's covered in icy hot.
Okay, my bad.
I think that's in the box, Tom. Yeah, you're too rigid, Tom. That's your problem.
So, there you go. You're getting old. You're getting a get off my lawn type of age, bro. Come on.
we earn it, Brent. You should know that.
How about I drop to bro like I'm Steve? Like what?
You are. Well, that's totally fine. And if I'm on the porch, I'm on your porch.
There you go. Exactly.
Talking to Brent Jones here on the UMA guest line. We do it every week. 415 on our text line here on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line says Kyle didn't do that years ago for George Kittle when he just needed like 3 or 4, it was like 8 yards or something to break the reception yards by a tight end in a game. And then another just astute listener, Brent, 650 checks in and says, isn't Brent the same guy who caught a meaningless ball in junk time for a bonus?
Yes, he did.
Absolutely, but that's not a record. That's money. That's dough.
Attaboy.
That's even more. That's even more incentive.
That's the beauty of that story. We manufactured it out of nothing.
It wasn't even a play. You guys just made it up.
I need a bonus.
Had I gone to the sideline and said, George, I need one more catch for $25,000, he would have gone, too bad.
That's unbelievable, dude. That's a tough break, dude. It's too bad, man. Week 3 should have caught that one.
Manufacture with the youngster.
Yeah,
that's rough.
Yeah, be better next year, bro. Maybe catch one more next year. Huh?
Man.
Brent,
exactly.
what'd you think of Brock's play though? In general, the ball to Kittle was incredible, especially because he double pumps on it and he's got like 10 guys in his face when he lets it go.
Man, I thought he was just pure. Other than on a couple throws, but man, he put a couple balls in right there. Threw an out route early on that was just on the money. Good arm strength. I mean, I don't think people are really arguing about his accuracy. I think he can put the ball with zip. I think he's got touch. I think he throws a good deep ball. I think his big thing is going to be decision making, and he made great decisions yesterday. Didn't force. Didn't need to, but that's the thing. And I think, that's another step up on the ladder for him. Came back from, a tough couple of games, but I think people overanalyze every throw now, and they do it with him because he's Mr. Irrelevant, making whatever $800,000 and continuing to win. Whereas other quarterbacks, I watch every game. It feels like every weekend, and we've got guys making hellacious decisions constantly, and they're still in the game, and they're still on the team, and they're still starting, and it doesn't change, and nobody gets the scrutiny that Brock has gotten. So my hat's off to him. I'm a Brock believer, and I'm in his corner, and I think he's a great young quarterback. I'm not saying he's got it all solved yet. He's not MVP, but he's got the characteristics of an extremely successful, impressive quarterback in this league. But this isn't going to be answered, this year or next year even. It's going to probably be 2 or 3 years from now.
That first touchdown pass that he threw, Kyle said is one of the worst decisions he's made since he's been here. I'm curious.
Well, go ahead.
No, go. Okay, go ahead.
No, so when he threw it, I thought, holy cow, and he dropped it right in there. So if nobody gets a hand on it and it goes over everybody and it goes to the back end, was it risky? Heck yeah. But you look like a genius if you make it, and if you don't, you look like you threw into double coverage, and everybody's going, what the heck? What's the decision there? So, yeah, I actually thought one of his throws 2 weeks ago was the worst decision he made. But it was crunch time and he was trying to make a play. But I could see how Kyle could say that because my heart stopped for a second. But it was amazing how that ball just found its way right there. It wasn't tipped. It wasn't anything. But yeah, that wasn't for the faint of heart. I guarantee. Now, what were you thinking? You think it was the worst decision?
No, here's what I said. I kind of looked at it from a different angle. I didn't think it was a great decision. It was really, really risky, but he pulled it off. But here's the way I looked at it. I want a quarterback who's willing to take some risks. I don't want captain check down. I don't want somebody who's going to play it safe, not put the ball in harm's way at all. Because I think to be truly great, you have to be able to put the ball in harm's way sometimes and just trust yourself. You got to trust your receivers, and sometimes that's just the way it is. I mean, not everybody's going to be running wide open. As Steve says, this is in college where everybody's running wide open. Although he says it's more like that today than it was when we played. There's a lot more guys running wide open today. But I don't think you can play it safe all the time. So I like a quarterback that's going to take a few risks. That was really risky, but I like the fact that he's not he won't shy away from that is what I'm saying. So I love that fact about the pass that he's shown us over the course of his year and a game or two of quarterbacking. He's not afraid to take some risks, and I think to be great at a quarterback and really elevate your team, you got to be willing to take some of those risks.
1,000%. I guarantee you're not making that throw if you're a Gameopolo manager.
Yep. I cannot believe you just did that.
Went out of his way, dude. Minding his own business. He's minding his own business on the bench in Vegas.
Dude, that's a red flag.
You went out of your way.
You sideswiped him.
Yeah. I always enjoy Jimmy swipe. Yeah, I always enjoy it.
I don't know what to say to that. I'm just saying, I don't want to hear people say he's the game manager because he's far from that. He's making throws that aren't even close to that. He's not throwing checkdowns every play.
No.
I don't want to hear Jimmy called a game manager either because you have to play in the game to manage it.
Oh, wow, that was the worst.
Oh, come on. What? I thought we were having fun here. I thought I'm the bad guy.
Can't we have a little fun?
Can we have some fun, Tom?
I'm not a part of this Garoppolo slander.
Hey, Brett, we had a text earlier who said the Purdy touchdown throw to Kittle that was so good. He said, yeah, Jimmy would overthrow him.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's doing it. See, Niners win. Things are great. Everybody's like, remember how bad Jimmy was? Remember that?
Yeah, you know what? He was solid. I'm going to say that until he had to make those tough throws.
Hey, if you needed somebody to give the linebacker a ball, he was your guy. All right, Brent. We'll talk to you next week. Nice victory Monday. Hey, you can celebrate the rest of today, but tomorrow morning we get back to work. All right.
That's right. We are getting our game faces on. What's really weird is, Tampa Bay is. I guess they can rise up and be dangerous, but I don't really think so.
Yeah.
But, man, the Seahawks game on Thanksgiving, we've never played a game on Thanksgiving, and just to know that that's coming, that's going to be great because I look at them and I think, how could they be 6-3? If you had asked me what their record would be, I would have said, they're probably 4-5. But somehow they're 6-3, and short week in Seattle, that's going to be a challenge.
Definitely.
No matter what you think. So
no doubt.
We're gonna have to be rested up these next 10 days. So I don't want you guys criticizing Raider quarterbacks or doing anything else.
You started this whole thing. This was all you. You started this whole thing. Why don't you get some rest, Brent, all right?
Unbelievable.
Get some rest, okay, Brent?
Unbelievable. Hey, I'm going to be off next week, so happy Thanksgiving, man. Enjoy the family and tell everybody I said hi.
That's right. I forgot about that. It's me and you, Copes.
All right, dude. Me, you, and Marcus Thompson will be us next week.
All right. I'll be ready. Tommy, have a great Thanksgiving. Give my best to the family. Be ready. And just in case we're playing crappy on Sunday, I'm texting you during the game.
I'll be there. I'll be on the couch with a beer.
I'll be at the game. Yeah, I'll be there.
Hopefully I won't be.
All right, Brent. We'll talk to you next week, dude.
See you, Brent. Happy Thanksgiving, man.
All right, guys.
Great stuff there from Brent Jones. You missed any of that, all available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Yesterday, we just talked a bit about the Christian McCaffrey play. We'll talk more about this. Also, though, I was going to say weird day for Kyle. One of the weirdest plays you will ever see in an NFL game occurred yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan might have been the biggest culprit in the penalty in that touchdown getting called back. We'll talk about the crazy Ambry Thomas touchdown. That was not a touchdown. It got called back. We'll get into that next. Still, Matt Mayo going to join us at 4:50. You want to stay tuned for a nice sound soiree as well. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's Sports Leader.
'49ers got off the schneid in a big way, beating down the Jacksonville Jaguars 34-3. There's plenty more on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Next Level Sports. It's that time of the year. It's flag football time. Football's on fire right now. You got college football going, pro football. So, what better time than to sign up for some flag football with Next Level Sports. Teams are going to fill up quickly. I love flag football. I've told you I played for 3 years growing up. It was just a lot of fun. It was just football. You just have to worry about getting smacked. That was a good thing too. You're like, why didn't you play tackle? I was too big. I would have been the one doing the smacking. But no, I love flag football. Got a chance to get out there with your teammates, and I just love youth sports. If they're done right, if the parents can leave the kids alone, that's when they're done right. Kids can figure out how to work with one another, how to deal with authority, how to take direction. You're going to learn the fundamentals, passing the ball, throwing the ball, running, all that kind of stuff. The only thing it really doesn't offer is line stuff. Other than that, you're going to learn some of the finer details of playing football, and it's just fun. Flag football is just fun. So get out there. Again, you can learn to be a part of a team and all the things that go along with playing team sports. So you want to register? All you have to do is go to nextlevelsports.com. That's nextlevelsports.com. You can find out where there's a Next Level Sports flag football near you. There's 14 of these. There's a bunch. They're all over the place. So find out where there's one near you. You can join the movement. You can join the community. Next Level Sports is the best youth sports experience. Also, I should say, they offer basketball and volleyball, but right now it's flag football season. Again, teams are filling up quickly, so get over to nextlevelsports.com, sign up, and let your kid get out there and play a little flag football. Love it.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Lawrence looks left, throws, caught. Christian Kirk tackled there by Ambry Thomas. Ball came out. Whose ball is it?
49ers.
They pick it up and they're running back the other way. It was not whistled down. Ambry Thomas down the sideline midfield. 40, 30. Evan Ingram, he stutter steps him, runs by him. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Ambry man can!
What a play by Ambry Thomas!
During the return, unsportsmanlike conduct.
I was mad at myself, and I thought the play was over. We couldn't see, and everyone jumped up. And so when that happens, you're getting out there to start to congratulate people coming back, and they're not coming back to congratulate us. They're running back at us. So everyone got it. We know the rule, definitely. We know you can't go on the field. I personally thought the play was over.
Something goes with you on a Monday evening here, Monday afternoon, following a 49er 34-3 win over the Jags. Been walking through it all day and have not got to this play yet. This was a wild play. Ambry Thomas almost had the trifecta: the tackle, the strip of the football, the forced fumble, and then the fumble recovery picked up for a touchdown.
The Ambry man can!
Almost 4 for 4, I guess, if you get tackle, strip, recovery, and touchdown. But he doesn't get the touchdown there at the end. Kyle Shanahan talking about the Ambry man. The Ambry man can. He had a great game, a really, really good game for Ambry Thomas. Kyle and other people, and I love the angle we finally saw of what the penalty was, of how we saw how far players and coaches were on the field. Kyle was like almost out to where like the midfield mark would be, like where you would go to meet the coach if you're going to that equivalent of midfield. Like Kyle can't really say anything because this Tim Ryan was saying either on the postgame show or this morning with Murph and Mac. I can't remember where I was hearing him say it. He was saying that Kyle Shanahan, like that clip is going to be on every coach's tape forever on what not to do on plays. And I kind of hear what Kyle's saying there, where he's like, we thought the play was over. And by the time he picks it up and starts running, because there are times, and I was talking to Derek about this before the show, where, like, say a quarterback fumbles near the offensive line and the ball's bouncing around. A lot of times O-linemen will just do that cradle thing where they fall on it, and nobody has to touch them. Sometimes if they fall on it, then on occasion, a referee will just blow it dead because he's giving himself up, right? But I don't know that I've ever seen that on a defensive player. Maybe on a D lineman or something, but he laid there for a second, and nobody touched him. Now, what's funny about this, and we were discussing this, is a few weeks back that game against the Browns, how mad were we that they blew dead that P.J. Walker play?
Yeah.
And this one they let go, and the Niners walk on the field and have that totally erased as a touchdown. One of the weirder, wilder plays I think you'll see almost ever after the Jags' longest drive of the afternoon.
Yeah, I can't. Maybe you or Tim can help me out with the movie clip, but when Kyle went onto the field, I thought Ambry Thomas was going to go over to him and go, "Nice going, a-hole." I can't remember. What movie is that from? Nice going. It was an a-hole. He said the actual word, but I can't remember the movie. It's going to start bothering me.
Oh, man.
No help?
None of us are picking it up.
Dang, I'll have to,
It's from Stripes. It's from Stripes. There you go. You're good on Stripes. That is Stripes.
That's right. I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I couldn't think of it, but yes, now that it hits me, well done. That was a weird play because I think it was Hufanga, right, that was touching him, and I didn't know what the rule was. I know every once in a while you'll see somebody touch the ball while they're out of bounds, and that kills the play. That's
kind of what I thought. Maybe it was
ball's dead at that point. So I didn't know if you were touching the person who had the ball and you're out of bounds. I didn't know if that affected the play or not. Apparently, it doesn't. Like, you can be touching the man just as long as you're not touching the ball. Yeah. So I didn't know what the hell the penalty was for. I'm like, what? And then when they showed it, I was like, ooh, yeah, that's not good. Like, I don't know what everybody was doing. Couldn't you congratulate him on the sideline? You need to go on the field? Like, I get it. You're excited, and that's just what they do. But, yeah, that was kind of a bummer because that was such a weird play that it should have been a touchdown. I mean, it should have been a touchdown. I mean, we can all laugh about it now because it didn't matter. It didn't affect the outcome of the game whatsoever, so it's not that big a deal. But probably a lesson to be learned there. Make sure the play is over before everyone rushing out onto the sidelines for fear that something like that could happen again.
Yeah.
You know, a teaching moment is what that was.
Yeah, for sure. I think for everybody. the coaches too. Because, and by the way, if they don't score like 3 plays later or something like that, then it's a little bit different. If Brock doesn't throw that touchdown a few plays later, then
it worked out better for him because they got to take 3 minutes off the clock and then score.
That was good, yeah.
Not
scored
that
too
they knew that was
fast.
going to happen.
We'd be complaining. We'd be like, they scored too fast, man. That was the problem.
They did.
They had a couple of drives yesterday that lasted like under 3 minutes where they came out and just scored bang, 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 like it was fast. So Niners get the win 34-3 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Who had a bigger impact on the game? Was it Sideline Wilkes? Sideline Steve? I like calling him that. Or was it Chase Young? I think Chase Young's impact was huge. We'll get into a bit on this, on what Fred Warner had to say about Steve Wilkes being on the sideline and Chase Young being in the mix, and maybe was the missing link for this defense. We downplayed it a lot about how big of a deal this was going to be. Feels to me like maybe he could unlock something with this defensive line. Then Matt Mayo go at 450 and your sound soiree. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. Another week of talking to my good friend Steve Moskowitz, who is hanging out on the line here. Steve, you're always helping with the tax problems, and I know a big one is always the ERC. Tell us about it.
Thanks. It's such a big deal. I'm seeing that this can really change somebody's life. The federal government is rewarding small and medium-sized businesses that employed people in 2020 and 21 during the pandemic. They're giving away, that's right, it's not a loan, it's a grant. They just give you the money to do with as you please, of up to $26,000 for every employee you had that qualified. There's 2 different ways you can qualify. But shockingly, so many CPAs, and remember, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, are only doing the easy method. The easy method is math, just a certain drop in gross revenue. They're totally ignoring the other method, a facts and circumstances method. Why would they ignore it? Because it's a lot more work for the professional. It's not math, it's analysis. That's what we do as tax attorneys, legal analysis. If you qualify, certainly not everybody does, that's the scammers. But we've seen so many clients that did not have that requisite drop in gross revenue that qualify into the facts and circumstances method, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, in a few cases even millions. Bottom line is, treat us like you would a medical doctor. Call us for your free second opinion. And if you're entitled to all this money, let us get it for you.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. He will get you that second opinion, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Yeah, he was awesome. He said he knew. Right when I saw him, I was like, hey, I hope you know why we're trying to do that. And he was very well aware. He said they were talking about it, so hopefully it didn't offend him too much. I mean, 18 games in a row is a big record. So, I mean, if we had a chance to do that, I was going to try to do it for him. And it's a little nerve-wracking. Last thing I want to do is get him hurt. But once it was big time for Elijah to run the ball like that to get us down there. Brock and I think Ronnie made a huge third down throw, I believe, that gave us a chance. And once we got close, we told him to stay loose because we were going to try. And got close, wish we could have done it for him. But I think that was a pretty big accomplishment just to do it for 17 games straight.
Obviously, the voice of Kyle Shanahan, he was there after the game talking about keeping Christian McCaffrey in there. And I part of me thinks they did that the right way in putting Elijah Mitchell in. I thought it was sort of funny they had Brock Purdy out there. And I think I said out loud to Tim while we were watching the game, Brock Purdy's still in the game, 34-3. They pick up that first down on the third down. He makes that great pass across the middle to Ronnie Bell. They pick up the first, and then they pull him from the game, put in Sam Darnold. And then it's Elijah Mitchell then. He just gets him down there. He just keeps carrying it all the way down. They get down into the red zone, and then they bring McCaffrey back in. Everybody in the stadium knows it's going to McCaffrey. I thought they should have thrown to him probably more than they handed him the ball, but they stacked the box a little bit. A little bit concerning that he was going to get hurt, but again, we talked a bit about this, and I understand, I guess, the decision to leave him in. I just thought it was uncharacteristic of what we've seen Kyle do in the past, but they were in position to do so, and apparently it was no harm, no foul. Your thoughts on Chase Young? Because for me, I thought this was a huge move. We talked about it. He was one of the best available players. Him, Montez Sweat, a couple other guys that might have been out there. The Niners, I think, made a call on Patrick Surtain, was a report, but he ultimately didn't get traded and will play tonight in Monday Night Football against the Bills. But they've gone out, and we just talked to Brent Jones about this. Every time a guy's been available, John Lynch just picked up the phone. They went and got Trent Williams. They traded for him. They traded for Christian McCaffrey. They traded for Chase Young. The two previous guys I named are Hall of Famers, right? These are guys who are headed to Canton. So to pick up a guy like this, who's obviously this young in his career, I won't say that. I don't want to say Hall of Fame talent yet. But when you draft a guy number 2 overall in a league that is predicated on getting to the quarterback and having a pass rusher like Chase Young, putting him in this offense, or this defense, I should say, is going to do incredible things, I think, and it's going to unlock a lot for a lot of these guys.
No doubt. And I do got to say, it must have been a bummer for Elijah Mitchell to be the fluffer.
Dude, how about that? Just grease it for me, Elijah.
On that drive.
Grease the skids for me.
Going to bring in the stallion now. Damn. All right, going back to the barn.
Finish her off,
No, I think it's, again, I think it could be huge. One of those things we look back on and go, that was not the missing piece, maybe the missing piece, because I still think they were good enough to win without, but boy, that was because when you look at one weakness that stood out, that was the one. And I'm not talking about a whole unit, just one spot where you're like, man, it'd be awesome if they had somebody opposite Bosa. That'd be great. And now they do. Now they have somebody opposite Bosa. And look, Furrow got one yesterday too. He's just not super explosive. I think Furrow's solid. I think he's good against the run. He can get to the quarterback a little bit, but he's just solid. He's not dynamic. He's not going to do stuff. You're like, oh my gosh. Where Young will do stuff, it's like, oh my gosh, how big, how fast, how quick. He's so athletic for how big he is. It's wild. But yeah, they have that guy now. We saw yesterday where you come your right side, your left side, your back side, your front side. If you're a quarterback, they're coming, and you got to be aware of both. So that's gonna force quarterbacks to kind of speed up that clock in their head a little bit. And even when there's not pressure, it may force them to speed it up because they know it's coming. And, you got to get rid of the ball. So, yeah.
And he comes from the middle, which is the most uncomfortable place for a quarterback, because you're getting pressure now because of those two guys, and you have to either go double on one side or go so tough to bring somebody extra in to help out, or leave a running back in the backfield there to help protect against guys up the middle. The pressure that Hargrave was getting, again, you pointed this out earlier, he led to one of the interceptions, as did Bosa, creating pressure on the backside, being able to put a hit on him. But Eric Armstead's getting there too. I mean, a lot of these guys are going to feel the ramifications of having the two huge pressure pieces on the outside.
No doubt about it. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
It's dangerous, man. It's going to be scary. I think it's way bigger than it was made out to be. I really do.
You might be right. You might be right. And all you had to do, what was a third-round draft pick? Well, they have about 1,000 of those anyway.
But we'll get one more this year. Where's Wilkes going? Is Wilkes going to take a job?
I think we're going to need another year for maybe. I don't know. I was thinking at least he'd be here 2 years, but
he has a pedigree, though. He has a bigger pedigree than the last two guys who took this job,
But he also has something that the other guys didn't have. He has a record as a track record as a head coach. Like those guys, like sometimes the unknown's better because people were like, "Oh,
what could he be?
This guy's going to be. This guy's exactly. This guy's going to be really good." You kind of know what Wilkes is, but I think Wilkes did a phenomenal job last year at the end of the season with Carolina. I really do. But I don't know. I just kind of envision him. But maybe you're right. Maybe they get another third-round draft pick. They just keep cashing him in every single year. So no, I'm with you. I think it may have been bigger than people. And I don't know. Maybe they looked at it as a big deal, big move. I know when they talked about the big trades, that was always one of them that was up there. But I get your point that maybe it's even going to be bigger than that. Like you look back at that trade and go, that really kind of catapulted them to a Super Bowl. That was the one missing ingredient they needed. Like they were really good before, but you added that, whatever that ingredient was, you throw it in the mix. Like, ooh, okay. Now, add that. Wow, that is better. So, you add Chase Young to that. And you could say that. Like, this is really good. They were really good defense before. Like I mentioned the Dallas game. They didn't have Chase Young then, and they kicked the crap out of that team. This game reminded me of that game, but now with Chase Young, I think they can be more consistent with the pass rush going forward. He just gives them another monster athlete, another guy that can make dynamic plays on the outside, and you can't have enough of those. And there's not many teams that have two of those, where you look and go, yeah, woof, that's pretty good. That's very good. Who's the guy with a former Packer that plays for the Browns? Because he's opposite of Garrett. Like that's pretty solid. You put those two guys together, it's like, yeah, okay, that'll work.
Somebody comes with you on a Monday evening. I'm trying to remember who you're talking about. Who the former Packer?
I remember he played for the Packers, defensive end.
Where's Derek when we need him?
Zaire Smith, maybe.
Zaire Smith. There you go.
Is that right? Okay? Yeah, that must be him. Right. Yeah, the long,
they
long
used to have
hair
two
and
Smiths
everything.
There. Yeah, that's because
they had
the two Smiths in Green Bay. That's right. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, that too. So that's like when you have that,
you got to face those Smith brothers, Tim.
Yeah,
that's what Papa
when you have
said,
that, it's like oof, that's rough. That's a long day at the office.
Yeah,
like that's what I think.
Bring your lunch pail, right?
Yeah, when teams are going against the Niners right now, that's a long day at the office.
Yeah,
that is because think about calling plays too. That just before the game ever starts, you can't be like you're not going to dial a lot of stuff downfield when those two are in the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
Those two, that's a rough day.
I can't wait till we get to that rough day. I hope we get a good reaction. That's Christmas Day, by the way. He's talking about. He's talking about this coming Christmas Day. He's discussing that's a rough day. We got to see it.
That's a rough day.
Oh man! All right,
that's a rough day.
We're gonna catch
she
you
likes to cook it. She'll burn it to smithereens.
His mother-in-law bringing over food. He's gonna bring it to smithereens. It's terrible. That's a rough day.
That's a rough day.
All right, we're gonna catch up with Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider, about what he saw yesterday out in Jacksonville. By the way, just a quick update here. Colton McKivitz, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan, met with the media today and said Colton McKivitz had his right ankle rolled up on, and he's, quote, got some soreness. So they are dealing with a little bit more on the offensive line. We got Monday Night Football game tonight. We got the Bills and the Denver Broncos going at it on Monday Night Football to wrap up Week 10. But when we come back, we will catch up with Matt Mayoko following the 49ers 34-3 victory over the Jags. That's next on the Sports Leader. The Warriors have dropped 3 in a row with 2 losses to the Cavaliers and the Minnesota Timberwolves back-to-back over the weekend. There's more on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. We've all got plans in lives, probably got plans this week, maybe for this weekend, maybe for this holiday season. But in life, I would hope that one of your plans is getting to retirement and living that dream life you've always dreamed of. That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. When you're planning for retirement, you got questions. You want to know if you're saving correctly. You want to know if you're taking too much risk, paying too much in fees. Are you setting yourself up to live that lifestyle that you've always envisioned and dreamed of when you finally get to retirement? For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in how Greg O'Donnell can help you and in learning how he's helped many people and their families, give him a call. His team is easy to talk to. There's no cost, no obligation. Call Greg O'Donnell today at 866-496-2300 or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.